Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 285 to Chapter 342. Xiao had been a bounty hunter for a very long time. There were many things that she didn't need to think about, and she could respond subconsciously. When she saw that the customer who came in was nearly 2 meters tall, she instinctively lowered her head and continued eating the pork sausage and French fries as though nothing had happened. Xiao couldn't taste the food when it entered her mouth. She endured it for nearly a minute before she slowly looked up and pretended to casually survey the area. Soon, she saw the customer who had just entered sitting in front of the bar counter, waiting for his alcohol and lunch. Soft, slightly curly blonde hair, beast-like dark brown eyes, slightly drooping lips, a reclusive and ferocious temperament. Details reflected in Xiao's eyes as they gradually overlapped with the image in her mind. It's him, it's the suspected murderer, Williams's murderer. Xiao lowered her head once again and slowly stuffed the rest of the food into her mouth. A few minutes later, she placed the plate and glass on the bar counter. Then, she looked straight ahead and left the Workers' Alliance Tavern without looking back. As her boots were much higher, she had effectively concealed her most obvious features. When she was outside, Xiao slowed down and found a secluded spot to observe the people entering and exiting the tavern. After waiting for a while, she finally found a familiar face. It was Burton, a technician who lived in East Borough and worked at the East Balham dock. This young man liked to give himself a cup of poor quality rye beer in the afternoon. His salary could only afford such beer, and he couldn't drink it every day. Xiao nimbly leaped over, patted Burton on the shoulder, and said in a suppressed voice, "Don't worry." She suppressed her voice and said, "It's me, Xiao." "Xiao?" Burton sized up the short man behind him and nearly failed to recognize him as the famous arbitrator Xiao Derry-Cha from one of the streets in East Borough. "I have something to ask you." Xiao pointed to a corner beside her. Burton followed her in puzzlement and only came to a realization when he reached a secluded spot. "Are you doing a bounty mission?" He had heard that Xiao was also a bounty hunter. "Yeah." Xiao nodded perfunctorily and took out 5 pennies. She tossed them and said, "Do you know that very tall man in the tavern?" "You mean the one that's this tall, has light blonde hair, and is very fierce?" Burton gestured. "Yes." Xiao immediately took out the folded portrait and unfurled it. "You have to confirm it completely." "That's him. He's been coming to this tavern a lot for the past 2 or 3 months. I've never seen him before. He's very fierce and unreasonable. He's very good at fighting. It's best if you don't provoke him." Burton took a few careful glances at the portrait and sincerely advised. "Yes, when I saw that person just now, I felt like I had encountered a ferocious beast when I was young. It was very dangerous and I wasn't his match. I had to immediately avoid him." Xiao secretly exhaled and asked, "Do you know who he is in close contact with?" "I don't know. He's very unsociable and rarely speaks. No one even knows what his name is. We gave him a nickname, Giant." Borg curled his lips and shook his head. Xiao thought for a moment and asked, "Aside from the tavern, where else did you meet him?" "You can ask your friends the same question. Remember, they must be trustworthy friends." Burton thought for a moment. "When I go to the dock union to work, yes, at the dock union in East Balham dock, I'll occasionally see him around." "Xiao, why aren't you a member of the union? You're so fair, and those guys not only charge us 1.5 solely a week, but when the other docks go on strike and we have to support our families, they'll even make us hand over half our salary." "Lord, forget it. For a good life, we have to help each other." However, just as they organize a strike, they'll come to an agreement with the lawyers sent by the rich. Our situation hasn't improved at all." Stop. Xiao pressed her right palm down. "Apart from that, have you seen that giant anywhere else?" "No, my friends probably haven't either. After all, we often discuss him in private," Burton answered in a very certain tone. Xiao didn't say anything else as she handed the 5 copper pence to him. "I'll treat you to a drink. Don't tell anyone about what I just asked. It'll be very dangerous." Before she finished her sentence, she had already turned around and walked out of the corner, heading for the dock union in East Balham dock. About 10 minutes later, Xiao saw the 2-story yellow building. She wore her canvas coat inside out, revealing the patches inside, instantly transforming herself from a short worker to a tramp. Looking at the few tramps curled up at the corner of the street, Xiao pinched her nose and went over to sit with them. Her gaze swept across the dock union from time to time, when there were people coming in and out. As time ticked by, Xiao endured the cold wind and the harsh environment as she persistently observed the situation at the dock union and the surrounding area. She clearly remembered Williams's insistence on drinking, and she also remembered how she felt when she saw the newspaper that day. This kind of mood made her more patient than usual. At this moment, 7 or 8 people came out of the dock union. They formed a group and headed for the coffee shop opposite to have lunch. Xiao narrowed her eyes and carefully scanned every passerby to confirm their looks. There's no one suspicious. Xiao prepared to retract her gaze and wait for the next batch. Creak. The coffee shop's door was pulled open, and the heat inside suddenly rushed out. A man couldn't help but take off his gold-rimmed glasses and wipe away the steam with his sleeve. Xiao took a casual glance, and her gaze suddenly froze. Those eyes, the corners of his mouth, the image that always had a mocking smile on it, Lenevis? Xiao turned her head abruptly, not daring to look again. The man from before had bronze skin and short, coarse hair. His face was angular, and he looked very different from the portrait. Only his eyes and the corners of his mouth gave her a sense of familiarity. The feeling that he was mocking everyone, is it Lenevis? Could it be Lenevis? Xiao buried her head and stared at the stone slabs by the street. At the Sammer's house. After a sumptuous lunch, the host and guests gathered in the activity room to chat and agreed to play Texas together later. Some interesting rumors and funny stories echoed intermittently. Klein maintained his smile and interjected from time to time. He also saw the 2 children of the Sammers come in and out energetically. Beside him, Jürgen Cooper still had a serious expression as he occasionally provided legal advice for everyone's discussions. Klein smiled, turned his body slightly, and asked in a low voice, "Do you feel bored?" "Do you feel bored?" "No, their topics are very interesting." Jürgen nodded seriously. Klein was stunned and blurted out another question. "Then why aren't you smiling?" Jürgen frowned slightly and looked at him in puzzlement. "Why should I smile?" The corner of Klein's mouth twitched, and he didn't know how to respond. He was about to make a joke about how the other party resembled his cat, Brody, who was always so serious, but he suddenly heard a series of illusory pleas. "Female. Miss Justice found useful information so quickly based on the clues I provided?" Klein stood up and bowed slightly. "I'm going to the bathroom." After entering the bathroom, Klein locked the door, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. His judgment was very accurate. The pleas came from Miss Justice. Klein suddenly tensed up. Half expectant and half solemn, he emanated his spirituality and listened to her words. After the customary honorific name, Justice truthfully described, "They found the clues you provided at the Workers' Alliance Tavern at the East Balham dock in the dock area. The other party's nickname is Giant. After tracking the pattern of Giant's appearance, they found someone suspected to be Lenevis at the dock union in East Balham dock, but they couldn't confirm it. They don't dare to come into contact with Lenevis for the time being, because Giant is very powerful and dangerous. They can only continue waiting for an opportunity." At the same time, they asked if they could inform the police department and collect the bounty after confirming that it's Lenevis. "Lenevis has a very powerful and dangerous helper. Does he have any other helpers? Is there a faction backing him? Why would he kill someone so aggressively? What is he plotting in the dock union?" A series of questions flashed through Klein's mind, making him feel that the matter was more complicated and shrouded in fog than he had expected. As for the last request, his answer was undoubtedly yes. He would even suggest that the other party directly inform the Church of the Evernight Goddess, because there was a possibility of a leak from the police department. Letting the Nighthawks of the Church of the Evernight Goddess kill Lenevis would also be a form of revenge. Klein silently muttered to himself. He had a strong urge to immediately confirm if the person was Lenevis, so as to prevent any variables from occurring if he waited too long. He took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and took off the spirit pendulum on his cuff. "There's danger in going to the dock union to confirm Lenevis's matter. After closing his eyes and reciting it 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the topaz pendant. He realized that it was motionless and completely still. The divination failed? Klein immediately frowned. He changed his statement and the method of divination, but the result was still a failure. After some careful thought, he found 3 reasons. First, there was insufficient information to make a divination. Second, there was no Lenivus in the dock union, so it was difficult to make a divination. Third, Lenivus was like Xianxia, having an item that could block divination. An item that can block divination. Did he gain something from the Son of God ritual? A bit of the true Creator's godhood? Klein pondered for a few seconds and decided that no matter what, he had to go to the dock union. There are some things that have to be done even though I know it's dangerous. Those 2 ladies can secretly observe without being discovered, so can I. I only need to meet Lenivus once to confirm it with divination. Of course, I can't be rash. I have to make preparations in advance. For example, I can send the all-black eye above the grey fog without bringing it with me to prevent the true Creator's mental corruption from resonating with his godhood. For example, I can elevate myself so that the giant won't be able to recognize me as the guy who passed by last night from my figure. For example, I can find a suitable and sufficient reason that won't arouse suspicion. Yes, I can pretend to be a reporter for an interview. I'll borrow Mike Joseph's fake reporter identification later. 3:00 in the afternoon, East Balham Dock Workers Association. Klein was wearing a thick sweater, a brownish-yellow jacket, and a simple bonnet, making him look more like a common investigative reporter, rather than someone who often attended banquets and interviewed people of status. Such an outfit cost him an extra £10 solely. At this moment, he was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair was neatly combed back, gleaming with the luster of ointment. There was no messy beard on his face, only a deep bluish-black stubble around his lips. He was at least 5 centimeters taller than before, trying to make a clear difference from the worker from last night so that people who weren't particularly familiar with him wouldn't be able to associate him with him. And in the pockets of his clothes and pants, there was no all-black eye, no charms, and no herbal essential oils. There was only a deck of tarot cards, a stack of notes, a fountain pen, a wallet, a handful of change, a bunch of keys, and a fake reporter's pass. He didn't know Lenivus's current condition, nor did he know where the powerful beyonders surrounding him came from. Therefore, it was best to be cautious and not bring anything that would arouse suspicion. Looking at the 2-story building in front of him, Klein crossed the street, pretending not to rely on his clown's intuition to discover that several gazes were watching him. He pushed open the door and found that the layout of the Dock Workers Association was rather simple. There was no lady in charge of reception, nor was there a spacious hall. The staircase that led to the 2nd floor was in the middle, and on both sides were corridors filled with offices. The floor wasn't covered with wooden planks, much less blankets. It was purely paved with cement. Klein turned his head to look at the man guarding the door and approached him. "I'm a reporter from the Bacon Daily News. I want to interview the staff of your association to understand your demands and desires." The man was wearing a coat with many patches, and some of the corners even revealed dirty cotton. He only wore a linen shirt inside. Upon hearing the word reporter, he immediately became vigilant. He repeated, "No. We haven't organized a strike recently, no. I think you've misunderstood. I'm someone who sympathizes with you. I plan on doing a special report, describing what the union has done to help the workers and the actual difficulties they've encountered. Trust me." With the help of his clown beyonder powers, Klein made his eyes look abnormally sincere. "I see. Go look for Mr. Rand. He's our committee member in charge of publicity. Turn right, the 2nd office on the right." The man hesitated for a few seconds. "Thank you." Klein pretended to be relieved and bowed. He felt the gaze on him disappear from the dark corner. He turned to the right with cold sweat on his back and knocked on the door of the corresponding office. The door creaked open, and a middle-aged man with sparse hair looked at him in confusion. "May I ask who you are? Is that Mr. Rand?" "I'm Stenson, a reporter from the Bacon Daily. This is my reporter's ID. I want to do a report on the trade union to help you get more attention." Klein almost believed that he was a reporter. "I am Rand." The middle-aged man looked at the reporter's ID and said hesitantly, "I find it hard to believe that you reporters are here to help us. I was born in East Borough, so I know how miserable the lives of the workers are. If you don't believe my intentions, you can always follow me and monitor my every question." Klein suddenly added with a smile, "A report with actual interview information is better than nothing. It's better than a news article written purely from imagination. At the very least, you can state your point of view and guide the matter in a direction that you hope for." Rand touched his scalp and replied hesitantly, "All right. I'll follow you the entire time." "Thank you." Klein nearly couldn't control his emotions. After that, under Rand's lead, he entered one office after another and interviewed the members of the Workers' Association according to the questions he had prepared beforehand. Right corridor, nothing. Left corridor, nothing. Klein's expression remained the same as he walked up the wooden stairs and arrived at the second floor. Right corridor, nothing. Left corridor, nothing. Klein's expression remained the same as he walked up the wooden stairs to the second floor. This time, Rand brought him into the office facing the staircase and introduced him to the person inside. "This is a reporter from the Bakelin Daily, Mr. Stenson. He would like to do some interviews with you, but I have to remind you that you have the right to refuse to answer certain questions." With a smile, Klein took 2 steps forward and made a gesture as though he was going to shake hands with the office staff. At this moment, he saw a somewhat familiar figure. Although the person's skin had turned bronze, his ordinary round face had become angular, and his glasses had changed from round-rimmed to gold-rimmed. Klein still discovered a baffling sense of familiarity with the person with his spiritual intuition as a seer. Following that, his body trembled as he nearly lost control of his smile. I am sorry. I suddenly have a stomachache. May I know where the washroom is?" Klein asked with an awkward smile as he held his abdomen with his hand that wasn't holding a pen or a note. Rand and the staff in the office didn't suspect anything as they pointed outside the door. "Go out, turn left, and walk to the end. You'll see the sign." Klein smiled apologetically as he left the room and rushed to the washroom. After entering, he chose the cubicle closest to the window, sat on the toilet, and locked the wooden door. He bent down, and the corners of his mouth widened as he laughed silently. He laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. He laughed so hard that a drop of crystalline liquid fell to the ground. Klein had already confirmed that it was Lenivas. This wasn't because of the rare sense of familiarity, but because he sensed another aura from the other party, an aura that left an extremely deep impression on him, and this was also the main reason why he had almost lost control on the spot. The trembling of his body stemmed from his instinctive fear and terror, his emotional breakdown stemmed from the horror and sorrow deep in his memories. That was the aura of the true creator. Klein washed his face and continued the interview as though nothing had happened. Even when facing Lenivas, who had changed so much for some reason, he still asked the questions and recorded the answers. After doing all of this, he bade farewell and left the Dock Workers Association. He walked out of the dimly lit room. Outside, there were layers of dark clouds, and a thin fog filled the air. It was as though evening had come early. The true creator's aura can only come from him himself, his children, and things that extend from this foundation. For example, items bestowed by him, or his godhood. This is very consistent with what Lenivas had said to Hudyugen. Coupled with that inexplicable sense of familiarity, I can confirm that it's him even without a divination above the grey fog. If I hadn't interacted with the true creator several times and often come into contact with his mental corruption, I wouldn't have been able to recognize that the aura that doesn't contain any power or status belongs to him. Klein's heart was heavy, but he looked very relaxed on the outside. He stood on the street and deliberately sorted out the interview notes. During this process, he caught a glimpse of a slightly familiar figure among the tramps opposite him. Xianxia? Klein instantly made a guess after combining the events that had transpired. He didn't stop. He put away the notes and walked towards the public carriage stop. At that moment, a carriage suddenly stopped in front of him. "We meet again." Sitting in the carriage was a thin but elegant middle-aged gentleman. His graying sideburns gave him an air of elegance. He was none other than the great detective who could assist the police in their investigations, Xianxia Stanton. As for Klein, he didn't look much different from usual. He was just a little taller and had changed his clothes. What a coincidence. I was just thinking about the last time I interviewed you, Klein deliberately replied. Eichinger immediately understood and changed the topic with a smile. I'm here to investigate a case. Siebel's death has been removed from the investigation, and I'm mainly in charge of it. The location of her death is very close to the East Balham dock. Is it really a copycat crime? Klein pretended to be the only one who knew. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he got on the public carriage. He didn't go straight home, but instead took a bus to the Quelag Club in Hillston Borough. In the club's lounge, he quickly went above the grey fog and confirmed that no one was following him. At this point, Klein completely relaxed and felt a lingering fear. The true creator's aura was like a nightmare that lingered in his mind. It made the clothes on his back dry and wet, wet and dry. To be sure, Klein conjured a piece of yellowish-brown goatskin and a dark red fountain pen in front of him. Then, he wrote down the divination statement he had long thought of. The source of that baffling sense of familiarity from before. He put down the fountain pen and leaned back in his chair. As he chanted, he entered a dream. In that hazy and illusory world, he saw a figure. This figure had ordinary facial features and wore round-rimmed glasses. He always had a condescending and mocking smile on his face. It was none other than Lenivus. I've finally found you. Klein no longer used his clown powers to control his expression as he gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Then, he sat up straight and prepared to respond to Miss Justice's prayer. Klein controlled his emotions and said in a low and indifferent voice, "There's no need for confirmation. That's Lenivus. You can inform the Church of the Evernight Goddess and tell them that Lenivus has the godhood of the fallen creator." Audrey, who was watching her father train the hounds with Susie, was stunned when she heard Mr. Fool's response. Audrey, who had already agreed on an emergency contact method with Zio and Furs, quickly conveyed Mr. Fool's hint to the two ladies through Susie, treating it as information she had obtained from another source. In a corner of an old cathedral, Zio was thinking about how to confirm Lenivus's identity, how to create chaos, and seize the opportunity to avenge Williams as she unfolded the ball of paper. There's no need to confirm it. That's Lenivus? Zio's eyes widened as she hurriedly scanned the rest of the contents. She saw that it was clearly written on the piece of paper, "We can only inform the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Remind them that Lenivus has the godhood of the true creator." Godhood? The godhood of the true creator? Zio blurted out as she looked at the golden retriever in front of her, who was in charge of delivering the letter. She realized that she was also dumbfounded. What? As Furs listened, she suddenly felt that something was amiss. She hurriedly took the piece of paper and quickly read it. After a moment, she pursed her lips, unsure whether to laugh or be angry. This is a joke, right? How did we get involved in matters related to the godhood of an evil god? We're just catching a swindler worth £200. In response to Furs's question, Susie could only use her innocent eyes to express that she was just a dog and that she didn't know what was going on. Furs didn't expect a dog to answer her questions. She turned her head to Zio and said, "Miss Audrey probably isn't as naive and pure as we imagine. She has many secrets. This might be a game between the nobles and the church, or a cult. However, it's obvious that she didn't know about the godhood before. She was also used by someone. Yes. The person who used her might be her father, Earl Hall. Fortunately, this matter ends here. You don't have to take any more risks. After getting someone to report it, you can collect the bounty in peace." Zio was taken aback. "That's right, I hope that the Nighthawks can help Williams take revenge. They're so powerful, so they can definitely. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly turned her head to the side and muttered to herself, "I'm still too weak." Too weak. Zio raised her hand and covered her mouth and nose. "I'm still too weak. Otherwise, I would have chosen to take revenge with my own hands. But now, I can only settle for the next best thing. Not to mention the giant and the hidden helpers around Lenivus, I probably won't be able to deal with him with his godhood alone. As long as they receive the information, with the Nighthawk's reaction speed, they should take action tonight. The Bakelin diocese is second only to the church's headquarters. There are many sealed artifacts and many powerhouses, so there's no need to wait for additional helpers. After handing over the matters, Klein returned to the real world. He stuck on a mustache, changed his hairstyle, and stared blankly into the mirror for a few minutes. He was filled with anticipation, excitement, melancholy, and helplessness. Before evening, he left the Quelag Club and returned to Minsk Street. On the way, he went to the grocery market and randomly found a very busy stall with good business. He bought a few masks, including one of a clown. He decided to watch the operation to capture Leonidas from the sidelines tonight. He wanted to see Leonidas pay the price for his madness with his own eyes. Of course, with his strength, he could only watch from afar. He didn't even have the right to approach. At 11 o'clock, when many people had already fallen asleep, Klein changed into a grayish-blue worker's uniform and disguised himself like he had the night before. Then, he put on a cap, circled a few streets away, and took a rental carriage to the Bakeland Bridge area. When he arrived, he walked all the way to the East Balham dock. His interview questions yesterday included questions like "Where are you currently staying?" and "How's the surrounding environment?" Therefore, he knew very well that Leonidas was staying in the dormitory provided by the Dockworkers Association. However, Klein didn't approach it. He carefully circled around it, and his target was the clock tower of the East Balham dock. In Bakeland, in addition to large cathedrals with towering symbolic clock towers, many government buildings would also have one. It wasn't necessarily too tall, grand, or gorgeous. It was mainly practical, such as the one at the East Balham dock. Compared to the surrounding three-story buildings, it was like a giant, towering into the night and looking down at the area. Klein easily flipped into the bell tower's interior and followed the spiraling staircase that led upwards without end. He quickly proceeded forward in the darkness. Finally, he arrived at his destination. He came to the top of the huge wall clock. It was surrounded by dark yellow fences, and above his head was a spire that could be touched by stretching out his hand. Taking a few steps forward, Klein hid in the shadows, identified his location, and looked at the dormitory of the Dockworkers Association. It was a two-story brick-red building. The occasional passers-by were almost black dots in Klein's eyes. He stared at it for a few seconds, then took a step back and melted into the darkness. At the same time, he took out a new mask and put it on. It was a clown with the corners of his mouth curled up high, and his nose was painted with red paint. A happy clown. With the clown mask on, Klein stood in the thick darkness, patiently waiting for the show to begin. This wait lasted for 2 hours. When the hands of the large wall clock below him passed one, he suddenly saw something flying in the distance. It was a huge airship with dark black paint. If it weren't for the faint moonlight, it would have been indistinguishable from the night. It didn't emit exaggerated mechanical roars like what was described in the newspapers and magazines. Its blades quietly rotated, and it was as quiet as a vulture that had found its prey but hadn't found an opportunity. Strong and light alloys propped up the cotton frame, and below it hung a box with machine gun muzzles, throwing ports, and cannon ports. It looked intimidating at a glance. There's no sound. Did they use Beyonder means to temporarily deal with it? Wearing the clown mask, Klein looked at the slowly descending airship and had a guess. At this moment, what he was most puzzled about was that an airship had been sent out for a small-scale Beyonder battle in a densely populated area of the city. Weren't they afraid of accidentally injuring the surrounding citizens? Weren't they afraid of causing panic? Soon, the airship floated about 10 meters in the air. This way, Klein didn't have to worry about being discovered. His position was much higher. As he observed the situation below, he suddenly had a guess. It was likely that the airship wouldn't enter the battle. Instead, it would monitor the scene from the sky, providing the operatives with a better view to prevent accidents from happening and the target's possible escape. At this moment, 3 figures in black trench coats appeared in front of the 2-story red brick building. The leader didn't wear a hat. He had a head of short, golden-brown hair, and dark green eyes that were as deep as a windless lake. The collars of his shirt and trench coat were raised high, and his palms were covered in a layer of blood-red gloves. And a silver-white metal suitcase was wrapped around his left hand through a chain of the same color. This was one of the 9 high-ranking deacons of the Church of the Evernight Goddesses Nighthawks, Crestet Sezamir. He was also one of the 3 powerhouses of the Red Gloves team, and he happened to be in Bakeland. Sezimir looked ahead and turned his head to the subordinate on his left. Using sealed artifact 163. Yes, Your Excellency. The Nighthawk half squatted down and helped Sezimir untie the chain around the silver suitcase. Throughout the entire process, Crested Sezimir's muscles were extremely tense, as if he was resisting something. The Nighthawk on the left drew a silent breath and suddenly pressed down, causing the surface of the silver suitcase to crack with illusory ripples. The surrounding light suddenly disappeared, as if it had all been sucked into the suitcase. A bone sword that was less than a meter long emitted a lustrous, pure white glow as it slowly floated up. Its blade was supported by a simple and unadorned silver-plated mirror. The images reflected in the mirror were layer after layer, stacking on top of each other without an end. The Nighthawk on the left picked up the mirror and aimed it at the red brick building. The small building was clearly reflected in it, and nothing seemed to have changed. However, Sezimir slowly exhaled, stretched out his left hand, and grabbed the bone sword that was less than a meter long. The surrounding light was restored a little. Let's go in. He took a step forward and approached the entrance of the red brick building. The three Nighthawks opened the door and entered the dark house, heading straight for the staircase that led to the second floor. At that moment, a tall but thin figure appeared in the shadows in the corner. He wore a black priest robe, had light yellow curly hair, and had beast-like dark brown eyes. "You're the goddess's sword," the nearly 2-meter-tall giant said in a deep voice. At the same time, he clenched his right fist. Bang! 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 The guild members in the red brick building exploded one after another in their sleep. They didn't even have the time to scream. Their bodies were torn apart, turning into thick, viscous flesh and blood. Half of it surged towards the giant to weave a cloak that could resist spells and reduce damage. The other half condensed into a hairy carpet that covered the three Nighthawks. Crested Sezimir only watched silently without doing anything. Silently, the flesh and blood dissipated and collapsed. They fell like raindrops, but they didn't dye the floor red. In each of the rooms, human figures reappeared, still sleeping soundly. This is the world in the mirror that only targets Beyonders. The flesh and blood bombs you planted in the bodies of ordinary people are all illusory here. Sezimir held the holy artifact bone sword in his right hand and raised it. There was no more light in the surroundings. Humph! The giant suddenly grabbed his left shoulder with his right hand and tore off his entire arm. Then, he threw it forward with blood and bones. Boom! His arm exploded like a bomb, turning into a rain of blood that rained down on the three Nighthawks. At the same time, the flesh at the stump of his left shoulder began to squirm crazily, and a new arm slowly grew out. It was a bloody arm that didn't have any skin yet. Pa, pa. Pa, sizzle. Sizzle. The blood-colored raindrops accurately avoided Sezimir and the others and landed on the floor, quickly corroding deep and black marks. But no matter how hard they tried, they were always a hair's breadth away from the three Nighthawks. It was as if they were fated to be. My enemies are often unlucky. The corners of Sezimir's mouth curled up slightly. With a slip of his foot, he instantly appeared in front of the giant. The giant's eyes narrowed, and his body suddenly melted like a candle, turning into sticky flesh and blood that quickly seeped into the floor. Sezimir knelt on one knee and stabbed the holy artifact bone sword into the ground. No! In the thick darkness, a roar filled with pain and fear erupted, but it was immediately swallowed by peace and silence. Sezimir straightened his body and pulled out the bone sword. A drop of dark red blood slowly dripped down from its tip, and on the floor, flesh and blood seeped out, solidifying into a face of despair. It was none other than the giant with the corners of his mouth slightly drooping. Pa! 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 3 shadows appeared one after another around Sezimir, but all of them inexplicably fell to the ground, forcibly pulled down by many invisible things. Bang! 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 Another Nighthawk fired. The surface of the silver-white bullet seemed to be engraved with the Evernight sacred emblem. The 3 attackers hiding in the shadows in an attempt to assassinate Sezimir revealed themselves, twitching as they lost their breath. Rose Bishop, Hermit Ascetic. People from the Aurora Order. Sezimir frowned and said in a low voice without turning to his companions, "There's something wrong with this matter. It's very strange. All of you have to be careful." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard the sound of footsteps echoing in the peace and silence. Then, he saw Lenevis, who was wearing a linen shirt and had a sharp face, walk down the dark stairs. His expression was indifferent and calm, without a hint of fear. "I'm very puzzled. To the Aurora Order, you should be a blasphemer. Why would they send someone to protect you?" Casimir asked casually, as if he didn't notice anything amiss. Lenevis revealed his trademark mocking smile. "That's very simple. Because I'm no longer a pure Lenevis." He paused, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. "I'm now even more so, the true creator." He suddenly pulled open his linen shirt, revealing the dark red flesh on his chest and abdomen that didn't have any skin. The flesh and blood connected together to form a figure hanging upside down. With a loud bang, the surrounding void shattered like glass, and all the scenes collapsed and disintegrated. This was the aura of a deity. On the clock tower of the East Balham dock, Klein, who was wearing a clown mask and hiding in the darkness, had been quietly staring at the dormitory of the Dock Workers Association and the airship floating above it. He couldn't see the exact battle process, nor did he know how far the operation in the brick-red building had progressed. All he could do was endure it and judge whether the situation was good or bad from the changes in the surroundings and the occasional black dot that passed by. At that moment, he saw the gas lamps in the area suddenly extinguish. All of them were extinguished, the area turned pitch black. Immediately following that, a feeling that left an extremely deep impression on him erupted from the brick-red building. Even though he was a long distance away, Klein couldn't help but tremble. His legs went limp, and his back bent. That was the feeling of looking down on and crushing all living beings from their very essence. It was a feeling of being unable to resist or face, "No, I can't look directly at God." In a daze, Klein felt as though he had returned to the past, back to the lobby of the Blackthorn Security Company. It was as if he had activated his spirit vision to pry into Magos's mental state and the baby in her womb. That feeling was exactly the same as it was now. No, it's even more extreme and terrifying now. How did this happen? Didn't Lenevis only have a little bit of the godhood bestowed by the true creator? At most, he would have one or two corresponding items. Why does it feel like an evil god is descending? Before Klein could shake off the trembling of his body and his thoughts, he suddenly felt a deep, serene, and deep darkness engulf the feeling that he couldn't look directly at, pry into, or resist. The two were extinguished at the same time, and the surrounding gas lamps lit up with a relatively bright light. The airship that couldn't stop itself from plummeting floated up again. Everything had returned to its original state, as if nothing had changed. However, Klein didn't think so. He stood up with all his might, knowing that something important had happened in the brick-red building. There's no longer the feeling of surpassing beyonders in terms of essence and level. There's no longer the feeling of an evil god descending. This means that the true creator's or Lenevis's plan has failed. However, the Nighthawks should have suffered a serious blow as well. They might not have any strength left. At this moment, Klein's heart stirred as he hurriedly removed the spirit pendulum from his left sleeve. The current Lenevis is no longer dangerous. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning counterclockwise, but it was neither fast nor large. This meant that Lenevis was still a dangerous person, but to a lesser extent. Klein was more concerned about something else. The divination did not fail again. This meant that Lenevis had already separated from the godhood bestowed upon him by the true creator. He was essentially separated. As the bone-chilling cold wind blew past, Klein suddenly shivered. He felt as if an electric current had instantly drilled into his brain from the soles of his feet. Maybe I can do something. This thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Without any hesitation, he took 4 steps counterclockwise from the top of the dark bell tower and went above the gray fog. Without wasting any time, he sat down and conjured a piece of yellowish-brown goatskin parchment. It conjured a divination statement, Lenevis's escape route. Klein leaned back, quickly recited the words, and entered a deep dream. In the illusory, fragmented, and misty world, he saw a ditch with flowing sewage, a dark and dirty passageway, and rusty metal pipes. It was cramped and sealed. It was a sewer. Klein woke up and immediately covered himself with his spirituality before falling into the gray fog. As soon as he returned to the real world, he immediately took a few steps back and came to the side of the bell tower that had its back facing the airship. Klein didn't walk down the spiral staircase. Instead, he flipped over the dark yellow fence and used the platforms, protrusions, and decorations on the building's surface to jump down one floor at a time. His body was so balanced that it was as if he was walking on the ground. In a short period of time, his feet landed on the thick stone slabs of the street. Inside the red brick building, 2 red-gloved nighthawks collapsed by the door, unconscious. The ancient silver-plated mirror had rolled to a corner, but it no longer looked special. It was impossible to tell that it was a Grade 1 sealed artifact. But one could clearly feel that it was recovering bit by bit. Crested Casimir knelt on one knee at the intersection, a stream of liquid that resembled blood and tears rolling down the corners of his eyes. His short, golden-brown hair hung limply, and the collar of his trench coat and shirt had become tattered, revealing his sharp chin and thin, stiff mouth. As he panted, a distorted, illusory, translucent face appeared above each of his teeth. Casimir's red-gloved left palm supported himself on the ground as he struggled to straighten his neck and look forward. Directly in front of him was the staircase that led to the second floor. Standing on the staircase was Lenivas, whose linen shirt was completely unbuttoned. Lenivas stood upright, with the pure white, glossy holy artifact bone sword stuck between his chest and abdomen. The skinless flesh and blood that outlined the hanging man's shadow had all disappeared, leaving behind an empty hole. Vaguely, one could even see Lenivas's back through the hole. Lenivas moved with great difficulty, then he suddenly laughed loudly and maniacally. "Ha ha, thank you. I really want to thank all of you. Really. Look at my sincere eyes. I really want to thank all of you. If you hadn't discovered it in time, I would have truly become a vessel for the true Creator to descend in a few months. When that happens, how different would my state be from that of a dead person?" Casimir was clearly stunned when he heard that. He couldn't believe that the person he had destroyed with all his might would be so happy. He wanted to stand up, but he couldn't. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless to do so. Lenivas saw his confusion and coughed with a smile. "Do you know? For a person like me, it's the saddest thing to have no one to share it with after doing something that's worth being proud of. Ahem, when I was in Tinjin City, I was deceived by the true Creator. Not only did he return by creating a child, he also secretly planted a sapling in my body. No, I even believe that my ghost child was just his cover. He didn't even request the members of the Aurora Order to protect her and divert attention. He seems to have known from the beginning that this matter would fail. His true descent was set up in my body. The godhood he bestowed on me suddenly merged with the sapling in my body after I arrived in Bakeland. Haha, can you imagine it? I'm being replaced bit by bit, by him bit by bit. In the end, I'll become the true Creator. Before I could think of a solution, the people from the Aurora Order found me based on the godhood's senses. Thankfully, they're all simple-minded lunatics. Haha, there are always so many foolish people. Cough, cough, cough. Lenivas spat out a mouthful of extravasated blood and seemed to regain some mobility. He took a step forward with great difficulty. For some reason, his chiseled face suddenly softened, looking more like his original self. Lenivas pressed his palm on the handrail of the staircase and laughed mockingly. Thankfully, the true Creator needs a large amount of pessimism, despair, numbness, resentment, and primitive evil to completely descend and replace me. Only Bakeland, East Borough, the factory district, and the dock area can satisfy his requirements. This gave me a chance to interact with others. I know that it's unrealistic to call the police purely through the people I interact with, because the people I interact with are likely members of the Aurora Order. At first, I wanted to instigate a strike to get the police to notice me, but I was warned by the Aurora Order and tortured. I could only end it in a hurry. I pretended to lose control and got the chance to go to the sewers to vent. In the process, I secretly used my blood to contaminate some of the creatures living there, turning them into ferocious mutated monsters. Unfortunately, before you could investigate, this matter was discovered by the Aurora Order. It seems that one of their members died at the hands of a mutated monster. Sigh, now that I don't have any godhood or a sapling, my blood no longer has such an effect. After that, I was placed under even stricter control, but I still found an opportunity. I killed a prostitute and used the cruelest method to attract the attention of the police. Who knew that the Aurora Order would disguise this case as part of a serial murder case? I still didn't manage to wait until I was rescued. I no longer had such an opportunity, so I could only use a more ingenious method. I took the initiative to request the most ferocious, craziest, and most radical members of the Aurora Order to watch over me, and this was in line with their thoughts. Hee, can't they use their brains to think? Such lunatics can cause trouble at any time. As expected, you're here. Phew. At that moment, Lenivas exhaled and stretched his body, as if he had finally shaken off the residual effects. He pulled out the holy bone sword that was stuck in his chest and said regretfully, "What a pity. I can't take it with me. Otherwise, I'll be quickly locked onto and found by you." After the pure white bone sword completely left his body, the exaggerated wound didn't leave a single drop of blood. The part that disappeared didn't seem to belong to Lenivas. Lenivas pressed his right hand to his chest and bowed to Crestet Casimir and the others. The people on the airship outside should be recovering soon. I can't stay any longer. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Although you're very foolish, you've ultimately helped me. For you bunch of foolish fellows, this is your honor. At this point, he straightened his body and said with a mocking smile, "Goodbye. Goodbye, foolish nighthawks. Use your lives to send me off." With the holy artifact bone sword in hand, he took a few steps forward and attempted to stab Crestet Casimir. But at that moment, his eyelids began to grow heavy, and all he wanted to do was fall asleep. "So you still have some strength. This is troublesome." Lenivas bit his tongue and suddenly threw the holy bone sword at the unconscious nighthawk by the door. "No." Casimir waved his hand with the strength he had accumulated with great difficulty, causing an invisible object to divert the holy artifact bone sword. Lenivas seized the opportunity and ran to the side. From the bathroom window at the end of the corridor, he flipped out of the red brick building. Following that, he opened the manhole cover by the street, climbed down, and plunged into the sewers. Lenivas seemed to be very familiar with this place. Even though it was pitch black around him, he could still run, jump, turn, and quickly escape into the depths of the labyrinthine sewers. Suddenly, he instinctively stopped and leaned back. Pfft! A card was stabbed deeply into his right chest, and blood dripped from the edge. Lenivas looked up and saw the attacker with his dark vision. It was a man of medium build in a worker's uniform. He wore a mask with a raised mouth and a red nose. It was a happy clown. The moment their gazes met, Lenivas suddenly bent down and rolled forward. Clang! A tarot card with an angel and a horn on its face stabbed into the wall of the sewers like a flying knife. It was positioned at the same height as Lenivas's neck. Clang! 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 Lenivas rolled, leaped to the side, or pounced forward. With abnormal agility, he avoided the 3 cards that came at him in succession, causing them to collide violently with the wall, the stone slabs, and the cement, producing a metallic echo. At the same time, he saw the man in the clown mask following closely behind him from the corner of his eye. He held a thick stack of cards in one hand and dealt them with familiarity with the other. The sun with facial features on the paper came into view. Lenivas pushed against the wall with his left hand and leaped into the air, making a huge change in direction. At that moment, he heard a whooshing sound and felt a sharp pain in his ankle. 2 cards were dealt. One was slightly delayed, and it happened to be aimed in the direction where I was dodging. He can predict my movements? Lenivas's heart skipped a beat. As soon as he landed, he endured the pain and rolled again. Clang! Another tarot card was inserted into his original spot. It was a constantly trembling tarot card. It was only then that Lenivas saw a card deeply embedded in his right ankle. The stars, water bottle, and holy water depicted on it had been dyed bright red. Whoosh! 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 Lenivas didn't have the chance to think or treat his injuries. One tarot card after another transformed into sharp flying knives, shooting at different parts of his body. Soon, the injuries on his right foot and left chest, the residual effects of the hole in his chest and abdomen, and the collision with at least a demigod level made him, a Sequence 9 marauder, who was known for his speed and agility, slow down. Pa! A card was sent flying by him, but his wrist had been cut deeply. It was a wound that kept bleeding. The Nighthawks and the military would soon catch up. He couldn't delay any longer. At that moment, Lenivas's mind was very clear. Suddenly, he stopped in place and stopped dodging. A card with the word demon painted on it accurately hit his neck. Almost instantly, the card stuck in his body bounced off. The hideous wounds on his neck, right chest, wrist, and ankle had blood squirming crazily. Disgusting granulation grew out one after another. On Lenivas's skin, tiny lumps instantly protruded. They were iron-colored, as though they had formed a set of full-body armor. Dang! A tarot card was shot over, but it bounced off the dense lumps. Lenivas, whose eyes were bloodshot, looked at the clown opposite him, who had stopped playing and put away his cards. No matter what, after being tormented by the gods, there should be some gains. Before he finished his sentence, he kicked off with his left foot and leaped over the flowing filthy river, pouncing towards the enemy in front of him. Klein, who was wearing the clown mask, dodged to the side as though he had expected it. He pulled his left hand out of his pocket, clenched it tightly into a fist, and threw it at Lenivas's sun acupoint like a cannonball. Bang! Lenivas swung his elbow sideways, raised his forearm, and accurately countered his opponent's fist. The violent force surged over like a torrent, and Klein's body was dragged along as he staggered. Pa! 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 One crisp explosion after another exploded in Klein's ears. Each punch was heavier and faster than the last, and each punch was reflected in his eyes. He seemed to have forgotten to maintain his balance as he staggered and fell to the side. Then, with the support of his left elbow, he changed directions and rolled. Pa! 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 Bang! Bang! Lenivas's punches and kicks were fast and fierce. Klein was almost hit several times, but he was always able to rely on his exaggerated balance to dodge the attacks. Sometimes he was on the wall, and sometimes he was on the ground, as though he was performing acrobatics. He appeared very calm and not impatient at all. It was as though he had made up his mind to delay the battle as much as possible until the Nighthawks and the military caught up. But once Lenivas showed signs of escaping, he would definitely pester him and not give him a chance. Pa! Lenivas's punch forced Klein to use the rebound from the wall to fly back into the air. He didn't hesitate to turn around and escape through another tunnel. Klein's toes touched the ground, and his body shot out like a cannonball, straight at Lenivas's back. At that moment, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. It was as if Lenivas had no bones. He forcefully twisted his upper body and punched him. This was the clown's intuition. Without any hesitation, Klein took the initiative to reduce his subsequent strength. With a smack, he still pounced forward, but he was much weaker than he had expected. Crack! Amidst the jarring sound of friction, Lenivas's legs didn't move, but his upper body suddenly twisted back. His face was facing backward, and his toes pointed forward. In this terrifying scene, Lenivas rushed forward with a punch at Klein's head. The force was so strong that the air produced an explosive sound. Boom! His fist hit the void, about 20 to 30 centimeters away from Klein's face. The strong wind blew Klein's hair, but he didn't take this opportunity to attack his enemy. Instead, he chanted a word in ancient Hermes in a low and hoarse voice. Crimson. Charm? Lenivas's forehead twitched as he immediately pounced to the side in an attempt to dodge. But at this moment, Klein didn't throw out the charm. Instead, he clenched his left fist tightly and followed Lenivas's movements. He similarly pounced to the side and rolled, only pulling the distance between them slightly apart. He's lying to me? Just as this thought flashed through Lenivas's mind, his eyes clearly reflected the clown's upturned lips, as well as the dark red flames that had ignited in his left fist. This? Lenivas's gaze immediately froze. A light crackling sound entered his ears, and a deep sense of tranquility instantly filled the air, enveloping both him and Klein. What is he trying to do? He wants the two of us to be affected at the same time, so that the subsequent Nighthawks and military personnel can arrive. Lenivas's eyelids drooped heavily, and the exhaustion and weakness he had been suppressing used this to fight back. He tried his best not to fall asleep, wanting to rely on his current body's uniqueness to forcefully survive the most intense stage of the slumber. Klein didn't put up any resistance and quickly fell asleep. However, when he fell asleep unnaturally, he would instinctively wake up. This was his special ability to resist spirit channeling and intrusive dreams. This was what he relied on to luckily escape from Madame Sharon's clutches. In the battle just now, after the card-throwing knives were ineffective, he immediately took out the slumber charm and held it tightly in his palm, waiting for an opportunity to use it. He was waiting for an opportunity to affect himself and his enemy. In just an instant, he, who was abnormally rational, forcefully broke free from the dream. His eyes clearly reflected the swaying Lenivas. Phew! Klein suddenly became very calm, as if the person in front of him was just a target. He took a deep breath, turned his waist, pulled his shoulders, and thrust his fist forward with all his might. Bang! Crack! His fist ruthlessly struck Lenivas's throat, producing the sound of bones shattering and causing flesh and blood to splatter. Lenivas took 2 steps back and pressed himself against the wall. The intense pain finally allowed him to escape the effects of his slumber, but the fine iron-colored lumps on his body had all faded away. After Klein's punch landed, he reached into his pocket with his left hand and pulled out 2 cards. Whoosh! Whoosh! Each of the 2 tarot cards was inserted into one of Lenivas's eyes, and the blood-colored liquid instantly flowed down. Lenivas actually endured the pain and didn't let out a shrill scream. He suddenly lunged forward, intending to struggle fiercely. Klein didn't take advantage of the situation to attack. As if he had expected it, he turned his body sideways and took a step back. Then, taking advantage of Lenivas's missed attack, he rushed behind him in 2 steps and wrapped his hands around the enemy's neck. Crack! Klein exerted strength in his arms, suddenly turned around, and twisted Lenivas's neck. After doing all of this, he took 2 steps back and looked at his opponent. Lenivas's eyes, which were stuck in the cards, looked forward weakly as his body slowly slumped to the ground. At the same time, he asked in a very puzzled manner. He asked in confusion, "Why, want to kill me?" Klein, who was wearing a clown mask, stared at the enemy in front of him and replied rather indifferently, "No reason." "No." Lenivas's eyes widened as he fell to the ground of the sewer, unable to let go. His aura finally dissipated. At that moment, the seemingly calm Klein suddenly took a step forward, tightened his right leg, and kicked with all his strength, landing a kick on Lenivas's head. Bang! Lenivas's neck, which was already a mess of flesh and bones, could no longer withstand the pressure. Lenivas's head flew out like a rubber ball and slammed heavily into the wall, splattering red and white everywhere. Klein looked at this scene and suddenly bent his back. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He laughed maniacally, and the clown mask on his face looked so happy. The corners of his mouth were curled up, the tip of his bright red nose, and his fair face looked so happy. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Klein laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. His laughter sounded worse than crying. After a few seconds, he finally calmed down. He slowly straightened his body and squinted his left eye at the darkest part of the sewer. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up as he silently said to himself, "Captain, look, we've saved Ruan again." Drop after drop of liquid quietly slid down and landed on his collar. At that moment, he felt that his clown potion had been completely digested. In the dark sewers, Klein wiped his neck and turned his attention back to Lenivas's cracked head and headless corpse, as well as the 2 tarot cards stuck in his eyes. He had originally wanted to retrieve all the flying knives he had thrown out and erase the corresponding clues, but he discovered a very real and serious problem. He didn't have night vision. He was able to rush through the pitch-black sewers and engage in an intense battle with Lenivas because of his spirit vision. He could see the colors of Lenivas's aura and the spiritual radiance of various creatures. He could vaguely grasp the places they illuminated and use that to identify his path. Unfortunately, the tarot card he was using now wasn't the one he had obtained from the Nighthawks. It didn't have any spiritual silver patterns, and it was ordinary and without any special characteristics. In such an environment, Klein could use the colors of his aura and the spiritual radiance to distinguish the outlines of objects in a very small area around him, but he couldn't see the cards that were stuck in the walls and the ground or scattered everywhere at a distance. His intense battle with Lenivas hadn't been limited to a single spot. Of course, he believed that as long as he had enough time, it wouldn't be too difficult to find the tarot cards that he had thrown out. But the crux of the problem was that the Nighthawks and the military personnel on the airship who were pursuing Lenivas might arrive at any moment. I can't be careless in this aspect. I've been wearing gloves. This tarot card was bought before I came to Bakeland, and it's a national model. I don't usually use it. Even if I carry it with me, it's usually placed with Mr. Aztec's copper whistle most of the time. No matter what method they use, it'll be very difficult to locate me through them. At most, they'll be able to recreate a portion of the battle scene. And I have a mask on my face, and my shoes are padded. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Klein quickly made a decision. He turned to Lenivas's headless corpse, squatted down, and reached out his black-gloved right palm to quickly search for the items left behind on his body. Klein had no intention of performing a spirit-channeling ritual. Firstly, the feeling of an evil god descending had left a deep impression on him. He didn't dare to blindly channel Lenivas's spirit unless he brought it above the gray fog. Secondly, the Nighthawks and the military could arrive at any time. He didn't think he had enough time to set up a ritual, summon himself, respond to himself, and then channel the spirit above the gray fog. I should give up when I have to. Klein silently muttered to himself as he retracted his hand from Lenivas's body. This crazy swindler seemed to have fled in a hurry. He didn't bring any cash, materials, or charms. He only had an eyeball-sized badge on him. There was a light and thin spiritual radiance on it that was quietly shining. Klein wasn't afraid that the item could be located because he planned on throwing it above the gray fog to study it slowly. Hence, he stood up straight and put the badge into his pocket. He stared at Lenivas's corpse, and without waiting for the Beyonder characteristic to appear, he took out the remaining tarot cards with his black-gloved left hand. Then, he straightened his left arm and placed his palm directly above Lenivas's corpse. Suddenly, Klein released his palm, allowing the tarot cards to fall and cover the headless corpse like leaves. Some of them faced up, with pictures and numbers drawn on them. Some had dark red backs with faint patterns. After doing all of this, Klein took out the Aztec copper whistle and threw it a few times before running into the depths of the sewers without looking back. After almost 2 minutes, figures finally found the place. Some of them wore thick black windbreakers, while others wore well-tailored military-like uniforms. The leader was Crestet Casimir, who carried a pure white bone sword. His red gloves were stained with dust, and his determined face revealed obvious exhaustion and weakness. They stopped a few meters away from the corpse, and with the help of their night vision, they saw Lenivas's corpse and the head by the wall. There were 2 tarot cards stuck in the head. One was the Emperor, and the other was the Wheel of Fortune. The surface of the headless corpse was covered with even more paper cards, which depicted the chariot driven by the victor, the hermit wearing a long robe and carrying a lamp, the Grim Reaper riding a white horse and wearing armor, and even more Holy Grail and scepter numbered cards. On the surrounding walls and floor, there were also tarot cards such as Demon, Sun, and Judgment. All of this looked like the scene of some strange ritual, and Lenivas was the sacrificial offering that was destined to be sacrificed. Crestet Casimir drew a silent breath and frowned. The Beyonders around him were momentarily stunned by the terrifying and mysterious scene in the dark environment. After leaving the scene of Lenivas's death, Klein quickly found an exit and left. He tore off his clown mask and walked quickly towards East Borough in the shadows of the gas lamps. Before that, he had already dealt with the stains on the soles of his shoes. It wasn't until he entered East Borough and arrived at Black Palm Street that he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, in his rented one-bedroom apartment, he quickly held a ritual to summon and respond to himself. In his spirit-body state, Klein moved all the clothes he had worn that night, the remaining charms, herbs, essential oils, and the badge he had obtained from Lenivas above the gray fog. He then used spiritual flames to burn the corresponding clues. Phew. He exhaled and finally had the time to take a look at what the badge he had obtained from Lenivas looked like. The badge was only the size of an eyeball, and on the front was engraved the symbol of fate and concealment. On the back was a tight circle of tiny ancient Hermes inscriptions. You can join with this item. What does that mean? Is Lenivas a member of some secret organization? Klein rubbed his temples. He was physically and mentally exhausted, and the timing wasn't right. He decisively gave up on his research and decided to think about it after the tarot gathering. He quickly left the mysterious space above the gray fog, changed into another set of clothes, and removed the disguise he had previously made. However, he wasn't in a hurry to return to Minsk Street. He planned to sleep until the next morning. This was because moving on the streets after midnight was easy to attract attention, and with the incident that had just happened. Lying in bed, Klein looked out the window at the night sky where the moonlight had receded. His mind gradually calmed down. After completing the initial stages of his revenge, he felt that he had removed a huge burden from his shoulders and lost a lot of his depression. Compared to before, his mental state was clearly much better. Ensanguil and sealed artifact 0-08 aren't something I can deal with at the moment. Furthermore, the difference is huge. Only by becoming a high-sequence beyonder, a demigod existence, will I be qualified to participate in this matter. Before advancing to sequence 4, I'll pretend that they don't exist. Yes, my goal for a long time to come is to work hard to improve myself. I've already completely digested the clown potion. Once I gather all the beyonder ingredients, I'll be able to advance to magicians. After that, there's still faceless, marionettist, and the corresponding sequence 4 whose name I still don't know. Other than that, I'll be a normal detective. Klein's mind was at peace as he thought about his plans for the future. He was no longer as anxious or depressed. As he thought about it, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he silently muttered to himself, "Captain, Banson, Melissa, you probably prefer to see me like this." At dawn, a group of people wearing surgical caps and white masks, dressed like doctors, arrived at the entrance of the Dock Workers Association's dormitory. The leader, who looked very experienced, said to the confused residents, "A contagious disease has been discovered in this building. A contagious disease has been discovered in this house, and a man named Kevin has passed away because of it. We'll provide free treatment. There's a special medicine for this contagious disease. As long as you take it in time, you'll be fine." Kevin? One by one, the residents exclaimed as they looked around for their colleague named Kevin, but they didn't discover anything. That was Lenivas's alias. Seeing that this medical charity was accompanied by a policeman they knew, the residents no longer had any doubts. They began to nervously line up to receive the medicine. The first was a middle-aged man with a big beard. He nervously asked all sorts of questions, afraid that a bottle of medicine wouldn't be able to fight the contagious disease. It was not until the doctors showed signs of impatience that he drank the bottle of blue medicine. Following that, he was helped to the side and aimed his mouth at a hole of the same size. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh, the man suddenly felt nauseous and vomited violently, spitting out a blob of sour and bloody stuff. Just as he was about to move his gaze to see what he had vomited, he was forcefully pulled away by two strong nurses. The hole the size of a mouth was located in an iron-black metal bucket. The bottom of the bucket was dark and deep, with almost no light coming from it. And there was a pool of yellowish-green liquid. In the middle of the liquid was a small piece of blood-colored flesh. The flesh was covered in fine black hair. Ugh. 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 One by one, the residents drank the medicine and vomited in pain in front of different metal buckets. Empress Burrow, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Why did you suddenly come to visit so early? Audrey looked at the sky outside and then at Viscount Glaint in front of her. Glaint looked around and only saw a huge golden retriever squatting beside him. He lowered his voice and said, "I was planning on going to the racecourse, but I met Kong Si on the way. I was going to the racetrack, but I met Kong Si on the way. He told me something very interesting. It was really interesting. I thought I would pass by here, so I came to share it with you." "What is it?" Audrey asked with interest. Glaint didn't pay attention to his choice of words. "You should have heard of the Aurora Order, right? It's the Aurora Order that assassinated Ambassador Intis. They were captured, and a few important members died. A very large plot failed as a result. I thought it was something related to the true creator's godhood. Zio and the others got someone to report it yesterday evening, and they took action at night." "Wait, the Aurora Order seems to worship the true creator." Audrey's eyes lit up and she asked in a reserved manner, "What plot?" "I don't know. Kong Si refused to say. He only told me that the person in charge of this plot was a former wanted swindler named Lenivas." Glaint spread out his right palm. As expected. Audrey nodded indiscernibly. She didn't hide her curiosity and asked, was he caught? He died, but he didn't die at the hands of our people. Glaint paused. This is what I meant by interesting. When his corpse was discovered, it was covered in many tarot cards. It was the same for the surroundings. Imagine the scene, tarot cards? The corpse was covered in many tarot cards? Audrey was taken aback at first, but then she came to a realization. This was done by our tarot, this was done by Mr. Fool's blessed. Believing that she knew the truth, Audrey couldn't help but imagine the scene described by Viscount Glaint. Lenivus collapsed in the darkness, in the mud, his body covered with tarot cards. There was the Fool, Justice, the Hanging Man, the Sun, the World, other main cards, and many numbered cards. Some of them were in reverse positions, while others were in normal positions. Some had yet to be flipped open, only revealing their backs. It was as if a large-scale, strange tarot divination was taking place. Such a scene would definitely be very shocking. I wonder where the Justice card will land. What will the Beyonders of MI9 and the Church think of this matter? Will they think that a new secret organization has appeared? Lenivus has the godhood of the true creator, so what he and the Aurora Order are plotting is definitely not trivial. If they succeed, it will definitely bring a terrible disaster to Bakeland and the kingdom. Yet, such a plot has been stopped so easily and calmly. It has been stopped by a simple mission issued by Mr. Fool. Is this a game at the level of deities? Mr. Fool and the true creator are mortal enemies? No wonder he calls him the fallen creator. Thoughts flashed through her mind, and Audrey's body trembled imperceptibly. What are you thinking about? Viscount Glaint, who was sitting opposite her, finally couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. Audrey suddenly snapped out of her daze and tilted her head slightly with a smile. Weren't you the one who wanted me to imagine a corpse covered in tarot cards? Haha. Glaint smiled awkwardly and sighed. I wonder which secret organization's member killed Lenivus. It's really in line with my imagination of something like this. It's too cool. It's our tarot. Audrey replied silently and smiled faintly. Maybe it's a powerful Beyonder who doesn't have an organization and acts alone? No matter what, I like this style. Hurry up Zio and Furs and ask them when I'll be able to find the apothecary formula, Glaint said excitedly. Audrey's eyes widened slightly. She looked around and lowered her voice. Quiet, lower your voice. How can you talk about potion formulas here? Glaint smiled nonchalantly. Don't worry, it's nothing. I've already confirmed it. Other than you and me, there's only one dog here. The golden retriever, Susie, subconsciously changed her sitting posture. North Bakeland, in a room in the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral. Dressed in a black hooded robe with blue eyeshadow and blush, Daly casually found a seat and sat down. She picked up the documents on the table. Her gaze suddenly froze as her brows furrowed tightly. She seemed to be suppressing something as she asked. Lenivus? Why didn't I know about this? Why wasn't I informed of last night's operation? Sitting in the seat of honor, Crestet Casimir, who had once again hidden his chin and lips under his collar, said in a deep voice, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to control your emotions. Which would bring unnecessary risks to the operation, so I didn't tell you. I understand your feelings very well. The Tingen team has a Nighthawk who is currently receiving guidance and training in the Holy Cathedral, preparing to join the Red Gloves. His performance is similar to yours, but as the person in charge of the operation and a high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks, I have to eliminate any unstable factors. Daly looked at the other Nighthawk captains and deacons who had been gathered and scoffed. Why do you think I won't be able to control my emotions? I'm very calm. I won't be impulsive. My anger will only erupt after Lenivus is captured. This is the professionalism of a senior Nighthawk, a deacon. If I capture Lenivus, I'll make him understand that men are also very weak. I'll make sure there's a cold, rotting, but stiff corpse behind his ass. I'll make sure there's a pile of bones filled with barbs and a stench in front of his body. I'll make sure those cold little fellows enter and exit every inch of his body. Damn it. You've let him die just like that. Crestet Casimir looked at Daly calmly and listened to her quietly. Then, he sighed. Then, he sighed and said, "How long have you been tolerating it?" Daly froze for a moment. Suddenly, like a deflated balloon, she whispered dejectedly. "It's been a very long time." Casimir retracted his gaze and looked at the other deacons and captains. "What did you find?" "We've preliminarily confirmed that the person who killed Lenivus is a member of the secret order. He's a sequence 8, and his potion name is Clown. He's good at using cards as throwing knives," a deacon reported truthfully. "However, we can't confirm this guess. The tarot cards scattered on the corpse don't seem to be a cover-up. After all, the Beyonder didn't deal with the cards on the wall and Lenivus's head at the same time. We all believe that the final scene was closer to some kind of ritual or symbol. Therefore, we suspect that the Beyonder might belong to an organization that we don't understand yet. Of course, that scene could also be a special habit of his." Casimir nodded slightly. "We can start from this aspect and carry out follow-up investigations." "Al, what did you discover from the investigation of the informant?" Al Harson, who had the charm of a middle-aged man, flipped through the paper in his hand. "We investigated the informant and discovered that his actions were instigated by a bounty hunter. In the process of searching for the wanted criminal, Lenivus, the bounty hunter's companion, was killed by a member of the Aurora Order. In order to seek revenge, she secretly carried out an investigation and finally locked onto the target at the Workers' Alliance Tavern in East Balham Dock. Based on the target's movements, she discovered Lenivus. Her actions were basically confirmed by witnesses. There's nothing strange about it. At the same time, we used Beyonder means to confirm that she has no connection with the person who killed Lenivus. Now that she's in hiding, it'll be very difficult to find her." Casimir added as if in thought, "This is very consistent with Lenivus's description. This is very much in line with Lenivus's description. The radical and crazy members of the Aurora Order are a form of aid to his escape." "Is there any problem with the reporter who went to the Workers' Alliance that afternoon?" Another Nighthawk captain reported, "He's a fake reporter. According to the information we received from the police department, he's actually a private detective. Previously, he was helping reporter Mike Joseph of the Daily Observer investigate Siebel's murder. We speculate that he obtained a certain clue and found out about the dock union. Thus, he disguised himself and came into contact with everyone suspected of being the murderer. This guess has been confirmed by Eichinger Stanton." Casimir grunted in acknowledgement and asked about the others who had recently come into contact with Lenivus. He received no questions one after another. Towards the end, he deliberated and said, "The lack of a motive for Lenivus's murder puzzles me. That mysterious murderer deserves our attention. Continue following up on this matter. In addition, according to common sense, the Aurora Order definitely wouldn't only have Beyonders at the level of a rose bishop or a hermit ascetic in a huge city like Bakeland. There would at least be an oracle, or even a saint. Their plan to welcome the true creator's descent has failed. With their crazy and irrational characteristics, I'm worried that they will do a series of acts of revenge. All of you have to be on high alert in the near future. I'll also be staying in Bakeland." "Yes, Your Excellency Casimir," the deacons and squad leaders replied solemnly. Crested Casimir paused for a few seconds and added, "Tingin's Megos incident and last night's Lenivus incident have revealed a problem. The Megos incident in Tingin and the Lenivus incident last night revealed a problem. The factory district, dock area, and East Borough have become hotbeds for evil gods to descend and nurture. Send people to investigate and gather the truest information. If it's really as Lenivus described, I'll raise this matter at the Council of Cardinals and officially exert pressure on the kingdom and the government to push for the corresponding changes to be implemented as soon as possible." Klein slept very late before waking up, but it still wasn't bright enough outside. There was still a faint fog, and it was dark and cold. "This doesn't match my somewhat brilliant mood," he mumbled to himself, changed his clothes, took his keys, and returned to Minsk Street without much attention. After changing his worker's uniform into a shirt and sweater and confirming that no one was investigating him as a private detective, he was completely relieved. He leisurely went out to the butcher's shop to buy food and prepare a sumptuous lunch for himself. There was some sun in the afternoon in Bakeland. Klein lazily basked in the sun, as if he didn't want to do anything for a moment. At 45, he took out his golden pocket watch and glanced at it. He returned to his bedroom and went above the grey fog. After conjuring the fake world and familiarizing himself with the controls, he sat in the high-back chair at the head of the table and sent Sun a reminder to prepare for the gathering. At exactly 3 o'clock in Bakeland, beams of crimson light soared into the magnificent and ancient palace, outlining blurry figures. Audrey looked straight at the head of the table and said briskly, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. The simple mission you entrusted me with has been completed." She deliberately emphasized the word simple because she wanted to confirm from Mr. Fool if Lenivus had been eliminated by his adorer, and if the death scene that was covered in tarot cards was a symbolic symbol of the tarot. Klein pretended to smile calmly. "I already know." After saying that, he sighed leisurely. In such an era, with such a Bakeland, such East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district, it's really a hotbed for evil gods to descend. What? The hanging man Alger was stunned for a moment, suspecting that there was something wrong with his ears. "I remember that the simple mission given by Mr. Fool was only to investigate 2 people who might join the gathering. The general content was to find the person in the portrait, and that person was confirmed to be in Bakeland." Alger Wilson tried hard to recall what had happened at the last gathering, and he found it increasingly difficult to understand what this had to do with the hotbed of evil gods descending. "Isn't it just to find someone? Furthermore, it's the kind that isn't too dangerous. Mr. Fool's simple mission has a deeper purpose hidden behind it. This is a silent contest between deities." The hanging man instantly thought of many things, and he almost blurted out to ask justice in an attempt to pay the price to understand the specifics of the matter. However, as a senior official beyonder, a seafarer who steered an ancient ghost ship, he was experienced and shrewd. He forcefully resisted the urge and planned to first use the internal channels of the Church of the Storm to ask about the recent major events in Bakeland. As for Audrey, she immediately understood Mr. Fool's sigh, and she instantly understood the matter regarding Lenivus. It turns out that the bit of godhood that Lenivus possesses is the initial foundation for the true creator to descend into the real world. And the terrible situation in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district is a hotbed for the rapid development and growth of this foundation. Mr. Fool used a simple mission to stop the true creator's huge conspiracy and save all of Bakeland. Audrey looked at the end of the long bronze table with sparkling eyes, and she couldn't help but be filled with admiration. At this moment, the gloomy and reserved world chuckled and said, "That's right. Every time I see or hear about a large number of child laborers who die in their teens, or how most workers rarely live past the age of 30 due to extreme fatigue and the harsh environment, or how they barely survive the previous tests but lose their jobs due to old age and lack of security, they can only wander the streets and die of hunger and cold. I don't doubt the existence of evil gods at all. They are on the ground, in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. There are even reports that it's difficult for certain factory workers to live past 5 years. And in the east side of Bakeland there is a saying that the people who live there, Grandpa's generation, must be foreigners. There are no exceptions. The true meaning of this sentence is that the people there will not have a 3rd generation, and they will not have grandchildren. Poverty and hunger made their children very thin and weak. It was difficult for them to adapt to the hard work, and they would quickly wither away in Bakeland, not to mention getting married and having children. Audrey, who was hearing Mr. World speak so much for the first time, immediately fell into deep shock and confusion. Why didn't I know about such a thing? The newspapers and magazines I read only mentioned that the residents of East Borough had a hard time. This was more than hard. Audrey's eyes lost focus for a moment. She felt that her understanding of the kingdom and the world seemed to have been completely overturned. Suddenly, she deeply understood why Mr. Fool had made such a sigh. Why did he say that in such an era, such a Bakeland, such East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district were hotbeds for the descent of evil gods? I can't let this continue. Otherwise, there will be a day when Bakeland will be destroyed because of this. Audrey suddenly had a strong urge to return to understand more. She wanted to remind her father, Earl Hall, and use her powers as a spectator and telepathist to secretly guide the implementation of laws and policies that could improve the lives of the pitiful people in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. At the end of the long bronze table, the Fool Klein quietly observed Miss Justice's reaction. He had deliberately sighed and used his smurf account, Mr. World, to give a detailed explanation. It was to make Miss Justice, who was a noble and still had some naivety left, realize the seriousness of the problem. Through her, he could push for change in the kingdom. Before becoming a faceless, I have to remember clearly that I can't personally get involved in such matters. He silently set such a boundary for himself. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Thank you for saving Bakeland. Your sigh has also allowed me to understand the root of the problem. Thank you, Mr. World. You have allowed me to know many things I didn't know in the past. Audrey reined in her emotions and sincerely thanked the two gentlemen sitting at the end of the long ancient table. Saved Bakeland? The hanging man Alger was no stranger to the situation in East Borough, the factory district, and the dock area. He was even more surprised by Miss Justice's description. How big of a deal did this actually happen? He thought with a frown in confusion. Sun listened rather seriously. Although he didn't understand any of it, he still listened seriously, hoping to understand this situation in the area where Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Justice, and Mr. World were. Klein only smiled at Miss Justice's gratitude and didn't respond further. He turned his gaze to the hanging man. Alger immediately understood what he meant and quickly conjured the last page of Roselle's diary. Klein took it out of thin air and casually glanced at it. January 14th. I discovered a problem. If an unconscious high-sequence beyonder item isn't sealed, it will unknowingly attract low-sequence beyonders of the same pathway to the vicinity, resulting in an intersection. The higher the original sequence, the easier it is for this to happen. However, this situation doesn't seem to exist all the time, but is intermittent. This diary entry immediately made Klein spirited, because he had previously made similar guesses. After he came to Bakeland, he discovered that he quickly intersected with the secret order and the beyonders of the seer pathway. As a result, he fell into an extremely passive and dangerous situation, but as a result, he also obtained the corresponding sequence 7, 6, and 5 potion formulas. Back then, he guessed that his transmigration hid a secret that allowed him to have a certain resurrection ability. It would intermittently attract people and objects related to the seer pathway, such as the Antigonus family's diary or the members of the secret order. And after seeing Roselle the Great's diary entry, Klein immediately had a new idea. He glanced at the thick gray fog and the illusory crimson stars from the corner of his eye and mumbled to himself, "That's right." He muttered to himself, "Could it be that the one who created that attraction wasn't me, but the gray fog and the mysterious space above the gray fog? This can also be considered the secret behind my transmigration." Without any more clues or information, Klein quickly reined in his thoughts and read the second diary entry, January 16th. The taste of a demoness sure isn't bad. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He didn't know what expression to use to face it. "Emperor, I've underestimated you. You really can do what others can't. Don't you care about her previous gender? Don't you care about her experience during her pleasure phase?" Suppressing the urge to slowly exhale, Klein looked at the last entry of the diary in his hand. January 20th. I've made the second card of blasphemy. Let me think. Where should I hide it? Yes, I plan on disguising it as a bookmark and placing it in a very valuable book. If the recipient isn't fated, it would be difficult for them to imagine that the most valuable item in a valuable book is actually that inconspicuous bookmark. Not bad, that's a good idea. Emperor, why didn't you make it clear? Which book was that bookmark clipped to? Before I finished reading it, I was still filled with joy, believing that I would be able to follow the map and obtain a card of blasphemy that contains the secrets of a deity. Klein was rather disappointed as he let his gaze stop at the end. I hope that the Emperor's subsequent diary entries contain specific information. He consoled himself, leaned back, and smiled. You can communicate freely now. At this moment, Sun mimicked Miss Justice and raised his hand. Mr. World, the Beyonder weapon you gave me exceeded my expectations. I've already saved up enough merit points to exchange for the ingredients and advance to sequence 8. In the next 2 days, I'll use the remaining merit points to hire helpers to obtain the true roots and sap of the Miss Treyant. I'll be able to complete the transaction very soon. He spoke in great detail, worried that his trustworthy image would be doubted and destroyed. Of course, everything he said was the truth. Although the axe didn't meet his expectations of a Beyonder weapon, its power shocked him. That axe can produce a lethal bolt of lightning with just 2 or 3 strikes. Coupled with the temporary enhancement of my bard powers, I can definitely fight against a sequence 7 close combat monster. If I encounter one that's afraid of lightning, I can even easily finish it off. I'm already a light suppliant and have a certain level of magic. My strength has been enhanced in a fundamental way, and I can fight against even more powerful monsters. Derek Berg felt that he had fallen in love with that Beyonder weapon. In the City of Silver, strength was a reason to like someone. The thick darkness around them and the monsters in the depths of the darkness forced them to obey this rule generation after generation. All right. The gloomy world nodded slightly under Klein's control. He looked around and asked again, "What's wrong with you?" Sir, do you have any clues about the dark patterned Black Panther spinal fluid and the spring of the elf's marrow crystals? Audrey shook her head without hesitation. The hanging man elder pondered for a few seconds before suddenly saying, "There will be a grand gathering of pirates on the Sonia Sea in the near future." On the Sonia Sea, there will be a grand gathering of pirates in the near future. The fleets of the 4 pirate kings and 6 pirate admirals may participate. It should be 7 pirate admirals. Someone else has joined the ranks. At such a grand gathering, there will definitely be transactions of Beyonder ingredients. There's a high chance that the rare dark patterned Black Panther spinal fluid and spring of the elf's marrow crystals will appear. I have the chance to participate in this gathering, but what can you pay in exchange? There's a high chance of it appearing. Klein controlled the world and chuckled darkly. Yes, I really don't have the wind-blessed potion formula, and I won't be able to find a way to obtain it in a short period of time. However, I do have an incomplete sequence 4 potion formula. Although it's incomplete, I believe you should know its value very well. It can be exchanged for at least 10,000 pounds, and most of the time, you won't be able to buy it even with double the price. This is a crucial step for humans to undergo a qualitative change. How about it? Are you interested? The spinal fluid of a dark patterned Black Panther is worth between 500 to 700 pounds, and the marrow crystals of the spring of the elves are worth between 300 to 400 pounds. I believe you will need to prepare an additional 9,000 pounds in cash or items of equivalent value. Klein had long guessed that the sequence 4 Unshadowed of the Sun pathway could be interchanged with sequences of the Sailor and Reader pathways. And this guess had been indirectly confirmed by Mr. A's request and Roselle's diary. It had even extended to the suspicion that the secret suppliant and spectator pathways could also be added to the list. Therefore, he believed that the incomplete formula of the Unshadowed was an irresistible temptation for the hanging man of the Sailor pathway. It's fine if you can't produce something worth 9,000 pounds at once. You can pay it in installments under Mr. Fool's witness and slowly repay it. Klein silently added in his heart. He was currently lacking the spinal fluid of a dark patterned Black Panther, so he didn't mind the other party putting it on credit. After all, he didn't have to worry about running away. Well, there are also hidden dangers. If Mr. the Hanging Man suddenly dies, I'll suffer a huge loss. Faced with such a heavy transaction, Klein couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. An incomplete sequence 4 potion formula? An incomplete formula that leads to the path of a demigod? This is something that can't be bought with money. Audrey's eyes lit up. She couldn't hide her curiosity and asked before the hanging man could. "Mr. World, may I ask something? Which pathway sequence 4 formula is it? If it's not convenient for you to answer, just pretend I didn't say anything." Mr. World actually has a sequence 4 potion formula. Even if it's incomplete, it's still very shocking. It's no wonder Mr. Fool pulled him into the tarot. He's not a simple Beyonder. Zio and Furz's examination mission has already ended, and Mr. Fool hasn't mentioned letting them join. He definitely has other considerations. Perhaps he needs to observe them for a period of time. I can't take the initiative to ask. That would seem impolite. Instantly, Audrey thought of many things. Miss Justice's question was exactly what Klein needed. He made the world answer with a hoarse voice. "I was going to say it anyway. That's the Sun Pathway sequence 4 Unshadowed potion formula." The Sun Pathway? He suddenly looked at Mr. World, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table. His eyes were instantly filled with eagerness and desire. However, he maintained his silence because he knew that he was still far from becoming a demigod. He had to first strengthen himself with the limited resources he had. Only caring about the present was the style of the City of Silver, because to their residents, there might not be a future at any time. Unshadowed. Audrey nodded elegantly and said happily, "Thank you for your answer, Mr. World." She felt that she had learned another very important piece of information. Unshadowed. The hanging man Alger repeated softly and calmly replied, "I'm sorry, but I don't need it." Don't need it? Klein was stunned. This was completely different from the reaction he had imagined and the script he had in mind. His shock indirectly made the world reveal a look of disbelief. After a few seconds, he said, "That's right." After a few seconds, he said, "You can first owe a portion. With Mr. Fool as a witness, I believe that you will definitely make up for it." "No, I really don't need it." The hanging man Alger shook his head. "No need. I really don't need it." He's very confident that he will be favored and valued by the Church of the Storm in the future, and he will be directly bestowed with the corresponding potion? Or could it be that he actually has the sequence 4 potion formula of the Sailor Pathway? Its name is Cataclysmic Interror? Klein quickly thought of 2 possibilities. What should I do? Do I have to exchange the Witch or Demoness of Pleasure formula with him? Klein made a silent self-deprecating remark. He deliberately made the world fall silent for a few seconds before saying, "Other potion formulas, or some secrets that I know? For example, the secrets of the top sequences." The hanging man Alger slightly changed his sitting posture and replied after some deliberation, "I myself know some secrets of the top sequences." "How can you ensure that the two don't overlap? How can you be sure that the secret you speak of is equal to the value of the dark-patterned Black Panther spinal fluid and the spring of the Elf's marrow crystals? We will each give the secrets of the top sequences we know to Mr. Fool, and he will compare them to see if they overlap and confirm their value." "Mr. Fool, is that all right?" Klein controlled the world and asked himself. Then, he said in a condescending manner, "All right. Sure." Alger nodded slowly and said, "I have no more questions. Let's begin. I really want to know the secrets of the top sequences. But I don't have any extra money to buy them recently." Audrey looked enviously at the world and the hanging man as they each conjured a piece of goatskin. She, who had never had to worry about money since she was young, finally experienced what it was like to be poor. Soon, Klein received the contents written by the 2 members. The first thing he looked at was undoubtedly the piece of goatskin belonging to the hanging man. He discovered that the contents were very simple. There was only one sentence: "The path to godhood is hidden at the top of the sequence." Phew. That's good. Otherwise, I'll have to switch to other knowledge. Klein seriously examined the world's goatskin and chuckled. It's not repetitive. To most Beyonders, the secrets provided by Mr. World aren't of much value, but in the eyes of some, it's of great importance. It can't be measured by money. Upon hearing this conclusion, the hanging man Alger fell into a dilemma. To him, obtaining the 2 Beyonder ingredients at the same time was quite a burden. He had to sell many valuable items to exchange for them. Paying such a huge price just to hear a secret that might not be of any use to him? Alger thought for about 20 seconds. "Mr. Fool, can you give me a little more hint? I can't make a choice now." Unable to choose? The corner of Klein's mouth twitched slightly. He understood that the words he had said to maintain his image had backfired and played a negative role. He hurriedly deliberated for a moment and smiled. What he described is a detailed supplement to the secret you know. A detailed supplement? A detailed supplement to the path to godhood? The hanging man Alger didn't hesitate any longer. He turned to look at the world and said simply and forcefully, "You're the hanging man, deal." He immediately added, "I will exchange for the dark-patterned Black Panther's spinal fluid and the Elven Fountain's marrow crystals within this week. Of course, the premise is that they appear at the Pirate Festival. Although the probability is very high, we still have to believe that anything can happen. In that case, it might be delayed to next week, the week after that, or even next month. Please rest assured, I will definitely fulfill my promise." "No problem. With Mr. Fool bearing witness, there's nothing for me to worry about," the world replied hoarsely. After they confirmed the deal, Klein conjured a piece of goatskin in front of the hanging man. Alger eagerly lowered his head and eagerly read every word. There's still sequence 0 above sequence 1. Sequence 0 is the sequence of a true god. This can also be promoted through corresponding potions and rituals. Sequence 0? The echelon of a true god. The hanging man Alger was first stunned and shocked. Then, he felt relieved and joyful as he muttered to himself silently, so that's how it is, I understand what it means. He took a deep breath and leaned back in his chair as if nothing had happened. That secret must be shocking. Mr. the Hanging Man has lost his composure. Audrey reluctantly moved her gaze away and looked diagonally at the sun. Mr. Sun, I remember you saying that the City of Silver has sequence 9, 8, and 7 potion formulas for the dragon pathway? Yes. Sun nodded honestly. The name of the sequence 7 potion is Psychianalyst. If I want to obtain it, what price do I need to pay? Audrey asked in a reserved manner. The sequence 7 potion formula for the sun pathway, Derek answered without hesitation. Audrey nodded slightly. I'll try my best to gather it. Xiao and Furs mentioned that there's a Beyonder of the sun pathway at Mr. A's gathering. He's at least a sequence 7, and he's good at purification and exorcism. After the recent matters are over, I can try to start from there. In addition, I should attend more gatherings in the medical school's abandoned school building and think of a way to make contact with the members of the psychological alchemy. 2 legs are definitely better than 1. Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind, but she suddenly realized that even if she had clues to the formula, she wouldn't be able to obtain it. This was because she had been in a financial crisis for the past few months, and she could barely hold on. The sequence 7 formula is worth about £800, so it's still possible to gather some. It's already October, and it's almost the new year. When that happens, I'll officially be an adult, and I'll be able to freely dispose of quite a bit of wealth. Or should I use the knowledge that Mr. Fool taught me to exchange for it? I wonder what his attitude towards such actions. Audrey's thoughts gradually wandered. She decided to wait until there was hope for the formula before asking Mr. Fool. The transaction ended. Klein had originally wanted to use the knowledge he possessed to exchange for a mystical item that didn't pose too many risks, but after sensing the pain from the hanging man, he knew that the other party would pay a huge price for the 2 Beyonder ingredients. He probably wouldn't have anything extra left, so he could only give up regretfully. The moment the free exchange segment began, the hanging man, Alger, took the initiative to mention it. Audrey was rather interested in the pirate admiral's matters and cooperated with him. What's his name? What was his current title? There is no such news circulating in Bakeland. The hanging man Alger nodded slowly. She's a lady. She used to be a famous pirate, Ailment Maiden Tracy. You should have heard of her, right? No, I don't know much about it. Audrey shook her head honestly. Me too. The fool Klein, who sat high above, echoed inwardly. Alger fell silent for 2 seconds and didn't waste any time explaining. In short, she subdued Xianxia's fleet last month and used her actions to prove that she has the strength of a pirate admiral. She renamed Xianxia's ship the Black Death and called herself Vice Admiral Ailment. In the past, she mainly acted alone. She's good at using curses, black fire, and frost. Those who are her enemies will always suffer from all sorts of illnesses. At present, no one knows which pathway she belongs to, but it's confirmed that she's at sequence 5. Audrey listened with relish. She blinked her eyes and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Mr. the Hanging Man, can you introduce the 4 pirate kings and the other 6 pirate admirals in detail? I've only heard of their names and nicknames. I don't know what Beyonder powers they possess. Alger surveyed the area and saw that the sun and the world were all listening attentively, so he nodded slightly. No problem. The most powerful pirate king is the king of the 5 seas, Nast. He claims to be a descendant of the 4th epic Solomon Empire. Not only is he a high-sequence Beyonder, but he also possesses the terrifying ghost ship, the Black Emperor, left behind by the Empire. He's good at using order, and he can pull his enemies into a battle that he's best at, creating all sorts of unimaginable effects. He's also the oldest pirate. It's said that he was already active in the 5 seas more than 100 years ago, during the post-Roselle era. No one knows exactly how old he is. Of course, compared to the other pirate king, there's more information about him. As for the owner of the Dawn, we only know that she's a beautiful woman who was once a warlock. She's now a demigod. Her title is Queen Mystic. After introducing the 4 pirate kings, the hanging man Alger turned the topic to the remaining 6 pirate admirals. The owner of the Black Tulip, Ludwell, was once a subordinate of the King of the 5 Seas. He later became independent and called himself Admiral Hell. Rumor has it that he has established a certain level of connection with the charismatic order. He's a powerful spirit medium who can control all sorts of spirit world creatures. He's both terrifying and bizarre. Rumor has it that he has a ring left behind by an ancient death. Admiral of Stars Catlia was once a follower of Queen Mystic, but the two of them nearly fell out a long time ago. As for the reason behind this, the rumors at sea say that she joined a secret organization and infuriated Queen Mystic. And according to the information I received, this secret organization is the Moses Ascetic Order. Moses Ascetic Order. Mystery Prior Pathway. Hidden Sage. Klein suddenly thought of old Neil's loss of control and the evil god who would whisper enticement into the ears of low-sequence beyonders of the same pathway. This was the first time he was learning about the Moses Ascetic Order in real life and not from books. Following that, the hanging man Alger introduced Admiral of Blood Seigneur, who was suspected to be an evil spirit but not a human, Vice Admiral Deep Sea Hell Constantine, who had a partial sea monster bloodline, Edwina Edwards, who called herself Vice Admiral Iceberg, and Vice Admiral Biolatov Ivan. Thank you for sharing it. I'm beginning to yearn for the sea. Audrey said in anticipation. I wonder when I'll be able to truly travel. No, Miss Justice. It's definitely not as wonderful as you imagine it to be. From my point of view, it's a combination of blood, chaos, massacre, desire, and fear. Alger calmly poured cold water on her. Audrey nodded and said, recently, there was a serial murder case in Bakeland. Recently, there was a serial murder case in Backland. There were a total of 11 cases, but one of them was confirmed to be a copycat. This serial murder case targeted women who were once street girls but currently had a proper job. The murderer would cut open their abdomens and dig out all their organs. This sounds like it's related to devil worship. Was it done by the blood sanctification sect? The hanging man Alger instantly made a guess. I don't know. We haven't found the murderer yet. Audrey wished she could turn into a detective and bring Susie to capture the detestable fellow. At this moment, son Derek blurted out in a daze, I know of such rituals. I know of such rituals. He knows? That's right. Before the cataclysm, especially during the second epoch, devils were active in the real world and on the surface. They were the targets of hatred from both the giants and the dragons. It's normal for the City of Silver to have such records. Their history hasn't been hidden or tampered with, nor has there been a lapse in time. Klein looked at Son thoughtfully, waiting for him to say more. You know of it? Audrey asked in delight. Derek nodded. It's mentioned in our demonology textbooks. It's rather ancient. It's a ritual used by devils to aid in their advancement. It often appears when advancing from sequence 6 to sequence 5. It's not a ritual to please devils, but a ritual used by devils to aid in their advancement? Audrey asked in surprise. Derek answered very seriously, yes. Sequence 6 of the Abyss Pathway is called Devil. This is also the origin of their race's name. Abyss Pathway? Before the Cataclysm, the Devil Pathway was known as the Abyss Pathway. Devil is only the name of Sequence 6. Could it be Sequence 0, Abyss? Klein once again discovered the value of Sunday. The City of Silver still had a lot of knowledge and secrets that had been lost in the long river of history. Is that so? Audrey nodded indiscernibly. Mr. Sun, do you know the exact details of this ritual? Derek nodded and said, the minimum limit is 13 people, and the maximum is 49. The lowest limit is 13 people, and the highest is 49. The more complete the ceremony, the higher the chance of promotion. There has to be at least a 3-day interval between 2 killings, otherwise, it's easy to lose control. However, the interval can't exceed 9 days, or the ritual will reset. Every time a person is killed, after every part of the ritual, the devil will eat the victim's organs. From then on, he will always be in a violent and bloodthirsty state, wanting to harm others until that desire is satisfied again. How terrifying. Audrey sighed from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't even bear to imagine it. Klein sat in the thick gray fog, listening silently and memorizing it. After discussing the serial murders, Audrey looked at Alger and organized her words. Mr. the Hanging Man, there's something I've always been puzzled about. I participated in several Beyonder gatherings and found that very few people sell potion formulas. Even if there are, it's very difficult to make a deal. Why? The Hanging Man Alger chuckled and said, it's because potion formulas are very easy to forge, and Beyonder gatherings are relatively secretive. It's because potion formulas are very easy to forge, and Beyonder gatherings are relatively secretive and don't have much binding power. Therefore, no one dares to risk their lives. Don't tell me you can prepare 2 sets of Beyonder ingredients and experiment with animals? That's too high a price. Audrey suddenly felt a little guilty. Besides, the additional cost isn't limited to that. After animals consume the potion, it's easier for them to lose control than humans. You have to hire a few Beyonders to protect yourself to prevent them from dying in the experiment. Therefore, for most Beyonders, even if the formula appears, they wouldn't dare to buy it, Alger added. Audrey felt even more guilty. The Hanging Man Alger didn't notice her reaction. Because of this, unless the host of the gathering or one of the members has the ability to verify the authenticity of the potion formula and has won the trust of the majority of the members, it is very difficult to trade the formula. Yes, old Mr. A of Wisdom can do it. Mr. A is a shepherd, so he should be able to do it too. Klein leaned back in his chair and muttered silently to himself without opening his mouth. A thought flashed through Audrey's mind as she asked in passing, can't it be done through a vow? Dear Miss, this is an underground gathering. Do you think it's appropriate to make an oath in the name of the 7 Orthodox gods? This isn't something that can be resolved with a simple oath. There must be a corresponding ceremony. The Hanging Man Alger chuckled and said, as for the hidden sage, the true creator, and the other evil gods, devils, and hidden existences, who wouldn't be their believers dare to swear in their name and wish that they weren't dying fast enough? At this point, he suddenly sighed. In addition, without knowing the acting method, the potion can easily cause people to lose control, easily turning them into monsters. And the corresponding ingredients are very difficult to obtain and are rather expensive. Therefore, as long as the 7 churches don't allow such transactions to be officially verified, there's no need to deliberately control it to prevent the potion formula from being circulated on a large scale, much less popularize it. So that's how it is. Audrey muttered to herself, resolving a huge mystery in her heart. No wonder. Klein was enlightened. 7 Orthodox gods? Sun really wanted to ask who the 7 were, but he ultimately held back out of caution. He thought for a moment and said, the City of Silver recently organized an expedition into the depths of the darkness and discovered a half-destroyed temple. The statue that was consecrated inside was a naked man nailed to a cross. Its body was smeared with blood. Do you know which god this is? This is the true creator. The forsaken land of the gods actually had a temple of the true creator. Furthermore, from what Sun meant, it was unlikely that the true creator existed before the cataclysm. Otherwise, it was impossible for the City of Silver not to recognize him. Klein used his clown powers to control his expression, not allowing his shock to show. Audrey, the Hanging Man, and the world looked at each other and shook their heads. We don't know. Just as they said that, they heard Mr. Fool in the gray fog say in a deep voice, Fallen Creator? Derek immediately furrowed his brows. The residents of the City of Silver had always believed in the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. When they heard the word fallen, they couldn't help but instinctively feel repulsed and uncomfortable. The fallen creator. This is what Mr. Fool calls the true creator. So this evil god has such an image. But why would his statue and temple appear in the area explored by the City of Silver? It's suspected to be the forsaken land of the gods. Or could it be said that before it was abandoned by the gods, there was already a belief in the true creator? Could the holy sanctuary that the Aurora Order has always claimed really be in the forsaken land of the gods? The hanging man elder thought of many things, but he was unable to make an accurate judgment. This was because the history before the cataclysm had long developed into myths and legends. This couldn't be described as simply shrouded in fog. He pondered for 2 seconds and deliberately said, "We also have another name for the fallen creator, the true creator. The faction that believes in him holds the beyonder pathways of secret suppliant, listener, and hermit ascetic. Subsequently, there's the shepherd you mentioned." Shepherd? The silent son suddenly sat up straight, his eyes filled with horror. He wasn't unfamiliar with the beyonder pathways mentioned by the hanging man. However, in certain sequences, the City of Silver used similar words, such as whisperer and listener. So that strange and sinister statue represents the secret suppliant pathway. Elder Lovia is already a shepherd. She's acting more and more strangely. Derek suddenly worried about the newly promoted elder of the 6-member council and the safety of the City of Silver. In the past, when exploring the surrounding areas, the City of Silver had discovered a few cities that had been completely destroyed. In those places, there were only a few words engraved on the back of the rubble that proved that such a civilization had once existed. Those words were variants of Dragonese, Jotun, and Elvish. Most of them repeatedly described an existence. That existence was called Evil God. The residents of the City of Silver who had participated in the operation were guessing that those cities had been destroyed by evil gods. Therefore, how could son Derek not be shocked, worried, and terrified after discovering that the pathway Elder Lovia was in was suspected to be controlled by an evil god? He returned to his silent state, leaving Audrey, who had been waiting to hear more stories about the City of Silver, rather disappointed. After so many gatherings and the purchase of information on the dragons, her interest in the City of Silver had intensified. His reaction is a little different from what I imagined. The hanging man elder observed calmly for a while, but he didn't gain anything. For a moment, he couldn't find a better starting point. And if he were to ask directly, he suspected that son would ask for payment. This wasn't a simple matter for him, who was burdened with the debt of 2 beyonder ingredients. At this moment, they heard the sound of the table being gently knocked. In the thick gray fog, Klein concealed his fatigue and chuckled. "Let's end this gathering here. Your will is our will." Audrey immediately stood up, lifted her skirt, and bowed. The hanging man, son, and world answered in similar terms. Klein waved his hand and severed the connection. He quietly watched the blurry figures of Miss Justice and the others turn into light and dissipate. Following that, he made his smuff, world, disappear instantly while he picked up the small badge he had obtained from Lenevis to study it. "You can join by possessing this item." Klein recited the words behind the badge, but he realized that the item in his hand didn't change at all. He thought for a moment and carefully injected his spirituality into it. A faint glow bloomed and quickly condensed into a beam of light that shot out of the gray fog. However, it was rebounded by the boundless gray fog. The light suddenly dispersed, turning into an illusory parchment the size of a palm. On it was written a line in ancient Fasak, for January 1350, 8 p.m., Bobber Valley. A simple communication device in the field of mysticism? Send a message and request for synchronization to obtain the latest gathering time and location? Klein recalled the scene he had just seen and made a preliminary judgment of the use of the badge. 1350, which is next year. Bobber Valley is located in the area before the Tussock River enters Bakeland. The time is very detailed, but the location is very vague. It's a valley that's nearly 100 kilometers long. Perhaps, when I get there, this badge can be used as a positioning tool. Klein flipped the badge in his hand with great interest, wanting to study the corresponding symbols, incantations, and labels to see if he could replicate one himself. Unfortunately, as he had left the Nighthawks, his mysticism knowledge was still at its original level. He hadn't obtained the opportunity to further study it. Therefore, after studying it for a few minutes, he could only give up. As for the phrase, "you can join by possessing this item," Klein didn't plan on considering it for the time being. If I can become a faceless before the end of the year, then I can disguise myself and take a look. Otherwise, forget it. Klein silently muttered to himself and turned his attention to advancing to magicians. The true roots and sap of the Mist Treant and Sun should be stable. If my luck isn't too bad, I can also obtain the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned black panther this week. Sequence 7, mid-sequence. I can already see and touch it. How should I act as a magician? As he thought about it, Klein began to consider the specific problem. Due to the encounters and experiences before and after his resurrection, he immediately understood the true meaning of clown. Therefore, in the past month or so, he only needed to act in his daily life to gradually digest it. There was no need for him to summarize it and make adjustments based on the feedback. When he killed Lenivus and completed his initial revenge, the moment he smiled with tears in his eyes, the clown potion would naturally be completely digested. This was different from the specific process when Klein first digested the seer potion. It could be considered a rather special situation. And now, his acting as a magician would return to that of the past. The true meaning of magicians is to pass off the spurious as the genuine? Yes, according to what Zeradol said in the Emperor's diary, although the mainstream of this pathway isn't fate, there's still a portion that belongs to it. So, there has to be corresponding content here? For example, it seems like I can change fate to a certain extent, but in the end, I realize that it's just an illusion, a magic trick, a deception? Klein rubbed his temples, wrapped his remaining spirituality around himself, and fell into the grey fog. St. George Borough, in a 2-bedroom house. Thankfully, I prepared an additional place like this. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to hide. Furs stared at the mirror and brushed her hair. That's right. Zio replied weakly as she lay in bed. I just read in the newspaper that Lenivus is dead. However, this matter involves godhood, so it definitely won't end so quickly. We still have to hide for a while. No, you're the one hiding, not me. I'm an upright clinic doctor, a best-selling author. Furs looked at the mirror and put on some simple makeup. Zaya was momentarily at a loss for words as she slowly sat up and said, Thankfully, I'm smart enough and have rich experience. When I got someone to report it, I didn't directly mention that it involved the true creator's godhood. I only described it as dangerous, with the huge changes in the target, as though I was praying to an evil god, and so on. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare stay in Backland. It's tough and dangerous to be embroiled in a high-level struggle. I don't want to take on Miss Audrey's missions anymore. Is that so? Furs asked without turning her head. Zaya was silent for a few seconds before saying, Actually, there's no need for us to mention the godhood. Since Miss Audrey can find out about it, the Church of the Goddess will definitely be able to as well. They should have already killed that giant, right? I can't be sure, Furs answered bluntly. Zaya was taken aback as she let out a long, slow sigh. Furs stopped what she was doing and turned to look at her. You basically completed the mission yourself, so I won't be sharing the bounty with you. It's a total of £200. Together with your savings of £70, even after deducting the commission, the first beyonder ingredient of the sheriff potion is very close. But the police won't be able to get the £100 that quickly. Zio pursed her lips. This wasn't to say that the police weren't willing to offer a bounty, but that she couldn't get it directly. She had to go through the friend who had helped her submit the clues, that was the official recipient of the bounty. As she believed that this matter would definitely blow up, she didn't have the guts to look for her friend for the time being. As for whether or not her friend would swallow the bounty, she was still rather confident. She had helped too many shady bounty hunters in the past. A commission was a commission, but if she dared to swallow the bounty herself, she would have long died in some dark alley. But it will ultimately belong to you. Furs paused for 2 seconds and asked seriously, When you have enough money, will you contact the masked man and help him buy the corresponding ingredients from him? No, unless it's impossible to get anywhere else. There's no hope. Zio gave her answer. Empress Borough, in Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey was still reminiscing about today's gathering when she suddenly saw her personal maid, Annie, come over with a piece of paper. Miss, your telegram, Annie said. With a smile. It's from the east coast of Balam. Alfred's? Audrey happily took it and read it seriously. Dear sister, the rainbow salamander you wanted arrived at Pritz Harbor last night. My instructions to them were to deliver it to your manor in the suburbs. Arrived last night? Then it should be delivered to my manor as early as today or tomorrow at the latest. Audrey turned her head to look at Susie, who was struggling with the snacks. She smiled faintly and said, "Susie, the gift I prepared for you is almost here." Ding! Klein rode the bicycle that Leopard had just completed and circled the lawn behind his house a few times. Not bad, just as I expected. However, there's no need to make a separate bell. When encountering a situation, it's very difficult for the rider to free his hand. It's completely possible to combine the bell with the handlebar. That way, it'll be more convenient, concise, and more in line with the laws of development. Klein gripped the brakes with his right hand, causing the bicycle to quickly slow down and come to a stop. At the same time, he placed the bell in his left hand back to its original position. Leopard thought for a few seconds. Yes, that's how it should be. I was simply imitating a carriage bell and forgot that this is a brand new mode of transportation. Having said that, he watched in puzzlement as Klein skillfully got off the bicycle and set up the frame. You give me the feeling that you've ridden a similar mode of transportation before, and you rode it very well. I'm sure that the other bicycles on the market have huge flaws, and they're clearly different from mine. Do you know about bike sharing? As a clown, I should actually be riding a unicycle. Klein silently lampooned and smiled. This has nothing to do with experience. Excellent balance and athleticism are the key. He then changed the topic and said, but from what you just said, the cost is rather high, and it conflicts quite a bit with the positioning of our product. You have to come up with a plan as soon as possible to reduce the cost. You have to know that nobles, tycoons, and other members of high society definitely won't choose to ride their own bicycles. It's undignified. It's the same for middle-class people with an annual income of more than £300. Our target is petty clerks, postmen, and so-called worker nobles, which is the class with an annual income of £70 to £300. This is only a prototype. Yes, it's a term invented by Roselle the Great. It's normal for the cost to be high. If the subsequent factory phase goes smoothly, I think it won't be a problem to lower it to £6. It would be even better if we can find a cheap material that can replace natural rubber. That's the most expensive part, Leopard replied after some thought. Unfortunately, this world hasn't discovered petroleum yet. I wonder if there's any. Can refined coal tar replace it in some way? I don't understand at all. I'm not in this line of work, nor am I a savant. Klein thought for a moment. If the cost can be kept below £4, then we'll be rich. As for the cheap material to replace natural rubber, you can look through Roselle's manuscripts. Maybe he has some ideas. Leopard grunted softly and suddenly said, yes. Speaking of this, I just remembered that there will be a Roselle the Great Memorial exhibition next week. It will be held at the Royal Museum. It's hosted by the Church of Steam and Machinery. It's said that the original manuscripts of Roselle the Great's inventions and various relics will be there. Invention manuscripts and all kinds of relics? Klein's heart palpitated when he heard that. When exactly? I'm very interested. Next Tuesday to next Friday 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. Although Roselle the Great was once an enemy of the kingdom, the charm of his legendary life will not diminish because of that. I'll take the time to see the exhibition. Klein took out his bulging wallet and took out 2 £10 and 2 £5 notes. This is the second installment. Use it to study how to reduce the cost and make the most perfect application at the patent office. If you don't have a lawyer you're familiar with, I can introduce you to one. The last £20 will be given to you next week. Use it to find new investors and complete the industrialization of the product. Of course, I'll also help you contact people who are interested. He had never thought of monopolizing the profits of the bicycle. First of all, he lacked the money for large-scale production. Second, he believed that he didn't have enough connections in the factory, marketing, and sales. If he forced himself to do it or hired someone, it would be a waste of time and effort and might not succeed. He might even suffer a loss. In that case, it was better to introduce new investors with similar resources and channels. In addition, and more importantly, this way, he would have a chance to cash in a certain amount of shares in advance, saving up some cash for the resources needed to advance to Faceless in the future. He didn't want to have the money to buy it when he encountered it. Besides, I've never thought of becoming a bicycle tycoon. My identity is sensitive. Before I become a faceless, I have to stay away from matters that might become the focus of society. I'll be playing the role of magicians, not businessman or factory owner. Klein sighed inwardly. I know a few solicitors, Leopard mumbled and took the second installment of investment. Leopard grumbled and took the second installment. Why don't you apply for a loan from the bank? When we get the patent, I believe there will definitely be banks that will lend us money, such as Bakelin Bank or Varvat Bank. We're not only bringing in investment, but also channels, connections, and capabilities. Do you understand? Klein explained with a smile. He then put on his hat and said, after you apply for the patent, send me a letter. You know my address. On the Sonia Sea, there was an island with an extinct volcano. Ships with masts and sails docked one after another, filling the not-so-small dock. The pirates singing, roaring, laughing, cursing, and cheering sounded incessantly, turning the place into a sea of revelry. The hanging man, Alger Wilson, walked down the Blue Avenger and climbed a cliff not far away, quietly watching everything. Apart from the 4 kings and the 7 admirals, the other pirates only received news of this event a week ago. Most of them won't be able to make it in time. This is also to prevent the various navies and experts of the various churches from ambushing us. Alger's mind wasn't focused as he watched the pirates bring out barrels of ale. He knew that the Rouen kingdom already had an epic-making ironclad warship, but he wasn't worried about encountering one here. This was because it had only been 4 months, and the invincible armada in the news still needed more ironclad warships. It needed different types of ships to work together, as well as the training of officers, sailors, and cannoneers. Without more than a year of work, it was impossible to form a true combat force. Just as Alger's thoughts were wandering, the pirates on the ship and dock suddenly let out exclamations. Some ran deep into the island, while others hurriedly steered their ships away from the dock, as though they were avoiding a devil or a plague. In just a few minutes, the bustling scene from before was reduced to a mess and silence. Alger turned his head to look out at the sea and saw a ship painted completely black. On its mast was a huge white flag with a skull painted on it. The skull was pitch black in color, and its eye sockets burned with ghostly blue flames. Black Death. Alger muttered. He understood why the pirates had been avoiding her. Wherever Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy passed, there would always be people who would fall sick for some baffling reason, the Black Death. Slowly docked as a figure wearing a white linen shirt and a dark red coat appeared at the bow of the ship. She was a rather beautiful lady, and at the same time, one that exuded a heroic aura. Her raven-black curly hair was coiled up high with a white headscarf wrapped around it. She wore beige trousers that fitted her body. Her figure was slender, but there was no lack of beauty in it. And the most eye-catching thing about this lady was her long, straight eyebrows and sharp, bright blue eyes. As she looked around, her eyes would occasionally lose focus, appearing misty and extremely alluring. At some point in time, a wandering poet who was mixed in with the pirates had come to the edge of the cliff. He said in a moaning tone, "She will forever be a maiden." She indeed brought ailments. Oh, I'm sick. My mind is filled with her. A number of the pirates who had left gathered again as they looked at Ailment Maiden Tracy in infatuation. Alger held back his feelings of contempt as he glanced at the pirates and scoffed inwardly. What a bunch of fellows with no future and no will. They just knew how to avoid her a moment ago, but now, they'd been charmed by her beauty. Although Ailment Maiden is indeed very beautiful, it's not to the extent of what they've shown. Beyond her powers related to charm, as his thoughts raced, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy left the Black Death and headed for the pitch-black palace deep in the island. At this moment, another gigantic sailboat appeared on the surface of the sea. Its flag was an eye with 10 stars circling it, an eye without eyelashes. Admiral of Stars Catlia. Alger nodded gently as he muttered silently. As the Black Death and other ships were already docked at the dock, the gigantic sailboat didn't approach the shore. Instead, it circled to a cliff that was sheltered from the wind and anchored. Following that, the gloomy sky suddenly lit up as resplendent starlight scattered down, condensing into a long, transparent bridge in midair. It was a long bridge that led from the gigantic sailboat to the palace deep in the island. A lady stepped onto the long bridge and strolled in midair. She wore a black classic robe with many symbols and magic labels painted on it. The most obvious one was a mysterious eye without eyelashes. By the lady's waist hung an astral globe, a short scepter, and other items. She looked like a powerful warlock who was active in the fourth epoch. Alger looked up for a while and suddenly frowned. He muttered to himself in puzzlement. That astral globe gives me a very familiar feeling. It's just like the strange glass bottle I previously obtained of unknown use. It was the strange glass bottle that shattered after I was pulled into the gathering by Mr. Fool. In the suburbs north of Empress Borough, Audrey led her maids and her golden retriever, Susie, into her manor. "Miss, the goods from Enmat Harbor are just up ahead," the butler in charge of the manor said respectfully. "All right." Audrey nodded slightly and half-jokingly said to the golden retriever beside her, "Susie, this is your gift." As they spoke, they turned a corner and saw the so-called gift. It was a gigantic lizard whose skin would change color according to the light. It was 3 meters long, and even though it was lying down, it was at the same height as Audrey's knee. They were two behemoths that could scare a child to tears. In Audrey's heart, there had always been a hidden understanding. Rainbow salamander equals rainbow salamander's pituitary gland equals palm-sized beyonder material with a soft, hilly surface and constantly changing colors. So, what did this have to do with the 3-meter-long, knee-high behemoth in front of her? For a moment, she was in a daze. She only snapped out of it when she heard Susie's voice. She pretended to be satisfied and said to the butler, "This is exactly the animal specimen I need." It's just a little bigger than I imagined, just a little. Lead the servants to move them to the warehouse. I'll study them when I'm free." "Yes, miss." The butler immediately ordered the surrounding servants who were peeking at their master to get to work. Audrey looked around and didn't say anything else. She led Susie into the manor study and used the excuse that she needed to focus on writing her brother's reply. She left all the maids outside. "When the dissection is done, there will be 2 portions of the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland. One portion will be used to exchange for Farsman rabbit spinal fluid, which can be concocted into a bottle of telepathist potion." Audrey gradually shook off the shock and confusion from before and began thinking about how to advance Susie. At that moment, she thought of a serious problem. She didn't know if Susie had digested the potion. If she hadn't digested it, consuming the telepathist potion would easily cause her to lose control. She wasn't like humans. She could endure it. Wait, she endured it the first time. And her current IQ isn't any lower than a 10-year-old child's. She's already learning Ruan words. She said she wanted to read newspapers and magazines and read books. Audrey was silent for a few seconds. She glanced at the golden retriever who was squatting at the side and didn't know what was going on. "Susie, have you completely digested the potion?" "Digested?" Susie asked in puzzlement. Audrey had already told her that she had previously consumed a potion and reminded her not to tell anyone, as well as not to tell animals with a certain level of intelligence such as barks and meows. Audrey nodded slowly and solemnly. "It's a very strange and unique feeling. It's as if something illusory in your body has broken and merged with your spirit. You can vaguely see one illusory star after another, and you yourself belong to one of them. These stars are attracting each other as if they want to merge into one." Susie listened quietly and replied briskly, "Then I should have completely digested it. I had a similar feeling before." "Huh? Susie has completely digested the spectator potion?" But, no one had taught her how to act. At most, I would occasionally remind her to observe more and keep a calm mind." Audrey asked in surprise, "When did you digest it?" "Last month, the month before last, or even earlier." Susie tried hard to recall for a while, but seeing that her master's expression was becoming more and more odd, she hurriedly wagged her tail and timidly added, "I can't remember clearly. I'm just a dog. I won't deliberately remember these things, woof." "You're just a dog. But your digestion speed is only slightly slower than mine. Don't tell me that when I communicate with other Beyonders in the future, I have to say that I'm a little better than a dog when it comes to digesting potions." "Pooey. Audrey, what are you thinking?" Audrey maintained her elegant smile and praised politely, "Very good. Very good. I mean, in terms of digesting the magic potion, you did very well." After returning from Leopard's Place, Klein took a leisurely nap. But it didn't take long for him to be woken up by a series of illusory and annoying pleas. Mail? Mr. the Hanging Man, or Little Son? Is one of the main ingredients for my potion finally coming? Klein carefully identified it for a few seconds and quickly forgot his anger at being disturbed. He quickly got out of bed, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He discovered that the crimson star that symbolized the hanging man was shrinking and expanding. Hence, he extended his hand, emanated his spirituality, and touched it. After the customary honorific name of the fool, the hanging man prayed. I've already gathered the spinal fluid of the dark-patterned Black Panther and the marrow crystals of the Spring of the Elves. Please allow me to hold a sacrificial ritual. Please pass them to Mr. World. That's fast progress. The hanging man said that there would be a grand gathering of pirates soon. From the looks of it, it's not soon, but now. He's always being secretive and not telling the truth. Klein nodded indiscernibly. Sure. After a simple sacrificial ritual, Alger held back his urge to ask Mr. Fool if the astral telescope beside Admiral of Stars Catlia had anything to do with him. And at this moment, Klein had already forgotten about him. He was admiring the 2 Beyonder ingredients placed on the surface of the long bronze table. The spinal fluid of a dark-patterned Black Panther looked like a transparent tube of liquid, but upon careful observation, one would discover that its clarity was divided into levels. The lower it was, the more transparent it became. It was perfectly segmented, fully satisfying the thoughts of an obsessive-compulsive disorder sufferer. The marrow crystals of the Spring of the Elves were similar to a faded egg. The shell seemed to be very thin, as though it could shatter at a touch. One could hear the sound of flowing water without shaking it. I should be able to exchange for £300 in cash and clues to the formula from the apothecary. My magicians are only short of the fog trench true roots and sap. I wonder when Little Sun will complete the mission. Klein thought in anticipation. As for the other supplementary ingredients, he had long bought them from different stores. For example, the water-shaped gems needed to be bought from a jewelry store and ground into powder himself. A 5-gram piece cost about £2.50. Sun didn't make Klein wait too long. On Wednesday evening, he prayed softly and told Mr. Fool that he had prepared the fog trench true roots and sap. He also asked Mr. Fool to pass it to the world. The fog trench true roots were heart-shaped, brown, and the size of a palm. The front was wrinkled like an elder's skin, while the back was smooth and exquisite like a gem. It was expanding and contracting slightly, as though it still had a certain level of vitality. Its sap was light green and crystalline. It looked delicious at a glance. Klein looked at them, feeling a little smug. In this era, Sequence 7 was the threshold of a mid-sequence Beyonder. This meant that Beyonders could finally bid farewell to the state of being only slightly stronger than ordinary people in certain aspects. They would possess relatively rich Beyonder powers, few. Klein slowly exhaled and returned to his bedroom. He summoned himself and brought the Beyonder ingredients into the real world. He didn't prepare any additional utensils. After washing the iron stew pot in the kitchen a few times, he began concocting the potion according to the sequence of supplementary ingredients before main ingredients. With a clown's control over his body, he quickly completed the prelude and placed the dark-patterned Black Panther's spinal fluid and the fog trench true roots into the pot. Sizzle, amidst the jarring sound, a pale white fog suddenly rose up and was forcefully pulled back into the pot by an invisible force. When everything calmed down, Klein quickly poured out the liquid from the pot, not leaving a single drop behind into a transparent glass bottle that he had prepared earlier. The liquid was rather special. It was as though fireworks were constantly blooming inside. Red, orange, yellow, green, and other colors constantly spread out, constantly disappearing and reappearing. This was the magician's potion. Klein held a 1-pound gold coin between his left thumb and index finger, flicked it up, and opened his palm to catch it. He was using divination to confirm if the potion he had concocted was a success. The gold coin fell, and the portrait faced up, indicating confirmation. Without any hesitation, Klein put away the gold coin, picked up the potion, and walked out of the kitchen. At that moment, it was already late. The gas lamp in the room had yet to be lit, and it was pitch black all around. There was only a faint light near the oriel window, creating a dim scene. Klein sat on the sofa and used cogitation to calm his pounding heart, temporarily distancing himself from all his emotions. After doing all this, he raised the glass bottle, tilted his neck, and drank the magician's potion. Gulp. Gulp, the ice-cold potion flowed down his throat, and countless bubbles burst at every moment. Just as Klein was experiencing this stimulation, a massive amount of information surged into his mind, blooming like fireworks. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his head felt like it was about to crack and explode. However, this wasn't an unbearable state for Klein. The terrifying ravings before entering the grey fog and the evil roar of the true creator were much more terrifying. Hornasis. Phlegria. Hornasis. Phlegria. Hornasis. Phlegria. The ethereal temptation reverberated once again as Klein's head expanded and contracted repeatedly. Gradually, he regained his train of thought and began to consciously restrain his thoughts. He outlined the sphere of light, and bit by bit, he approached cogitation. After an unknown period of time, his vision recovered. At the same time, he felt his entire body itch, especially his arms. Klein hurriedly rolled up his sleeves and was surprised to see that the skin on one of his arms was deeply wrinkled, like that of a centenarian. The other had lost its color and turned transparent. He could see the blood vessels, muscles, and veins inside. This? Could it be that I still lost control? No, I don't think so. This is a residual effect. Klein sat on the sofa in the darkness, leaning forward as he vigilantly observed the abnormality in his arms. It was as if a monster was being nurtured there. He heard the sounds of passers-by on the street outside. He heard Mrs. Stellan greeting her husband, who had returned home half an hour late. He heard Mr. Sammer complaining about the traffic congestion caused by the narrow roads and the many carriages on the streets. And none of this had anything to do with Klein. He sat quietly on the sofa in the darkness, watching the wrinkled skin and the transparent state on his arms slowly recover. 5 or 6 minutes later, everything finally returned to normal. Klein sighed silently. Thankfully, no one is knocking on the door or ringing the bell at this time. I chose to advance only after completely digesting the Sequence 8 potion. If there are such serious residual effects, it would definitely be rather difficult for those Beyonders who rely on time to temper themselves. It's no wonder Captain took 9 years, it's no wonder the owner of Evil Dragon Bar, the former mandated Punisher Captain Swain, never dared to consume the Sequence 7 Seafarer potion. After sitting in silence for another 10 seconds, Klein slowly stood up. At this moment, he was already a mid-sequence Beyonder. Taking 2 steps forward and crossing the coffee table, Klein stretched his body and shook his wrists, but he didn't find any abnormalities. He looked out the oriel window at the dim and gloomy street lamps and muttered to himself thoughtfully, "My hands are more dexterous, and my movements are more agile. My hands are more dexterous, and my movements are more agile. Even without Beyonder powers, I can become a top magician as long as I study hard." This was his first impression of his body's changes. And just like what was recorded in the Nighthawk's internal records, if the potion provided a certain magical ability, then the Beyonder would be able to sense it after consuming it and grasp the specifics. It was as if the corresponding knowledge had been injected into the mind through a mysterious method and was imprinted in the mind. My head nearly exploded just now. Klein smiled and shook his head. He carefully recalled the previous feeling and the corresponding spells. It had to be said that magicians were indeed powerful Sequence 7 Beyonders. They had many magical powers, and they could all be cast quickly. Among them, there were 3 that Klein valued the most. At the top of the list was damage transfer. As long as he didn't die directly, as long as his hands could still move, he could transfer the fatal wounds to his arms or other less important areas, turning fatal injuries into minor ones. This was a Beyonder power that was very useful for survival in actual combat. The only problem was that at Sequence 7, the wounds could only be transferred to his own body, and there was only one chance. Perhaps as his sequence increased, he could transfer it to an object or someone else. It really feels like magic. Klein imagined the future. The second spell was Flaming Jump. Within a range of 30 meters, he could flash between the fire seed he left behind and the flames he already had. It was similar to teleportation, and it seemed to be a special ability that relied on the spirit world. Yes, it can be used to perform magic. Klein mocked himself with great satisfaction. More importantly, as he digested the potion and advanced his sequence, the range of flaming jump would increase significantly. The third spell like Beyonder power was the air bullet that Klein had seen from the suited clown from the secret order. Magicians could use the snap of their fingers to simulate sounds to create air bullets that were as powerful and fast as bullets fired from special revolvers. Furthermore, its effects would also increase with the progress of the potion's digestion and the development of his sequence. Klein suspected that when he reached sequence 5 or 4, he would be able to use his hands to create cannonballs. This way, there's no need for me to buy pistols and bullets. No, I still have to buy another one. There are many things that I don't need to reveal that I have Beyonder powers. Problems that can be solved with guns aren't problems. Klein nodded indiscernibly and turned to examine the other spells and spell-like powers. The fourth was paper figurine substitutes. At critical moments, magicians could temporarily turn a paper figurine they carried into themselves and swap places with themselves. This was a relatively simple substitution spell. Apart from blocking a fatal blow, it could also effectively weaken the damage of curses. So this is the use of the paper figurines carried by Nimblewright Master Rosago. He must have found it a pity because he was corrupted by the true creator. There's no way for him to use a substitute. The biggest problem with this spell is that it requires the preparation of materials in advance, which is a relatively exquisitely tailored paper figurine. In the early 5th epoch, Beyonders who carried such items would undoubtedly be viewed as black warlocks. Now, if they were discovered, they would most likely be suspected. Klein carefully considered the uses and limitations of paper figurine substitutes. The fifth was a spell-like ability called Flame Control. As the name suggested, through a simple action, one could control the flames within a 30-meter radius. It could also directly ignite certain items within the range. When the potion was completely digested or a sequence was advanced, one could even summon flames out of thin air. The sixth was illusion creation. By influencing the surrounding environment, one could create an illusion with colors, sounds, and smells that was close to reality. It could achieve the effect of passing off the fake as the real thing and deceive the enemy. This can be considered a special skill of magicians. Klein chuckled and walked to the oriel window, smugly admiring the night view of the streets. The seventh was a fake underwater breathing. Its principle was to create an invisible thin air tube so that the magician could breathe freely under the water. It looked as if he had become a so-called murloc. The problem was that there was a limit to the length of the air tube. At present, Klein could only maintain a length of about 5 meters. In other words, once the water depth exceeded 5 meters, he might drown. Of course, the digestion of the potion and the advancement of his sequence would result in the substantial growth of the air tube. The eighth was a spell-like ability, bone softening. This could help magicians break free from handcuffs, ropes, and boxes. It's also a special skill. Klein thought in a good mood. The ninth was an evolution of a clown's ability to turn paper into flying daggers. It was called paper as weapons. Not only could it transform paper into sharp objects, but it could also temporarily transform it into weapons such as clubs and bricks. These were the 9 main spells or spell-like abilities of magicians. Although they weren't particularly powerful in attack and defense, and they lacked sufficiently strange types, they were magical and varied. It allowed Klein's strength to instantly increase by more than 1 level. He was even better at life preservation and escaping. Furthermore, magicians had the ability to cast spells quickly. Beyonders of this sequence didn't need to chant incantations or inject spirituality. All they needed was a simple action to cast the corresponding spell or spell-like ability. In addition, the potion also allowed Klein to obtain some small tricks, but they weren't very practical. I can barely be considered a pretty good Beyonder. Klein sighed silently. Just as he was about to head out for a stroll and make a trip to the Brave to restock his revolver and bullets, the crimson moonlight outside the oriel window, which was dyed by the light from the gas lamps, suddenly deepened. Klein looked up in surprise and found that the dark clouds and mist in the sky had dissipated. The crimson moon, which was slightly more circular than a semicircle, was clearly revealed. Its outline quickly filled out, and in just a second or two, it became a full moon that was as red as blood, and it had only been 2 weeks since the last full moon. According to the normal calendar and the contents of astronomy, there were still about 10 days before the next full moon. This is the blood moon. Klein's lips moved slightly as he muttered to himself in relief. In this world, the moon's changes were both regular and irregular. Usually, it was identical to what Klein had experienced in his previous life, but there were always a few times a year when it would suddenly become round and red like blood. Such a situation was illogical. Sometimes, it would only happen once a year, and sometimes, it would happen 4 or 5 times a year. Be it an astronomer or a mysticologist, none of them could explain this phenomenon. They couldn't come up with a pattern, so they could only temporarily ignore this problem and treat it as one of the mysteries. They joked that perhaps the goddess was suddenly in a bad mood, and that the changes in a woman's mood were undoubtedly irregular. Of course, not knowing the reason and not understanding the essence didn't mean that there wasn't a corresponding conclusion to the phenomenon. In mysticism, this situation was called the blood moon. It was believed that it would cause the rise and eruption of negative emotions. It was believed that it would strengthen the powers of the underworld and the spirit world. Even if the dead weren't awakened, they could still crawl out of their graves. This is the second time this year, right? Klein stood by the oriel window and admired the clear and clean sky. He admired the round, red full moon and felt that he was in a rather good state. In a certain house in Sherwood Borough. Furs Wall, who had attended a gathering that night and couldn't return to her 2-bedroom room in St. George Borough, was sitting cross-legged on the sofa in the living room. As she chewed on the new bread with meat and vegetables, her hair was disheveled as she thought about the plot of her next novel. Suddenly, she frowned and threw away the food and pen in her hand. The moonlight shining in from the window grew stronger and redder, and Furz's expression turned more pained. Every full moon, she would hear the ravings that drove her crazy. Thump, she fell off the sofa, her body contorted as she struggled. After a while, she grabbed a large handful of hair, but the pain didn't alleviate the feeling that her head was about to explode. It didn't calm the restlessness that made her want to end her life. It's happening again. Furs muttered in pain as her legs twitched. She chanted the honorific name of the god she believed in with great difficulty, hoping to obtain redemption. Great, God of steam and machinery, you are the essence, the embodiment, you are the artisan's protector, you are the radiance of technology, the radiance. As she chanted over and over again, Furz's pain didn't lessen. Instead, it intensified. Bang, as she tumbled violently, she accidentally knocked over the coffee table, scattering the books on it to the ground. Unable to hold it in any longer, Furs frantically scratched at the wooden leg of the coffee table with her fingernails. She scratched out deep marks one after another, producing a jarring creaking sound. Her fingernails were broken by force, her hair was growing longer in a strange manner. At that moment, Furs felt that she would lose control that very night and become a monster. She had already chanted the honorific names of several gods, but none of them were saved. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. As she twisted and tumbled, she suddenly saw a piece of paper with ancient Hermes written on it. It was a mysterious incantation that Xiao had discovered from history of the Ruan kingdom's aristocracy. Her chanting had even attracted an existence that was suspected to be an evil spirit. Even if it's an evil spirit, as long as it can help me, I'm willing to accept it. This thought flashed across Furz's mind in a muddled manner. She struggled to look over and used all her strength to whisper, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Just as Klein put on his double-breasted frock coat, picked up his half-top hat, and walked towards the door, he suddenly heard an illusory prayer. Who is it? He frowned slightly and listened attentively, but he could only confirm that the supplicant was a woman. Furthermore, her voice was staccato, as though it contained immense pain. Thinking that there wasn't anything particularly urgent, the newly advanced magician Klein casually threw the half-top hat back onto the coat rack. He then returned to his bedroom, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and entered the majestic palace. This time, he didn't see any of the illusory stars expanding and contracting with crimson light, but at the end of the ancient and mottled bronze table, beside the fool's seat, there was a clear brilliance rippling outwards. A prayer from someone who isn't a member of tarot. Xiao, or that lady with slightly curly brown hair? Klein had a guess as he sat in his seat. As he had already emptied the money in his anonymous account, he didn't suspect that anyone was trying to steal his wealth. Leaning back slightly, Klein tapped with his left hand, emanating his spirituality as he touched the rippling halo of light. The scene around him suddenly changed. He saw an overturned coffee table, a tilted sofa, books and papers strewn all over the floor, and a brown-haired lady who looked like she was on her deathbed. At the same time, Klein clearly heard the other party's prayer. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, save me, save me, save me? From the looks of it, she looks like she's losing control. Her hair is growing longer at a discernible speed, and the stratum corneum of her skin is already covered in a layer of evil white light. How can I save her? Klein carefully observed for a few seconds and muttered to himself in a rather difficult position. At that moment, he recognized a faint, illusory, and indistinct ravings from the lady's pained pleas. Yes, ravings. This was similar to the terrifying ravings before entering the gray fog, but it didn't feel crazy or evil at all, nor did it contain any obvious malice. From the looks of it, the reason why this lady is close to losing control is because she heard the ravings. If she doesn't hear it, will she be able to calm down and get better? In thought, Klein extended his hand towards the rippling halo. Immediately following that, he allowed his spirituality to surge out and establish a stable and mysterious connection. After advancing to become a magician, his spirituality had become a lot more abundant, so the burden on him in this regard had decreased significantly. Firz's head became more and more muddled. She felt her thoughts were like boiling water, constantly bubbling, trying to break through the shackles of her head. Am I going to die soon? I don't want to become a monster. Just as this thought flashed through her mind sorrowfully, the pain drowned her like a tidal wave. Suddenly, she became clear-headed. The pain, agitation, madness, and despair that she had felt before didn't exist at all. It was just an illusion. Did he get through today so quickly? Didn't the blood moon last for a longer period of time? Furze opened her eyes in puzzlement. She saw that beneath her was an endless grayish-white fog, and in front of her was an ancient, mottled bronze table. Where is this? She looked around in surprise and saw towering stone pillars, as well as a towering palace propped up by the stone pillars. Right on the heels of that, she discovered that at the end of the long bronze table, there was a mysterious and abnormal figure shrouded in thick gray fog that seemed to be overlooking everything. What is this place? Who is he? Furze warily raised the question in her heart again. Immediately, she recalled what she had just done. Under extreme pain, she recited the mysterious incantation that Xiao had found in History of the Ruan Kingdom's aristocracy. It was a mysterious incantation that seemed to point to an evil spirit. No, it's not just an evil spirit. He can actually temporarily free me from the effects of those terrifying ravings. Furthermore, he pulled me into this strange world. This? Furze suppressed the fear in her heart and got up halfway to bow. May I know who you are? At that moment, she suddenly recalled the exact contents of the incantation. She blurted out, You're the fool. Sir. You're His Excellency the Fool? Klein smiled and nodded. You can just call me Mr. Fool. As he spoke, he discovered that behind the chair Furze was sitting on, the symbol and mysterious patterns formed by the resplendent stars were rapidly changing. In just a second or two, the outline of a door with layers upon layers was formed. It was a door formed by countless illusory figures of the same kind. Door? When Klein saw the symbol, he instantly thought of the Mr. Door mentioned in Roselle's diary. During the full moon, the other party would approach the real world and cry for help. Could the ravings have something to do with Mr. Door? Today is the night of the blood moon, an enhanced version of the full moon. This lady corresponds to Door, and the symbol behind Miss Xiao's seat is similar to the Sword of Judgment. Klein nodded indiscernibly. With this, he confirmed one thing. Once a stable connection was established, and the other party was a beyonder, the symbol behind the corresponding seat would change according to the other party's actual situation. It wasn't necessary to join the tarot and regularly come above the gray fog. At this moment, Furze's heart was in turmoil. The Fool. As expected of the Fool. That honorific name indeed points to a powerful existence. What is he going to do? Will he make me use my soul to make a transaction? At least this is better than losing control in those terrifying ravings. I've managed to keep my life. No matter what happens in the future, it's equivalent to making a profit. Amidst her thoughts, she suddenly heard Mr. Fool ask with a smile, every time there's a full moon, you'll hear murmurs from somewhere? How does he know? Furs looked over in surprise and replied in a daze, yes. Yes. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly thought of a possibility and blurted out a question. You know the origin of the ravings? Do you know who is harming me? Do you know how to solve this problem? It's a pitiful wretch lost in the darkness and trapped in a storm. Klein originally planned on replying with words that could portray his image, but after some thought, he felt that he couldn't be certain that the ravings the lady in front of him had heard came from Mr. Dorr. In order not to make any mistakes and not to embarrass himself in the future, he ignored the other party's question and smiled vaguely. He doesn't necessarily want to hurt you. Maybe he's just asking you for help. Therefore, the ravings were not malicious, crazy, or evil. Ask me for help? But the ravings made me get closer and closer to losing control. If you hadn't helped me, I might have become a monster by now, Furs asked in disbelief. Klein smiled. That's because you're too fragile. I'm too weak? Furs was stunned and confused. Klein briefly explained, your life's natural order is far inferior to the other parties. Your level of life is too far apart from him. Perhaps, his normal breathing will bring about a storm that can tear you into pieces. Perhaps, with just a glance from him, you will die on the spot. Of course, if he deliberately controls his strength, it's not impossible for him to communicate with you normally. However, his voice might have to pass through layers of obstacles to reach your ears. Deliberate control often means that the call for help will fail. I mean, let's say that he's calling for help. The difference in life's natural order is too great. Just a glance from him will cause me to die on the spot. Furs was taken aback when she heard that. After a long while, she squeezed out a smile and said, this reminds me of a saying. Do not look directly at God. Klein smiled at her and didn't give a direct answer. Could it be that the terrifying ravings really come from an existence that's close to the level of a deity? Mr. Fool can help me eliminate the influence brought about by the other party, and he has been discussing this matter in a rather calm tone. Does this mean that he's on the same level of life as that existence? The more Furs thought about it, the more shocked she became. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Klein waited for a few seconds before asking, how long will the ravings last during every full moon? How long will the ravings last during every full moon? 3 to 5 minutes. If it's the night of the blood moon, it will exceed 7 minutes, Furs reined in her thoughts and answered honestly. Upon hearing this, Klein increasingly felt that the owner of the ravings was Mr. Dorr. He temporarily put this matter aside and said with a smile, in a few minutes, you can return. He smiled and said, you can return in a few minutes. There's only one solution to the problem, and that is to raise your life's natural order. Furs hesitated for a moment before saying, there's only one way to resolve the problem. Every time I see a full moon, may I recite your name? I'll be your devout believer. No, there's no need. Klein shook his head with a smile. But I don't mind helping you in passing. Thank you so much. Although Furs suspected that she was making a deal with an evil god, she didn't want to experience the same painful nightmare as before. After confirming this matter, she relaxed a lot. She noticed that there were still many seats around the long bronze table, so she asked tentatively, Mr. Fool, you seem to have other people who frequent this place? No, maybe it's not necessarily a human. Furs silently added. Klein smiled in a relaxed manner. It's a few people who are similar to you. I pulled them here for various reasons. They hope that I can hold regular gatherings to trade recipes, materials, information, and missions. I promised them. Hearing this, Furs's heart palpitated. Thinking that she had already fallen for it, she boldly asked, Mr. Fool, can I join this gathering? Sure. Every Monday, 3 p.m. Eliminate the interference. Klein smiled and pointed at the cards that suddenly appeared on the surface of the long bronze table. They've decided to use the names of the tarot cards as their code names. You can pick one yourself. The ones below already have an owner, so you can't choose, Furs nodded. She shuffled and cut the deck with great interest. she mumbled, let fate arrange my title. Soon, she pulled out a card and looked at it. Lying on the living room floor, Firz's eyelashes fluttered a few times as she slowly opened her eyes. She saw the bright moon hanging high in the sky outside the window, like a disk filled with crimson radiance. The thin and hazy crimson veil of the past had turned into a rich sanguine glow. I didn't die, I didn't lose control. It wasn't a dream just now. A mysterious and powerful Mr. Fool really saved me. Furze sat up and checked her body. Apart from her hair becoming longer and thicker, there were no other abnormalities in the rest of her body. But compared to before, my life is completely different. I wonder if it's good or bad. As she muttered to herself, Furze hugged her knees as she sat on the ground. She fell into a daze, sometimes hesitant, sometimes nervous, sometimes sad, and sometimes at a loss. Above the gray fog, Klein looked at the chair with the symbol of stacked doors behind him and muttered thoughtfully, I wonder what information the ravings contain. When she has a sequence 7 or sequence 6, she should be able to resist the negative effects and hear the contents of the ravings. If she hasn't grasped the acting method, I'll get Miss Justice and the others to help me teach her. I've sworn to the goddess with the holy artifact that I won't mention such matters to people who don't know the acting method. When I advance to sequence 5 and become a marionettist, I might be able to use the corresponding ritual and the uniqueness of this mysterious space to control her from afar. I can directly see the scenes she sees and hear the voices she hears. That way, I can confirm if it's Mr. Dorr. This is a gentleman who has witnessed the history of the fourth epoch. He might be older than Mr. Aztec, who has lived one life after another. I wonder what his strength and level are equivalent to. 2? Or even 1. After some consideration, he felt his spirituality become unstable. He hurriedly fell into the gray fog and returned to the real world. This was a normal phenomenon after advancing recently, so Klein gave up on the idea of heading out. He patiently cogitated at home and restrained his dissipating spirituality. Early in the morning, Furze took the earliest steam subway and returned to St. George Borough. Then, she took a public carriage and arrived at the 2-bedroom apartment she and Xiao lived in. The moment she opened the door and entered, she was surprised to see Xiao, who usually slept late, baking bread. The blood moon suddenly appeared last night, so I didn't sleep well. I woke up very early. Furze, are you all right? Did the strange ravings become stronger? Xiao looked up and asked in concern. Furze's vision suddenly blurred. She turned her head to the side, forced a smile, and used her usual demoralizing tone. Where's your brain? Didn't I tell you? During the blood moon, the ravings will definitely become stronger. But this doesn't affect me at all. Yes, it doesn't affect me at all. Look at me, I'm so energetic now. Hey, give me a piece of bread too. I thought you didn't like eating this way? Xiao muttered softly as she combed her short blonde hair. After completing the first step of his revenge and obtaining a promotion, Klein slept all the way until dawn. He leisurely went out to buy Fana Potter noodles for breakfast, along with a desi pie and a cup of sweet iced tea. After enjoying the delicacies with satisfaction, he put down his knife and fork, picked up the newspaper, and began reading in a relaxed mood. With a glance, he saw that the headline on the front page of the Tussock Times read, "On the night of the blood moon, the murderer reappears." Come again? Klein quickly flipped through the front pages of the other newspapers and saw many similar headlines. The real 11th case. The police are helpless. The cold-blooded murderer has provoked the police again. An atmosphere of panic is spreading in Bakeland. This? The Nighthawks and mandated punishers must be having a headache, right? Klein sighed inwardly. To be honest, he had the urge to catch the murderer. When he was on Earth, he, who didn't have any abilities, would often fantasize about himself upholding justice and punishing evil. But now, as a Sequence 7 Beyonder, Klein felt that he would be letting down his past if he didn't become a superhero. Sigh, what a pity. This case has already received a lot of attention. If I get involved, won't I just be waiting for my identity to be exposed? I still have to be rational. Besides, according to Sun, the murderer is very likely to be at the stage of advancing from Sequence 6 to Sequence 5. Although I won't be afraid of him with so many spells and spell-like abilities, I might not be able to catch him. The risk is rather high. After some thought, Klein chose to follow the strongest thoughts in his heart and be an ordinary citizen. He believed that with the strength of the churches, if the murderer continued committing crimes, there was a high chance that he would be caught. After flipping through the relevant news, Klein glanced at the Bakeland Morning Post and discovered that the advertisement for the Ernst firm's purchase of goods had appeared on the 5th page. "There's a gathering tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Perfect timing. I can sell the Spring of the Elf's marrow crystals to the apothecary." As Klein mumbled, he memorized the first 4 numbers of all the quoted prices. More than half an hour later, he finished reading the thick stack of newspapers in front of him and seriously considered his future plans. The long-term plan is to advance to a high-sequence Beyonder and become a demigod powerhouse. Then, I'll plot my revenge on Xianxia. The medium-term plan is to find a way to act as a magician, gradually summarize the corresponding rules, and digest the potion bit by bit. During this process, I'll gather the human-skinned shadow characteristic needed by a faceless, deep-sea Naga's hair, thousand-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland and blood, as well as the method to remove the evil god's mental corruption from an item. Sequence 6 Beyonder ingredients. Each one costs about £1,500. How expensive? In addition, I'll obtain a mystical item that leans towards attack or control. Although a magician is very strong, their Beyonder powers are mostly focused on life preservation, escape, and adapting to the environment. Their strongest attack is equivalent to a custom-made revolver. It's only good in the element of surprise, and it lacks the means to control the enemy. Short-term plan. I'll have to cut paper figurines later to prepare for the use of my abilities. I'll head to the circus in the afternoon to relax and entertain myself. I can also watch ordinary magicians perform to seek inspiration for acting. I read in the papers that Bakeland has a few fixed circuses. After clearing his thoughts, Klein immediately cleared his plate, washed his cutlery, and threw himself into the busy preparations. When it was almost noon, he put down the scissors and looked at the 3 rather crude paper figurines in front of him. He sighed and muttered softly, "This is probably the first time in my 2 lives that I've done manual work so seriously. Thankfully, it's just paper figurines, not window decorations or embroidery. It's fine as long as there's a human figure." Sigh, if it wasn't for the fact that my hands have become nimble, I probably would have failed today. Klein had already used the additional paper figurines to test his abilities and confirmed that there were no mistakes. After folding the paper figurines and hiding them in a stack of notes, Klein put them away and placed them in his pocket. Just as he was about to head out to a better restaurant to enjoy the delicacies before heading to the nearest circus to watch a performance, the doorbell suddenly rang. The pleasant tinkling reverberated in his ears. "A commission? The advertisement I published should be off the shelf soon." Klein wore a shirt with a straight collar and a thin but warm sweater. He came to the door and held the handle. At the same time, the image of a visitor naturally surfaced in his mind. It was a man in his 40s. He was rather plump and appeared to be struggling to stand there. His eyes were squeezed into small pieces by the flesh on his face. His skin was rough but very white. He held a gentleman's cane in his hand and wore a very tall and large top hat on his head. Although Bakeland was considered cold in October, there was obvious sweat rolling down the man's forehead. Beside him were 2 attendants in bright red coats, one on each side of him and the other on each side of him. "I don't know him," Klein muttered. Before his spiritual perception could react, he opened the door. "Good afternoon. The weather is really hot." The plump middle-aged man took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. As he spoke, a gust of cold wind blew past, causing the 2 attendants beside him to shiver a few times. "Good afternoon. May I know what you're here for?" Klein asked politely. "You're Detective Sherlock Moriarty, right? I have something I'd like to commission." The middle-aged man forced a smile and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Rogo Koloman, a jewelry merchant. Please come in." Klein smiled and made way. Rogo Koloman walked in with heavy footsteps and sat down on the sofa, causing the aged furniture to groan in resistance. "What exactly is it?" Klein took out a copper penny and skillfully rolled and spun it at his fingertips. Luogo sighed. "I'd like you to protect my child until tomorrow afternoon. He's offended some lunatics." Until tomorrow afternoon? You found a solution? Why didn't you call the police? Klein asked unhurriedly. Rogo fell silent for 2 seconds. Adel made a few bad friends and was led by them to do some bad things. Yes, it's not too serious, but it's the kind that will send him to jail. If it wasn't for the fact that I had no other choice, I wouldn't have called the police. He recently fell out with those bad friends and suddenly broke down. He kept shouting that those people were coming to kill him. I was very worried, so I hired 6 experienced security personnel from a security company to guard the perimeter. Then, I hired 4 private detectives to take turns following Adel. Even when he's sleeping, they'll keep watch. But something suddenly happened to one of the detectives at home. He can only return tomorrow afternoon, so I had to hire another one at the last minute. I'm sorry, but I can only hire you for a day. Well, the remuneration is £10. If you encounter any danger, I'll add more. I'll definitely satisfy you. Is that so? £10 a day is equivalent to more than a week's salary of Mr. Sammer next door. Klein confirmed that he wasn't lying from the other party's emotional color. In the brief silence in the living room, the copper penny that was constantly flipping between his fingers suddenly leaped up and landed in his palm with a clang. Klein glanced at it, curled his fingers, and smiled. West Borough, Green Park Street. Klein, who already had a light beard around his mouth, wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, a half-top hat, and a black cane. He followed Rogo Carolman into a spacious and bright living room. There was a huge crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and the walls, corners, and table were decorated with all kinds of golden reliefs and ornaments. The whole place looked gorgeous, exquisite, and extravagant. As expected of a jewelry merchant who lives in West Borough. Klein scanned the oil paintings beside him and sighed inwardly. With every step Rogo took, the fat on his body would jiggle, making people speculate maliciously about when his clothes and pants would burst. But clearly, as a jewelry merchant, he had enough money to buy the best quality clothes. Detective Moriarty, this is my child, Adel. Rogo stopped at the edge of the carpet and pointed at the 15-year-old boy sitting on the single-seater sofa. As every fireplace in the house had been ignited, and there were metal pipes transmitting heat, the living room was rather warm. It made Klein want to strip down to a shirt and a pair of trousers. However, the boy was wrapped in a thick fur coat, and his legs were covered with a blanket that looked very hot. At that moment, he was lowering his head and hugging himself tightly. He was trembling non-stop, and his dark blue hair seemed to have lost its luster. Luogo glanced at him worriedly and whispered. Upon hearing this, Adel looked up, revealing his pale face, blue lips, and unfocused eyes. Upon hearing this, Adel looked up, revealing his pale face, blue lips, and unfocused eyes. Protect me, protect me. They're going to kill me. They're going to kill me. His voice became sharper and sharper, and in the end, he covered his ears with both hands and shouted loudly. After a few seconds, he gradually calmed down. And during this process, Klein had already tapped his teeth and secretly activated his spirit vision. He held back the surprise that leaped to the tip of his tongue and carefully examined Adel. He saw that the color of Adel's aura was dyed with a dark black with a hint of green. This was the sign of a vengeful spirit haunting him, or even possessing him. Adel's bad friends are already taking revenge on him. Or perhaps, there's no such thing as bad friends at all. He encountered a wraith and was hallucinating. Klein quietly reached out and grabbed Mr. Aztec's copper whistle. He then spread his spirituality and looked away thoughtfully at the others in the living room. Near the oriel window stood a man in a black coat. He was tall and burly, serious, and his waist bulged as if he was hiding a pistol. This should be one of the 6 security personnel. Klein was about to size up the other person when Rogo Karaman introduced him. Detective Kaslana, her assistant, Lydia. Detective Stewart. At this point, Rogo turned his body halfway and pointed at Klein. This is Detective Sherlock Moriarty. Kaslana was in her 30s. She had black hair, blue eyes, and thick eyebrows. She seemed to be quite a beauty when she was young, but now, due to her slightly sagging cheeks, she didn't look easy to get along with. Her assistant, Lydia, was a red-haired lady in her 20s. She had an excellent figure, but her looks were rather average. The two ladies were dressed in clothes that resembled aristocratic riding uniforms. They wore white shirts that hugged the waist and trousers that were more close-fitting for movement. The only difference was that their collars and cuffs were pleated. In addition, they didn't bother concealing their revolvers at their waists. This reminded Klein of what lawyer Jurgen had said. It was that for a private detective, illegal gun possession was a problem that could be solved with a single investigation. With the difficulty of obtaining a permit for the use of all types of weapons, it was very difficult to obtain one unless one was a noble, a member of parliament, or a high-ranking government employee. Stuart sat opposite Xianxia and Lydia. He didn't have much flesh on his face, but he had a large beard. His light green eyes were abnormally spirited. He was about the same age as Lydia, and his height was close to Klein's. He was a little over 1.7 meters tall and weighed 140 pounds. Stuart had an armpit holster that contained what was clearly a custom-made revolver. After greeting each other in a reserved manner, Klein took off his coat and hat and handed it to the maid beside him. "Put it in a place where I can get it quickly. There are some important items inside." In fact, he had already moved the paper figurines, notes, charms, and matchboxes into his trouser pockets. Inside his coat were only herbal powder, extract essence, wallet keys, and the 206 pounds in notes in his wallet. Stuart sat there, turned his head to size up Klein, and chuckled. He chuckled and said, "You didn't bring a gun?" "Gun? This is my gun." Klein smiled as he raised his cane. At the same time, he puffed up his cheeks and mimicked a sound. Bang, a gunshot rang out. Without a thought, Stuart rolled forward. Xianxia and Lydia quickly left the sofa and found a spot to hide. Rogo and the servant beside him were surprised and confused. They didn't understand what had happened. Adel continued to lower his head and tremble. When they saw that Klein was only holding a black cane in his hand and realized that nothing had happened, Xianxia and the others regained their composure and asked with a frown. At the same time, they frowned and asked, "What happened just now?" "Ever since I picked up a pistol and handed it in, I've been learning how to mimic a sound." "It looks like the effects aren't bad," Klein replied half-jokingly. "This isn't something fun, Detective Moriarty," Xianxia said in a deep voice. "I just wanted to perform a magic trick for you." Klein lampooned and handed the cane to the maid. He nodded solemnly and said, "I'll be careful." Stuart, who was in the most sorry state just now, did not show any signs of anger. He patted his clothes with interest, stood up, and asked. He patted his clothes with interest and stood up. "Mr. Moriarty, why haven't I heard of you?" He patted his clothes with interest, stood up, and asked. "What I mean is, I know quite a lot of people in the detective industry, but I didn't know you before." "I only arrived in Bakeland in early September," Klein explained briefly. "I see." Stuart smiled. "Tonight, we'll be in a team of 2. We'll be in charge of the wee hours until tomorrow morning. That won't be a problem, right?" "No," Klein replied with the same smile. "All right, after dinner, you can go and rest. Then, you can take turns in the wee hours of the morning," Xianxia added. Klein took a deep look at the trembling Adel and nodded seriously. Nothing happened the entire afternoon. The worried host and hostess prepared a sumptuous dinner for the detective and the security personnel, but there were no alcoholic beverages. After having his fill, Klein and the bearded young man, Stuart, walked to their guest room on the second floor. Seeing that there was no one around, Stuart shook his head and said, "Sherlock, you should have seen it. Sherlock, you should have seen that Adel's problem isn't that someone wants revenge on him. Brother, you sure are friendly." Klein's expression didn't change as he asked in return, "What do you mean?" "He looks like he has a mental problem, or, according to the villagers, he's being haunted by a ghost or evil spirit. To be frank, I'm very afraid of that." Stuart sighed. "Mr. Kalaman should take him to a psychiatrist. If that doesn't work, find a priest of the Lord of Storms and get them to sprinkle holy water and perform a ritual. You can bring up this suggestion to him," Klein said to the point. "In 2 days, if Adel doesn't get better, I'll consider it." Stuart turned his head to glance at Klein. Klein smiled and said, "That's your problem. That's your problem. I'll end the commission tomorrow." At this moment, the two of them arrived at their destination and entered their respective rooms. 1 in the morning, in Adel's bedroom. Klein sat in a rocking chair, holding Aztec's copper whistle as he quietly looked at the person he was protecting. Stuart was drinking coffee at the desk. The two of them didn't speak, afraid that they would wake up Adel, who had fallen asleep with great difficulty. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. Suddenly, a cold and gloomy intent swept through the room. Adel suddenly sat up and opened his eyes. "What's wrong?" Stuart asked nervously. "Go to the bathroom," Adel replied in a low and ethereal voice. His face seemed to turn paler, and his lips turned purplish. Just as Stuart was about to speak, he saw Sherlock Moriarty stand up and nod at him. "I'll follow him." "All right." Stuart secretly heaved a sigh of relief. With his hands in his pockets, Klein walked one step behind Adel and followed him to the bathroom door 2 rooms away. Adel was just about to close the door when he suddenly saw a figure flash in. "I can't let you out of my sight." Do whatever you need to do. Pretend I don't exist." Klein smiled as he leaned against the corner of the wall. Adel remained silent. His unfocused gaze swept across the room as he looked at the mirror. He turned on the faucet and allowed the water to flow down. At this moment, Klein took out a box of matches and lit one, as if he wanted to smoke. However, he didn't do so. He blew lightly and let the match turn into an extinguished state. Klein casually threw the match in front of him and took out another item. Adel, whose back was facing him, suddenly straightened his back. His figure in the mirror was as pale as a corpse. Whoosh! In the bathroom, a cold wind howled. Adel didn't move his waist or his legs. He turned around and stared intently at Klein's left hand, at the exquisite copper whistle that was constantly being thrown and caught. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind suddenly blew at Klein's face. His smile remained unchanged as he snapped his fingers. With a bang, a flame rose from the ground and ignited the invisible figure. The figure only struggled twice before completely dissipating, and the flames extinguished. Klein put away the Aztec copper whistle in his hand and calmly looked at Adel, whose eyes were gradually focusing. Adel seemed to have had a long nightmare, and he finally woke up. He blankly saw a young man in a white shirt, dark trousers, and gold-rimmed glasses standing a few steps away. He saw that the man was leaning against the wall with a smile. Then, he heard a gentle voice. "What exactly happened to you?" "What happened to him?" Adel muttered this question in a low voice, unable to recall what he had done in the past few days. He looked around as if he was sleepwalking. Frightened, and confused, he asked, "Who are you? Where is this?" "This is your house's bathroom. Don't you recognize it? I'm the private detective responsible for protecting you." Klein looked at the big boy in front of him, who had yet to figure out the situation, and chuckled. "My house. The detective who protects me. What exactly happened?" Adel looked around in shock and muttered to himself. Suddenly, he stopped. His already pale face was dyed with unconcealable fear. Maybe there really are ghosts in this world. There really are ghosts. His voice was rather shaky, but Klein could hear two completely different feelings of fear and excitement, which completely matched the color of his emotions. Excited? Was this a boy who deliberately provoked resentful spirits in order to seek excitement? Young people are really bold and not afraid of death. Klein made a preliminary guess, but he asked in confusion, "Ghost?" After becoming a magician, his spirit vision had improved slightly, but not by much. He was still unable to see the surface of the astral projection deep within the ether body, so he was unable to determine if the target was a beyonder. Adel's pale face suddenly turned red. "Yes, ghosts." He waved his arms and added, "Beyond our senses, there is a wider world. Really, death is not the end of everything." This line. It's indeed from a youth in puberty. But I seem to have seen similar words somewhere before. Klein smiled and said, "I believe in another saying more. In the face of time that is more ancient than ancient, even death itself will vanish." Without waiting for Adel to speak, he took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. "So, how on earth did you get yourself into that state? Just like a mental breakdown patient." Adel tilted his head and pondered for a few seconds. "I joined a club, and it's not an ordinary club. We all believe that death is not the end. Using the secret deed, we can even directly feel death and understand that everything can be reversed. Yes, we believe that the dead can be resurrected. Klein, who had just crawled out of his grave a month ago, laughed dryly. You're trying to resurrect the dead? Death is not the end. The world beyond the senses. Everything can be turned around. Secret contract enlightenment. Isn't this the doctrine of the charismatic order? These were all created to resurrect the Grim Reaper, he muttered to himself in realization. Yes. Adel's eyes lit up, but he couldn't hide his fear as he nodded. Where did you get the corpses? Klein asked. We would secretly dig up graves that had just been buried for a long time, or buy them from the hospital. Adel said as he recalled. As expected, it's a crime that will get you sent to prison. No wonder Rogo Koloman didn't want to call the police. What a bold move. Klein maintained his gentle smile and asked, then, did you succeed? Not yet. At that gathering, the way they looked at me was as if they were looking at a corpse, as if they were thinking of where to place the corresponding secret deed. Then, we danced a spirit dance to communicate with the world beyond the senses. After that, I don't have any memories. Adel's body trembled uncontrollably. Spirit dance? It really is the charismatic order. This fellow became his companion's test subject? Klein frowned slightly and asked, from then on, did your memory end? According to the Nighthawk's internal records, the spirit dance originated from an ancient sacrificial dance. It was popular in the southern continent, and it was a ritual favored by the Grim Reaper. The spirit dance used rhythm, and movements to harmonize spirituality, allowing it to interact with the natural environment and the target it prayed to. Then, combined with a simple altar arrangement and the corresponding honorific name, it achieved the effects of a more complicated ritualistic magic. Yes, Adel replied softly and suddenly looked up. What day is it today? What time is it? 1:12 a.m. on Friday, Klein answered based on his memory. Adel subconsciously took a deep breath and said, I missed a new gathering. They hold a resurrection ritual outside Grim Cemetery every Friday at 3 in the morning. Grim Cemetery got its name because it wasn't far from Grim Garden Street. You still want to go? Have you forgotten what happened during this period of time? Oh, you really don't remember, but you should ask your father, mother, and servants, Klein reminded the youth in front of him. And I might not be able to help you, he added silently in his heart. After this incident, he discovered another weakness of magicians, which was that they lacked the ability to deal with wraiths and shadow-like creatures. Only the ability to control flames could count. After the wraiths possessed a human, expelling and purifying them became even more difficult, unless they planned to kill both the human and the wraiths. Of course, Klein wasn't completely helpless in this regard. He could set up ritualistic magic to accomplish similar things, but it would be very troublesome and easily expose himself. It wasn't suitable for actual combat. After some thought, he finally chose to use Aztec's copper whistle to lure the wraiths out and then control the flames to complete the purification. However, the degree of damage wasn't high. If he encountered a more powerful wraith, he might not be able to deal with it. I still lack items or charms to deal with undead creatures. If only I had sealed Artifact 3-0782's mutated Sun Sacred Emblem. Klein's thoughts briefly wandered. Adel suddenly recalled his amnesia, and his face turned pale again as he replied with a trembling voice. He trembled as he replied, No, I don't want to go anymore. I don't want to go anymore. Very good, Klein praised with a smile. Adel looked at his fearless face and subconsciously asked, Aren't you afraid after I said so much? I've said so much, aren't you afraid? Klein stopped leaning against the wall and slowly stood up. He replied in a relaxed tone, as a detective, unless there's concrete evidence, I'd rather not believe it. With that said, he opened the door and walked out, wondering if he should make contact with the charismatic order. After all, it might involve the mystery of Mr. Aztec's origins. Adel stared blankly at the back of the private detective in front of him. After a while, he realized that there was no one else in the bathroom except for him. The moonlight outside was dim, illuminating the inside of the bathroom. It was as if something invisible was lurking and watching. He shuddered violently and hurriedly called out, Come on. Wait for me. As he spoke, Adel quickened his pace and rushed out of the bathroom, following closely behind Klein. Knowing fear, there's still hope. Klein mumbled as he stuffed his hands into his pockets. After returning to his bedroom, Stuart didn't realize that Adel had recovered. He was still frightened by the ghost story he had imagined, and he didn't dare to walk around. When Adel fell asleep again, Klein took out a copper penny and let it spin between his fingers. When it was nearly 50-2, he tossed the coin and caught it. Then he stood up and said to Stuart in a low voice, "I'll go to the balcony for a smoke." "Hurry up," Stuart urged, a little tense. Klein put on his long suit and slowly left the room. He came to the balcony at the end of the corridor and hid in the shadows. Then, he took out a relatively crudely cut paper figurine. "Pa!" Klein shook his wrist violently, causing the paper to emit a crisp sound. It rapidly expanded and transformed into a person. The dummy was the same height as Klein. Its facial features were identical, and there was no difference in its clothes. From afar, it looked like an exquisitely carved wax figurine. This was one of the applications of the paper figurine substitute technique. Following that, Klein focused, clenched his right fist, and lightly knocked on his body. Silently, the dummy felt alive. It even had a red cigarette in its mouth, and the fragrance of tobacco filled the air. Using a dummy as a support, this illusion can last for half an hour. Magicians. Klein put on his gloves, pressed down, and slid down the balcony stealthily, avoiding the patrolling security guards. Outside Grim Cemetery, in a secluded forest, Klein stood in the canopy of a tree, looking out at a relatively open and flat area not far away. Beside him were evergreen leaves and brown branches, but their surfaces were stained with grayish-white dust. As far as Klein could see, 7 or 8 young men and women in black robes were dancing a strange dance around a corpse that was slightly twitching and a little deranged. The dance was rhythmic and seemed to have a certain mysterious flavor to it. The girl swung her long hair, and the boy knelt on the ground and stretched out his hand. This scene seemed to have a subtle connection with the surrounding environment. It was a natural rhythm. After they danced for 3 to 4 minutes, everything within a 10-meter radius was tainted with a wild and bewildering aura. The atmosphere gradually became evil, mixed with a hint of holiness. It's indeed a spirit dance. Ritualistic magic that even ordinary people can participate in. Klein shifted his gaze and looked at the black-robed man who was immersed in chanting an incantation beside the corpse. He was the one who had been instructing the boys and girls on how to perform the spirit dance. He should be a member of the charismatic order, and there's a high chance he's a Beyonder. Klein nodded indiscernibly, planning to watch how the other party would conduct the resurrection ritual. At this moment, the dance reached its climax. The adult black-robed man raised his head and took off his wig, revealing a few strange tattoos engraved on his bald head. He raised his hands and shouted, "Death! Honorable death! Return soon!" After he finished shouting, the dance stopped. The 7 or 8 young men and women stood on each side, their expressions blurry, expectant, excited, and fearful. Then, the black-robed man bent down, opened the iron cage beside his feet, and carried out a black object. Klein focused and saw that it was a black cat with blue eyes. Is that even possible? He was obviously stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of the various folklore about black cats. For example, when the black cat, which symbolized evil and hell's emissary, jumped over a corpse, the corpse would be awakened. This was the first time Klein had seen someone use such a method in a ritual. The black-robed man took a step forward, stopped the black cat in his arms from struggling, and threw it towards the corpse. Meow, the black cat's fur stood on end, and it meowed loudly as it jumped over the corpse. At this moment, Klein felt that he understood the cat's language. He believed that it must be saying 3 words MMP. Meow. The black cat's meow echoed in the open space surrounded by the secluded forest. Be it the adult black-robed man or the 15 or 16-year-old boys and girls, all of them cast their gazes at the corpse lying in the middle. A cold gust of wind blew as the black cat landed on the ground. It stared intently at the human who had thrown it out and kept sweeping its tail. Suddenly, its fur stood on end again. Then, it exerted strength in its legs and leaped up, running in another direction. Unfortunately, its actions did not attract the slightest bit of attention. All the humans present were focused on the motionless corpse. Time ticked by, but the corpse didn't undergo any changes that were worth looking forward to. Did it fail again? A youth approached, squatted down, and poked the corpse's skin with his finger. There's no reaction. He turned his body halfway and said to the black-robed man and his companions. At this moment, he felt a gust of wind blowing from the bottom to the top of his face. With a whoosh, the corpse sat up. The youth jumped in fright before he cheered in pleasant surprise. Success! Success! Before he could finish his sentence, the corpse suddenly grabbed his shoulder and pulled him into its embrace. Then, it opened its mouth and bit down, producing a crunching sound as blood gushed out. Ah! Save me! The youth screamed in horror as he used all his strength to retreat, but he was unable to break free. The corpse raised its head, revealing its white teeth, as well as the bits of flesh hanging in between its teeth and the blood that flowed down its mouth. The black-robed man was first taken aback before he took out a brass whistle, placed it in his mouth, and blew it. Following that, he said in Hermes, "In the name of death, I command you." As his voice echoed, the corpse stopped gnawing and momentarily froze on the spot. The youth, whose neck and shoulder had been bitten into a bloody mess, was also limp, as though he had lost his soul. The soil around his lower body was moist. It really works. The black-robed man muttered in pleasant surprise. He pointed at the corpse and said in Hermes again, "Get up." The corpse suddenly stood up, flung its arms, and ran deep into the secluded forest. "Come back," the black-robed man shouted in surprise, but he didn't notice any signs of the corpse stopping. He blew the whistle again and shouted in a dignified voice, "I command you to return in the name of the Grim Reaper." Following his words, the dead body disappeared into the trees. "I told you to come back." The black-robed man was stunned on the spot and muttered to himself. In the forest, Klein held Aztec's copper whistle and matchbox in one hand. He lit the matches with the other hand and flicked them out with a flick of his wrist before throwing them on the ground. During this process, he moved backward in an arc thud-thud-thud. The corpse with a pale face and a foul stench rushed over, its lifeless eyes staring straight at the ancient and exquisite copper whistle. Klein puffed up his cheeks as he retreated. He aimed at the corpse and simulated his voice. Bang! The corpse suddenly swayed, and a piercing wound appeared on its chest. Bang! Klein puffed his cheeks again and fired another air bomb. Puff! Half of the corpse's head was broken, and there was rotten liquid dripping from it. However, this wasn't a fatal injury. It only paused for a moment before appearing again. Seeing this, Klein took a step back and made a noise. Pa! A bright flame rose from the ground and enveloped the corpse, igniting its clothes. Thud-thud-thud, thud-thud-thud, the corpse rushed through the flames and continued to move forward like a mad bull. Pa! 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 Klein snapped his fingers, causing scarlet flames to rise from the ground. The corpse rushed through the flames without feeling any pain. Its body gradually began to burn more and more intensely, giving off a strange feeling like a melting candle. Finally, the corpse that had turned into a torch rushed in front of Klein and clawed at him. At the same time, a flame rose and enveloped it and Klein at the same time. The corpse grabbed Klein's shoulder, but all it did was squeeze out sparks. Klein's figure dissipated in the scarlet flames and appeared at the farthest bonfire. The corpse seemed to have used up all its strength and stopped struggling. It quickly melted in the dark green flames, turning into ashes and wax. He's stronger than all the zombies and wraiths I've encountered before. Well, he's not as good as Mr. Aztec's descendant. If it weren't for me, they would all have died here today. Klein shook his head and walked through the forest toward the open field. At this time, the man in the black robe had already noticed the changes in the forest. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled. The 7 or 8 young men and women first scattered, but as they ran, they realized that they were the only ones around, so they timidly stopped, returned to their original spots, and gathered together. Having just experienced the corpse being awakened and being gnawed on, they really didn't dare to run in the dark of the night alone. This would make them feel a chill at the back of their necks. They looked at each other, but none of them dared to help the youth whose neck and shoulders were a bloody mess. They were afraid that he would turn into a zombie at any moment. In the brief silence that made their hearts beat like drums, they were surprised to see a clown in exaggerated clothes with red, yellow, and white paint walk out of the forest. This was an illusion created directly by Klein. He surveyed the area and didn't chase after the black-robed man. He hoarsely asked, "Who was the one who presided over the ritual just now?" "Who?" The young men and women seemed to be in a daze. After a few seconds, a trembling boy was pushed out and answered, "He's our ancient Fasak teacher, Kapusky Reed. He claims to have a deep understanding of death, and he wants to lead us in search of the mysteries of eternal life." "So he's our teacher in ancient Fasak." "The mysteries of eternal life, so he's a teacher in school." "The mysteries of eternal life?" There's really no need to pay taxes for bragging. From the looks of it, this fellow isn't a spirit medium. At most, he's a gravedigger. He might even be a sequence 9, a corpse collector. Of course, he might not be from the death pathway, and he only joined the charismatic order because of his worship. After Klein asked where Kapusky lived, he thought for a moment and said, "Go back. Don't participate in such matters again. Don't leak it out. Otherwise, all of you will die." Then, he emphasized again, "Don't worry. All of you will die." The young men and women, who had been scared out of their wits by what had just happened, nodded frantically. They leaned on each other and prepared to leave. At this moment, a young girl with smooth hair pointed at her companion who was moaning in pain on the ground. "Is he all right?" "He won't die for now, but he has to be taken to a doctor. Just say that he was bitten by a hyena that often eats rotten meat." Klein ignored them and returned to the forest. The young men and women looked at each other, and someone blurted out a question. excuse me, how should I address you?" Klein smiled and deliberately misled the other party by replying in a deep voice, "That's right. I'm just a gatekeeper of hell." As he spoke, a mist suddenly spread out, and his figure disappeared from where he stood. Of course, this was all an illusion. Gatekeeper of hell? The young man and woman repeated the words softly, each with their own thoughts. However, after a gust of bone-chilling cold wind blew past, they shivered once again. They helped their companions up and left the place without daring to look back. "This is a member of the charismatic order? How disappointing. If he hadn't abandoned his current identity, I would have visited him in the middle of the night when I'm free to see what he knows. Yes, I have to teach him a lesson so that he won't dare to harm the students again. Are spirit dances and resurrection rituals to be fooled around?" Klein habitually made judgments from the perspective of a nighthawk. Soon, he returned to Rogo Koloman's mansion and patiently waited for the security personnel to move. As soon as he found an opportunity, he immediately climbed over the fence, quickly approached the house through the shadows, and quietly climbed onto the balcony. At this moment, the dummy disguised as him was still smoking. "Pa!" Klein snapped his fingers. The figure in front of him immediately turned into a thin piece of paper and floated into his palm. Compared to before, this piece of paper was covered in rusty red marks. It could no longer be used. Klein didn't dare to throw it away. He folded it and stuffed it into his pocket. After doing all of this, he leisurely stepped into the corridor and returned to Adel's bedroom. "What took you so long?" Stewart asked with a trembling voice. He had gone to the door to investigate. And found Sherlock Moriarty smoking one cigarette after another, but he didn't dare leave the bedroom because of his duty. Klein smiled and said, "Take a break and relax." "Take a break and relax. You can come too." "I don't mind." Stewart was about to agree when he suddenly realized that he would be the only one on the balcony. He would be surrounded by the darkness of the night, the light that wasn't bright enough, and the cold wind. It was an environment that always reminded people of ghost stories. Therefore, he forced a smile. "It's fine. I don't need it." Klein smiled without a word. He sat down again and let the reclining chair rock slowly in the dark night. The shaking lasted until daybreak, and nothing else happened. Adel woke up and sat on the bed, lost in thought. Klein didn't say anything. He swapped places with Kaslana and her female assistant and slowly walked to the guest room to catch up on his sleep. In the midst of his slumber, he heard Rogo Karelman exclaim in a loud voice of surprise and delight, "Oh, my child, are you all right? Holy Lord of Storms, I want to donate £300 to the church." Why you're saying that they won't come to kill you? Did you misunderstand? 300 pounds? How extravagant. Klein turned over and hugged the soft and warm blanket as he mumbled. Then, he continued to sleep soundly. At noon, Klein went downstairs for lunch. Kaslana sat opposite him and asked with a frown, "Did anything happen last night? Did anything happen last night?" "No," Klein answered succinctly, then he smiled and said, "Does Adel waking up and going to the bathroom count?" Beside him, Stuart slowed down and nodded in agreement. Kaslana's gaze swept across their faces, then she retracted it and replied in a deep voice. No. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he skillfully cut the steak. Not long after Klein and the others had lunch, the detective who had applied for leave returned to Green Garden Street. This meant that the commission he had accepted had come to an end. As Adel's situation had clearly improved, Rogo Karaman was rather generous when settling his payment. It was a full 50% premium on the base price of £10. As expected of a jewelry merchant, he's really generous. However, compared to the others in West Borough and Empress Borough, he's not that rich. Green Garden Street is close to the suburbs, and it's not even far from the cemetery. I can reach it in 10 minutes if I run at full speed. Miss Bodyguard, no, Miss Sharon, is most likely a Sequence 5 Beyonder. The standard fee is £1,000 for 3 days, and as a Sequence 7 Beyonder, I only get £15 a day. The difference is still quite big. Of course, if I can have such a mission every day, my annual income will exceed £5,400. I'll be at the top of the middle class. The first manager of Bakeland Bank only gets £5,000 a year. Heh, this is just pure fantasy. To most detectives, it's really a case of not working for a week, but when you do, you can eat for a week. And the Beyonder ingredients I need to advance to Sequence 6 definitely add up to more than £3,000. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. To ordinary people, this is a huge sum of wealth that can maintain a good life for the rest of their lives. The good news is that even if I master the acting method, digesting a Sequence 7 potion will take 6 to 3 months. Even if I can quickly summarize the rules of magicians, I'll only be 1 or 2 months ahead of the minimum limit. I still have enough time to save money and search for clues to the ingredients. Wait, Miss Justice still owes me, my adorer £5,000, however, her recent financial situation isn't too good. It'll be difficult for her to fork out such a large sum of money in the next few months. With the 3 £5 notes in hand, Klein left West Borough with his thoughts wandering. After returning to Minsk Street, he quickly burned the paper figurines he had used and added 2 more. In the evening, he took the steam subway to the Bakeland Bridge area and knocked on the door of the gathering house according to the numbers provided in the newspaper. Just like the previous few times, he wore an iron mask that only covered the upper half of his face and a hooded black robe. Under the guidance of an attendant, he entered the activity room with only 1 candle burning quietly. At a glance, Klein realized that the number of Beyonders at this gathering was nearly halved compared to the past. I'm on time. Are the others late? This time, Klein did not change his walking posture and habits. He picked a corner seat and slowly sat down. After a few minutes, Eye of Wisdom cleared his throat. Let's start the party. The others probably won't be coming. At this point, he gave a brief explanation. As the serial killer has yet to be found, most of the Beyonders from the Nighthawks, mandated Punishers, Machinery Hivemind, and MI9 have been sent out to conduct a large-scale investigation and search. In this situation, it's very normal and understandable that those friends are unwilling to go out and participate in the gathering. Frankly speaking, there are more people here today than I expected. Indeed, the circle of Beyonders isn't isolated. It's also affected by current events. Klein looked around and saw that the chubby apothecary wasn't absent. He immediately felt relieved. The apothecary pushed up the metal mask on his face and shouted without much hope, looking to buy Spring of the Elf's Marrow crystals. The price is negotiable. I have it, Klein said without hesitation. He was worried that others would also find such a Beyonder ingredient, causing his goods to be overstocked. Although Beyonder ingredients were scarce, and it was rare for there to be repeated cases in individual circles, it was better to be safe than sorry. Looking to buy Spring of the Elf's Marrow crystals. The apothecary didn't seem to hear a response. Midway through his sentence, he suddenly froze. He turned his head to look at Klein and blurted out a question with a burning gaze. With a burning gaze, he blurted out, "You have it?" "Yes." Klein couldn't withstand the other party's burning gaze. As he answered affirmatively, he rolled up his black robe and took out an iron cigar case. "Pa." Klein opened the cigar case, revealing the faded egg-like spring of the elf's marrow crystals. "If you're worried, you can get Eye of Wisdom to appraise it," Klein added in a deep voice. This wasn't really necessary, because it was obvious at a glance if it was a Beyonder ingredient, and once it was in hand, it could be quickly discovered if it had been contaminated. However, if one's knowledge in mysticism wasn't rich enough, Beyonders could easily mix similar ingredients together. At such times, an appraisal would be needed. The apothecary looked at the Beyonder ingredient in Klein's hand as though he was looking at a beautiful lady he had been drooling over. "No, there's no need. That's it. That's it." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly as he offered a price. £300, as well as clues to the apothecary formula. Clues to the apothecary formula. "It's you." The apothecary was stunned for a moment before he finally understood who the person opposite him was. It was the guy who made him come all this way with sedatives. Soon after, he felt extremely pained and regretful to the extreme as he sighed with emotion. "You're indeed a lucky guy. Why didn't I choose that path of luck back then? After all, I'm the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Klein lampooned himself. The apothecary sighed and changed his sitting posture. "That's too expensive. £200 and a clue to the formula." "The clue to the formula is only incidental because I can't confirm its authenticity. Therefore, £300, not a penny less. I believe there should be people who need it elsewhere." Klein smiled. "This price is actually very fair. If it were anyone else, they might offer £400 or even £500, and you might accept it. I'm not that stupid. I can still wait." The apothecary mumbled. "The clue can be appraised by old man, old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. It has to be something that exists objectively and with detailed details. Only then can I appraise it. Simple clues aren't included," old Mr. Eye of Wisdom reminded him. "And divination can roughly determine if a clue is effective, as long as it doesn't involve a power that's 2 or 3 levels higher than one's." Klein muttered to himself silently. However, he wouldn't reveal that he was good at divination at a Beyonder gathering. "All right. £300 and clues. You've struck it rich." The apothecary took a deep breath and took out a thick stack of cash. He counted out the corresponding amount, then got the attendant to bring him a pen and paper. He buried himself in writing. After he was done with the clue, he crumpled the paper into a ball and handed it to the attendant along with the cash and a few other items. When the attendant came over, Klein glanced at it and was suddenly stunned. Apart from the cash and clues, there were also 4 glass tubes filled with what appeared to be a pure liquid. "What's this?" Klein asked, puzzled. "Have you forgotten? The sedatives you want are specially made by me. Each tube costs 10 soldi, and 4 tubes cost £2. So, the cash is £298, the apothecary replied. "If you're worried about my sedatives, you can apply for an appraisal." "I really forgot. I did that to gain Miss Sharon's trust, and she's not here now." That's fine. Having sedatives on hand might be able to deal with some unexpected situations." Klein didn't say another word. He shook out the marrow crystal of the spring of the elves and took the items. He counted the cash in front of everyone and used the weak candlelight to verify its authenticity. A total of £298. That's right. Seeing that his wallet couldn't hold any more cash, Klein had no choice but to roll up the notes and stuff them into his pocket. After putting away the sedatives, he unfolded the note and glanced at the clue. "South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. Find Bishop Utrovsky. As long as you can help him complete a mission, you might be able to obtain the apothecary formula." Harvest Church. This is one of the few churches of the Church of Earth Mother in the kingdom, and this church holds the 2 Beyonder pathways of planter and apothecary. The clues match very well. Klein folded the note thoughtfully. As the gathering progressed, the female beyonder with the artisan backing her didn't make a sound. It was unknown if she didn't attend or if she hadn't obtained a new beyonder weapon, but she didn't make a sound. This disappointed Klein. He now had £509 in cash, so he could think about equipment. After many transactions failed, a man sitting on a high stool said in a deep voice, "I have a friend who was unfortunately discovered during this investigation. I have a friend who was unfortunately discovered during this major investigation. The mandated punishers locked him in the basement of a certain storm cathedral. I would like to invite a few helpers to rescue him." I have wisdom immediately replied, "Stray dog, give up on this plan. The mandated punishers and sealed artifacts of a storm cathedral are enough to destroy all of us here. Your friend's outcome has already been decided. Don't let yourself fall into the same desperate situation." Stray dog looked around and realized that no one was responding. He couldn't help but pound his thigh and growl. Wild dog looked around and realized that no one was responding to him. He could not help but beat his thigh heavily and growled, but what exactly did he do wrong? He is an excellent physician. He has saved many patients. He has never hurt anyone. Just because I consumed the potion and became a beyonder, I'll be imprisoned in a place where I'll never see the sun and even become a mandated punisher's experimental subject? Why? Why? Wild dog's painful and desperate question echoed in the room. Even Apothecary, who could never keep his mouth shut, remained silent. Sigh. The former official beyonder, Klein, could only sigh inwardly. Without publicizing the acting method, unaffiliated beyonders are time bombs, but if the acting method is popularized, the situation might be even more chaotic and bloody. After all, beyonder characteristics are indestructible and conserved. In this depressing atmosphere, the gathering came to an end. Klein, who had nothing else to gain, opened his mouth again. Does anyone have bullets with different transcendent effects? For example, purification effect, demon hunting effect, etc. He didn't specifically ask for the caliber of the bullets because he didn't have a gun right now. He could wait until he bought the bullets before making them. In the silence, a female beyonder who was also sitting in the corner replied in a low voice, "I can help you ask. I'll give you an answer at the next gathering." It seems to be the lady with the artisan backing her. Klein exhaled. All right. After the gathering ended, he didn't directly return to Minsk Street. Instead, he went to East Borough, changed his clothes, and headed for the border between North Borough and Hillston Borough. North Borough, Alcala Street. Kapusky Reed was sitting in a reclining chair in the activity room, lost in thought. Beside him was a fireplace burning with charcoal. As a senior teacher at a public school, his weekly salary was more than £4. This was enough for him to lead a rather good life as a single person. However, the clothes he wore at home had many patches, and the teacup on the table was very simple. Without taking off his wig, Kapusky's most eye-catching features were his high cheekbones and slightly protruding breasts, a deformity where the sternum protruded forward. On his knee was a poetry collection written in ancient Fasak, but he hadn't flipped a single page for a long time. Kapusky's eyes were unfocused. Suddenly, he heard someone chuckle in his ear. "I'm very puzzled. You didn't escape and stayed at home. Aren't you afraid of the police coming?" The voice was low and hoarse, like a boy going through puberty. Kapusky trembled and nearly jumped out of the reclining chair. He turned his head abruptly and saw a figure sitting on the sofa a few steps away. The figure was wearing a summer linen shirt and thin trousers. His face was hazy, making it impossible to see him clearly. Who are you? What are you doing here?" Kapusky asked as he gripped the armrest tightly. Klein, who had used his hallucination powers, leaned back, clasped his hands, and leisurely said, "Last night, heh. Last night, ha, it should be early this morning, I just saved you." "Saved us?" Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any ill intentions, Kapusky relaxed a little. You're the person in the forest? You finished off the corpse we awakened?" As he spoke, he moved rather awkwardly, showing obvious fear. "He was able to sneak in without me noticing when I was awake. I definitely couldn't resist." Such thoughts quickly flashed through Kapusky's mind. "You're lucky that I happened to pass by. Otherwise, there would be corpses strewn all over the ground, corpses that had been torn to shreds." Klein smiled. Back to our previous question, I'm very curious. You actually dared to stay at home. Do you know what crime you've committed? From Kapusky's performance before and after the resurrection ritual, he had confirmed that he was a rookie. It was impossible for him to have the skill to hide the color of his true emotions. Therefore, he planned on using questioning and spirit vision to figure out the whole story. At most, he would use divination to verify it. I know, buying corpses privately, robbing graves, these are all crimes that can land me in jail for more than 10 years, and I will definitely be punished by the church. Kapusky, who looked less than 30 years old, took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. However, as long as I don't cause too much of a problem, those children and their parents won't report me because they did the same thing. Even if they do meritorious deeds and turn themselves in, they'll still end up in prison for a period of time. Heh. Kapusky laughed self-deprecatingly. Some children have already told their parents my identity. They got the gang to warn me to resign within a week and stay away from school. I agreed. Klein nodded slightly. It's a good thing to have a change of environment. Of course, don't do such things again. Bewitching ignorant children to commit crimes is an extremely evil act. No, never again. I actually didn't expect it to be so dangerous. I just saw that they had the same hobbies as me, so I wanted to teach them and lead them in search of the secret to eternal life. As for digging graves, many doctors have done it a long time ago. Kapusky sighed with lingering fear. The color of his emotions matches his current state. He doesn't sound like a member of the charismatic order. Klein thought for a moment and asked bluntly, "Where did you learn the spirit dance?" "Where did you learn the spirit dance?" "Spirit dance? Ah, I call it the dance of death." Kapusky was first taken aback before he came to a realization. "It was taught to me by an old gentleman." "An old gentleman?" Klein pressed. Kapusky fell into a daze from his memories. "He was a tramp who fainted in front of my house due to a serious illness. I didn't know that he was sick back then. I thought that he had simply fainted, so I helped him home, gave him a hot towel, and applied some ointment on him. After he woke up, he told me not to send him to the hospital or clinic. He also mentioned that death wasn't the end. I've experienced the death of my parents and a few other relatives, so I'm very interested in similar things. So, I chatted with him and realized that he had profound knowledge and an admirable philosophy in this area. He seemed to be very satisfied with my curiosity. In the end, he even performed a miracle of killing a mosquito and waking it up. This opening. I've read at least 10 similar novels in my previous life. They were all about kindly picking up a dying grandpa and then having a fortuitous encounter. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. So, you left him at home? Kapusky nodded solemnly. Yes. If it weren't for the lack of time, I even wanted to become his student. In those few days, he taught me the dance of death and taught me a lot of knowledge. Unfortunately, the time was too short. Just as I entered the state, he died, leaving behind only a copper whistle. Before he could finish his sentence, Kapusky took out an exquisite copper whistle that didn't look old. This is it. I have one too. It's probably at the ancestor level. Klein lampooned and asked thoughtfully, "How long ago was this? What did he look like?" "What did he look like? Where did you bury him?" "Half a year ago. His most obvious characteristic was his white hair and the red spots on the side of his face. He got me to bury him in the garden at the back," Kapusky said after doing some calculations. "It's not Mr. Aztec, but there's a high chance that he's a member of the charismatic order. His sequence might not be low." Klein then asked, "Apart from the spirit dance, you've only learned the resurrection ritual?" "I've only learned half of that ritual. I can only improve it bit by bit based on scattered knowledge and folklore," Kapusky answered very honestly. "Improve it based on folklore? Oh, that poor black cat. May the goddess bless you." Klein resisted the urge to draw the crimson moon on his chest. "Other than that," he pressed. "Yes, there's also this copper whistle. I think it's the key to communicating with the world beyond your senses." Kapusky raised his hand to blow at it and said wistfully, "Every time I blow it, I can feel my surroundings turn cold." I feel like someone is watching me, and I feel like someone is pulling at me." As he spoke, Klein, who had his spirit vision activated, saw rippling patterns on the ground. A cold aura emanated as the furnace fire and light dimmed a little. Right on the heels of that, a skull with 3 dead fish eyes appeared. Around the skull were black, segmented tentacles that tangled around it. A tentacle reached out, occasionally touching Kapusky's leg and tugging at his clothes. It appeared rather anxious, but Kapusky didn't respond at all, as though he didn't notice it at all. "This is a messenger, right? The copper whistle is used to summon the corresponding messenger. Why did you summon it without giving it a letter?" Klein was a little stunned. At this moment, Kapusky looked at him excitedly. "Do you feel it? The surroundings have turned cold. The gas lamp has also dimmed. It's true. Someone is watching me and pulling at me." The horrible-looking messenger tried his best to touch Kapusky again and again, but in the end, he didn't receive a letter. He helplessly burrowed back into the underground. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he silently muttered to himself, "I take back what I just said. He's not a noob. He's a noob. He's a noob miser. He's not a beyonder at all. I previously thought that he was someone who had just learned the basics of mysticism, but from the looks of it, he hasn't even found the door." A Sequence 9 corpse collector of the death pathway can directly see ghosts and spirit bodies, combined with Kapusky's use of the copper whistle to command the zombies after the ritual. Klein was completely convinced that he wasn't lying. He couldn't help but sigh silently. Soon after, he thought of a question. "If I write a note to the messenger, where will it go? A true member of the charismatic order? A senior member?" Suppressing this thought, Klein nodded. It has indeed become gloomy. After replying, he quickly changed the topic. "Have you felt anything unusual since the old man died?" Not before, but in the past 2 weeks, I occasionally feel that someone around me is like a corpse, the kind that can be awakened." Kapusky asked, half afraid and half puzzled, "Is this an illusion?" "It matches what Adel said." He wasn't lying. Klein glanced at the color of Kapusky's aura and sincerely reminded him, "Don't worry. I suggest that for the next 2 months, you go to the church at least 3 times a week to attend Mass and listen to prayers. If you don't want to do that, you can reserve a grave for yourself first." "All right," Kapusky replied, a little disappointed. He thought it was a sign that he had improved. Klein thought for a moment and said in a commanding tone, "Take me to the old man's corpse." "Ah? All right." Kapusky wanted to refuse, but he instantly recognized reality. He took his tools and led Klein out the back door of the kitchen, into the withered garden, and stopped in front of a crooked tree. Klein stood by the side and watched Kapusky skillfully dig through the soil, revealing the stone slab beneath. After finishing the upper layer, Kapusky used his tools to pry open the stone slab. The stone slab pressed down on the soil that had just been dug out, and the not-so-deep grave was illuminated by the crimson moonlight that faintly penetrated the clouds. Kapusky subconsciously looked over and suddenly screamed. He took a few steps back and fell to the ground. White feathers. Klein looked at the tomb without any bones and suddenly thought of a word: angel. The books of the 7 major churches were filled with legends about angels and saints. One of the characteristics of the former was that they had 1, 2, 3, or even 6 pairs of pure white wings on their backs. However, in the blink of an eye, Klein remembered something from the past. Mr. Aztec had once described his dream to him, describing the dream that seemed to be a lifetime of life. One of the scenes was in a dark mausoleum. There were many open ancient coffins, and inside the coffins were corpses with white feathers on their backs. Is this a special manifestation of the death pathway, or is it a strange phenomenon caused by charismatic order? Klein did not speak. He restrained his emotions and calmly looked at the white feather at the bottom of the grave that was stained with yellow oil. His initial judgment was that the old gentleman wasn't an angel. This was because a terrifying Sequence 2 or even Sequence 1 beyonder would definitely have a strong impact on their surroundings after their death. For example, the saint's ashes behind Tingen City's Cheney Skate would extend out a nearly invisible black and cold thread to seal the surrounding people and objects. Of course, it was also possible that he wasn't really dead, just like Mr. Aztec. Klein bent down and picked up 3 white feathers with his black-gloved right hand. He planned to do a divination above the gray fog after returning home. At this moment, Kapusky recovered and scrambled to Klein's side. He looked at the tomb with a hint of fear. "Where's the corpse?" Klein turned his head to look at him and said in a low voice, "Maybe he left on his own." "He left on his own?" Kapusky repeated in horror, fully realizing how terrifying it was for the dead to wake up. His legs were trembling, and he muttered to himself, but, I didn't use the resurrection ritual on him." Klein turned around and stared at him for a few seconds. "Death is not the end. Death is not the end. Death is not the end." Kapusky was frightened by his belief and blurted out, "Will he come back?" "Yes, there's a high chance that the messenger summoned by the copper whistle corresponds to that old gentleman. In other words, giving a note to the messenger is equivalent to sending a letter to that old gentleman, to a person who's been dead for almost half a year. I wonder where he's gone or what state he's in now." Klein casually mentioned Kapusky's question. "That's right. Don't blow that copper whistle again." "Are you saying that the copper whistle will attract him back?" Kapusky asked fearfully. Without waiting for Klein's reply, he continued to make a request. Can you help me throw this copper whistle into the Tussock River? If you can't, I'll go by myself." "Weren't you interested in the philosophy of death before?" Klein cursed inwardly and reached out to take the copper whistle that belonged to Kapusky. He planned on trying to send a letter to the dead man under suitable conditions to see what would happen. Of course, the premise of all of this was that he was certain that there wasn't too much danger. After instructing Kapusky to fill in the grave, Klein exchanged some spirit dance and the corresponding mysticism knowledge with him, enriching his own knowledge. He also learned that when Kapusky buried the old gentleman, he had followed the old gentleman's will and allowed the corpse to lie face down. Under certain special circumstances, using spirit dance to replace a portion of the cumbersome setup of ritualistic magic will be more effective and simpler. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Klein warned Kapusky to stop messing around with the so-called resurrection ritual. Following that, he left the street from the garden and took a long detour before taking a carriage to East Borough. After changing into his previous clothes, he returned to Minsk Street and entered his bedroom. After a series of actions, he brought the 3 white feathers and Kapusky's copper whistle above the gray fog. Sitting in the high-back chair belonging to the fool, Klein conjured a pen and paper and wrote down the divination statement he had long thought of. Its origins. Right on the heels of that, he held the 3 white feathers and leaned back in his chair. As he chanted, Klein entered a dream. His surroundings were hazy and grayish-white. In such a world, there was a thick, lightless darkness. Suddenly, the darkness was dyed crimson as a bone-white hand reached out from the yellowish-brown soil. A figure slowly climbed up. He didn't lift the stone slabs or stir the soil. Instead, he penetrated outwards. Under the crimson moonlight, the back of the figure's clothes were tattered, and white feathers grew out. The white-haired figure turned his head slightly, revealing the obvious red spots on his face, as well as his blank, and emotionless eyes. He took a step forward and passed through the fence with great difficulty, heading deep into the darkness. He walked further and further until he disappeared. The dream shattered, and Klein woke up. White feathers really grew out of the corpse's back. Its state is very similar to Miss Sharon's, but there's a clear difference. It gives off a very heavy and corporeal feeling, not an illusion. It seems to be able to transform between a human and a spirit body in a semi-natural and incomplete manner. An envoy that communicates with the real world and the spirit world's underworld? Klein tapped the edge of the long table and pondered for a while. Right on the heels of that, he divined if there was any danger in using Kapusky's copper whistle to send a letter, and he received a positive answer. Furthermore, the spirit pendulum's rotation was very large and fast. It's a pity that I can't use the copper whistle directly above the gray fog. The messenger can't come in at all, otherwise, there wouldn't be any danger. Klein muttered to himself as he fell into the gray fog and returned to the real world. Early in the morning, in a relatively fresh forest in Empress Borough, a round-faced apothecary in his 30s appeared in a secluded corner and stored the herbs he had secretly planted into a leather bag he carried with him. After completing his mission for the day, he straightened his back, stretched his body, and muttered to himself in satisfaction, "That's right." He muttered to himself in satisfaction, "Indeed, my physique has improved. It's no longer like before, where I only had a higher resistance to poison. However, why is my sequence 8 beast tamer? What has this got to do with apothecary? Well, an apothecary tames and uses plants and parts of animals that have lost their lives. A beast tamer tames and uses living animals, including beyonder creatures. Then, will my sequence 7 be able to tame and use humans? Old man didn't even tell me the name of sequence 7, nor did he give me the formula. When I stabilize, I'll have to try contacting him. The apothecary punched and kicked as he adapted to his strengthened body. He only stopped when he was exhausted. Phew. As he panted, he began to consider a serious question. How should he act as a beast tamer? Beast tamer. What should I do? Find an animal to tame? As the apothecary mumbled, he suddenly sensed something and looked towards the artificial lake. There was a huge golden retriever running happily. As if sensing his gaze, the golden retriever suddenly turned its head and looked over. Their gazes collided in midair, and the large golden retriever froze for a moment. Then, it nimbly turned around and disappeared without a trace. Inside the Earl of Hall's luxurious villa, Susie returned to the piano room and crouched beside Audrey's feet. She stuck out her tongue and panted heavily. After the blonde girl finished playing a song, it said with lingering fear, "Audrey, I met a scary guy. His eyes were scary." "Is that so? What does he want to do to you?" Audrey asked curiously and with concern. Susie thought seriously and said, "I don't know either. In short, he's dangerous. That's my intuition." "What does he look like?" Audrey was considering if she should let the guards and attendants at home warn the man. "I didn't see him clearly. I feel that he's my natural enemy." Susie answered seriously. "Your natural enemy? The bane of dogs?" Audrey revealed a reserved smile. "Susie, don't go to that forest for the time being." "Woof, Audrey, were you in a bad mood just now?" "I could tell from the sound of your piano," Susie asked. Audrey nodded slightly and said, "Yes. I just received news from Glaint." I just received news from Glaint. Furs and Zio told me that tonight's gathering has been cancelled. I was planning to exchange for beyonder ingredients for you. And try to come into contact with people from psychological alchemy." She added silently in her heart. "Why?" Susie asked, puzzled. Audrey thought for a moment before answering. "I heard it's because of the serial murders." On a Saturday morning, the air in Bakeland was as bad as usual. Klein was trying to make a pasta dish that he loved to eat when he was young. For this, he bought high-quality flour, added water and sugar, and mixed it into a thin paste. Then, he poured oil into the pot and moistened the surface. After it was hot, he scooped up some of the paste with a spoon, poured it to the side of the pot, and spread it very thin. Amidst the sizzling sounds, he spread out a few thin pancakes, and the fragrance of the flour gradually spread. When it was almost done, he peeled off the soft pancakes one by one, placed them on a plate, and added water to make the remaining ingredients into a paste. Just as he returned to the dining room with the pancakes and paste, Klein couldn't wait to tear off a piece and stuff it into his mouth. The pancake only had a rich wheat fragrance and a sweetness that stimulated his appetite. It was simple, but abnormally delicious. "It's the taste from my memories." Klein ate quickly, drinking a mouthful of the paste from time to time. Just as he was about to finish eating and began to slow down, the doorbell suddenly rang, and the tinkling sound echoed. "A new commission?" Klein took off his napkin, wiped his hands, and got up to walk to the door. Before he could even grab the doorknob, the image of a visitor naturally appeared in his mind. It was a middle-aged gentleman with white sideburns, a thin face, and an outstanding temperament. It was the private detective Xianxia Stanton who had been invited by the police. "Why is he looking for me?" Klein opened the door in puzzlement and asked with a smile, "Good morning, Mr. Stanton." "Good morning, Mr. Stanton. What can I do for you?" Xianxia took off his half-top hat and said with a smile, "Good morning, Mr. Moriarty." "Good morning, Mr. Moriarty. I'd like to collaborate with you. I think you're an excellent detective. You managed to find the East Balham Dock and the Dock Union all by yourself." "Collaborate?" Klein didn't hide his surprise. Eichinger tapped his black cane and replied in a deep voice, to find the murderer of the recent serial murders. 2,000 pounds? That's enough to make all the bounty hunters and private detectives in Bakeland go crazy. This isn't like Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, who floats at sea for long periods of time and has a bunch of subordinates. They're the type that can be touched by just reaching out. A pirate with combat strength comparable to a Sequence 5 is worth 10,000 pounds. A Sequence 6 murderer should be priced at 3 to 4,000 pounds at the very least. Could it be that the Nighthawks and mandated punishers determined that the murderer was a Sequence 7 serial killer and not a quasi-powerhouse who was about to advance to Sequence 5? So, 2,000 pounds is quite a huge premium. It's very possible that the ritual mentioned by the son is rather ancient. Perhaps after the cataclysm, it rarely appeared again. The churches and the military don't have any similar information. There's a problem here. The Church of the Goddess, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, and the royal family, the Augustus family, can be said to have risen after the cataclysm and not understand the past, but the Church of the Storm has always insisted that they're one of the most ancient. Could it be that their most ancient claim still came after the devils retreated into the abyss? Upon hearing Eichinger Stanton's words, the first thing that flashed through Klein's mind was the evaluation of the bounty. Following that, he let his thoughts wander and made connections with many things. "What's your opinion?" Eichinger asked when he saw that Sherlock Moriarty seemed to be in a daze. "My opinion?" Klein was momentarily placed in a difficult position. A normal private detective would definitely agree. This was because of the generous bounty, as well as the fact that the other party was a famous detective. Establishing a friendship with Eichinger would greatly benefit him in the circle. But the problem was that Klein wasn't a normal private detective. He was worried that he would encounter the Nighthawks in charge of this matter while investigating the clues. "Although I've grown a beard, wore glasses, and changed my hairstyle, and the Nighthawks who have only met me a few times definitely won't recognize me, what if I encounter Ma daily?" It wouldn't be right not to agree. It would seem strange and suspicious. Besides, I also hope to catch that devil as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows how many innocent girls will be harmed. Klein deliberated for a few seconds and smiled. "I've recently taken on a very troublesome case. I'm afraid I don't have much free time." Without waiting for Eichinger Stanton to speak, he added, "I can participate in the discussion, help look through the information, and analyze the clues, but I probably won't investigate in detail. I'll do a divination later. If there's really a problem, I'll save my speech during the discussion and just be a mere spectator." As he spoke, Klein quickly formed an idea. Eichinger, who held the black cane, pondered for a moment. "No problem. This time, I've gathered more than 10 detectives. There's enough manpower to do an investigation, and what I admire the most about you is your excellent reasoning and analytical skills. Without my resources, you actually went to the East Balham Dock and the Dock Union. If we can catch the criminal and get the bounty, I will distribute the rewards according to everyone's contribution. Trust me, I still have some credibility in this business." "All right, it's a pleasure working with you." Klein took the initiative to extend his right hand and shake Eichinger's hand. He felt the dryness and warmth of Eichinger's palm. It wasn't easy for a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s or 50s to maintain such a feeling in Bakeland's late autumn. This made Klein even more suspicious that Eichinger was a beyonder. "It's a pleasure working with you." Eichinger nodded with a smile. At this moment, Klein realized that he had been a little rude. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Sorry, I forgot to invite you in." "Sorry, I forgot to invite you in. Let's have a good chat over coffee and tea?" "You're welcome. I've arranged for the detectives to come to my house at 9 in the morning to discuss the case. My assistant is waiting for them there." Isengard took out a silver pocket watch with complicated engravings and looked very mechanical. He opened it and said, "We have to go over and meet up with them. Is that okay?" "No problem. I'll go to the bathroom, change my clothes, and leave." At this moment, Klein suddenly felt like he was back when he was a Nighthawk, fighting crime, maintaining order, and protecting the people. In the bathroom, Klein went above the gray fog and used divination to obtain an acceptable answer. Hence, he quickly returned to the real world, put on his coat and hat, took his cane, and followed Eichinger into a rental carriage. They sat on either side of each other. Eichinger glanced at him and asked in thought, "I'm very curious. How did you discover that Sibyl's murder was related to the East Balham Dock and the Dock Workers Association?" "I didn't discover it. That was a misunderstanding." Klein seriously considered the problem of how to weave a lie. With a smile on his face, he replied vaguely, "Mainly, I first determined that Sibier's death was due to a copycat crime. Thanks to reporter Mike Joseph's help, I confirmed this matter. Then, according to Sibier's route back to the Golden Rose and some other clues, I came up with the corresponding speculation, so I pretended to be a reporter to investigate." Eichinger nodded slightly and didn't waste any more time on this topic. He began to introduce the serial murders in detail. It was more detailed than the descriptions in the newspapers, especially the latest one. Time flew by as they discussed and conversed. The carriage arrived at a slightly old building in Hillston Borough. The lighting in the building wasn't very good. Even though there wasn't any fog in Bakelin today, it still appeared rather dark. Eichinger Stanton led Klein through the rather spacious living room and into the activity room where the fireplace had been lit. Klein looked around and saw 15 to 16 detectives. They were sitting in every available seat in the activity room. "Sherlock?" a surprised voice sounded. It seemed to be very familiar with Klein. "Who is it?" Klein looked over in surprise and realized that Detective Stewart, whom he had parted with yesterday, was actually here. He took a closer look and recognized Detective Kaslana and her assistant, Lydia, who had been in charge of protecting Adel. What a coincidence. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he approached Stewart with a smile. Stewart squeezed to the side, emptying half of his seat. He then patted it and said, "Perhaps it's not a coincidence. I previously read in a magazine that there's a phenomenon in psychology called synchrony. It happens when you think about it." "Haha, I'm just kidding." At this moment, Eichinger introduced him to the detectives present. "This is Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, an outstanding detective," Sherlock Moriarty said. With his endorsement, Kaslana and the others looked at Klein with more trust in their eyes. They believed that he was indeed an outstanding private detective. After Klein nodded in response, he sat beside Stewart and casually asked, "Is your commission over?" "Yes, Adel's situation has improved. Something seems to have happened to those bad friends of his. They can no longer threaten him, so we lost our jobs." Stewart laughed and said, "I wanted to rest for a few days, but Mr. Stanton summoned me, so I came over to take a look. Actually, this is good too. I don't like cases that are a little strange or scary. Yes, I mean scary like a ghost story. Compared to that, I'm more willing to take on murder cases." After the assistant poured everyone a cup of coffee or black tea and distributed the information, Eichinger sat in a reclining chair, took out his pipe, and slowly rubbed it. "I believe none of you are unfamiliar with this recent serial murder case. Do you have any thoughts? Tell us so we can discuss it." Stewart, who had a thin face and a shaved beard, raised his hand and spoke first. "You're right. I just flipped through the information and realized that the police didn't investigate the victim's identity. I don't think it's possible for the criminal to recognize that the victim was once a street girl with just his eyes. He must have come into contact with them. This is a very important direction, but the police missed it. God, this is unbelievable. There's a high chance that the criminal was recognized by his eyes." Klein muttered to himself. Most of the private detectives echoed Stewart's doubts. Only Kaslana, Isengard, and a few others remained silent and didn't say a word. "This is a very important direction. Stewart, get a few friends to help you investigate it carefully." After the discussion subsided, Eichinger calmly gave his evaluation. In the following period of time, the detectives expressed their opinions. At times, they argued, retorted loudly, and at other times, they stood up and paced back and forth to organize their thoughts. Klein listened quietly without expressing any opinion. When the discussion came to an end, he suddenly raised his hand. "I want information on all the unsolved serial murders in Bakeland, or even the entire kingdom, in the past 20 years. The room suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Most of the private detectives were momentarily unable to understand Klein's intentions and thoughts. Isengard brought the pipe to his nose and took a whiff of the smell before speaking after some deliberation. He deliberated and said, "You think that the murderer isn't a first-time offender? You suspect that he has committed similar crimes before, even if the modus operandi isn't the same?" "It's not suspicion, it's almost certain," Klein replied inwardly. This was the inference he made based on the information provided by Sunday. Since the murderer was working hard to advance from sequence 6 to sequence 5, then what did he do at the sequence 7 serial killer stage? If he hadn't committed similar crimes, then it would be very difficult for him to digest the potion, even with the accumulation of time. Sequence 7 advancing to sequence 6 also had a high chance of losing control, and Beyonders of the Abyss pathway were high-risk patients in this regard. Therefore, Klein determined that, regardless of whether the murderer knew the acting method, he should have completed serial murders at sequence 7 for various reasons. This way, it wouldn't take him more than a few years to digest the sequence 7 potion. Even with the addition of sequence 6, 20 years was a reasonable limit. This was because if one was too old, regardless of whether the potion was digested or not, advancing was still rather dangerous. The person would become crazier and crazier as the ritual progressed, leaving behind obvious clues. At this stage, the murderer was calm when he committed the crime, and he had the ability to interfere with divination and tracking. There were almost no loopholes, but the inexperienced him in the early stages might not be the same. When he first completed a serial murder case, there was a high chance that he wasn't that cautious. That was the best clue they could use to track him down. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and Klein nodded in response. That criminal's modus operandi doesn't seem like that of a rookie. I have reason to believe that he has done similar things in the past. Combining the past and present, we have a higher chance of grasping the crux of the problem. Upon hearing his answer, the detectives whispered to each other and began discussing. After a brief silence, Eichinger praised sincerely. In the evening, Klein sat in a reclining chair in the activity room. Under the warmth of the fireplace, he picked up the information that Eichinger's assistant had just sent over. After his train of thought in the morning was praised by the great detective, Kaslana immediately indicated that she needed similar information. Stewart sighed softly, saying that he had previously believed that Klein was an excellent detective from his calmness and composure when facing Adel's case, but he never expected him to be this outstanding. At the same time, he told Klein that if he needed manpower or help, he could look for him. He knew quite a number of friends in Bakelin's detective circle. Eichinger Stanton also promised to immediately contact the police department and strive to provide the relevant information to the detectives who needed it before nightfall. He was indeed very trustworthy. The next time I'm on the tarot, I have to get the world to ask Little Sun about the characteristics of a sequence 6 devil and what powers a Beyonder of this sequence possesses. I didn't want to get involved previously and forgot to gather the corresponding information. Now that I've decided to help, I have to be prepared, lest I encounter danger without knowing what's going on. Klein pondered for a few seconds, lowered his head, and under the light of the gas lamp, he flipped through the unsolved serial murders in the Kingdom of Ruan in the past 20 years. And this was a lot less than he had expected. There were 4 cases in Bakeland, and a total of 5 cases in the other cities. Altogether, there were only 9 cases. Yes, although this world doesn't have the concept of DNA testing, and it lacks many necessary criminal investigation techniques, under the Emperor's promotion, there is already a relatively well-established fingerprint science. Furthermore, there are also Beyonder means such as mediumship, divination, and dream infiltration. In a case where a lone murder doesn't involve nobles, tycoons, or officials, the police department often won't seek help from the Beyonder teams of the 3 churches. However, the impact of serial murders is very bad, and it's easy to cause panic. They will definitely make the wisest choice. This way, it's reasonable and logical that there are only a few unsolved serial murders in the past 20 years. Klein quickly understood the reason. He reined in his thoughts and flipped through the cases one by one. Without enough information to make a divination, he had initially picked out 2 serial murder cases that might be related to the current incident and planned to use them as a preliminary entry point. One of the cases happened 4 years ago. There were 5 victims, all single prostitutes with a child. They were abused before their deaths, but there were no signs of sexual intercourse. At that time, the police in charge believed that the murderer must have known those prostitutes. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accurately pick out the type of single person with a child. They started with the people who lived nearby and a few regular customers of the prostitutes. They identified some suspects, but in the end, they did not find the real murderer. Although the dossier only mentioned it briefly, Klein could clearly tell that they had sought the help of beyonders from the three churches. Unfortunately, they still failed to crack the case. With the abyss pathways beyond our powers, it doesn't violate mysticism to see that a woman had once fallen. It's the same for seeing that she's a prostitute, but it doesn't make sense to tell that she's currently single and only has one child. The police's train of thought is correct, but what's the problem? Could the real murderer be like me, able to resist dreams, divination, and mediumship, and escape the investigations of low and mid-sequence nighthawks or mandated punishers? It's possible. Although the churches have no lack of understanding of serial killers, the murderer might have had other fortuitous encounters. Klein picked out some problems from his own point of view. I'm analyzing them as a kindred. I didn't let down the surname of Moriarty. He gave a self-deprecating laugh and decided to prioritize the 4 suspects. Yes, I'll get Mr. Stanton to confirm the suspects' current addresses and conditions through the police. Get Stewart to find someone to assist me. I won't appear directly, in case I encounter official beyonders. Once I figure out the situation, I'll gather the suspects' belongings and go above the gray fog to make metaphysical deductions. Klein quickly came up with a plan. The second case happened 11 years ago. At that time, there were 4 cases of dismembered bodies. Originally, these cases weren't merged until the police had suspicions about the way the corpses were disposed of. Only then were they confirmed to be serial murders. The victims were people who worked late and returned home. There were men and women, and they weren't robbed. They didn't have any common relationship with each other. Due to the delay of the most precious time, the case never found any clues to the suspects. This is a problem caused by a mistake. If we quickly get a spirit medium's help, then the wraiths of the deceased might even gather around the murderer. Of course, it's also possible that the murderer has even killed the soul, just like now. The deceased's corpse should only be left with ashes. It'll be very difficult to get them. Klein rubbed his temples. Seeing that it was already dark, he temporarily stopped thinking about the case. He got up from his reclining chair and left Minsk Street. He still had something to do tonight. He wanted to go south of the bridge, to the Harvest Church on Rose Street. He wanted to find Bishop Utravsky and strive to obtain the apothecary formula. He had already divined if this matter was dangerous. To Klein, it would be very helpful if he had an apothecary as his subordinate. He could get injured, get sick, and encounter enemies that could harm him. An apothecary that could be found at any time would be his strong backing. After making a trip to East Borough, Klein, who had changed his attire, took the steam subway, crossed the Tussock River, and arrived south of the bridge. Along the way, the darkness along the subway and the corresponding gas lamps formed a scene that left a deep impression. Switching to a public carriage, Klein arrived at Rose Street. He didn't need to identify it to find the narrow Harvest Church. This golden church had a rather eye-catching steeple and the sacred emblem of life engraved on the outer wall. It was a baby surrounded by symbols such as wheat ears, flowers, and spring water. It was completely different from the surrounding buildings. At that moment, the lights in the church were dim, and there didn't seem to be any believers. Klein snuck in from the side and carefully smeared his face with paint instead of relying purely on his ability to create illusions. Inside the church's hall, rows of seats were neatly arranged. At the top was a huge sacred emblem of life, and on both sides were lit candles. In a seat in the front row, there was a tall man in his 40s or 50s wearing a brown priest's robe. Just sitting there, he was like a small mountain, giving off an immense sense of oppression. The man wore a bishop's bonnet. His eyebrows were thin, and there were obvious wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, cheeks, and mouth. At that moment, he was tightly closing his eyes, clasping his hands and pressing them against his chin, as though he was doing the most pious penance. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a light blue color. The Church of Mother Earth doesn't reject anyone. Why didn't you use the main entrance? The elder in his 40s or 50s said in a low and gentle voice without looking up. You're Bishop Utravsky? Klein walked out of the shadows. The tall man in the brown bishop's robe replied in a gentle tone, I prefer people to call me Father. I prefer to be called Father. Father Utravsky. All right, Mr. Bishop. Klein deliberately laughed. Your name and your height tell me that you are from Fasak. Why do you believe in Earth Mother? Bishop Yudrowski slowly raised his head and looked at the sacred emblem of life in front of him. I was born in Ender, a city on the coast of the Mid-Seashore. I'm a person who loves to fight and kill. Indo? He's indeed from the Fasak Empire. Klein nodded indiscernibly. Mid-Seashore was the natural dividing line between Rouen, Intis, and Fasak. The east coast belonged to Rouen, and most of the west coast belonged to Intis. To the north were the famous port cities of the Fasak Empire, such as Indo. In addition, Mid-Seashore also extended northeast, passing through the Fasak Empire's territory and connecting to the North Sea. There were many islands in that part of the sea that were the habitats of ice bears, seals, and other animals. Hunting bears and fishing seals were traditional activities of the local Fasak citizens. While his thoughts were slightly scattered, Bishop Yudrowski continued to look ahead and said, "There's no need to worry. I committed a serious crime and escaped to the Sonia Sea, becoming a ferocious pirate. Before I truly fell into the hell of my soul, I was lucky enough to meet a missionary of Mother Earth. After that day, I understood the value of life and the charm of the growth of all things. I obtained the pure joy that came from life itself. I swore an oath in front of Mother Earth's sacred emblem that I would spread her faith to other countries and repent for my bloody past. So, I'm here. I'm here." Amidst the calm but emotional voice, Bishop Yudrowski stood up. He was more than 2 meters tall and had a strong physique. His priest robe was tight, and he was like a legendary giant that had reappeared in the northern continent. A true giant is 3 to 5 meters tall with a single vertical eye. The citizens of the Fasak Empire are generally tall. It's no wonder they always call themselves the remnants of the giants and believe that they have the bloodline of the giants. Klein had no choice but to tilt his head back to look at the father's face. "What are you doing here?" Bishop Yudrowski asked with his head lowered. "I heard that you have something to entrust, and the reward is the apothecary formula?" Klein, who had disguised himself, asked bluntly. Bishop Yudrowski fell silent for a few seconds. "Yes. Although I don't know where you heard it from, there's indeed such a thing." "Then, what's the mission?" Klein asked with a smile. Yudrowski sized him up deeply for a moment. "I don't think you can complete my commission." "Perhaps I can?" "I need to know the details before I can make an assessment," Klein said with a frown. Yudrowski stood there like a towering pillar. After a few seconds, he said, "That's right." After a few seconds, he said, "My commission is," at this point, he closed his eyes. "Kill you?" This was the first time Klein had heard of such a request. When faced with such a mission, he was momentarily at a loss as to how to react. He even began to suspect if there was a huge conspiracy behind this matter. Bishop Yudrowski opened his eyes and looked down at Klein. "Kill my past self." "Mr. Priest, don't take a deep breath when you speak." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he asked in puzzlement, "Even in myths and legends, no one can return to the past." "Even in the myths and legends, no one can return to the past." "I'm afraid that only the 7 gods can complete this task of yours." "No, what I mean is to kill the past that's still hidden deep in my heart and has never truly died." Seeing that Klein was still puzzled, Bishop Yudrowski said with a hunched back, "My past self, who loved to kill and battle, didn't completely die with the repentance I felt from the bottom of my heart. I can clearly feel that he's still living in my body, always wanting to regain control of everything. I'm constantly suppressing him, hoping to use mass, asceticism, and preaching to influence him so that he can truly believe in the teachings of Mother and become one with me again. To put it simply, the mark of the past is too deep, and it conflicts intensely with your current life, resulting in a split personality." The pseudo-psychologist and real keyboard warrior, Klein Moretti, made a preliminary judgment and said after some deliberation, "This is a psychological problem. This is a psychological problem. I think you need to see a psychiatrist the most. I've tried. You might not know this, but among the Beyonder pathways that Mother controls, there's a doctor sequence, which is also known as healing priest in ancient times. They've studied my problem and believe that it's not a simple mental illness. It also has a tendency to lose control. If my past self were to defeat my present self, I would undoubtedly lose control and become a monster. Yutravsky sighed. Then what you need is a sequence 7 of the spectator pathway, psychiatrist. Klein thought for a moment and said, your words make me believe that you've found a solution. You just lack a suitable executor, right? Yes. All these years, apart from preaching, I've also been searching for people and things that can help me. Yes. Over the years, apart from preaching, I've been looking for people and things that can help me. In the end, with the blessings of the Mother Goddess, I obtained a very mystical item. It's said to be a relic of an ancient dragon. Seeing that Klein wasn't scared away, Yutravsky replied with some hope, it allows the holder to enter the deepest part of the target's mind, or rather, the deepest part of the dream, and materialize the corresponding scene. That way, you can directly see the past me, and then, through battle, destroy him. In that special state, once he truly dies, he will no longer appear. As expected of the mysterious world, to be able to treat a split personality in this way. Klein sighed to himself and asked cautiously, what are the limitations, or rather, what harm will it cause to the wielder? Why do you think I can't complete this task? Bishop Yutravsky lowered his head to look at Klein. Once that mystical item is used, although the wielder will remain lucid, the mind or dream has many layers. In the past, I could have used this to deceive you, or even hunt you. And after exceeding the predetermined time, yes, 5 minutes, that mystical item will make you completely lost, and your mind will no longer be able to return to your body, becoming its sacrifice. This way, you will become a vegetable. In addition, because of the materialization of the scene, if you are killed in the deepest part of your mind, or the deepest part of the dream, there will be similar repercussions, which is equivalent to true death. Believe me, the past me was much stronger than you imagined. Is that so? But your problem isn't a problem for me at all. I'm a person who can remain lucid and rational in mediumship and dreams. Even if that mystical item wants to make me completely lost, there's no need to worry too much. As long as there's room for struggle, I can take 4 steps counterclockwise and recite the honorific name to head straight above the gray fog. The problem is, how powerful was the past Bishop Yutravsky? How confident was I in defeating him? Were there any restrictions or taboos when fighting in the materialized spiritual world? Klein pondered for a moment. Father Yutravsky, how powerful were you in the past? I don't think I'll definitely lose. Bishop Yutravsky's eyes glazed over for a moment. I am a warrior. I've already reached sequence 6 of this Beyonder pathway and become a Dawn Paladin. So he's not a Beyonder of the Planter pathway. He himself said that he was redeemed by the Church of Earth Mother after committing a crime and becoming a pirate. Sequence 6. It's not that I can't win. Magicians are the type that will be much stronger as long as I'm prepared in advance. Besides, due to my uniqueness, the depths of my soul or the deepest level of my dream can be considered my home turf. Klein pondered for a few seconds. Will that mystical item weaken him? Yes, but that's the main area where he's active. This weakening won't be too great. At most, it'll be as if he's already engaged in an intense battle. Yutravsky recalled his previous attempts. In that case, I'm more confident. Klein continued to ask, what do I need to pay attention to when fighting in that special environment? Just like a real battle, an effective attack will always be effective, and an illusion will still be an illusion. However, you have to pay attention to one thing. He can bring you into a few more layers of dreams at any time, creating a situation where it's hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. Bishop Yutravsky emphasized. Therefore, you have to be at least a sequence 6, or some special sequence 7, to be able to complete this mission. Furthermore, the risk isn't small. If I hadn't sworn on Mother's holy relic that I wouldn't ask the church for help before I succeed in preaching, things wouldn't have been so difficult. If that's the case, I'm not afraid of overlapping dreams. Klein curled his lips. One last question. What are the characteristics of a dawn knight? Bishop Yutravsky twitched his wrinkled face and sighed. This is something that needs to be kept a secret for Beyonders. However, as long as you participate in enough battles, others will be able to conclude it as well. Moreover, the more detailed you know, the higher your chances of success will be, right? Yes. Klein nodded frankly. Bishop Yudkowsky said in a reminiscing tone, "A Dawn Knight has the strength of a giant. He can fill a radius of 40 to 50 meters with the light of dawn. This light of dawn can dispel illusions, and it also has the special ability to disperse rays and shadows. It can even weaken evil spirits. He can condense dawn armor on the surface of his body. This is equivalent to a refined full-body armor, but it doesn't have any obvious weight. It won't affect his movements, but if it's destroyed, it will take a certain amount of time to recover. He can also condense different weapons. The strongest is a two-handed greatsword. It's often called the Sword of Dawn. It's sharp, sturdy, and every strike has a purifying effect. In addition, a Dawn Knight has another beyonder power, which is to create a storm of light. It can directly destroy a human body, destroy race, and injure evil spirits. There aren't many beyonder powers, but they are all very good at restraining me. They're the type with high offensive power and defense, and they aren't afraid of illusions. The good thing is that apart from facing race and shadows, a Dawn Knight's level of mystery is very low." As Klein listened, he simulated the battle situation in his mind, searching for the most competent method. The level of mystery in his mind referred to the degree of strangeness, inconceivability, and incomprehensibility. Bishop Yudkowsky looked at him quietly. He didn't urge or chase him away. After gradually coming up with an idea, Klein raised his head and looked up. "Perhaps I can give it a try, but the premise is that I have to leave for a few minutes to confirm that you're not lying." Bishop Yudkowsky replied in a slightly stunned manner. "No problem. However, I have to remind you again that although I don't know where your confidence comes from, don't underestimate my past self. He was very good at combat. I won't joke around with my life." Klein pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Then, he left the Harvest Church, found a secluded spot, and quickly went above the gray fog to do a divination. After receiving the answer that it would be dangerous but still bearable, he immediately returned to the real world. All in all, he had only spent about 20 seconds above the gray fog. Right on the heels of that, Klein re-entered the Harvest Church and said to Bishop Yudkowsky, who was standing there, "I accept this commission." Bishop Yudkowsky stared at him for a while and slowly said, "If it succeeds, not only will I give you the apothecary formula, but I will also give you a mystical item that doesn't have too many negative effects." Klein was taken aback for a moment before he praised from the bottom of his heart. "Sir Priest, you are truly a generous man." Bishop Yudkowsky didn't say anything else as he took out a strange candle from a hidden pocket in his brown priest robe. The outer layer of the candle seemed to be wrapped in a layer of human skin, but there were a few lumps protruding from it. Its wick was only the height of a knuckle, and it was pitch black in color. It was covered in fine and dense scale-like patterns. "Use your spirituality to ignite it." Yudkowsky handed the strange candle to Klein. Klein didn't immediately follow his instructions. Instead, he took out a matchbox, pulled out a few, and placed them in his trouser pocket. He then lit a few, blew them out, and threw them in different corners of the church. Then, he adjusted the positions of the paper figurines, notes, long strips of paper, Aztec's copper whistle, and various charms. This was in preparation for the worst situation that he had envisioned. After doing all of this, Klein snapped his fingers, causing a pale blue spiritual flame to appear at his fingertip. Sizzle, he brought the flame to the top of the small half of the candle and watched the dark wick light up. Nothing around him seemed to have changed, but Klein clearly realized that he had entered the mind world. He saw that Bishop Yudkowsky was still standing in front of him. His strong body, which was more than 2 meters tall, gave off an oppressive feeling. The repentant bishop looked down at him, the muscles on his face twisting bit by bit as his expression turned abnormally ferocious. Right on the heels of that, Klein realized that the surrounding light and shadows were rapidly transforming. He felt like he was experiencing a real, intense battle. At the end of the battle, Bishop Yudkowsky fell heavily to the ground. Blood flowed everywhere, and he was no longer breathing. The clear-headed and rational Klein watched this scene in a daze. The corners of his mouth twitched as he silently commented. The performance was very professional. When Klein lowered his head again, he could no longer see the strange candle in his hand that was wrapped in human skin. However, a faint and slightly sweet fragrance lingered in his nose. Ignoring Bishop Yutravsky, who was lying in a pool of blood, he took out a matchbox and lit one. As the spark lit up, the blood on the ground quickly disappeared, and the messy cathedral hall became neat and tidy again. The giant like Yutravsky slowly got up, looked down at Klein, and said with a warped face, he said, "It's actually ineffective. It's no wonder you dared to accept this commission. However, it's your misfortune. I didn't want to kill you." As he spoke, the candles on both sides of the cathedral began to flicker. The entire hall suddenly brightened, but it was gentle and not blazing, like the first rays of dawn shining in at the end of the night. The invisible spirit was rapidly disappearing. Klein didn't waste any time. He threw the match away, puffed up his cheeks, and simulated a sound. Bang! An invisible air bullet shot out and struck Bishop Yutravsky in the chest, producing a clear reverberating sound. However, at some point in time, the giant bishop had already put on a set of silver-white armor that covered his entire body. He had gauntlets, a breastplate, a crown, and a helmet, and so on. At this moment, the silver-white metal on his chest was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, but it didn't completely shatter. In fact, it was even slowly recovering. Pung! Pung! Klein continuously made sounds, creating 2 air bullets that were connected end to end, allowing them to continue flying towards the enemy's chest in an attempt to completely destroy the defense there. However, he saw a heavy and wide sword in Bishop Yutravsky's hand. It seemed to be condensed from light, and he used it to deftly block the 2 air bullets. The clanging sounds were indistinguishable, almost as if they were one. Clang! Yutravsky took a single step forward, causing the cathedral to shake. At the same time, his 2-handed sword slashed down at Klein, as though it was about to shatter a building. Before the sword arrived, the strong wind it brought nearly made Klein lose his balance. Terrifying power. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein had already leapt to the side in a practiced manner. He bent his waist and curled his body, preparing to roll on the ground. Bang! Yutravsky's 2-handed sword slashed down on the ground, shattering the stone slabs and causing cracks to spread in all directions. Whoosh! He dragged the giant sword and rubbed it against the ground. He changed from a vertical slash to a horizontal sweep, creating a trail of sparks. This move was prepared for opponents who loved to roll. Just as Klein was about to land on the ground, the image of him being hit by a 2-handed sword instantly appeared in his mind. He hurriedly swung his arm and stretched out his palm. With a light press, he leaped into the air again. Whoosh! The strong wind blew away the dust on the ground, and the terrifying giant sword flattened the nearby chairs. Before Klein could counterattack, the giant bishop's attack arrived without any pause. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. 5 slashes, 6 slashes, 7 slashes. Yutravsky seemed to have an abundance of stamina. He didn't stop, and the storm-like attacks lasted for dozens of seconds. Vertical slash, diagonal slash, horizontal sweep, straight stab, smack. He used the simplest swordsmanship to demonstrate what was the most effective and reasonable, and the 2-handed sword's damage range reached a terrifying level. Klein jumped, rolled, and ran from time to time, but he didn't find an opportunity to use his abilities. He appeared to be in a sorry state and in imminent danger. If he hadn't thrown matches in different corners of the cathedral ahead of time, and there were still some candles on both sides that hadn't been extinguished, allowing him to blink, he would probably have been slain by his opponent. As expected of a Beyonder job that's famous for being good at combat. There's no mistake, no weakness. Klein didn't panic because of this. As he rolled and dodged, he kept looking for the enemy's flaws, waiting for the other party's attacks to slow down. Finally, he discovered a problem with Yutravsky's swordsmanship. It was that the 2-handed sword was too long and too large, and there was an obvious flaw in melee combat. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein took advantage of the opportunity when the giant sword slashed down vertically to roll to the left. Then, with a push of his palm, he quickly rolled towards the space between Yutravsky's legs. As a half-giant who was more than 2 meters tall, Yutravsky was only standing normally. His legs were spread apart, and his silver-white crotch was clearly visible. Just as he rolled there, Klein's left hand had already reached into his pocket, wanting to take out a long piece of paper and turn it into a hard and sharp cane. He would then insert it into the gap on the side of the enemy's crotch, into the body of the giant bishop, this would be a fatal blow, but at this moment, his heart skipped a beat. In his mind, a scene of the giant sword stabbing down appeared, and endless light burst forth, forming a terrifying storm that engulfed him appeared. A trap. Yutravsky's trap. Without any hesitation, Klein pressed down with his right hand and leaped forward, passing through the gap between the giant bishop's legs and jumping behind him. Just as he did this, Yutravsky had already gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, bent his back, and stabbed the giant sword straight into the stone slab in front of him. With a cracking sound, spots of light that resembled the first rays of dawn surged out from the sword, turning into a hurricane that swept through the surroundings. Silently, the stone slab where Klein had been disappeared, and the soil beneath it thinned by nearly 10 centimeters. The silver-white armor on Yutravsky's legs and crotch was also damaged, shattering inch by inch, revealing his skin. His trap was to exchange his own injury for the enemy's destruction. At this moment, Klein, who had leaped behind Bishop Yutravsky, finally found an opportunity to counterattack. He forcefully twisted his body in midair, puffed up his cheeks, and simulated a gunshot at the back of the enemy's head. Bang, bang, 2 air bullets hit the back of Yutravsky's head, first shattering the silver-white metal in that area, then shattering it into pieces, exposing an unprotected area. Just as Klein was about to deliver a fatal blow, Yutravsky suddenly straightened his body, turned his waist, and violently swept his two-handed greatsword behind him. It was so fast and the attack so ferocious that it seemed impossible for Klein to dodge. However, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it in front of him in time. Clang, the collision between the greatsword and the paper produced the sound of metal being struck. The crisp, deafening echo filled the entire cathedral. Klein was sent flying like a tennis ball, and the paper in his hand was torn apart, leaving only a tiny bit between his fingers. In midair, he immediately faced Yutravsky's violent and swift pursuit. The situation was precarious. However, he didn't panic at all. All he did was shake his wrist. The piece of paper ignited, and the flames rapidly expanded, completely enveloping Klein. Whoosh! The greatsword sliced through the flames, but it didn't cause any damage. It only created a few sparks. At a candle on the right side of the cathedral, the dim yellow flame spread, outlining a figure with oil paint on his face. Klein reappeared and took out another long piece of paper from his pocket. Pa, with a flick of his wrist, the paper turned into a tough whip, and the surface of the whip was burning with scarlet flames. Pa! 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 From afar, Klein lashed at the giant bishop with the whip. However, his weapon was quickly torn apart by the two-handed greatsword that was covered in light. And this was Klein's goal, Pa! 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 He snapped his fingers, causing beams of fire to rise from the ground one after another to stop Yutravsky and burn his unarmored legs. The recovery of the dawn armor was rather slow. As the flames flickered, Yutravsky's legs were charred black, and scarlet red was flowing up. However, this didn't affect the giant bishop's agility. He suddenly let out a low roar, and like a steam train that had finally accelerated to its highest point, he smashed through the layers of flames quickly, heavily, and fiercely, and rushed in front of Klein. This speed was unbelievably fast. Right on the heels of that, Yutravsky's two-handed greatsword cracked, turning into spots of light that swept in all directions. Almost instantly, Klein fell into a situation of certain death. The few matches that were stored on his body were ignited, and a strong flame completely enveloped him. However, this wasn't as fast as the storm of light. Just as the scarlet appeared, it was immediately engulfed. Klein's body was torn apart, disappearing inch by inch. However, they lost their thickness and turned into shredded paper. Behind Yutravsky, a scarlet flame rose up, and Klein walked out. He took out a matchbox from his other pocket and threw it at the enemy, as if he wanted to ignite all the remaining matches at once and create a certain degree of explosion through the confinement of the narrow space. And the matchbox was aimed at Yutravsky's unprotected lower body. Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. At the same time, Bishop Yutravsky jumped up, bent his knees, and retracted his legs. Pa! What accompanied the snap of his fingers was the unchanging matchbox. With a loud bang, an air bullet accurately tore open the back of Bishop Yutravsky's unprotected head. It was a fatal object that had been prepared long ago. His skull cracked open, and blood and white spots splattered out. Yutrovsky turned his head with great difficulty and said in a daze, "You," thud. The matchbox fell onto the potholed ground that had been created by the storm of light, but it still wasn't ignited. Klein smiled. "I never said that snapping my fingers can only be used to control flames, not to launch air bullets. Look. Pa. Pa. Pa." He snapped his fingers repeatedly, causing one air bullet after another to hit Yutrovsky's head, shattering his helmet and breaking his skull. Plop! Yutrovsky lost his breath and fell heavily to the ground, causing the cathedral hall to shake slightly. Pa! Klein turned around and snapped his fingers again. The box of matches on the ground exploded, turning into scarlet flames that buried Yutrovsky's huge corpse. Klein didn't sense the existence of the strange candle. He relied on his lucidity and rationality to forcefully walk out of the deepest part of his mind. As the illusory feeling faded, Klein saw the strange candle in his hand again. He saw its pitch-black wick and pale white flame. The ground, chairs, and candles that had been shattered by the Dawn Paladin had returned to their pre-battle state. There was no sign of any damage. At some point in time, Bishop Yutrovsky, who had been standing opposite him, had already sat in the first row of chairs. He was hunched forward, his head buried, and his hands were tightly covering his sun acupoints. Drip, drip, sweat dripped down his face and soaked the ground by his feet. A large patch of the ground there was already wet. Sensing that the strange candle had been extinguished by Klein, Yutrovsky shuddered violently and raised his head under Klein's gaze. His slightly turbid eyes were filled with tears, and his wrinkled face was crisscrossed with traces of crying. However, his eyes were filled with emotion, joy, and clarity. If this giant bishop was said to be tall and heavy before, then now, all that was left of him was the weight of his body. He no longer had the weight of his mind. At this moment, Klein felt as though he was looking at a newborn baby. Those tears were proof of a new life. The corners of Yutrovsky's mouth curled up as he smiled benevolently. "You're much stronger than I expected." "No, this is only because I had sufficient understanding beforehand and had made the corresponding preparations. And in the past, not only did you not know what your opponent was good at, you were also greatly weakened. If I were to fight such a battle with you in the real world, I would be considering how to escape," Klein answered frankly. "A prepared magician and an unprepared magician are completely different concepts," he silently added in his heart. Bishop Yutrovsky didn't dwell on this question. His entire body exuded a relaxed air. He said with a relaxed tone, "Thank you, my friend. According to our agreement, I will give you the apothecary formula, as well as a mystical item." As he spoke, he took out an item that looked like a needle, a hose, and a container from the pocket of his brown priest robe. "You have two choices. This is one of them. When I obtained it, I didn't know its name, nor did I think of naming it. You can use it to draw out a tube of blood, your own blood. At a critical moment, you can transfuse it back. This way, your fatigue will disappear, your illnesses and injuries will be alleviated, and your strength, speed, balance, and other aspects will receive a temporary but significant improvement." Bishop Yutrovsky pointed at the item in his hand. "Then, what about its limitations and hidden dangers?" Klein asked rationally. Father Yutrovsky looked at the needle and tube with mysterious patterns and explained in detail. "After drawing that tube of blood, you will be weak for a full 12 hours. During these 12 hours, transfusing it back won't produce any effects. Of course, the exact time limit isn't that precise. It depends on your physique and condition. In addition, it's best not to use it too frequently. Don't use it more than once a week. Otherwise, the blood transfused will not only bring you strength, but it will also make you temporarily lose your mind. And drawing blood in short intervals will also make weakness a characteristic of you. Apart from that, there's another problem. Once you carry it around for more than half an hour, you will become a little neurotic." Thankfully, Bishop Yutrovsky didn't draw his blood beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been able to use it in the past, and my chances of winning would have been very, very low. This was the first thought that flashed through Klein's mind. Then, he frowned slightly, worried about the negative effects of the mystical item. Be it losing one's mind for a short period of time, being weak for 12 hours, or becoming a little neurotic, they were all latent dangers that didn't seem to be too big of a problem. However, having seen rampagers and heard the ravings of evil gods, Klein believed that a Beyonder's mental state was very important. If it was in a trough for a long period of time, or if there were frequent abnormalities, it was quite easy for it to lead to a loss of control. It was the same even if the Beyonder had mastered the acting method. What's the second choice? Klein said after 2 seconds of silence. Bishop Yutravsky took out an ancient brass key from his other pocket and smiled. It's called the Master Key. It can help you open all locks that don't contain any mysterious powers, as well as a small number of locks that have Beyonder effects attached to them. And in places without locks or doors, it can still open a passageway that doesn't belong to reality. Haha, the premise is that there aren't any Beyonder restrictions, and the obstacles aren't too thick. Its spirituality is completely converged. When it's not in use, it's very difficult for Beyonders to tell that it's different from ordinary keys. Father Yutravsky stood up again, leaving Klein with no choice but to look up at him. This giant bishop took a step forward and came to the wall on the side of the cathedral hall. He pressed the master key against the bricks. With a gentle twist, he felt as if he had entered water. Then, ripples spread out as he passed through the wall and arrived outside. Right on the heels of that, Bishop Yutravsky used the same method to return to the cathedral hall, returning to Klein's line of sight. Have you decided on which mystical item to choose? The tall priest asked with his head lowered. Yes, what's the latent danger of the master key? Klein asked after some deliberation. Bishop Yutravsky smiled warmly. The person who carries it will occasionally get lost. According to others, it should be random getting lost. Lost? I'm a seer with spiritual intuition. Klein mumbled as he gradually made up his mind. After a few seconds, he said, I want the master key. He didn't want to have any mental problems and accumulate the risk of losing control. What a pity, what I want the most is that strange candle. It's similar to the deepest depths of the soul, the lowest level of the dream. It's equivalent to my home turf. He sighed inwardly. All right. Bishop Yutravsky handed the ancient brass key to Klein and exchanged it for the strange candle wrapped in human skin. As Klein examined the mystical item, he pointed behind him and said, The apothecary's formula is in the room. The apothecary's formula is in the room. I'll go get it. You wait here for a while. Klein nodded in response. Taking the opportunity when Bishop Yutravsky's figure disappeared from the hall, he took out a penny and divined if the other party was lying about the master key. After receiving a positive answer, he walked to the wall with a row of candles in front of him and pressed the ancient brass key against the hard barrier. Infusing it with spirituality and twisting the key, Klein's vision suddenly blurred before it became clear. At this moment, there were no longer burning candles, neat chairs, and straight walls in his line of sight. There were only withered grass and some rubbish on the muddy ground. To the side, there was a gas street lamp standing upright. It's really out. Klein nodded with a smile, turned around, and once again used the master key to successfully return to the cathedral hall. After waiting for another 10 seconds, Yutravsky walked in with heavy footsteps, holding a roll of yellowish-brown goatskin in his hand. You can seek an appraisal. If there's a problem, I'll always be at the Harvest Church. The giant bishop handed the apothecary formula to Klein. Main ingredients: horn of an adult unicorn Pegasus, 3 grams of crown jellyfish venom crystal. Klein scanned it and replied with a smile. I'll confirm its authenticity. For example, divination above the gray fog, he added inwardly. Bishop Yutravsky nodded slightly and didn't say another word. He turned around and walked to the sacred emblem of life of Mother Earth. He stretched out his arms and chanted in a low voice, Thank you, source of life. Praise you, mother of all. Klein put away the master key and the apothecary formula, and after Yutravsky stopped, he said half-jokingly, That's right. After Yutravsky stopped, he said half-jokingly, Could it be that my arrival was arranged by Mother Earth? Otherwise, why are you thanking her? Klein, a fake believer of the Evernight goddess, clicked his tongue inwardly. Yes, all of this was arranged by Mother Earth. Otherwise, the matter of me seeking help wouldn't have reached your ears. I wouldn't have come to Bakeland, nor would I have obtained that mental terror candle, Bishop Yutravsky said with a gentle smile without a hint of anger. A complete and self-consistent believer's logic, but Klein suddenly felt that he couldn't communicate with him. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. "Thank you for your generosity. It's time for me to bid you farewell." He straightened his body and quickly retreated, quickly disappearing from the cathedral hall and into Rose Street. 10 minutes later, he saw the golden outer wall of the Harvest Church from another direction. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. "Will I not be able to return without divination?" he muttered to himself. He really wanted to stubbornly rely on himself to overcome the matter of being lost. However, his hands were faster than his voice. He had already snapped off the branches of the trees and made them into a makeshift dowsing rod. The dowsing rod technique could search for people, objects, and directions. This time, Klein finally returned home successfully. He went above the gray fog to confirm the authenticity of the formula and the latent dangers of the master key. The next day, which was Sunday morning. After waking up and having breakfast, Klein took out a pen and paper and wrote a letter to Eichinger Stanton. He asked him to get the police department's help to confirm the current situation of the suspects in the serial murders from 4 years ago. The targets were single prostitutes with a child. After folding the letter and stuffing it into an envelope, Klein stuck a black stamp with a penny on it. He put on his clothes, took his hat and cane, and walked out of his house, preparing to send it to the mailbox at the end of the street. At that moment, he saw Mrs. Xianxia from next door come out dressed up with her husband, Mr. Luke. A rental carriage was already parked in front of their door. "Good morning. Coming to the banquet so early?" Klein asked in surprise. Luke chuckled. "It's not really a banquet. It's more of a helping hand." Mrs. Stellan raised her chin slightly and added, "Mary has successfully entered the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council." Mary has successfully joined the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council. "There will be a grand ball tonight. We have to go and help in advance." "Mrs. Mary's hopes have been fulfilled?" "Impressive." Klein sighed and said with a smile, "That's right. Please congratulate Mrs. Mary on my behalf." Luke Sammer nodded. "You haven't seen this morning's newspaper, right? All the members of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council have been published." "Sir Deshaw? Mr. Hibbert Hall? Who are these people?" "I don't know them at all." Klein pretended not to have any doubts and said half-jokingly, "I hope they can bring blue skies and sunlight to Bakeland." "Yes, although it's everyone's freedom to burn anything in their fireplace, and it's a right granted by the law, blue skies and sunlight are more desirable things." Luke Sammer, a member of the Soot Reduction Association, echoed with a sigh and pointed to the rented carriage. "We should head over. Mary is in desperate need of some help." Stellan Sammer pretended to be reserved and added, "Perhaps there will be members of parliament attending the banquet." "Perhaps a member of parliament will attend the banquet. The Backland region or the kingdom. I can imagine how grand this banquet will be," Klein politely complimented as he watched the Sammers get into the carriage and leave. Just as he turned around and was about to head for the mailbox at the end of the street, a postman in a dark green uniform arrived in a carriage and delivered a letter to the mailbox at his door. "My letter?" Klein took out a bunch of keys and casually chose the one with an ancient design and a luster that was almost brass. Kacha, the master key easily opened the mailbox. "I can only bring this key when I go out in the future." Klein mumbled as he took out the newspaper he had subscribed to and the letter from before. This letter was from Eichinger Stanton. Yesterday, he had also flipped through the old unsolved serial murder cases and picked out the most suspicious ones. Through the police department, he had preliminarily confirmed the current situation of the corresponding suspects. Therefore, he wrote to Klein, Kaslana, and other private detectives who were interested in this direction to share his findings. This included the 2 cases that Klein had paid attention to. Famous detectives think alike. "I wrote the letter for nothing." Klein mocked himself and returned to the living room. According to Eichinger's description, many people had been investigated for the random murder of the late returnees, but they had never been able to lock on to the suspect. After so many years, it was already very difficult and hopeless to find new clues. Among the 4 suspects in the other case, one of them was a teenager whose mother was also a victim. She was a prostitute, single, and had only one child. He had been abused by his mother, and he was the police's first suspect. However, less than half a year after the case, he was seriously injured in a gang fight in the East Side and died in the surgery room of the charity hospital. His body was burned to ashes and buried in the cemetery. In this way, it was impossible for him to be related to the current serial murder case. If it wasn't cremated, I would definitely dig up the grave to confirm it. Klein seriously considered the possibility of the corpse coming back to life. Of the remaining 3 suspects, one had moved several times in the past few years, and the police had lost track of his situation. They needed more time to track him down. One had gone through bankruptcy and moved from North Borough to East Borough. The other had maintained his original state and was still running a grocery store on the same street. Klein took out another piece of paper and first described the corresponding situation. Then, he asked the recipient to secretly observe the 2 suspects who had specific addresses. He emphasized, there are 2 suspects in this case. He emphasized, the murderers of serial murder cases are cruel, vicious, and aggressive. Please be careful and don't get too close to them. Observe them like you're just an ordinary neighbor. The information I need is their recent mental state, such as whether they are irritable, like to lock themselves in their rooms, rarely communicate with others, and whether they have beaten others. This was also the information he had obtained from the Sun. After every murder, the devil would follow the requirements of the ritual and eat the victim's internal organs. It would remain in a state of bloodthirsty mania, wanting to harm others until a new victim appeared. After emphasizing the need to pay attention to their own safety, Klein folded the letter, stuffed it into a new envelope, and stuck a black stamp on the surface. Then, he wrote down the name of the recipient, Detective Stewart. In Empress Borough, Earl of Hall's luxurious villa. Susie was sprawled in a corner of the study, observing her surroundings in a seemingly bored manner. Earl of Hall, whose belly was bulging, took a puff of his pipe and said to the eldest son in front of him, Hibbert, do you know why I insisted on letting you enter the National Atmospheric Pollution Council? Hibbert Hall had already thought about it and replied, do you wish to influence the formulation of the relevant laws and policies? No, although I'm the second largest shareholder of the Constant Coal and Steel Consortium, I don't care too much about this problem. I've long been urging them to make the corresponding adjustments. Tackling air pollution is the trend of the future. I have no doubt about this. Hibbert, although our family has a fixed seat in the House of Lords, and you will become a member of the House of Lords sooner or later, other than people with special statuses like the Speaker, why do some nobles have greater influence as members of the House of Lords? Hibbert thought for a moment. Title, wealth, business status, and relationships in the government and the military? People will always trust those who have rich experience and have participated in many things. If you want to make a difference in politics in the future, apart from inheriting a seat, you have to try your best to participate in all kinds of matters and show the corresponding abilities. Gradually, you have to be active in the eyes of the various members of parliament and ministers, slowly making them feel that you are trustworthy. This is the influence that comes from you. Hibbert, take a look at the Republic of Intis and the current situation of their nobles. You should understand that with the passage of time and the development of society, the privileges on the surface will be weakened. The title of nobility will become less and less important. It will only be a title of honor. Status in the business field and your own influence are what you should pay attention to, Earl of Hall explained in detail. What if I encounter something I'm not good at? Hibbert pondered. Then pretend that you can handle it. Don't worry about wasting money. Build a professional team and listen to their opinions before making a decision. Everyone has many areas they aren't good at. Only money is omnipotent, Earl of Hall pointed out. Hibbert replied in enlightenment, I understand. I understand, father. At this moment, Susie yawned in boredom. When everything was over, it slipped into Audrey's studio and repeated everything it had heard. In the end, it muttered, I'm sorry. Finally, it mumbled, I have no idea what they're talking about. Audrey listened thoughtfully and smiled faintly. It's a good thing so that you don't have to smell those pungent odors. Is that so? Susie asked, not fully understanding. Audrey didn't answer it as she thought of something else. She originally planned on secretly guiding the members of Parliament to pay attention to the terrible situation in East Borough, the factory district, and the dock area, but in the last 2 social gatherings, she realized that she couldn't find an opportunity. The nobles, the members of parliament, and the senior government employees wouldn't talk about such topics at all. She couldn't guide them even if she wanted to. It was Monday afternoon again. Klein leisurely returned to 15 Minsk Street from the Quelag Club. As Stewart hadn't given him the results of the preliminary investigation, and he couldn't find anyone to groom as an apothecary for the time being, he didn't have anything to do yesterday and today. He went to the Quelag Club to practice shooting, read, and scrounge a meal. In the process, he got to know many of the club's members. This is the source of future business. Klein sighed, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He made all sorts of preparations step by step. First, he conjured the fake world and familiarized himself with the control techniques of the all-black eye. Then, he sent a message to Sun that the tarot gathering was about to begin. After doing all of this, Klein waited for 3 o'clock to arrive before reaching out to touch the corresponding crimson stars of each member. After establishing a stable connection, the magicians also had their own illusory star. Furzwall found an excuse to focus on her work and sent Xiao away. At that moment, her vision blurred as she saw the grayish-white fog instantly surge out. In the blink of an eye, she found herself above the mysterious and deep gray fog. She was inside the majestic palace, and in front of her was an ancient modeled bronze table. Around her, there were blurry figures shrouded in fog that were difficult to see. Many figures? One figure after another. These are the members of the gathering that Mr. Fool mentioned? Furs watched all of this cautiously, feeling that the members who could participate in such a secret gathering were all very, very powerful beyonders. Except for me, she thought guiltily and fearfully. However, from another perspective, if a sequence 9 like me can join, the other members might not necessarily be very powerful. The requirement for this gathering is clearly not to be powerful, but to establish a connection with Mr. Fool for some reason. Furs quickly denied her previous judgment and relaxed a little. At the same time, Audrey also discovered that there was a newcomer at today's gathering. A female. Xiao or Furs? Has she passed the test? Or is it someone else? Audrey almost forgot to greet Mr. Fool. She only wanted to carefully observe the characteristics of the new member. No matter how blurry her figure was, she could still make out her hair color and outline, as well as her accent and habitual language. I have to take note as well. Mr. the Hanging Man was the first to confirm that I'm a noble from my special pronunciation of certain words and my habit of using certain special words. Audrey stood up, lifted her skirt, and said to Klein at the end of the long bronze table, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." After greeting them, she didn't hide her curiosity. She glanced at the new member in the same row as her and asked with a smile. Klein sat leisurely in the Fool's seat and looked around. "This is Miss Magician." "She's our new member," Marlene said. Following that, he looked at Furs and introduced them one by one. "This is Miss Justice, and this is Mr. the Hanging Man." As Furs matched the code names to the characters and nodded in greeting, she observed the members. Miss Justice is a blonde lady who looks very young. Her sitting posture is rather elegant. Mr. the Hanging Man has dark blue hair that's as messy as seaweed. He doesn't have a well-built body, and although he doesn't like to speak, one would feel uneasy under his gaze. He's likely the leader of some faction. Mr. Sun seems to be just a youth. He's very quiet and reserved. Apart from that, there's nothing else about him. Perhaps he's as weak as me. Mr. World's gaze is very cold and rather gloomy. It's obvious that he's not someone to be trifled with. Miss Author, who has written a best-selling novel, is displaying her talents to the fullest. While she was looking at the other members were also looking. Among them, Audrey was the one who looked the most attentively. Miss Xiao can't be ruled out from her figure. Brown hair, slightly curly. That's Ma'am Furs, right? For the time being, I can't rule out the possibility that Mr. Fool has pulled someone else. The pronunciation and mouth shape are identical. It's a Bakeland accent. The aura and the color of her emotions are also very consistent. It's unlikely that Mr. Fool would specially forge an image for a member, right? There's no need for he to hide anything. In just a few seconds of sizing up, Audrey had almost overlapped the blurry figure with the image of Furs in her mind. If I can find a fulcrum in other aspects, I'll basically be certain. She waited with interest to verify her beyonder powers. At the same time, she felt that there was no need for her to expose her identity to Furs. It's better to keep some secrets. Let's see when she discovers it. Audrey retracted her gaze and watched quietly with a faint smile on her face. At this moment, as there were no new Roselle diary entries, Klein controlled World to speak. I want to know about the two sequences, Devil and Guardian. He was certain that Sun knew the details of Sequence 6 Devil. This was because he had previously mentioned demonology, and in order to not expose that he was investigating the serial murders, he had deliberately added the God of Combat Pathway's Sequence 5 Guardian. This pathway was also known as the Giant Pathway, and it was the mainstream path of the City of Silver's Beyonders. It was impossible for Sun not to know about it. Among them, Sequence 9 Warrior, Sequence 8 Pugilist, and Sequence 7 Weapon Master had long been grasped by Klein from the Nighthawk's internal information. As for Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin, he had just learned about it from Father Utravsky. Therefore, the only ones he could ask and pay were the ones who wouldn't be wasted. All that was left was Sequence 5 Guardian. In addition, he didn't directly ask Sunday. Instead, he issued this request to everyone. This was because, according to the settings, it was impossible for the world, who had just joined the Tarot, to know that the City of Silver controlled the Giant Pathway. If it's just the Devil sequence, I have some understanding of the situation, the hanging man Alger, who had a certain status in the Church of the Storm, interjected. Derek Berg glanced at him and stopped thinking. He straightened his back and said, "That's right." He straightened his back and said, "I know these two sequences very well. The reward I want is information related to the fallen creator. Whether the two pieces of information are equivalent will be determined by Mr. Fool." At this point, he remembered that he hadn't sought Mr. Fool's approval. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the seat of honor and respectfully made a request. "Son, you can't blame me for this. You requested this yourself." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he chuckled. "Sure. And when it comes to understanding the true creator, none of the ladies and gentlemen here are as good as I am," he added confidently in his heart. While they were discussing this matter, the magician's, Furs, who was listening at the side, was stunned. "The Devil sequence is from the Devil Pathway? What's the sequence? Which pathway is the Guardian from? What's the sequence? How come I've never heard of it, fallen creator? The true creator? God, they actually want to exchange information on the true creator. That is known as the oldest and most powerful existence among the gods. What kind of organization did I join?" The world, who had received the fool's affirmation, didn't hesitate to say, "That's right. Deal. I would like to request a private exchange. I really want to hear it, but I have to be frugal. There are still 2 more months until the new year. Bear with it, Audrey." Audrey blinked and reluctantly retracted her gaze from Sunday. Their vision, hearing, and spiritual intuition were immediately blocked by Klein. The world quickly buried his head and conjured a piece of paper to write his understanding of the true creator, including the orthodox images of the hanging giant and the eye behind the shadow curtains, as well as the information that the Aurora Order members believed that this evil god was the Lord who created everything. At the end, Klein also added his direct impression of coming into contact with an evil god's spawn, sensing the deity's aura, and listening to the true creator's voice. Depraved, distorted, bloody, crazy, evil. Following that, as Mr. Fool, he gave his judgment. The value of this information is slightly higher than the information on the Devil and Guardian sequences, but the difference isn't that great. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Son Derek sincerely took the piece of parchment and read it carefully from beginning to end several times. And one of the things he paid the most attention to was that the true creator was known as the Lord who created everything, distorted, depraved, crazy. Derek silently recited these words as he vaguely saw the black tragedy that had enveloped everyone in the City of Silver for more than 2,000 years. Could it be that the Lord hasn't abandoned us? However, he has gone mad. Sun realized that he could use blasphemous thoughts to examine the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God that the City of Silver worshipped without any resistance. "It's time for you to answer my question," the world urged hoarsely. Derek restrained his boiling and sorrowful thoughts and fell silent for 2 seconds. After creatures of different races consume the devil potion, the mutations that occur are different. They all have certain characteristics. What kind of devil do you want to know? There's actually such a difference? Klein was slightly stunned. He immediately realized something. There was a blind spot in his previous thoughts. What if the serial killer is not a human, but an animal? After consuming the corresponding potion, an animal would mutate into a devil. Step by step, one sequence at a time, it would turn into a devil, although the probability is very low, and the risk of animals losing control is far higher than humans. There's still a possibility. I have to investigate this point. But if that's the case, there will be more questions. Where did the devil that mutated into an animal obtain the potion and Beyonder ingredients? It's unlikely that it would join the human Beyonder circle. Klein maintained his silence and controlled the world. What I want to know is the common characteristic of all kinds of devils. Sun recalled and organized his knowledge. The most terrifying thing about a devil is that if you can cause fatal harm to him in a short period of time and take action to put it into practice, then he will be able to sense it, and grasp where and who the danger comes from. From there, he can target and kill you or take revenge. This time point can range from a few minutes to a day. Different demons have different intuitions. This power is a little scary. But it's different from a clown's intuition. It doesn't seem like it can be used in combat. Instead, it's used to detect the source of danger in advance and respond in time. It's closer to, the sudden inspiration power from the Xianxia novels I read in my previous life. I wonder if I can interfere with or even block this intuition with the mysterious space above the gray fog. Isn't Stewart a little dangerous? Klein leaned back in his chair, seemingly uninterested in the topic Sun and World were discussing. Seeing that the world wasn't shocked, Derek continued, that's right. All of them have the ability to create huge clones, which allow them to break free from the shackles and temporarily increase their strength and speed. Their skin has mutated, which is equivalent to wearing a layer of hard armor. Their blood and flesh can also block objects and reduce damage. They are immune to most poisons and are not afraid of curses and flames to a certain extent. They are talented in fire and filthy spells. They are cold-blooded and do not panic or fear. They have very strong melee abilities and are good at using all kinds of items to cause damage. Their biggest weakness is that they are easily out of control. Even if they are not, they will often show cold-blooded and cruel madness. They are easily controlled by the desire for blood and killing. He's really powerful. As expected of a Sequence 6 devil. Could it be that in the 22 Beyonder pathways, Sequence 6 or Sequence 7 is the threshold for qualitative change below the high sequences? On this point, different sequences are different. Therefore, they are the dividing line between ancient and modern mid-sequences. Klein controlled World and said, I'm very satisfied with your information. Derek didn't act humble. He nodded and said, that's right. Guardians rarely suffer damage. Once they enter a guardian state and give up on attacking, very few people below the high sequence Beyonders can break through their defense. All kinds of damage are the same. When they attack, the corresponding defense will be greatly reduced, but it's still far stronger than refined full-body armor. Their Sword of Dawn, their Storm of Light, and other Beyonder powers allow them to deal damage to any type of monster. They won't be confused by illusions. They can help their companions within a certain range withstand the damage and protect them. As Sun described, Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After the Sun finished speaking, Klein controlled the world to nod. It's more detailed than I imagined. The transaction is complete. Before the world could finish his sentence, Klein had already synchronously unblocked Justice, the Hanging Man, and Magicians. After a few seconds of silence, the world looked around and smiled sinisterly. I don't have any other requests for the time being. Having roughly figured out the process and characteristics, Furs was immediately eager to purchase the corresponding Sequence 8 Trickmaster for apprentice. She clearly remembered that Mr. Fool had said that the reason she was troubled by the ravings of the full moon was because her life's natural order wasn't high enough. The pain would decrease as her sequence increased. This made Furs eager to obtain the subsequent formulas. However, this will expose my Beyonder pathway. When everyone becomes familiar with each other and knows more about each other, the exposure won't be too serious. But for the next few gatherings, I'll have to cover it up, lest the members of the gathering use it to lock onto me in reality. First thought calmly for a moment before saying, I want the formulas for apothecary and trickmaster. I want the recipes for apothecary and trickmaster. I'll trade them with money. She deliberately added the apothecary formula to her actual request to interfere with the judgment of others. If any member really had the formula, she would eat it as usual and then sell it to Viscount Glaint, who had been yearning for the formula for a long time, at a higher price. After all, she definitely wouldn't suffer a loss, and she might even make a killing. As for money, Furs didn't lack it for the time being. Not only were the royalties from her best-selling books entering her account, but she also had additional income, such as the £650 she received from Miss Audrey during the Zillings and Intis Ambassador Bakerland incidents. Poor Xiao. She had to fork out her own money to compensate the families of the 2 victims of the Lanitas incident, spending more than £200. I wonder if Miss Audrey will reimburse her after the commotion blows over. The note with Mr. Fool's honorific name was found in the book compartment of Viscount Glaint's house. Could it be that one of his ancestors was once a member of this gathering? Is this a gathering that has been held regularly for decades or even centuries? Furs's thoughts suddenly wandered. 2 seats away from her, Audrey was slightly taken aback when she heard that Glaint wanted to purchase the formulas for apothecary and trickmaster. She accurately grasped Glaint's thoughts. She's Furs. Trickmaster is for herself, and apothecary is to be sold to Glaint to confuse others. Audrey nodded indiscernibly. She was already certain of the identity of the magicians. Her sequence isn't high, at most 8. It's very likely that she's only 9. I wonder where Mr. Fool pulled her from and what's so special about her. Her accent has a hint of Bakeland's characteristics, but she might not be from Bakeland. The hanging man Alger was also observing the new member and confirmed that she wouldn't pose a threat to him. Derek didn't think too much about it. He was only guessing if Miss Magician belonged to the City of Silver or the world where Miss Justice and company lived. Klein looked at Miss Magicians with pity, not holding much hope for her attempt to hide her identity. When you encounter a telepathic reader who is very familiar with you, even if you know the other party's powers in advance and take the corresponding precautions, you might not be able to hide your true thoughts. Furthermore, you don't know anything. The Fool Klein sighed on behalf of Miss Magicians. At the same time, he controlled World and said hoarsely, I have the apothecary formula. I have the apothecary formula. £230. As for the Trickmaster formula, I will try my best to find it for you, but I can't guarantee success. Using the apothecary formula to exchange for money and using it to groom a useful helper wasn't contradictory. It could be carried out at the same time. Therefore, Klein let the World speak first to prevent the hanging man and son from intercepting him. As for the Trickmaster formula, he only had some ideas. From his point of view, the mystical item, the Master Key, was likely related to the corresponding Sequence 9 apprentice of Trickmaster. If he divined its origins above the grey fog, he might be able to discover some clues. Yes, actually, the most convenient method is to ask the existence suspected to be Mr. Dorr. He keeps whispering during the full moon. Apart from asking for help, he's probably teaching the formula and the acting method so that the target can become stronger and complete difficult missions. But unfortunately, before the target becomes stronger, there's no way to listen to his ravings. The moment they hear it, they will break down and show signs of losing control. This forms a vicious cycle. Klein sighed. Furs wasn't in a hurry to respond to Mr. World. Instead, she looked around and realized that the hanging man, Justice, and son had no intention of speaking. Clearly, they didn't know what the apothecary and Trickmaster formulas were. Mr. World, I hope you can find the Trickmaster potion formula as soon as possible. Furs fell silent for a few seconds before saying, as for the apothecary formula, I plan on buying it now. How should I pay for it? From the looks of it, he's also from Rouen and is willing to accept gold pounds. However, gold pounds have always been more recognized than golden horn, in Typhur, and other coins. As she spoke, Furs was also trying to determine the origins of World. The World didn't mind her sizing him up at all as he said in a deep voice, when you return, offer the cash to Mr. Fool. That way, the transaction will be complete. The exact process of the offering is, offering? Mr. Fool can even accept offerings? His life's natural order has reached such a level? It's no wonder he used such a tone to describe the owner of the ravings during the full moon. Furs was shocked and stunned, but she felt that it was only natural as she listened and memorized it. After finishing his explanation, Klein conjured the apothecary formula in front of World and made the fake person hand it to Miss Magicians. The transaction will be witnessed by Mr. Fool. You don't have to worry that it's fake. I believe in Mr. Fool. Furs immediately nodded, unfolded the formula, and seriously memorized it. At this moment, Audrey, who couldn't bear to see an acquaintance work so hard, reminded her, "You can ask Mr. Fool to help you recall while making the offering. There's no need for any special memorization. If you encounter any problems, you can also pray to him by chanting his honorific name." Him? Miss Justice actually used a personal pronoun that represented a deity to address Mr. Fool. Him. Could it really be him? But why is he willing to help with such trivial matters? That's not right. As long as the ritualistic magic is appropriate, the 7 orthodox deities will often respond to their believers and fulfill their requests. Furs turned her head to Justice and said, "Thank you for your reminder." "Thank you for your reminder. Your title is your character." Audrey suddenly felt a little guilty. She immediately thought of another question and hurriedly said, "Miss Magicians, do you know the acting method?" Acting? Furs looked at him in confusion. She soon discovered that Sun, the hanging man, and the other members didn't have any additional reactions to the term. Clearly, they knew what it meant. Today's gathering made me feel like a country girl who had just arrived in Bakeland. After all, I've attended so many Beyonder gatherings. Furs thought, half sad and half happy. She couldn't help but want to write a novel based on this mood and feeling. She would call it Miss Wall's Journey in the Dream. You don't seem to know. Audrey made a firm judgment based on her reaction and her usual behavior. She turned around, looked at the end of the long ancient table, and spoke to the figure shrouded in thick gray fog. "Mr. Fool, can you tell Miss Magicians about the acting method? If it's possible, what price does she need to pay?" Audrey had originally planned on directly asking if she could exchange for a new Roselle diary like before, but she immediately realized that Furs's Beyonder circle overlapped with hers. This way, she would lose many opportunities to obtain Roselle's diary. This isn't too important. Sooner or later, Furs will know that Mr. Fool needs Roselle's diary, and I'll definitely have other Beyonder circles. However, she knows that I have a few pages of Roselle's diary. If she wants to collect them, the first person she'll look for will definitely be me. However, Mr. Fool has already read my diary. After this gathering, I have to find a chance to tell Furs that Roselle's diary was accidentally lost. Audrey deduced a chain reaction and tried her best to express her worries to Mr. Fool through body language. What is Miss Justice hinting at? She knows Furs, but she doesn't wish to expose her identity. In other words, she doesn't wish for the remuneration I propose to cause trouble in this aspect. Klein chuckled thoughtfully. You decide and explain. I don't wish to repeat such topics. This is a form of respect for the goddess, he added inwardly. Praise Mr. Fool. Audrey's heart leaped with joy. She straightened her back, raised her chin slightly, and tried her best to look at Magician's Furs differently. The acting method is to speed up the mastery of the potion and reduce the risk of losing control to the greatest extent. Do you want to know? There's such a method? Is it real or fake? A high-level figure like Mr. Fool definitely wouldn't lie about such a trivial matter. Furs widened her slightly languid eyes and pursed her lips. Yes. As long as one was a Beyonder, there was no one who didn't want to know such a method. Furs suddenly felt a little excited. Audrey thought seriously and said, there are 2 requirements. First, without Mr. Fool's permission, you are not to tell anyone about the acting method. Second, you have to pay £200. Her original plan was to use Roselle's diary as a discount. Back then, she and the hanging man had used the number of diary pages to repay the debt. But in reality, Roselle's diary was sold very cheaply because it couldn't be cracked. Furthermore, most of the time, it was impossible to determine whether it was real or fake. The total price after conversion was a little unworthy of the acting method. Therefore, she added a little more on top of that. If Mr. Fool's dependents are no longer short of money, I'll accept the £200. After that, I'll look for the diary pages to repay Mr. Fool's debt. Audrey had already thought of a follow-up deal. £200? The method to reduce the risk of losing control is only £200? Isn't that too cheap? Surprised and delighted, Furs was afraid that she would go back on her word. Without hesitation, she said, "Deal." Audrey was just about to request for a private conversation when she suddenly realized something. World, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, didn't show any interest in the acting method. He didn't even have the urge to ask. He had already grasped the acting method to begin with, or had he privately consulted Mr. Fool? Audrey mumbled, but she still cautiously requested for a private conversation. Then, she looked at Furs and deliberated over her words and pronunciation. Our attitude towards potions shouldn't be grasping them, but digesting them. The key to digesting them is acting, and the key to acting is the name of the potion. Why? Furs blurted out. She deliberated for a moment and added another question. Then, how should we act? Audrey recalled Mr. Fool's posture and examples from back then. She repeated the description of the castle, the guards, the invitation, and the disguise. Finally, she said, in short, the goal of acting is to harmonize the body, heart, and spirit, to bypass the stubborn resistance of the remnant psyche of the potion, shattering and digesting it. As a novelist, Furs had a powerful imagination. When Justice finished speaking, she had already sketched out the corresponding scenes in her mind and basically understood what she was trying to say. Is that so? So it's possible to eliminate the remnant psyche influence of the potion and reduce the risk of losing control. The more I think about it, the more I feel that it's possible. Furs's doubts gradually decreased as a sense of pleasant surprise slowly filled her heart. Finally, she asked in confirmation, was it Mr. Fool? Yes, this was taught by Mr. Fool? Yes, if it wasn't for Mr. Fool, we might have already lost control. Our existence proves that the acting method is effective, Audrey praised from the bottom of her heart. Phew. Furs secretly exhaled as she felt that her future was filled with the radiance of hope. Could this be the fortuitous encounters described in various novels? What a wonderful feeling. However, I still can't be careless. Mr. Fool might be an evil god who harbors ill intentions and hides himself very deeply. Furs reminded herself inwardly. Soon after, she began to think about a more important problem, which was how to act as an apprentice. Based on the literal meaning of the word, apprentice meant that he was still immature in all aspects of his skills, and he still had to receive guidance and focus on learning. I can't be stubborn, I can't be arrogant, I have to understand the insignificance of my own strength. Furs quickly dispersed her thoughts, not even noticing that the private communication environment had been suspended. At this moment, the son Derek silently looked around and gritted his teeth. I want to know which 7 gods you were talking about, as well as their general situation. He finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been in his heart for a long time. I know that. Audrey almost failed to react at first, but she quickly figured out what son was asking, so she raised her right hand slightly. At the same time, the hanging man and the world also indicated that they could answer. What are they doing? Furs looked at them blankly, trying hard to recall what had just happened. A moment later, she remembered the question about the sun and figured out the hidden meaning behind his words. It can't be? He actually doesn't know about the 7 gods? Where did he come from? Furs looked in surprise at Mr. Sun, who was only a young man. In the northern continent, apart from immature children, there was no one who didn't know about the 7 orthodox gods. Even the poor and vagabonds who were struggling to survive were no exception. To them, the free food that was occasionally given out by the church was very tempting, and the workhouse that was opened was a candle flame in their despair. People from the southern continent's colonies? But why would he ask such a simple question here? There's no need for that. He could just find a church and get a pastor or priest to preach, and he would be able to figure out the relevant content. Where exactly does Sun live? What a freak. As Furs muttered to herself, she looked around and realized that Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, and Mr. the World weren't surprised. At that moment, the fog-shrouded Klein smiled when he saw the 3 of them rush to answer. Mr. Sun, who do you want to make a deal with? What are you willing to pay? Sun pursed his lips and thought for a few seconds. I'll make a deal with each of them individually. Only then will I be able to obtain the most comprehensive information. In the harsh environment of the City of Silver, he had matured a little from the previous few patrols and cleanup operations. He paused for a moment. The payment is that you can ask me a question, and I can answer it. I agree. I'm very interested in the City of Silver, Audrey said without hesitation with a faint smile. City of Silver? What's this place? Why haven't I heard of it? Furs looked around blankly, feeling like she couldn't understand what they were talking about. Audrey glanced at her and kindly explained, Mr. Sun isn't in the North or South continent. Mr. Sun isn't in the northern and southern continents, nor is he on an island in the ocean. The City of Silver is located beyond our knowledge or exploration limits. It's a lie, right? This was the first thought that popped into Fur's mind. However, Sun's performance and the idea that it was impossible for everyone to join forces to deceive me made her quickly accept Audrey's explanation. This secret gathering is more unbelievable than I imagined. Mr. Fool is more powerful than I imagined. Fur secretly exhaled and sighed wistfully. Audrey vaguely read her current thoughts. For a moment, she wanted to brag about how Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, Intis Ambassador Bakerland, and Swindler Lenevis had all died because of tarot. Unfortunately, if Furs were to know of these three matters, she would immediately associate Audrey with justice. I have to keep it a secret, keep it a secret. Even if it's difficult, I have to keep it a secret. Audrey suddenly took a deep breath. As she didn't understand the City of Silver and didn't know what to ask, Furs didn't participate in the subsequent transaction and chose to watch from the sidelines. The Hanging Man and the world agreed to Sun's request one after another. The happiest person was Klein. To him, this meant that his harvest had gone from 1 to 3. The Fool could hear the content of a private conversation. And Klein clearly didn't plan on shielding himself. Student, the Sun sure is simple. He laughed in his heart. As there was a lot of information related to the 7 deities, justice, the Hanging Man, and the world could only choose the key points to write. After a while, they passed their respective descriptions to Sunday. Derek quickly skimmed through it, and his gaze stopped on a few lines of words. Apart from the Lord who created everything, the most ancient deities are the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. Their churches are the most ancient churches. Why haven't I heard of them? I haven't heard of any of these deities. I feel like there's something very important hidden here. Sun knew that the time of the tarot gathering was limited, so he hurriedly ended his reading. He planned on praying to Mr. Fool when he returned and asked him to help him awaken his memories. Right on the heels of that, the first person to raise a question was Audrey. Due to the serial murders, she was very interested in the sequence of devils, so she imitated Mr. World and asked the corresponding questions. Derek answered skillfully and added an additional sentence, at the corresponding sequence 7. Beyonders of the Abyss pathway are able to effectively interfere with divination and mediumship. The powers of devils are truly terrifying. I wonder if my sequence 7 psychiatrist will bring about a qualitative change. Or do I need to reach sequence 6? Audrey felt a little apprehensive when she heard that. The second question came from Alger, the Hanging Man. He seemed to have deliberated for a long time as he looked at Sun and said in a deep voice, I want to know about the City of Silver's creation myth. The slightly tense Derek relaxed a little and said, that's right. The omnipotent and omniscient God created everything and entered a deep slumber. Giant King Ormer, Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt, Elf King Siniathrim, Vampire Ancestor Lilith, Devil Monarch Farbudi, Phoenix Ancestor Gregrace, Mutant King Faster, Demonic Wolf King Fleegria. They divided the authority left behind by the Lord and became gods that ruled over the sky, land, and sea. They ruled over reality, the spirit world, and the astral world. They ruled over all races, true gods, ancient gods. Fleegria? Klein, who was listening by the side, suddenly noticed a familiar word. Every time he advanced and was in an unstable state, or when he came into contact with the remnant influence of the Antigonus family's notebook, there would always be illusory ravings echoing in his ears. Hornacis. Fleegria. Hornacis. Fleegria. Hornacis. Fleekria. Klein had long known that Hornaces was referring to the mountain range with the country of the Evernite ruins, but he never knew what the word Fleekria meant. And now, for the first time, he was hearing Fleekria from someone else's mouth, king of the demonic wolves, an ancient deity, but why would he be involved with the Hornaces mountain range? Klein maintained his posture as he quietly listened to Sun continue. Some of them perished in battle, while others were stripped of their authority by the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, after he awoke. The first part is the creation myth, and the latter part is the history of the City of Silver's true history. The hanging man Alger wasn't done listening. He wanted to know more, but due to Sun's unwillingness to speak further, he could only stop in time and think. King of the demonic wolves, Fleekria, left the stage of history in the second epic, which was the dark epoch long before the cataclysm. As Klein pondered, he controlled the world to ask questions. He originally wanted to ask which sequence Beyonder could freely switch between physical and spirit bodies, just like Miss Sharon. If Sun didn't know such knowledge, he could consider other questions. But now, there was something more important that he wanted to know, so he said in a gloomy and hoarse voice. Hence, he asked in a deep voice, everything about King of the Demonic Wolves, Fleekria. Sun looked at Mr. World in surprise and frowned slightly. I don't know much about this ancient god, Limu said. He is also known as the Annihilation Demonic Wolf and the Evernite Demonic Wolf. Evernite Demonic Wolf. Evernite? Klein narrowed his eyes slightly. The country of the Evernite on the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range believes in the ruler of the night, Mother Sky. This is definitely related to the Evernite Demonic Wolf, Fleekria? Therefore, the illusory ravings I heard were Hornaces. Fleekria, what's the connection between Fleekria, an ancient god, and the goddess? According to Roselle, sequence 0 is equivalent to a true god. Every sequence only has one sequence 0. The goddess inherited the authority of the Evernite demonic wolf? He was not the oldest god, nor was he the eye of the self-proclaimed creator. Yes, this is a side clue that can't be considered proof. The people of the life school of thought worship the moon, the crimson moon formed from one of the creator's eyes, but they don't believe in the Evernite goddess. Klein immediately thought of many things as he controlled the world to speak after some deliberation. Nothing else? There's nothing else. The matter of the king of demonic wolves, Fleekria, is considered a myth in the City of Silver. Sun felt that he hadn't answered at all, so he suggested in embarrassment, Mr. World, you can change your question. Change the question? Little Sun, you're too straightforward. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Klein made the world hoarsely say, that's right. Your honesty and trustworthiness are impressive. I previously met a Beyonder. He can freely switch between his physical body and spirit body, and he can control zombies. Do you know which pathway and sequence he belongs to? Although Sun was in the forsaken land of the gods, in the City of Silver, and it was impossible for him to have any connection with the capital of the Ruan kingdom, Bakeland, Klein was cautious and changed the she that referred to Miss Sharon to he. By the way, he's not a high-sequence Beyonder, World added in a deep voice. Sun seriously recalled the contents of the textbook. If it's not a high-sequence Beyonder, then we can eliminate the Phoenix pathway. Phoenix pathway? Klein deliberately made the world show some surprise. After attending so many gatherings, Derek knew very well that the City of Silver's customary way of addressing the sequence pathway was somewhat different from what Miss Justice and company had described. Therefore, he didn't find it strange. It's the Beyonder pathway that rules death and partially controls the spirit world. Its sequence 9 is Corpse Collector. So it's the death pathway. From the looks of it, Phoenix ancestor, Greg Race, is an ancient death. Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table without changing his posture as he controlled World to nod. I understand. Please continue. Derek immediately replied, that's right. I can only think of two possibilities. The first is a special devil. Like I said before, different races evolve into different types of devils. Some of them can freely switch between physical and spiritual bodies, but they are quite rare, and they may not be able to control zombies. Can humans do it? The world asked. No, at least I don't know of any similar examples, Sun said honestly. What about the second possibility? Klein recalled Miss Sharon's usual performance in battle, while the world changed his sitting posture. Derek replied solemnly, "That's right. Xenogenic." Xenogenic? Aren't you referring to monsters? The world asked hoarsely. Klein clearly remembered that Mr. Aztec once mentioned that mutants referred to humans who were cursed. Because of the different curses, mutants formed different races. They were usually the same as humans, but there was always a twisted and repressed desire hidden in their hearts. When a certain scene appeared, or when they were stimulated by a certain object, it would explode and they would turn into monsters, wantonly satisfying their desire to kill, bloodthirst, and other things. Every time they exploded, they would become a little colder, and finally, they would completely lose the positive emotions of being human. Among them, the most representative was the werewolf. Sun nodded frankly. Yes, mutants are monsters that split from humans due to the negative effects of certain beyonder characteristics. It's not a curse, but the negative effects of certain beyonder characteristics? Sitting in the thick gray fog, the fool Klein realized that this was different from Mr. Aztec's description. Was this what people knew about xenogenics before the cataclysm? General knowledge that everyone in the City of Silver knows is rather precious to the beyonders of the northern and southern continents. Klein increasingly realized how special the forsaken land of the gods was. At this moment, Derek continued. The characteristics that mutants possess happen to form a beyonder pathway. Therefore, ordinary humans can also become mutants by consuming potions. Xenogenic path? Which one was he referring to? What's the corresponding sequence 9 called? Klein asked the world out of curiosity. Derek didn't care which question it was, and he treated it as a necessary supplement. In the City of Silver, the corresponding sequence 9 is called prisoner. The heart is the body's prisoner, and the body is the world's prisoner. This refers to the restrained madness and repressed desires. Prisoner? This pathway is in the hands of Rose School. They are famous for their bloody sacrifices and worship the so-called chained god. Miss Sharon doesn't look like such a cold person who kills indiscriminately. Wait, Merrick seems to be being pursued by some faction. He and Miss Sharon are defectors from Rose School? They defected in order to not become a crazy cultist? Klein made the world say with some guesses, "I'm very satisfied with your answer." I'm very satisfied with your answer. The deal is complete. Following that, the members shared what they had seen and heard. Klein ended the tarot gathering in time before his spirituality was depleted. When the world above the gray fog returned to calm, there wasn't even a fake person. He began to travel back and forth between the mysterious space and the real world, bringing the master key to the ancient palace. Although I've deduced from Roselle's diary that there's a high chance that the apprentice pathway doesn't have a sequence 0, I still can't be rash. Sequence 1 and Sequence 2 might be able to effectively counterattack from a distance. Besides, what if there really is a Sequence 0? What if there really is a Sequence 0? I can't gamble with my life. Klein calmed down for a while and wrote a divination statement, its source. Then, he held the master key to prevent it from pointing in the wrong direction. Leaning back in his chair, Klein silently recited the divination statement and gradually fell asleep. In the gray, illusory, and fragmented world, he saw a bronze lamp stand with many flickering candlelight. Around the lampstand, there seemed to be a secret room. There wasn't any external light. There was a long table, a black iron pot, a glass jar, a brown notebook, and other items. A young man dressed in a black classic robe stood in front of the long table, staring blankly at the medicine in his hand. Ancestors, I'm about to embark on the path of beyonders. I'll definitely be able to recreate the glory of the House of Abraham, he muttered to himself as he drank the medicine. The muscles on his face contorted, revealing a pained expression. All of a sudden, he let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. He kept struggling and clutching his own neck. In just a few seconds, he tore apart his clothes and peeled off his skin, turning into a monster covered in blood. Bang, his flesh and blood exploded, and every piece seemed to have a life of its own. They kept crawling in all directions, leaving behind traces of corrosion. In the end, they failed to leave the secret room and slowly returned to silence. Specks of light gathered and fused with a broken finger, turning into a simple and unadorned brass key. At the same time, Klein saw a silver pocket watch embedded with diamonds in the clothes. The dream ended as he opened his eyes and looked forward. He sighed. Seriously, he said that he wanted to restore the glory of the house of Abraham, but he failed at the first step. There's a certain level of risk in becoming a sequence 9. The house of Abraham was a great noble of the Tudor dynasty in the 4th epoch. It was said that they controlled the beyonder path of apprentice, but it was likely incomplete. Klein recalled the scene he had just seen, tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers, and muttered to himself. It was spoken in Rouen. He's speaking Loanese. I can't tell where his accent is from. It's popular to embed pure diamonds on pocket watches without any other gems. It's only been 10 years since then. When I have the time, I'll go to the Harvest Church again and ask Father Yutravsky where he obtained the master key. Perhaps I can find some clues. Just as Klein was about to leave the world above the gray fog, the illusory star that symbolized the magicians expanded and contracted. This was Furza's request to hold a sacrificial ritual. Furza originally wouldn't have brought that much cash with her, but she had been preparing to participate in the Beyonder gathering, so she had specially kept £500 to see if she could buy the items she wanted. Who knew that the corresponding gathering would be cancelled due to the situation? Now, it was just right to use it to pay for the apothecary formula and the acting method, a total of £430. Seeing the screen appear and the banknotes disappear, Furz was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. She sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. Selling the apothecary formula to Viscount Glaint for £300 will do. I can't be too greedy, or it will destroy a long-term partnership. As for Miss Audrey, I'll ignore her for now. She has hopes of contacting the psychology alchemists and directly obtaining the corresponding formula. It's really impossible. I'll go to the tarot gathering to purchase it. Sigh, I have to observe if the acting method is effective. If it is, I'll consider how to pray to Mr. Fool. Zio, that idiot. She's usually an arbiter, so she unknowingly meets the requirements of the acting method. First thought of the future. At the same time that he received the £430, Klein also received a prayer from Miss Justice. She said that if Mr. Fool's adorer no longer needed cash, she could use the promise of collecting Roselle's diary in exchange for the £200. She had to satisfy Mr. Fool. I'm very satisfied. I'm just short of a few dozen pounds to have £1,000. Klein politely rejected Miss Justice's good intentions. Following that, he busied himself helping Sun awaken the memories of the 7 deities' information. After doing all of this, Klein returned to the real world, exhausted. He pulled open the curtains and flipped through the serial murder case dossiers again, searching for the animal that might exist. In a cramped room in the City of Silver, son Derek Berg sat by the bed, quietly recalling the information he had obtained on the 7 deities. The names of the deities that he had never heard of and the specious ancient myths were all telling him of a completely different new world than the City of Silver. Is that a land that hasn't been abandoned by the gods? Or should I say, a land protected by a new deity? Derek sat in the darkness without any additional movements. From time to time, lightning would flash across the window, bringing with it a strong light. He slowly focused his thoughts on the authorities that the 7 deities wielded and compared them with the ancient deities like the dragon of imagination Ankwelt. The so-called god of combat is very close to the giant king, Ormur. The authority of the Lord of Storms is similar to that of the elf king, Saniathrim. The Evernight goddess seems to be a combination of the king of demonic wolves, Fleegria, and the vampire ancestor, Lilith. The eternal blazing sun, Earth Mother, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the god of steam and machinery aren't similar. Regarding the myths and legends, I didn't pay enough attention in class and missed out a lot of things. Phew, since I don't have any patrol missions, I'll go to the Steeple Library and read through the information. Derek suddenly stood up and did as he thought of it. His problem was also the problem of most of the residents of the City of Silver. When receiving general education, the focus was on practical courses like demonology, monster classification, charms, and extraordinary basic. They were all used to deal with monsters in the depths of the darkness and increase the production of edible plants. When listening to supplementary subjects like mythology, they often weren't focused enough. If it wasn't for the fact that the history of the City of Silver made the residents more united, increasing everyone's sense of honor and mission, and that the 6-member council was very strict in this aspect, Derek believed that he would only be able to remember what had happened in the last 20 to 30 years. Carrying the axe of hurricane, Derek walked out of his house and walked along the clean but ancient mottled stone path until he reached the Twin Towers in the north of the city. One of the Twin Towers' spire was the City of Silver's library, the place where merit points were exchanged, and daily necessities were distributed. The other spire belonged to the Six-Member Council, a mystical item that was rumored to have supported the City of Silver for more than 2,000 years. It was a recipe and material warehouse. After entering the steeple, Derek went straight to the third floor. Based on his impression, he found the bookshelf with mythological information and the corresponding ancient books. He had just taken a fancy to an ancient book that was related to the creation myth. Just as he was about to pull it out, he discovered that a hand with slender fingers, fair skin, and a beautiful shape had snatched the book away before him. Derek traced the arm, and after a glance, he lowered his head, pressed his hand to his chest, and greeted in a deep voice. "Hello, Elder Lovia." The person who took the book was a member of the Six-Member Council, Shepherd Lovia. Lovia was wearing a black robe embroidered with many mysterious purple patterns. Her silver-gray hair was thick but slightly curly. Her face was smooth and tender, and her eyebrows were gorgeous. She looked to be in her early 30s, and her light gray eyes seemed to be able to see through souls. "Yes." In the face of Derek's greeting, Lovia nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. She silently took the book and left between the two rows of bookshelves. Elder Lovia seems to have become normal. Unlike before, she would always switch between different states irregularly. Sometimes she would cry, sometimes she would sneer, sometimes she would snort angrily, and sometimes she would be indifferent. Such thoughts flashed through Derek's mind subconsciously. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Because Elder Lovia is normal, after flipping through all the dossiers, Klein didn't find any records regarding animals. It was obvious that he had overlooked this problem during his previous investigations. Yes, I have to remember my previous thoughts. I can't recklessly investigate on my own. Ignoring the fact that I don't have enough special abilities to avoid the devil's premonition and grasp of danger, just the possibility of encountering the Nighthawks in charge is already very troublesome. My goal has always been to assist, analyze the case, come up with guesses, and determine the authenticity of the clues. Klein considered the problem of what he should do. After understanding the devil's abilities, he temporarily didn't dare to hand over the investigation of whether the suspects had pets to Stuart. There was a high chance that it would cause the deaths of the suspects. It's only a preliminary investigation without any specific direction. Stuart shouldn't encounter anything. The devil isn't a bunch of lunatics from the Aurora Order. He won't take the initiative to expose himself. Stuart will definitely be able to submit the report tomorrow or the day after. Perhaps there are clues hidden in there that others can't detect. Klein stood up and paced back and forth in the activity room with his hands in his pockets. The problem he was facing now was how to get the main force of the investigation to include animals in their line of sight. It definitely wouldn't do to mention it directly. That would arouse suspicion. It's the same if it's too obvious. Sigh, I'm not a spectator. I don't have beyonder powers in this area. Klein thought carefully and deliberated before finally deciding on a plan. He took out a piece of paper, held a fountain pen, and wrote, "Dear Mr. Stanton, I thought of a problem." Previously, when the detectives were discussing it, they all felt that the murderer's actions were very skillful, without any signs of jerkiness. He's very experienced, and I believe that it's impossible for him to be born with it. There has to be a lot of experience as a foundation, such as a medical student in surgery or a butcher in a butcher shop. Back then, I guessed that he might have done similar cases in the past. This is one of the directions of the investigation, and it's also what I'm currently paying attention to. But after thinking about it over and over again for the past 2 days, I believe that it's incomplete. Perhaps he doesn't rely on killing people to gain experience. Is there a possibility that he's using pitiful animals to practice his skills? Living animals, different kinds of animals. The number of animals that die in Bakeland every day is uncountable, and no one knows of the ones that disappear into the depths of the sewers. These are good targets for practice. These are some of my immature views. I wish to share them with you. Sherlock Moriarty. Klein didn't directly mention that the murderer might be a demonized animal. He found another reason to practice his skills, hoping that Eichinger Stanton would notice the neglected animal world and alert the official Beyonders in charge. As he wrote, he suddenly felt that this was also a direction. The reason why the devil hadn't been captured was because it spent most of its time hunting animals. And animals hunting animals wasn't something worth paying attention to. Let's do it this way. I hope it will give them some inspiration. Klein folded the letter, dressed neatly, and went to the mailbox at the end of the street to deliver it. 15 minutes later, Lawyer Jurgen watched Detective Sherlock pass by the oriel window again and again. He finally couldn't help but open the door and politely ask, Mr. Moriarty, did you forget your keys? I guess so. Klein forced a smile. Why don't you come to my place as a guest? You can go back after dinner and it's dark. I know that you private detectives are very good at climbing, Jurgen invited with a serious expression. That works too? Klein was stunned for a second before he smiled sincerely. That would be my honor. Lawyer Jurgen's grandmother was at the level of a chef. Furthermore, I can stroke the cat. After the sky turned completely dark, Klein, who had eaten and drunk his fill, rested at home for a while, took his cane, and left Minsk Street. He planned on making another trip to Rose Street south of the bridge to ask Bishop Yutravsky about the origins of the master key. With the help of the dowsing rod technique, he successfully arrived at the Harvest Church in the dead of night and sneaked in according to the previous route. However, Bishop Yutravsky didn't repent in the cathedral hall tonight. In the silence and darkness, there were only rows of seats. He's resting? Puzzled, Klein walked towards the living area at the back of the hall. Just as he rounded the corner, he suddenly saw the giant-like Bishop Yutravsky walking up the stairs to the basement. The heavy stone door was banging loudly. Who did he detain in the basement? Klein instantly thought of a series of unhealthy news. Bishop Yutravsky looked up and saw Klein in his previous disguise. He was surprised and asked in a daze, "What's wrong with you?" After a pause, he asked, "You haven't found your way home? Do I look like someone who's been lost for so long?" Klein forced a smile. "Father, I'm not lost." "You think that formula is fake?" "That's impossible." Bishop Yutravsky frowned and stopped halfway up the stairs. This way, he was on par with Klein. "No, it's real," Klein answered honestly. At this moment, the stone door to the basement was slammed again. It became more and more intense, accompanied by a male voice saying, "Let me out." "What's this?" Klein couldn't help but ask. Bishop Yutravsky smiled warmly. "A vampire." Just as he said that, the man in the basement shouted. "What's wrong with vampires? Vampires should be locked up here by you? Should they listen to your nagging every day and listen to you reciting scriptures? Pooey, I'm a noble sanguine. Don't use such a vulgar term to describe me. Let me tell you, I worship the moon and will never change my faith to Earth Mother. Give up, you despicable priest." This was the first time Klein had met a real vampire, so he couldn't help but ask, "Father, where did you catch him?" Bishop Yutravsky looked at Klein with a strange expression. "He's the original owner of the master key. One day, he got lost and walked into this cathedral." Klein seriously considered whether he should carry the master key with him in the future. "Thankfully, I know divination," he thought rejoicingly. "It just so happened that he entered a state of thirst for blood, and I discovered something abnormal," Bishop Yutravsky added with a smile. "Pooey, don't mention blood to me. What I need is the blood of a beautiful girl, not a dirty old man like you." The vampire in the basement suddenly became irritable. Bishop Yutravsky explained without any anger. "When he thirsts for blood, I'll get him some of mine." Klein nodded and took a closer look. He discovered that the heavy stone door in the basement was engraved with the sacred emblem of life and many mysterious symbols, forming a complete seal. "In the daytime, when there are more people praying, I'm afraid even the sound won't be able to be heard." Klein made a preliminary judgment. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Bishop Yutravsky asked. Klein answered frankly, "Yes. I want to know where the master key first came from." "Then you'll have to ask him." Bishop Yutravsky pointed to the basement. The vampire inside suddenly fell silent before smiling leisurely. Friend, I can answer your question. But the premise is that you have to rescue me first. He's really daring to ask for a price. Upon hearing the vampire's request, Klein was exasperated and amused. He glanced at Bishop Yutravsky and asked thoughtfully, Father, can I borrow your candle? It's the one from last time. I've forgotten its name. Before Bishop Yutravsky could answer, the vampire in the basement spoke in surprise. Before Bishop Yutravsky could reply, the vampire in the basement exclaimed in surprise, that's right. What do you want? At this moment, Bishop Yutravsky gently spoke. It's called the mental terror candle. Why do you want to borrow it? At this moment, Bishop Yutravsky gently said, it's called the mental terror candle. Father, you're very cooperative. You even know how to ask. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. Father, you're very cooperative. You even know how to ask. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. As you know, I have some special talent in this area. I'm very good at doing such things. Before he could finish his sentence, the vampire in the basement shouted, Bastard, give up. You'll be cursed if you do that to a noble sanguine. Doing this to the noble blood breeds will be cursed. Hey hey, hey 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 hey. I'll talk, I'll tell you the source of the master key. Klein immediately chuckled. Thank you for your cooperation. Humph. That dirty old man's friend really isn't a good person. As a sanguine, I'm already very restrained by only going to the hospital to steal blood from a blood bottle to drink. Why am I locked up here and listening to that long-winded housefly's Bible of life every day? The vampire in the basement grumbled angrily. Frankly speaking, if you're really the person you described and you met me, I would at most give you a warning or two. Unfortunately, when you got lost and entered this cathedral, you were facing a priest who used to kill people and loved to fight. He's now a pious, repentant, and fanatical believer. All I can say is that you're unlucky. However, Bishop Yutravsky has already recovered from his illness, so he probably won't really hurt you. At most, he'll keep you by his side. Klein silently responded. The vampire in the basement paused for a few seconds before saying, More than a month ago, I went to Southborough to steal a blood bottle to drink, but I ended up encountering a thief. He originally wanted to enter the hospital's financial office, but he got lost and opened the door of the blood bank. I caught him on the spot. He used that master key. He told me that he found it when he was stealing from a certain house. At the same time, he also obtained a pocket watch inlaid with diamonds. Yes, it's in the basement. At first, he thought that the key corresponded to a room or a safe, so he tried them one by one. In the end, he found that all of them could be opened. This was an unimaginable surprise for a thief. After that, he succeeded again and again until I caught him and confiscated the key. Damn it, I never thought that the key would make people lose their way. It matches the scene I saw in my divination. However, is there a curse on this master key? The previous owner was detained because he got lost, and the previous owner was also caught on the spot because he got lost. Perhaps, I really have to throw it above the gray fog and take it out when I need it. However, that would be a lot more troublesome. It might delay things. Klein controlled the changes in his expression and asked unhurriedly, What's the matter? Did the thief say where he stole it? The vampire in the basement muttered, You're doubting my intelligence. You're doubting my intelligence. How could I not ask about this? He said it was at 48, River Bay Avenue south of the bridge. I originally planned on investigating it when I had the time, but... Damn it. Alright, I'm done answering. Don't disturb me anymore. Klein didn't leave just like that. Instead, he slowly took out a half-penny copper coin and recited softly, That's right. He's lying. After 7 times, Klein's eyes darkened. He flicked the coin and watched it spin before landing in his palm. This time, the head was up, indicating that it was positive. In other words, the vampire was lying. The contents of the thief's description match the scene I saw in my divination in many ways. It can't be fake. The vampire must have lied about the specific address. Klein looked at Bishop Yutravsky and chuckled. He lied. Let me think, why would he lie? It's very unwise for him to vent his anger and take revenge on someone who has nothing to do with me. It's also very disadvantageous to his situation. So, I think he's actually using this method to seek help. That address might very well belong to his companions. Father, aren't you going to take a look? The basement instantly fell silent. After a few seconds, the vampire laughed and said, I just don't want to tell you so easily. I just don't want to tell you so easily. You threatened me just now, so I lied to take revenge. Isn't that normal? I can tell that he's forcing himself to calm down. Klein smiled. Then, what's the real answer? If you lie again, I don't mind sending this address to the 3 churches. I'll just say that it's related to the recent serial murders. Humans are truly vicious. The vampire gritted his teeth and sighed. 32, Verdi Street south of the bridge. Klein tossed the coin again and received an answer that indicated that the vampire wasn't lying. From the looks of it, vampires don't have the ability to interfere with divination. I'll go above the gray fog to confirm it later. Klein pressed his hand to his chest and bowed towards the heavy stone door of the basement. Thank you for your cooperation. The vampire in the basement snorted in response. Just as Klein turned around and was about to leave, he suddenly shouted, Remember, my name is Emlyn White. Remember, my name is Emlyn White. Remember, my name is Emlyn White. What's the point of remembering your name? It's not like I plan on saving you. I'm not prepared, and I don't have the home field advantage. I can't beat Father Yutrovsky, and he has a mystical item that can transfuse blood. Could it be that this vampire's companion is offering a bounty for me, and he wishes for me to sell this information? Klein was taken aback for a moment before he walked out of the Harvest Church without a word. He randomly found a secluded spot, removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist, and did a divination about exploring 32, Verdi Street. The answer he received was that there was a certain level of danger, but it wasn't too high. There's a certain level of danger. Where is the danger? What kind of danger could it be? Klein seriously analyzed the situation and suspected that the apprentice who had lost control and died had turned into a ghost-type monster due to his intense resentment. Furthermore, it was a relatively strong one. That's not right. The thief clearly didn't encounter anything before coming out with the master key. Could it be that the danger lies in another secret location in the house? Klein thought carefully and felt that it was best for him to make sufficient preparations before heading there. It was to prevent himself from encountering an enemy that he found difficult to deal with his current Beyonder powers. At the very least, I have to wait until I buy bullets that can purify wraiths and shadows. He nodded slightly. With this consideration, combined with his previous battle with Don Paladin Bishop Yutrovsky, Klein suddenly felt that he could vaguely conclude the first rule of magicians: don't perform when you're not prepared, there's a high chance of being exposed. Klein silently added. On Tuesday morning, Klein prepared the butter and toasted 2 slices of bread. He wasn't in a hurry to eat. He opened the door and took out today's newspaper from the mailbox. There's a letter. He pulled out the letter from the newspaper and glanced at the envelope as he returned to the dining room. It's from Stuart. It looks like he's already completed the preliminary investigation. Klein nodded slightly, tore open the envelope, and shook the paper. As he read, he sat at the dining table. Stuart claimed that the 2 suspects didn't show any abnormal behavior. One of them guarded the grocery store with his wife and child, living a lifeless life. The other was busy with all kinds of temporary jobs, working tirelessly to maintain his livelihood. They weren't irritable, nor did they have the urge to fight. They also didn't lock themselves in their rooms alone. At the end of the letter, Stuart lamented the terrible situation in East Borough and vowed to save enough money so that he wouldn't end up there when he grew old. Thank you for your help. If there are any other clues in the future, I'll share them with you. Seeing that the other party hadn't discovered any useful clues, Klein simply replied to the letter. He didn't want the other party to be more deeply involved in the case, lest the devil sense the danger and kill the latent danger ahead of time. After putting down the pen and paper, Klein picked up a piece of bread with butter seeping in. He spent his breakfast leisurely with black tea and newspapers. During this process, he regretted that there were no signs of old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's Beyonder gathering being held. Sigh, the existence of that devil has seriously affected the lives of the Beyonders in Vakeland. I hope that Mr. Eichinger Stanton can notice my hint and gain something. Yes, he should be an officially certified Beyonder. Klein put down the newspaper, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, and prepared to leave. His plans for today had been planned last week. He was going to the Royal Museum to visit the Roselle Memorial Exhibition in Empress Borough, in the luxurious villa of Earl Hall's family. Audrey was wearing a long, light-colored dress that boldly used lace. She had snow-white fur draped over her shoulders as she waited for her personal maid, Annie, to help her put on a bonnet that was inlaid with pearls and draped with fine gauze. Beside her, Susie was squatting there with a bow tied around her neck. "My beautiful little princess, where are you going?" Earl Hall asked as he stroked his beautiful mustache as he walked down the stairs. Audrey replied with bright eyes, "Dad, I plan on visiting the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. I'll take a look at the original copy of Roselle the Great's diary and find a chance to get some for Mr. Fool," she added inwardly. Earl Hall pondered for a moment and said, "Dad, I plan on visiting the Roselle Memorial Exhibition." Earl Hall pondered for a moment and said, "Why do you want to go today?" "There will be a lot of people, and it will be very chaotic." "Yes, I'll get someone to coordinate with the Church of Steam. After the official exhibition ends, it will be specially held for you and your friends for half a day. That way, you can have a quiet and undisturbed tour. If you have something you want to admire up close, you can discuss it with them directly." "Oh, that seems even better. I can directly read the diary in this exhibition." Audrey lifted the hem of her dress and bowed. "Thank you, handsome Earl Hall, West Borough, 2 Kings Avenue, Royal Museum." Although it wasn't a weekend, there was already a long line at the entrance when Klein arrived. According to the descriptions in the newspapers and magazines, he knew that the middle class in this world had fewer forms of entertainment. Other than reading newspapers, reading novels, attending opera concerts, playing tennis and squash, watching various plays, and holding or attending banquets and dances, the only 3 options left were visiting parks, visiting exhibitions, and going on vacation. And due to Roselle the Great's influence, annual leave was a relatively common phenomenon among this class. At 9 o'clock sharp, Klein, who was wearing a half-top hat, a black cane, and a double-breasted coat, held his ticket and followed the people in front of him into the museum. There was a division here. Different guides led a portion of the visitors to different passageways. Klein and a dozen or so people followed behind a beautiful woman, listening to her introduce Roselle's life. This was meaningless to Klein, who was half a historian. Therefore, out of boredom, he confirmed the location of his wallet. Due to the surge in his wealth, which had reached £952 and was only one step away from £1,000, his wallet could no longer hold that much cash. He could only selectively carry a portion of it. As for the rest, Klein was worried about leaving them unprotected at home, so he threw them all above the grey fog. As they walked, they entered the first exhibition hall. The female guide said excitedly, "This is the first exhibition hall." The female guide said excitedly, "Everyone, these are Roselle the Great's daily necessities. Look, that's the velvet blanket he used. That's the gold-inlaid glassware he used to drink wine. That's the toilet he used, the first toilet in the modern sense. Even a used toilet is put on display?" Klein suddenly felt a little pity for Roselle. Following that, he looked at the toilet behind the glass wall and discovered that it was shimmering with a golden glow. Its surface seemed to be covered in a layer of gold leaf, and it was engraved with complicated, exaggerated, and rather artistic patterns. How extravagant! Klein no longer felt pity for Roselle. There was only a layer of glass separating the toilet bowl from Roselle's daily clothes, including cuffs, a shirt with pleated collar, and so on. It could be seen that the female guide was very appreciative of the clothing culture of Intis. After the exhibition hall for daily use were the original manuscripts of the important documents issued by Roselle, including the Civil Code and other valuable historical relics. At this moment, the female guide pointed to a display cabinet and said, "That's right. This is one of the notebooks left behind by Roselle the Great. The symbols on it are mysterious and undeciphered by him. Many historians and archaeologists believe that these notebooks record the most unknown secrets of Roselle the Great. As a romantic person, I have my own speculation. Perhaps this is the symbol that Roselle the Great and the woman he loves the most have agreed on. They record each other, but they can never be together. You're very suitable to write novels." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. His gaze then turned to the notebook that was spread open in the display cabinet. It was written in simplified Chinese that he was extremely familiar with. March 6. Damn it, the food here is making me constipated. 17th March. Are the wives of Intis all this open-minded? Did I have sex with her, or did she have sex with me? It feels a little weird. March 22nd. It's time to choose a religion. On one side is the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and on the other side is the Church of Craftsmen. My choice is without a doubt. Praise be to you, God of Machines. One day, I will change the name of the Church of Craftsmen to the Church of Machinery. Indeed romantic. Romantic constipation. This should be the diary of Roselle the Great in his early days of transmigration. There's no valuable information at all. His handwriting is uglier than mine. Klein retracted his gaze and clicked his tongue. Of course, he had only seen the 2 pages that were spread open. He had no idea what else was written. I wonder how the security measures here are, and if there's a chance to sneak in and read through it. Klein looked around and found that there were quite a lot of security personnel on the surface. Perhaps there are beyonders from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, he muttered and followed the female guide into the next exhibition hall. It was called The Tender Roselle. This is the first love letter written by Roselle the Great. This is the first love poem he created. When you're old. The female guide pointed at the manuscript in the display cabinet with bright eyes. Shameless. Yeats's coffin can't be held down any longer. Klein couldn't help but curse inwardly. This is a bracelet he made himself. This is the original manuscript of the novel he wrote. The female guide introduced with an abnormal tone of admiration. Klein tried his best not to show any change in his expression. Of course, he also believed that Roselle the Great, who had the artisan column in his beyonder occupation, must have a very strong manual ability. This is a basic education textbook he improved for his children. Every word has a corresponding picture. This is a game he invented for his children. It's similar to Intis chess, but for some reason, the way to play it didn't spread. This is a building toy he invented, and it's also for his children. The female guide unknowingly said with a hint of warmth. Isn't this just F***king chess? Besides, Lego is going to collect copyright fees from you. Klein could only curl the corners of his mouth to hide his other emotions. He swept his gaze and found a woman who was more than 1.7 meters tall standing in front of the display cabinet. The woman had chestnut hair that reached her waist and a well-proportioned figure. She was neither fat nor thin. She wore a girlish yellow cake dress, but she wore an old-fashioned black bonnet. A thin veil hung down, covering her face. She stood in front of the display cabinet, staring at the items inside for a long time without moving. By the time Klein and company followed the guide to the next exhibition hall, she still hadn't changed her posture. After passing a few more exhibition halls, the female guide pointed ahead and said, "What you will see next is a restored Roselle the Great's study. What you will see next is the restored study of Emperor Roselle." As she spoke, Klein and company entered the exhibition hall, and the scene before them suddenly opened up. It was almost like a library, surrounded by rows of bookshelves that reached 2 stories high. There were stairs below them, and there were passageways between them, forming a 3-dimensional paradise of books. It can be imagined that the owner of this place once climbed up and down the stairs in search of the book he wanted to read. The guide described a vivid scene. You can imagine that the owner of this place once climbed up and down the stairs in search of the book he wanted to read. The guide described a vivid scene. In the middle of the rows of bookshelves were desks, chairs, brass lamp holders, and other items. They were all covered by glass, preventing them from coming into contact with the outside world. In the middle of the rows of bookshelves were desks, chairs, brass lampstands, and other objects. They were all covered by glass and did not come into contact with the outside world. The stack of manuscripts wasn't spread out, so only the contents of the first page could be seen. The stack of manuscripts was not opened, so only the contents of the first page could be seen. It depicted a rectangular object with a detailed description. This is a portable, miniaturized application of the telegraph. It can be used to connect to people who have the same item, send and receive messages that they want to exchange, and even talk directly. This requires better positioning. I think we can boldly look up to the sky. There are no obstacles there, so we can better transmit the signal. Emperor, you won't even let go of your phone. Klein couldn't help but cover his face. At this moment, the narrator introduced the stack of manuscripts. They record the fantastic ideas of Roselle the Great, the inventions that he had yet to turn into reality, the glory of our human civilization. Klein didn't pay attention to the flattering words and casually looked at other things. Suddenly, he noticed a bookmark in a hardcover book on the table. The exposed part of the bookmark depicted a child's random drawing. Roselle the Great isn't good at drawing. Just as Klein mocked inwardly, he suddenly recalled something. Roselle had once disguised a card of blasphemy as a bookmark and placed it in a particular book. Could it be this one? Klein carefully observed it for a few seconds without leaving a trace, but he didn't discover anything amiss. That's right. The emperor said that the card of blasphemy is anti-divination and anti-prophecy. Under normal circumstances, there's no way to discover its uniqueness. If it could be identified so easily, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery would have long taken it away. Klein moved his gaze away and sized up the other books. He discovered that many of them had bookmarks in them, and these bookmarks were of different shapes and sizes. He pondered for a moment, used his clown powers to control his facial muscles, and asked curiously, "Are these all books that Roselle the Great has read?" "Sorry, are these the original books?" The female guide nodded affirmatively and said, "Yes. These are all items from Roselle the Great's study back then, including but not limited to books, manuscripts, bookmarks, lampstands, ink bottles. However, even more items have been destroyed in a few conflicts." Klein nodded slightly and looked at the bookmarks again. Roselle had mentioned in his diary that he wanted to place the card of blasphemy in a very valuable book, making it so that no one would imagine that the most valuable item in the book is actually an inconspicuous bookmark. Which of these books is very valuable? Klein recalled the details of the diary and eliminated them. The Glorious Age. Doesn't seem like it. The History of the Kingdom of Intis. Doesn't seem like it. The History of the Northern Continent. That's possible, but it's not likely. The Improvement Principles of Steam Machinery. Ditto. Klein scanned them one by one, and his gaze suddenly stopped on the stack of manuscripts he saw the earliest. It recorded the items on Earth that Roselle wanted to invent but didn't have the means to do so. A plagiarized manuscript, no, a creative manuscript. It should be considered a very valuable book. Could this be a card of blasphemy? Klein's heart stirred as he tapped his molars and secretly activated his spirit vision. However, he didn't discover anything abnormal. He then scanned the other bookmarks and received the same answer. That's right. If it was that easy to detect, I wouldn't have had the chance to come here. Klein deactivated his spirit vision and used the details he learned from Roselle's diary, as well as the Emperor's personality, to eliminate them. According to his understanding, since Roselle had said that a book with a card of blasphemy was very valuable, it couldn't be too ordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to satisfy such a strong sense of viciousness, to use a lot of valuable knowledge to set off an inconspicuous bookmark, making the recipient suffer an invisible prank. Therefore, books of low value can be disregarded. In that case, Klein looked around and carefully identified them, completely ignoring what the guide was saying. All in all, in the entire study, only the creative manuscript seems to fit the criteria. The other books can only be said to be of ordinary value. With Roselle's personality, he definitely wouldn't choose them. Yes, Roselle is the kind of person who would hide his secrets in the most obvious place, but none of you would be able to find it. As Klein thought, he gave the Emperor an emoji. Of course, it was impossible for him to confirm that the bookmark was a card of blasphemy in disguise. This was because the books of high value that Roselle possessed clearly included works in the field of mysticism. And it was impossible for the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery to display such books. Yes, I have to first confirm if it's a card of blasphemy before considering if I should take action. Unfortunately, the date of January 20th can't be eliminated. No one knows which day each bookmark was clipped into the book. Klein silently muttered to himself, turned to look at the guide who had stopped, and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" He turned to look at the guide who had stopped and asked with a smile, "Do any of the books in the bookshelves contain things like this? For example, a note written to Roselle by a certain noble lady." This question made many men let out a knowing laugh. The female guide shook her head and said, "No, no. No, there isn't. The books with extra information have all been picked out and placed here for everyone to read. This is just a restoration of Roselle the Great's study, not a restoration of a certain point in time. There's no need to maintain a certain state." Klein smiled. "Understood, this is really disappointing, this was simply too good. There's only one bookmark that needs to be verified in the entire exhibition hall, so the difficulty has plummeted." He added happily in his heart. When the guide introduced Roselle's favorite books, Klein looked around again and observed the overall layout of the exhibition hall. In order to restore the room from more than 100 years ago, there were no gas lamps around the hall. The main source of illumination was an oriel window with an iron grille a few meters away and a huge crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. As for the brass lampstand on the desk, there were no candles placed on it. It was purely a decoration. Klein looked out the oriel window and saw the yellow and withered lawn outside, as well as a straight iron black lamp pole. He memorized the location and cast his gaze back to the book the female guide introduced. He began to analyze the feasibility of the theft plan. One premise is that, according to Roselle's intentions, the various churches and the various ancient families that are part of the royal family don't wish to see him spread the cards of blasphemy and destroy the stable order that has existed for more than 1,000 years. Therefore, if I were the archbishop in charge of handling this matter, I would directly set fire to all the items left behind by Roselle. If the cards of blasphemy can be completely destroyed just like that, the outcome would perfectly match the wishes of the deities. If the cards of blasphemy are difficult to destroy, they would definitely expose their abnormalities after being burned. Since the items left behind by Roselle are still here, it means that he must have used some method to make everyone, including the deities, believe that he had given away all the cards of blasphemy without leaving a single one behind. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that some churches or ancient families are attempting to rely on the cards of blasphemy to make up for a particular beyonder pathway they need, but the possibility is very small. This is because this gives Roselle a chance to form a united front. There's no need for him to go to the extent of spreading the cards of blasphemy to destroy order. In that case, his diary will show a certain level of confidence and corresponding worry. It's impossible for him to only be pessimistic and think of relying on that ancient secret organization. In addition, more than 100 years have passed. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, which is in charge of these items, has already conducted countless restorative searches. Therefore, almost no one will believe that the cards of blasphemy are hidden here. In other words, the security level of this exhibition won't be too high. Furthermore, the most important point is that all of Bakeland is in a state of anxiety and panic because of that serial killer devil. The beyonders of the 3 churches are conducting citywide investigations and searches. The number of people that the Machinery Hivemind team can assign to this unimportant exhibition is definitely very limited. Yes, the thing that's most worth protecting here is Roselle's diary. Many unaffiliated beyonders worship the Emperor, believing that those unique symbols contain a deeper mystery and have the motive and ability to steal it. Therefore, the Guardian's focus must be on that exhibition hall. When I get back, I'll do a divination above the gray fog and verify it with my analysis. However, I have to verify if it's a card of blasphemy in advance. Otherwise, if I were to take the risk and expend a lot of effort, only to steal an ordinary bookmark, I might as well go back to my grave. How should I verify it? This can't be done when I sneak in again, and there's no chance now. I have to find someone else to help me. I have to be careful. Klein followed behind the guide with a focused expression, as though he was listening very seriously. Miss Magicians, she's an apprentice. She can pass through walls and doors, similar to a master key. She's a good candidate. But she's only a sequence 9, and the mission of sneaking in to verify it is too dangerous for her, Miss Xiao? No, she's not cut out for this at all. Get her to find a thief for help? No, that won't do. There are beyonders guarding this place. There's a high chance that the thief will be caught on the spot, thus exposing the fact that someone is eyeing Roselle's bookmark, Miss Sharon? She's strong enough, and her condition is suitable for such a mission. But the problem is that the card of blasphemy is a divine item that can make most beyonders kill each other. I still don't trust her, Klein's thoughts raced as he analyzed the helpers he could find. Gradually, he locked onto a target. Miss Justice, she comes from an extraordinary family and is a noble. Is it possible for her to use her wealth and power to use her interest as an excuse to touch the bookmark? Yes, the chances aren't small. Furthermore, this method won't alarm anyone. It's beneficial for me to sneak in and steal it later. The more Klein thought about it, the more he found it feasible. As for the problem of how to verify it, due to the card of blasphemies, anti-divination and anti-prophecy, he could only think of one solution for the time being, that was to attempt to destroy the bookmark. Didn't anti-divination and anti-prophecy say that using similar methods on an item that hid the card of blasphemy would result in failure or interference? Wouldn't that be equivalent to confessing? What this really meant was that even if I obtained the card of blasphemy, divining it would be equivalent to divining an ordinary item. It would be equivalent to divining an ordinary item that it was pretending to be. In any case, I can't guess what kind of activation password the Emperor set. I can only use such a simple and crude method to confirm it. If the card of blasphemy can indeed be destroyed, then it can only be said that I'm temporarily not fated with it. Yes, with the Emperor's preferences, perhaps I can try an activation incantation. He once joked in his diary, "Do you want my treasure? Then I'll search for it at the end of the fog sea." And the cards of blasphemy were a type of treasure. Set activation incantation to 1. The ancient Hermes word for peace? That's not right. This way, there's no way anyone can obtain it unless a second transmigrator appears. This doesn't match the Emperor's idea of creating chaos and destroying order. Therefore, the corresponding Hermes or ancient Hermes word for pirate king. Klein gradually confirmed his thoughts and paid more attention to the layout of the exhibition hall. Under the guidance of the female guide, they left the restored study and entered another exhibition hall. After everything was over and he was free to move around, Klein asked in embarrassment, "What's up?" "Sorry, I want to know where the washroom is." "Upstairs?" "No, upstairs is the office area. Go straight down this road, then turn left, and you'll see it." The female guide politely pointed in a direction. Taking this opportunity, Klein figured out the relationship between the washroom and the exhibition halls, and he sketched out a rough layout in his mind. At noon, he left the Royal Museum without doing anything and returned to 15 Minsk Street. Klein originally wanted to use the fool's tone to instruct Miss Justice and tell her that his adorer needed help, but after careful thought, he felt that it would ruin Mr. Fool's image. As an unfathomable figure, I have to appear more indifferent. I can't always ask for help on behalf of my adorer. At the very least, I can't personally mention such matters again and again. Klein thought for a moment and quickly came up with a solution. He decided to directly transmit the scene and voice of his adorer's request for help to Miss Justice. During this process, Mr. Fool didn't say a word. Phew. Klein exhaled, closed the curtains, rubbed his cheeks, and began praying to himself. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for a certain amount of help. I pray for someone to help me make contact with the bookmark in Roselle's creative manuscript. Help me do very little damage to it that's hard to detect and tell me what reaction there is. In the meantime, you can silently recite the corresponding Hermes or ancient Hermes word for pirate king. No matter who provides help, even if there's no reaction, I'm willing to give £500 as compensation. This will be deducted from the £5,000 that have yet to be paid. If there's a reaction, I'm willing to give more. After doing all of this, Klein waited for a moment before entering above the gray fog. He saw the screen of light that displayed the scene of him praying. Empress Burrow, inside Earl Hall's luxurious villa. It was supposed to be time for piano practice, but Audrey was still sitting in front of her dressing table, imagining how she would read and memorize Roselle's diary in the evening. Suddenly, her surroundings turned hazy as an endless grayish-white fog surged out. In the middle of the gray fog was the fool's figure. He was listening to a man's prayer that was so blurry that she couldn't see him at all. I pray for some help. I pray that someone can help me make contact with the bookmark in Roselle's creative manuscript. How did Mr. Fool know that I would visit the Roselle Memorial Exhibition after the museum closes today and have a chance to come into contact with certain things? Audrey listened in a daze. Although she was surprised, she didn't find it strange. With Mr. Fool's status and ability, it's very easy for him to grasp such a trivial matter. As for how he grasped it, ordinary Beyonders didn't need to understand. Audrey was about to respond when she heard the Fool speak in a low and calm voice. You can choose to accept this commission or not. Audrey pondered for 2 seconds. Honorable Mr. Fool, I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee success. She wasn't too interested in the minimum reward of £500. The reason why she accepted the mission was that she was curious about what was so special about the bookmark left behind by Roselle the Great. It actually made Mr. Fool's blessed place so much importance on it, to the point of offering an uncapped price. Anyway, I'm going to read Roselle's diary today anyway, so I can do it while I'm at it. Audrey suddenly thought. In the grey fog, the Fool Klein nodded slightly and replied with a single word, okay. When the illusion completely disappeared, Audrey cast her gaze to the dressing mirror, seemingly scrutinizing herself in it. She felt nervous and uneasy, but she also excitedly made plans for the evening's operation. I can't let anyone notice anything amiss. If Mr. Fool's Blessed takes any action after this, I can't be the focus of suspicion. I can't just touch that bookmark. Once I lose it, all eyes will be on me. That's why I have to show the same interest and attitude towards all the items. I can't let others see that my main goal is that bookmark. The entire process has to be gentle and not abrupt. It has to be reasonable and logical. How do I cause small, unnoticeable damage? That's just a bookmark. Audrey's eyes swept over the objects placed on the dressing table without any focus. Suddenly, her eyes stopped on an open jewelry box and a pair of gem earrings decorated with fine needles. The corners of her mouth curled up a little, her eyebrows slightly curved, and she said to herself, with Susie's help, it should be enough. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Bakeland, where the sun was hard to see in this season, was already dark. The gas street lamps were lit up one after another. The Royal Museum had sent off the last batch of ordinary visitors, but it welcomed a group of visitors consisting of the Earl's daughter, the Duke's child, the young Viscount, and other people of noble status. As they knew that some of the noble children were fops who often caused trouble, Max Livermore, the captain of the Machinery Hive Mind's West District team, who was in charge of guarding the memorial exhibition, had no choice but to disguise himself as a security guard and follow them all the time to prevent any accidents. His hair was neatly combed back, and he wore a monocle. He was as refined as a university professor. The monocle was actually a sealed artifact, codenamed 3-to-1328, nicknamed Crystal Eye. Through it, Max Livermore could directly see spirits, ghosts, and shadows. He was no longer afraid of Beyonders using these normally undetectable things to cause trouble or steal. Of course, this sealed artifact also had a significant disadvantage. It was easy to attract wraiths, shadows, and other monsters nearby. If one wore it for a long period of time, their vision would be irreversibly reduced. In the gloominess of Bakeland, she's like the bright sun. At that moment, Max was looking in admiration at the blonde girl beside him. Audrey looked at the toilet bowl that was inlaid with gold foil and engraved with complicated patterns with great interest. She asked the guide beside her, "Isn't this a toilet bowl?" She asked the guide beside her, "Is this the first toilet bowl in the modern sense?" Yes, I personally believe that this is one of the outstanding contributions that Roselle made to human civilization. It and its accompanying sewer project changed the phenomenon of the streets of Trier being filled with, filthy things. The guide originally wanted to say the word feces, but when he looked at the girl in front of him, he felt that he couldn't lose his elegance. Audrey deliberated before asking again, "Can I touch it? Can it still be used normally? Can it still be used? Why are you so curious about this? No matter how old it is, it's still a toilet bowl." The other nobles who were on good terms with them laughed out loud. "No, Glaint, you don't understand. This is the glory of human civilization," Audrey replied with a faint smile, but she made a vomiting gesture in her heart. "If it wasn't for completing Mr. Fool's Blessed's mission, I wouldn't have wanted to do this either." She sighed helplessly. The guide echoed, "That's right. Miss Hall said it very well. The glory of human civilization is not only reflected in cannons, muskets, and other weapons that have changed the form of war, but it also shines in every detail of our lives. Respected lady, I don't know if it can still be used normally, because no one uses it. As the commentator spoke, he glanced at Max Livermore. After receiving an affirmative nod, he continued. You can touch it or even open the water tank to take a look at the mechanical structure inside, but please be careful. Thank you. Audrey watched as the security guards opened the glass wall. She took 2 steps forward and carefully touched the pump button with her right hand, which was wearing a white gauze glove. Then, she slowly stepped back and smiled. All right, that's it. I've satisfied my curiosity. I can't hurt it anymore. She kept in mind that her character this time was that of an innocent and curious girl. After reading this, they entered the exhibition hall with Roselle's diary. After a round of introductions, Audrey asked again, Can I have a look at this notebook? We are all very interested in this strange symbol. Air. I heard that paper that exceeds a certain age will be damaged even if it comes into contact with the air, not to mention directly touching it. It shouldn't work, right? She blinked her eyes, making her beautiful gem-like eyes express sincerity, desire, and a little disappointment. The commentator glanced at Max Livermore again and waited for him to reply before smiling. The church has used a special preservation method to make the paper look like it was only produced a few years ago. Even if there was no such method, we will try our best to satisfy your requests. However, you may need to change your environment and change your clothes, and go through a more stringent process. You can turn it, but don't take too long. Don't use too much force. Audrey's eyes instantly lit up, and no one could take their eyes off her. After thanking him sincerely, she opened the glass cover with Viscount Glaint and the other mysticism enthusiasts and carefully flipped through the notebook. Audrey tried her best to remember, but because the symbols were too complicated, she could only remember a limited number of them in a short period of time. There's about 2 pages of content in total. I wonder if there's a way to make a copy. Her thoughts wandered and she gave her seat to her companions on the periphery. Just like that, she made a request to carefully admire something in every hall, and her request was basically fulfilled. After walking for a while, they arrived at the restored study. Audrey maintained her previous state, asking a few questions from time to time, fully displaying her curiosity. When the guide introduced the creative manuscript, her eyes lit up and she said, That's right. Can I look through it? I want to see what the great inventor, Roselle's manuscript looks like and what wonderful ideas it contains. No problem, beautiful Miss Hall, Honorable Viscount Glaint. You can all flip through it. If any of you are devout believers of the church, you can even apply for a copy, the guide answered according to Max's hint. As a believer of the goddess, Audrey could only respond with a faint smile. It wasn't convenient for her to speak. At the same time, she pretended to stroke her hair and reached out to touch her right ear, quietly removing the earring. Then, the glass covering the desk opened. Audrey took a step forward, pressed down on the manuscript, and pretended to casually pull out the bookmark. She then casually flipped a page. At that moment, Susie, who had received her hint, suddenly barked from another direction. Woof! 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 Everyone's gazes were immediately drawn over. Audrey lowered her arm and used the ear stud in her palm to stab at the bookmark in her hand. She silently recited the words Pirate King once in Hermes and once in ancient Hermes. The sharp needle-like ornament touched the surface of the bookmark. Just as it was about to penetrate deep into the other side, Audrey immediately felt a strong and illusory resistance. Abnormal resistance, the resistance disappeared in a flash, and the thin needle left a small mark, nearly piercing through. There's really a reaction. It's really odd. Audrey's eyes narrowed, and she didn't dare to try again. She raised her hand and placed the bookmark on the table. Then, she looked at Susie and calmly instructed her maid, Annie, yes. Take it to the washroom. Yes, Mississippi. Annie quickly led Susie out of the exhibition hall. Yes, Mississippi. Annie hurriedly led Susie out of the exhibition hall. Clang, taking this opportunity, Audrey threw the earring in her hand to the ground and turned her head. Sorry, I dropped my earring. Another maid hurriedly came over, picked up the earring, and helped her put it back on. This interlude was over in a flash, and everyone's attention returned to the manuscript. After they had roughly flipped through it, security officer Max Livermore hurriedly clipped the bookmark back in and closed the glass cover again. In the next few exhibition halls, Audrey remained very interested. Just like before, she didn't show any abnormalities. After leaving the museum and returning home, she found an opportunity to recite the fool's honorific name and report the outcome of the matter. I did as your adorer requested and damaged the bookmark a little. There's an abnormal reaction? It looks like it really is a card of blasphemy. Upon receiving the reply, Klein, who was above the grey fog, was first delighted before he exclaimed inexplicably. Miss Justice is way too efficient, isn't she? I only commissioned the mission in the afternoon, but she completed the verification in the evening. Furthermore, this is clearly past the closing hours of the Royal Museum. Telepathist definitely doesn't have any infiltration type beyond her powers either. Man, her family's power is probably greater than I imagined. Thankfully, there weren't any strange phenomena during the verification. Otherwise, Miss Justice would have to pretend to be innocent and hand over the card. And this means that I'm not fated with the treasure. Nothing is 100% certain. As his thoughts flashed, Klein heard Miss Justice's follow-up question. Mr. Fool, what secret is that bookmark hiding? Well, if your adorer isn't willing to give an answer, just pretend that I didn't ask. Of course, it's hiding the secret of a card of blasphemy. Klein sighed with emotion in his heart. After careful thought, he decided to wait until he obtained the card of blasphemy before replying to Miss Justice. He didn't want her to be too shocked and show any abnormalities, which would negatively affect his actions. Klein wasn't in a hurry to return to the real world. He sat in the silent and empty ancient palace, thinking about when and how to take action. Miss Justice has caused some damage to the bookmark, and I don't know if it will be discovered in the future. Or if the bookmark will slowly show signs of abnormality and attract attention. Therefore, I can't delay or wait. It's best if I take action tonight. After having all sorts of thoughts for a while, Klein gradually came to a decision. Following that, he conjured the layout of the first floor of the Royal Museum and the general environment of the surroundings based on the results of his morning observations. Looking at the blueprint, Klein began to deduce different plans of action, and he quickly established a relatively safe plan. Finally, he did another divination to confirm the level of danger. Seeing that there were no changes, he returned to the real world and began to make various preparations. Klein's original plan was to respond to himself by drawing the pattern in his memory and forging a similar bookmark. After he infiltrated, he would replace it to ensure that no one would notice or know about this matter for a long time. When it happened, there would be no way to trace it back to him. However, after repeated deliberation, he felt that it wasn't a good idea. As long as a fake bookmark was discovered, the most suspicious person would be Miss Justice, who had touched the original bookmark today. I can't put Miss Justice at great risk for the sake of treasures. She's doing this to help me. Klein finally thought of a way to prevent Miss Justice from being suspected. That was, not only did he steal the bookmark he needed, but he also stole the surrounding bookmarks, including some of the lighter books. Phew. Having made his preparations, Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to take a look. He patiently waited for the time after 9 o'clock. Before midnight. If it was too early, the surrounding people wouldn't be asleep yet, so they wouldn't be able to fulfill the requirements of his plan. If it was too late, there would be almost no pedestrians on the streets. Just walking on the streets would make it easy for him to be suspected. And during this period of time, due to the serial murders, all of Bakeland was in a state of lockdown. This was beneficial to Klein's operation, but it was also disadvantageous. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The hands kept moving. As the night deepened and the crimson moon appeared, they finally exceeded 9 o'clock. Klein put away the master key and other items, picked up his cane, and first went to East Borough to change his attire. Then, he took a rental carriage a few times and arrived at a place that was quite a distance away from King's Avenue in West Borough. And at this moment, 1 hour and 35 minutes had passed. His original plan wasn't actually like this. He wanted to use the method of summoning himself and responding to himself to become a spirit body. He would then use his extreme speed to fly across the distance from Sherwood Borough to West Borough, and then sneak into the Royal Museum. With the help of that uniqueness, he would be able to succeed without anyone noticing. However, he eventually gave up on this plan because of the potential and high risk. Bakeland had high-sequence beyonders, and there was more than one of them, in a situation where the serial murders had left people in a state of panic without being solved for a long time. There might be high-sequence beyonders who were consciously using their beyonder powers or the corresponding sealed items to monitor certain areas. And the distance from Cherwood Borough to West Borough wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. The chances of a special spirit body flying over wasn't low. This couldn't be completely ignored just because the divination result said that there was a certain level of danger, but it wasn't very high. This was because divination didn't give an intuitive answer, but a revelation that needed to be interpreted. In other words, the outcome of there was a certain level of danger, but it wasn't very high required a premise, and that was that he had made a relatively good choice. Therefore, to be cautious, Klein modified his original plan, but he retained the core idea. 2 Kings Avenue, Royal Museum. On the polygonal roof, there were 4 security personnel in woolen coats. They endured the cold wind of the late autumn night and carefully examined their respective directions. Once someone approached the museum, it would be difficult to hide from their eyes even if they used the shadows of the trees and houses as cover. Just from this arrangement, it could be seen that the security company that had accepted the commission was very professional. There's still half an hour before the rotation starts. A security personnel looked down at his companions who were patrolling the building and trembled. Inside the museum, the remaining security personnel were divided into 4 batches. They followed different routes and patrolled the various exhibition halls at intervals. In the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was stored, the Machinery Hivemind team's captain, Max Livermore, wore a monocle that allowed him to see wraiths, shadows, and other spirit-type monsters. He carried a lantern and went back and forth to check on the situation. From time to time, he would go somewhere else to confirm the situation. His 2 subordinates remained in the small hall, beside Roselle's diary. However, there was an additional item placed on the glass cabinet. It was a pile of colorful building blocks that formed a miniature picture of the first floor of the museum. This was also a sealed item. As long as the deformable building blocks were pieced together into a corresponding building, it could establish a connection with the real thing. Once someone intruded, it would immediately shrink. Of course, there were many limitations to this. It wouldn't do if the distance was too far, and it wouldn't do if the number of building blocks it had wasn't enough. And the people and objects inside were almost unable to leave without external help. "Captain, do you think someone will really steal this notebook?" "I don't understand it at all," a team member asked out of boredom when he saw Max return with a lantern. Max smiled. "Some people worship Roselle very fervently. It's not something you can understand. Some of them believe that they can crack it, but they just need more reference. Some believe that the symbols themselves contain mysterious powers. As long as they find the right combination, they will obtain beyonder powers. In previous exhibitions, such criminals would be caught from time to time. That's why we didn't take the diary away and placed it in the sealed land." "Are we waiting for someone to surrender themselves?" another team member asked in enlightenment. Max nodded. Who wouldn't want a merit that's right in front of him? 18 Kings Avenue, outside the building near the crossroads. Klein followed the shadows and sheltered areas, occasionally using the master key to walk in a straight line before finally arriving. He took out the simple brass key again, aimed it at the kitchen door, and silently twisted it. As the water rippled imperceptibly, Klein entered and passed through every door and wall he saw. Without alerting anyone, he found a storage room. This master key is really useful. It's just that the previous 2 owners got lost in dangerous places, so I didn't dare to carry it around with me. Klein sighed and put away the brass key. With the servant's bedroom beside him, he took out the holy night powder and released its spirituality to seal the entire storage room, preventing the commotion inside from escaping. Then, he took out a candle and placed it on the box in front of him. "Pa!" He snapped his fingers, causing a pale blue spirituality flame to emit from his fingertips. After the candle wick was lit, he summoned himself according to the ritualistic magic process and went above the gray fog to respond to himself. In less than a minute, Klein floated in the room. Opposite him was his body whose eyes had lost their luster. After familiarizing himself with this feeling, he rapped the ancient and exquisite Aztec copper whistle, making his spirit body more stable and powerful. A cold wind began to swirl in the room. At the same time, he also used this power to slightly change the appearance of his illusory spirit body, making it seem as though he had painted his face with a layer of paint. After doing all of this, Klein took a box of common matches he had bought on the street, cut a transparent door in the wall of spirituality, and walked out. "Let's go." He silently encouraged himself, and like a real ghost, he passed through one residential house after another and successfully arrived at the periphery of the Royal Museum. There was no need for him to activate his spirit vision. In this state, he could clearly see every security guard. Their auras and emotional colors betrayed them without any reservations. After finding the withered lawn and the iron-black lamppost that faced the exhibition hall's window, Klein didn't swagger over while ordinary people couldn't see him. Instead, he followed the shadows and followed a route that was difficult to see. He passed through the tree carvings and obstacles before carefully arriving at his destination. He stuck to the wall. He couldn't guarantee that there weren't any members of the machinery hive mind among the security guards. And at this moment, the 4 security guards who were carefully examining the areas they were in charge of on the roof were like real blind people, unable to discover anything. Klein didn't directly enter the exhibition hall. This was because his spiritual perception and intuition told him that the museum's first floor was enveloped by a mysterious power, and also because he couldn't confirm if there were any Beyonders inside. He followed his plan and circled to the other side, to a bathroom that was closer to the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was. He threw the box of matches he carried with him into the vent. In the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was placed, the 2 machinery hive mind team members suddenly heard a clattering sound. They turned their heads at the same time and looked at the sealed artifact that looked like it was pieced together from building blocks on the glass display case. In the scaled model of the first floor of the museum, a gray dot was constantly flashing. "There's an additional inanimate object in the nearest bathroom," one of the team members made a clear judgment. The other team member relaxed a little, frowned, and said in a guessing tone, "A dead leaf blown in by the wind?" "It's possible." The team member who had spoken first nodded and said, "Wait, let the passing security personnel check it and confirm the situation. Captain told us to stay here and not leave no matter what happens, especially not by ourselves. If they encountered the most urgent situation, they could evacuate with Roselle's diary." "All right." His companion had no objections to this. In the office area on the 2nd floor of the museum, Klein was like a floating ghost, passing through one wall after another and flying towards the top of the restored study. However, he didn't fly too fast. He kept sensing the fire seed downstairs and calculating the distance. When the straight line between the 2 points was close to 30 meters, he raised his illusory and transparent right hand and silently snapped his fingers. In the washroom on the 1st floor, the box of matches suddenly exploded with a small rumbling sound. Immediately following that, scarlet flames leaped up, igniting the tissue, the potted plant, and the wooden door. The raging fire didn't spread for the time being, but its momentum was shocking enough. Nearby, the security personnel who heard the sound immediately rushed towards the location. In the exhibition hall, which was monitoring the entire situation on the 1st floor, the 2 machinery hive mind team members also saw the flames in the model at the same time. They subconsciously rushed over, trying to extinguish the fire and also preparing to capture the culprit behind the chaos. However, they stopped after taking 2 steps. At the same time, they remembered their captain's instructions. "No matter what happens, don't leave this exhibition hall, don't leave Roselle's diary." They looked at each other, warily looked at the 2 entrances to the exhibition hall, and quietly took out their own Beyonder weapons. As Beyonders of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, they never lacked equipment. At that moment, Max Livermore, who was patrolling the different exhibition halls on the 1st floor with a lantern, also noticed the commotion. Without thinking, he rushed towards the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was. Ensuring the safety of the items was a higher priority than catching the intruder. Furthermore, Max believed that no matter what the other party's goal was, as long as they entered the 1st floor of the house that was affected by the sealed artifact and entered the various exhibition halls, it wouldn't be easy for them to leave. If there were no helpers outside, the intruder would be trapped here until he died. Even with help, it would take a long time to get rid of the effect. Once you enter, you will be the prey that has stepped into the trap. Max Livermore ran quickly, passing through one exhibition hall after another before he finally saw the figures of his two companions. At this time, Klein, who was on the second floor of the museum, had already passed through the door and the wall according to the layout in his memory. He arrived at the top of the restored study. He wasn't in a hurry to carry out his follow-up actions. Instead, he looked down from above. As the stone slab was relatively thick, Klein wasn't able to vaguely confirm if there were any auras or emotional colors beneath it. All he could do was spread his arms, fall forward, and silently lay on the ground. His illusory and transparent figure quickly blurred and melted into the floor. On the ceiling of the first floor that had a huge crystal chandelier hanging from it, a faint, almost invisible face suddenly appeared. This strange face looked down at the exhibition hall, its eyes constantly moving, taking in all the scenes in every corner of the film area. "No beyonders, no security personnel," Klein mumbled. His entire figure penetrated the ceiling, and in a half-flying, half-descending manner, he landed in front of the glass-covered Roselle's desk. He scanned it, and without hesitation, he reached out with both hands, grabbing the bookmark in the creative manuscript and the bookmark that looked like a child's doodle. This was to prevent a powerful beyonder from using magical means to retrace the scene here. Therefore, he wanted to show that he didn't know which bookmark was abnormal, so that the investigators wouldn't suspect Miss Justice, who had only touched one bookmark. With the augmentation of Aztec's copper whistle, his spirit body passed through the glass cover with a slight sluggishness. He firmly grabbed the two bookmarks and wrapped them in his spirit body. After doing this, Klein felt much more at ease. He no longer had any obvious nervousness or tension. He reached out with both hands again to grab the other bookmarks. Wah! 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 The loud and shrill cry of a baby suddenly echoed in the exhibition hall. It was so illusory, as if it came from a place far, far away. Klein's body suddenly stiffened, as if a lake had encountered an ultra-low temperature. It was obvious that it had frozen. He, who was in his spirit body state, seemed to be frozen. Wah! 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 Accompanying the baby's cries were black slits. They surrounded Klein like a discontinuous iron fence. In the blink of an eye, one of the black slits split open, revealing an eyeball covered in blood vessels. In the center of the eyeball was a deep pupil, and there were small white worms that were constantly wriggling and crawling about. 1, 2, 3. The black slits opened one after another, and one strange eyeball after another appeared in midair. They were densely packed as they coldly and mercilessly stared at Klein. With their appearance, everything around them froze. Even the illusory spirit body was unable to penetrate. Klein even found it difficult to sense the existence of the spirit world. He found it difficult to see the different transparent figures that were infinitely high up in the sky. He found it difficult to see the different colors that contained a lot of knowledge. "Why did you only take the bookmarks?" A gentle but emotionless female voice sounded in Klein's ears. He stood rooted to the ground. Right in front of him was a tall bookshelf with 2 levels that almost reached the ceiling. There was a staircase and a passageway that surrounded many books. Among them, at the top of the staircase sat a figure shrouded in darkness. The figure's feet, which were clad in black leather boots, hung down, leaning against the wooden staircase as it hung in midair. I actually didn't sense her existence at all. Is this a powerhouse from the machinery hive mind? No, maybe it's a high-sequence beyonder. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein didn't answer and narrowed his eyes slightly. Why did you only take the bookmarks? Where did you learn to take the bookmarks? The figure asked again, this time with a hint of sternness amidst the gentleness. The surrounding bloodshot eyeballs rapidly expanded, as though they were about to occupy the entire space. Before she could finish her sentence, Klein's face, which looked like it had been smeared with oil, suddenly revealed a wide smile. His illusory, almost transparent figure instantly disappeared, his whereabouts unknown, even Aztec's copper whistle and the 2 bookmarks that were wrapped around his spirit body disappeared. Above the gray fog, in the towering and magnificent ancient palace, Klein's figure suddenly appeared at the end of the long, mottled table. He leaned back in his chair and chuckled. Thankfully, I'm prepared. His spirit body state wasn't a result of his own beyonder powers, nor did it come from the interconversion of his physical body and spirit body. This was a product of his summoning and responding to his own ritual. And the power of this ritual stemmed from the mysterious space above the gray fog, stemming from its uniqueness. Therefore, as long as Klein succeeded, there was no need for him to attempt to escape. He could directly end the summoning and return above the gray fog. Then, from there, he could instantly return to his physical body in the real world. This was because the space above the gray fog could isolate the powers of the eternal blazing sun, the true creator, and other deities. Therefore, Klein believed that without the interference of the deities, the summoning wouldn't be interrupted. As long as the other party didn't immediately kill his spirit body or knock him unconscious, Klein was confident that he could escape. This was also the reason why he didn't want to make a long trek over after becoming a spirit body. The interval was too long, and there were too many variables. The faint crimson moonlight shone in through the window. The woman sitting at the top of a flight of stairs between the bookshelves looked silently at the table in front of her. She looked at the spot where Klein had been. The cries of the babies and the eyeballs around her had vanished. After an unknown period of time, the top of the stairs suddenly became empty, as though no one had ever been there. In the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was stored, Max Livermore said to his two teammates, "Guard this place well. You guys guard this place. I'll go find the guy who snuck in. He must still be trapped by the power of the sealed artifact somewhere on the first floor." As he spoke, he looked at the sealed artifact and the model on the first floor of the museum. He wanted to find the red dot that belonged to the infiltrator and quickly lock onto his location. However, no matter how he looked and counted, he couldn't find anything amiss. The number of people hadn't increased at all. Max Livermore froze on the spot. 18 Kings Avenue, in the storage room of a wealthy merchant. Klein's eyes lit up once again, and the corners of his mouth curled up bit by bit. He left the bookmark and Aztec's copper whistle above the gray fog and returned to his body to save time. After extinguishing the candles and ending the ritual, Klein cleaned up the scene. He used a specially concocted potion to neutralize the smell of the holy night powder and the essential oil extract from the ritual. After doing all of this, he removed the wall of spirituality and let the wind blow away the remaining traces. Following that, he took out the master key and passed through the houses to take a rental carriage in the distance. After using his cane to determine the direction to prevent himself from getting lost and returning to the Royal Museum or a particular cathedral, Klein began to move forward quickly, constantly using the master key to open doors and walls. After walking in a straight line for a while, he suddenly couldn't grasp his location. I'll leave in 2 more houses. If I'm no longer on Kings Avenue, I'll find a rental carriage, or do another divination. I'll immediately study the card of blasphemy when I get home. Klein quickly made a decision. He placed the brass key against the wall and gently twisted it. An invisible ripple spread out as he arrived at the house next door to the townhouse. At that moment, his nose twitched as he smelled the strong smell of blood. The strong smell of blood. Klein frowned and looked up. He saw a lady in the living room in front of him. The lady's expression was filled with pain. There was a huge wound on her abdomen, and her internal organs seemed to have disappeared. The 12th time, that devil killer, the instant he saw the corpse and heard the sound, Klein's hair stood on end. He knew that he had encountered something bad. In his line of sight, the living room's decorations were mainly bright yellow. There was nothing unusual about the coffee table, sofa, and other items. Only the carpet was stained with bright red blood that was slowly soaking through. There was nothing inside the wound on the abdomen of the female corpse, and there was a large black dog squatting next to it. Its mouth was half open, revealing rows of sharp, white teeth that made people shiver. On each of its teeth, there were dark red marks that looked like rust. It seemed to be the result of eating flesh for a long time without cleaning it often. At this moment, the large black dog's teeth were still wrapped in blood-colored intestines, with shredded raw meat clustered around them. Its head moved over, and its magma-like eyes reflected Klein, who was dressed like a worker, as well as his disguised face. Gasp! The large black dog let out a threatening growl. It's really an animal. It's a sequence 6 devil, a devil that's about to advance. And the preparations I made today weren't aimed at it. These thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Suddenly, the black dog's body rapidly expanded, turning into a monster that was 2 to 3 meters tall. On its back, a pair of huge bat wings slowly spread open, and goat horns covered in mysterious patterns grew beside its ears. Within its moist and shiny fur, scarlet flames with a tinge of blue leaped out, and the strong smell of sulfur spread out. Almost at the same time, Klein stomped on the ground, and instead of retreating, he swung his cane and charged at the devil dog like a cannonball. Rip, the black devil dog quickly pounced forward, its spiked claws leaving afterimages as it struck Klein. Without a sound, its claws pierced through the figure as if it was piercing through air. Klein's figure dimmed and quickly became transparent. This was just an illusion, it was an illusion created by Klein, and at this moment, he had already rolled on the ground and approached the oriel window. Then, with a push of his left hand, his entire body soared into the air and slammed straight into the glass. After identifying who the enemy was, he made up his mind to escape immediately. Seeing this, the demon hound's lava-like eyes suddenly lit up, as if there were flames burning in them. It opened its mouth and spat out a word filled with filth. It was a word from the demon language. Die. Puff, Klein's body suddenly froze, and his heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand. The figure that was frozen in midair instantly became thin and faint, turning into a crudely cut paper doll. The paper doll was covered in red rust, mottled red rust, clang. Crack. Amidst the two sounds that were indistinguishable, Klein's figure reappeared. He smashed through the oriel window and pounced on the edge of the street made of stone slabs outside. The paper doll slowly floated down and ignited a flame that smelled of sulfur. The demonic dog growled and pounced on the windowsill again. A crimson fireball with a hint of blue flew out of its mouth and blasted toward the enemy's escape route. As soon as Klein landed, he immediately rolled again. The crimson fireball smashed to the side, but it didn't explode immediately. It seemed to be affected by an invisible force and slowed down. Boom, only after Klein had fled a certain distance did the fireball expand and explode, shattering the surrounding stone slabs. Seeing that the demon hound was about to chase after him, Klein was already prepared and opened his mouth. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Murder! Save me! Murder! Save me!" This voice seemed to have a special effect. It echoed far away in the quiet night, waking up the residents of the entire street and reaching the ears of the patrolman 2 streets away. The demon hound paused in its pouncing stance. After thinking for a second, it returned to the room and began to clean up the scene. Klein's running figure instantly disappeared amidst the cries of "Murder" and "Save me!" In a nearby house, in the fireplace that had long been extinguished, the remaining charcoal suddenly reignited and soared into an exaggerated flame. As though he was performing a magic trick, Klein flashed into the ball of flames. With a gentle leap, he jumped out with his cane. Then, he used the master key to open doors and walls, quickly escaping in another direction. Phew. At a time like this, calling for help without beyonder power is much more useful than using simulated gunshots. Sighing, Klein took out a bottle of amantha extract and dripped a few drops on himself. Because the original race of the demon was a dog, he had to be wary of the other party's special ability of tracking by smell. Just like that, he passed through another intersection before Klein stopped and looked around. Seeing that it was relatively quiet and unaffected, he hurriedly walked to the side of the street and hired a rental carriage. After the carriage traveled a long distance in the middle of the night, Klein finally heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the demon wouldn't chase after him. The master key is really strange. It actually made me lose my way and end up at the scene of a murder. I have to be very, very careful when I use it in the future. That really is an animal that has transformed into a demon. Where did its potion and formula come from? Does it have a human companion? How did it choose its targets for the serial murders back then? What's gratifying is that after confirming this, it will be much more difficult for it to commit crimes, and the chances of it being caught will increase greatly. Thoughts and questions popped up in Klein's mind as the carriage sped along the wide and empty road, between the gas lamps. Suddenly, Klein's heart stirred as an image naturally surfaced in his mind. Pea vines hung down from the sky, interweaving into a dense forest road. However, the coachman didn't notice it as he continued to drive the carriage over the green plants. Not good. Without hesitation, Klein pounced towards the window and was about to jump onto the street. Bang! The carriage shook and he was bounced back. At the same time, the pea vines really hung down, Klein frowned and tried to control the flames to ignite the carriage, but he couldn't make any sound when he snapped his fingers. At this moment, the surroundings had become abnormally quiet. Even the sound of the horses' hooves trampling on the green plants and the wheels rolling over them had disappeared. Klein tried his best to calm himself down. He looked out the window and saw that the carriage had already traveled along the road formed by the pea vines and was in midair. This is a Bakeland. He narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the carriage stopped. Outside the window was a seat that looked like a hammock formed by the pea vines in midair. A pair of feet in black leather boots hung down from there, and a gentle but emotionless voice entered Klein's ears. "What were you doing just now?" "It's that woman from the museum. I suspect she's a high-sequence beyonder. She doesn't seem to recognize me. After all, I used Aztec's copper whistle as a disguise. She probably came over to check after hearing the cries for help." Klein's thoughts became abnormally active at that moment. He deliberately swallowed his saliva and said, "I'm a private detective. I'm a private investigator. I'm with a lot of friends. We're investigating the recent serial murder case. I have a mystical item called the Master Key. It can open doors and pass through walls, but it will cause one to get lost. It was during this process that I directly bumped into the crime scene. As I wasn't a match for her, I could only run and shout for help. Everything I said is the truth." Klein silently added in his heart. After he said that, there was a short period of no response from outside. However, he felt a gaze penetrate the carriage, passing through the obstruction and directly examining the items he was carrying. "Thankfully, I left Aztec's copper whistle and the bookmark above the gray fog to be safe." At this moment, Klein was rejoicing. Being cautious and careful is indeed useful. After the indescribable and excruciating silence, the gentle but emotionless female voice finally spoke. "That key has a certain curse. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary." Just as she said that, everything around her suddenly changed. The pea vine, the forest path, and the path that led to midair all disappeared. The carriage continued driving on the street, between the elegant iron-black gas lamps. Klein kept his heart in his mouth until the carriage arrived near Eastborough. He paid the fare of 8 soldi. Under normal circumstances, a rental carriage wouldn't enter any streets in Eastborough because it was very likely to be robbed. In the one-bedroom apartment on Black Palm Street, Klein changed his clothes and went straight to bed. He didn't attempt to return to Minsk Street after midnight. With the appearance of the 12th murder, the situation in Bakeland would definitely be more tense. There would definitely be all sorts of investigations outside. He also didn't immediately go above the gray fog to study the secret of the bookmark. He acted as he had described to the mysterious woman, that he was only a low-sequence private detective with some beyonder powers. Tonight was really full of surprises. It was quite exciting. "I just stole something." Yes, most of the problems are to be blamed on the master key. Klein gave a self-deprecating remark and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, he breathed in the choking and irritating fog as he slowly returned home. He also took out the newspapers and letters from the mailbox. After opening the door, he casually flipped open the newspaper and found the headline on the front page as expected, "The 12th case. The devil has reappeared." The police claimed to have locked onto the murderer. As for the theft of the Royal Museum's exhibit, it was only mentioned in an inconspicuous place. It didn't even mention what was stolen. The letter without a stamp that came with the newspaper was a water bill. Klein had to pay it himself. He glanced at it, threw it on the coffee table, and returned to the second floor to boil water for a bath. When the steam filled the bathroom, he took the opportunity to take 4 steps counterclockwise and go above the gray fog. Inside the towering ancient palace, Klein sat down and picked up the bookmark that depicted the image of Emperor Roselle. From its appearance, there was nothing special about the bookmark. Roselle's portrait could be seen everywhere in the memorial exhibition. It was the same for the emperor's image and his middle-aged state. Klein examined it a few times and found a tiny mark that had been poked out. He confirmed that it was the bookmark that Miss Justice had verified. He attempted to spread his spirituality and slowly inject it, but just like with ordinary items, his spirituality only flowed and blanketed it. It didn't seep into it, nor did it cause any abnormalities. That's right. Roselle's idea is to find a fated person. He wouldn't specifically limit it to Beyonders. Klein thought for a moment and switched to Faceac's deep pronunciation. Pirate King. The bookmark still didn't react. He tried using ancient Faceac, Intis, and Ruan, but he received the same result. As for Jotun, Elvish, Dragonese, and other mystical domains languages, Klein could only give it a try without much hope due to the limited target. Without a doubt, he failed. Right on the heels of that, Klein used Faceac's language to translate. One Piece. The bookmark lay quietly in his palm, showing no signs of abnormality. Klein followed the process from before and tried again in different languages, only to encounter constant setbacks. From the looks of it, my initial guess was wrong. The young Roselle might have joked about One Piece, but he might not have done so in his old age. People will eventually age and change. Klein reflected on his mistake and tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his finger, trying to infer the activation method from the information revealed in the diary. After a while, he conjured a pen and paper and recorded the process of his thinking to avoid any confusion and contradictions. On this matter, Roselle was both crazy and desperate, and he clearly showed his bad taste. The description of fated person gets it, which doesn't match the current language habits of the world, is proof of that. Therefore, it can be confirmed that he really wanted someone to discover the uniqueness of the card of blasphemy by chance. Since that's the case, the way to open it shouldn't be too hard to imagine. It's possible for it to appear in daily life. What Roselle needs are coincidences. For example, when you hold a worthless bookmark and read out a specific word, then, congratulations, you've obtained a fortuitous encounter. This is very much in line with his bad taste. According to this logic, different cards of blasphemy should have different activation incantations. Using a single word to activate all the cards of blasphemy clearly isn't Roselle's style. What is the activation incantation for this card? First of all, we can rule out the ones that are commonly used and spoken at all times. Also, when creating the cards of blasphemy, Roselle's state was one of despair, madness, reluctance, struggle, and anger. I can try to put myself in that state of mind and pretend that I was Roselle at that time. Imagine what kind of activation method I would set up. Klein put down his fountain pen and acted as Roselle in an attempt to find inspiration. He first used the languages of various countries and ancient Faceac to try curses and words of hope, but he shamefully failed. Following that, he tried to figure out what a powerhouse on the brink of despair would be most reluctant to part with. His wife, Matilda? Such a flirtatious fellow shouldn't have deep feelings for his first wife. His children? His eldest daughter, Bernadette, his eldest son, Seal, his second son, Bornova. According to the diary, what he couldn't let go of the most was likely his daughter, Bernadette, who might become an important figure in the mysterious world. Klein paused, took a deep breath, and prepared to make a new attempt. Bernadette, he said in Intis. The bookmark didn't respond. Klein switched to Ruan, Highlander, and Faceac, but he still failed to obtain the desired result. He sighed, and with a deep voice, he spoke the corresponding ancient Faceac syllables. Bernadette. This name echoed above the empty and silent gray fog without anything special about it. Just as Klein was searching for new inspiration, he suddenly felt the bookmark in his hand sink. It immediately formed an invisible vortex that frantically absorbed Klein's psyche. To an ordinary person, this was a huge burden, but to a Sequence 7 magician, it wasn't a serious drain. Klein easily passed this stage and couldn't hide his joy as he looked at the item in his palm. On the bookmark, a bright light rose bit by bit, and the image of Emperor Roselle outside took on a brand new look. He sat on an ancient stone throne, wearing a black crown inlaid with all kinds of gems on his head. He wore pitch-black armor and a cloak of the same color. He held a scepter in his hand, and his eyes were cold as he looked forward. On the upper left corner of the bookmark, a line of text condensed from the resplendent starlight, Sequence 0, Dark Emperor. Sequence 0. Indeed, it hides the secret of God. The Dark Emperor is actually a Sequence 0. Klein held back a smile as he thought with mixed emotions and surprise. Following that, the bookmark became three-dimensional, like a miniature book. The book moved without any wind, revealing an image of Roselle wearing a white hood. Beside it was the corresponding description in ancient Fasak, Sequence 9, lawyer. Good at discovering and using loopholes in the rules and weaknesses of the opponent. Possesses excellent eloquence and logical reasoning, potion formula. Klein glanced at the formula ingredients and reached out to touch it without looking at it carefully. The book flipped. Sequence 8, barbarian. Problems that cannot be resolved with the law must be resolved with force. This is also a type of rule. Beyonders of this sequence have a high resistance to mental influences, potion formula. With Klein's touch, the book produced by the card of blasphemy flipped page after page. Sequence 7, briber. Sequence 6, baron of corruption. Sequence 5, mentor of confusion. Sequence 4, earl of the fallen. Sequence 3, frenzied mage. Sequence 2, duke of entropy. Sequence 1, prince of disorder. Sequence 0, dark emperor. After skimming through it, Klein couldn't help but sigh. This really hides the mystery of becoming a god. It's no wonder Beyonders of this pathway will attempt to establish a kingdom and walk the land when they reach high sequence Beyonders. Because the ritual to become a god required this, to advance from sequence 1 Prince of Disorder to Black Emperor, the ritual required was to have a country of one's own. One's name had to be associated with the title of emperor, making it common knowledge for the people. Furthermore, one needed to establish a set of strict and complicated rules that violated normal circumstances, including the architectural style. Following that, one had to drive the people to secretly build 9 pyramid-like mausoleums. Then, one would enter one of them and consume the sequence 0 potion in the corresponding sacrificial ritual that was spread across different cities. Once the advancement was successful, the Dark Emperor wouldn't truly die before the 9 secret mausoleums were destroyed. Even if he died, he could still awaken from one of the mausoleums. What was even more terrifying was that even if he successfully slew a god and destroyed all 9 mausoleums, as long as there was a certain amount of the order established by the deity, he could still mysteriously revive. This seemed to be a loophole of death. To completely obliterate him, the best way was to have a new Dark Emperor appear. That's a deity. And mortals are unable to resist a deity, even an angel. Those who haven't become a deity will never be able to imagine the power of a deity. Roselle mentioned a few words with deep meaning at the end. In addition, Klein also knew one thing. Once a pathway had a sequence 0 true god, it was impossible for a sequence 1 Beyonder to appear. If there was no sequence 0, then there would be at most 3 sequence 1 Beyonders in the same pathway. This was a detail of the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. According to the description of the 10 sequences of the card of blasphemy, the Dark Emperor, Klein could clearly tell that the greatest characteristic of this pathway was that it would gradually evolve into the shadow of order. Roselle also mentioned that after advancing to a high sequence Beyonder, holding this card of blasphemy would produce a subtle reaction with the Beyonder ingredients one needed. Of course, this was only limited to the corresponding high sequence Beyonders of the Dark Emperor pathway. Unfortunately, it's useless to me. Klein watched as the card of blasphemy thinned back into a poker card. However, it was no longer in disguise. On the surface, it was Roselle sitting on the stone throne, sequence 0 Dark Emperor. Klein fell silent for a few seconds and sighed silently. The greatest use of this card for me is to exchange the formula for the items I need. Secondly, it's some knowledge regarding deities and sequences. Other than that, there's almost nothing else it can be used for. At least this way, as the leader of the tarot, as the fool, I'm no longer an empty shell. I've grasped a pathway of the divine, so it's not like I can't even produce a high sequence formula. I remember that at the Beyonder gathering organized by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom, the lady who's suspected to have an artisan backing her has been asking to buy the barbarian potion formula. As his thoughts churned, Klein looked at Roselle on the Dark Emperor card and suddenly laughed. He uses his own image for every sequence. How narcissistic. I'm suddenly very curious about what the corresponding card of blasphemy of the Demoness pathway would look like. Hee. Reining in his thoughts, Klein destroyed the other bookmark he had picked up in passing and realized that it was just an ordinary bookmark. After doing all of this, he changed his sitting posture and leaned back in his chair. In response to Miss Justice's prayer last night, he said in a low and calm voice, Empress Burrow, Earl Hall's house, in the dining room. As per usual, Audrey was praying before the meal with her father, mother, and brother. Praise the Lady! She tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion, ending her prayers with this sentence. However, before she could finish her sentence, a thick gray fog filled her vision that was covered by her eyelids. A figure that looked down at everyone and everything spoke in a distant and dignified manner. That's a card of blasphemy created by Roselle. Mr. Fool. Card of blasphemy? Audrey, who had finally received a response, was delighted at first before she was slightly stunned. She didn't understand what the so-called card of blasphemy was referring to. However, she quickly had a guess. She had always known that Roselle the Great had created a hidden deck of cards that symbolized some unknown power. There were a total of 22 cards, and they were considered to be the reference for tarot cards. Furthermore, she had heard from the hanging man that the secret hidden in the deck of cards was the path of the divine, the path to godhood, so it's called the card of blasphemy. It corresponds to the blasphemy slate. This is definitely the top treasure in the mysterious world, the path of the divine. It's no wonder that Mr. Fool's adorer had to seek help to ensure that it was really that card before taking action. This was to prevent any mistakes from happening and not obtaining the right target. Instead, it would make the Church of Steam realize that a particular bookmark was hiding a card of blasphemy. I wonder if he succeeded. The Beyonders of the Church of Steam didn't come to make the routine inquiries. Perhaps, he's still plotting. As her body trembled, Audrey saw a praying figure in the thick gray fog. It was an extremely blurry figure. He was saying respectfully, "The great fool, please convey my gratitude to the verifier. This allowed my operation to go very smoothly. For this, I'm willing to raise the remuneration to £3,000. It will be deducted from the £5,000 that have yet to be paid. This is the share that the other party deserves." Success? He succeeded just like that? But when I looked at the front pages of the newspapers just now, there wasn't any news of an exhibit being stolen. It was all about the appearance of the 12th victim in the serial murder case. To raise the reward to £3,000, it means that Mr. Fool's blessed operation has indeed succeeded. He took away the bookmark with the card of blasphemy without anyone noticing. How handsome. Although Roselle the Great's invention of this term wasn't elegant enough, it wasn't reserved enough, and it didn't match the status of a noble, but it was the only thing I felt right now. Our tarot has grasped a complete path of the divine. It should be complete, right? Which one would it be? But no matter what, this symbolized the path to godhood. Under Mr. Fool's brilliance, we will one day become a top and most powerful secret faction. I wonder if there are any cards of blasphemy hidden in other bookmarks. Audrey controlled her excitement and let the maid spread the napkin for her with longing and pride. She turned her gaze and looked at Earl Hall, who had the habit of reading the newspaper while eating breakfast. "Dad, is there any news worth paying attention to today?" Earl Hall sighed and said, "That devil has killed another innocent person." The devil has killed another innocent person. This is the 12th time. The victim was a fashion designer who had just become famous. She had been a street girl a few times because she was too poor to support herself, but she had already encountered such a horrible thing. Fortunately, there are witnesses this time. Someone witnessed the scene of the devil committing the murder. He was terrified and kept shouting murder and help on the street. I have to say that his cries for help had a pretty good effect. The devil didn't chase after him. The police have used this to lock onto the suspect and are now frantically searching for him. Audrey drew the crimson moon on her chest again. May their operation succeed. Dad, from what you just described, it really was a terrifying and funny scene. I hope that the witness doesn't have nightmares because of this. And on the same night, Mr. Fool's adorer took away the cards of blasphemy from the heavily protected museum without alerting anyone. Audrey added in her heart longingly as she filled in some details herself. In the Royal Museum, in the restored study. Are you sure that only 2 bookmarks were stolen? Machinery Hive Mind's captain, Max Livermore, asked his team members. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at the important figure standing in front of the desk with his back facing him. It was an old man wearing a white priest's robe and a clergyman's bonnet. He was the person in charge of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's Bakelin Diocese, a member of the Divine Synod, Archbishop Hormick Haydn. This important figure wasn't only a clergyman, but he was also a very famous scientist, an honorary professor of physics at the University of Bakeland. Yes, only those 2 bookmarks were stolen, the team member who was questioned answered with certainty. Max nodded slightly and looked at Hormick Hayden. After thinking for a moment, he asked after some deliberation. After some thought, he deliberated and asked, "Your Grace, after the museum closed yesterday evening, some noble children came to visit. They touched some of the exhibits, including one of the 2 stolen bookmarks. Do you need them to cooperate with the investigation?" "I'm aware of this matter." Hormick turned around with his hands hanging naturally and said calmly, "I've already confirmed that those noble children have nothing to do with the thief who stole the bookmarks. There's no need for them to cooperate with the investigation." "Yes, Your Grace." Max didn't find anything wrong with it, not to mention that Archbishop Haydn had enough mysticism knowledge and various beyonder skills to confirm it. Hormick had a very gentle and benevolent face, and at that moment, he similarly didn't show the slightest bit of anger. He looked around and said, "And there was more than one person here last night. At least 2 of them were divided into 2 opposing sides. One of them might even have a higher sequence than me, but the other party strangely escaped. Although I'm unable to restore the entire scene, there are some things that I can still see. Things are more complicated than we imagined." Having said that, he sighed and said, "I also know why they stole the bookmarks. We've been deceived by Roselle for more than 150 years, 3,000 pounds. How painful. I've been saving up for so long, but I don't even have 1,000 pounds. However, the card of blasphemy is a priceless treasure that can't be exchanged for with money. Miss Justice's contribution in this matter is definitely worth the price. Thankfully, it's all deducted from what she owes me, reducing the pressure a little. If I were to meet Mr. Aztec in the future, I'll use a high-sequence formula to pay the 15,000 pounds that belongs to the blessed. I wonder what other cards of blasphemy have been disguised as. According to the Emperor's personality, it should be quite unexpected." Klein ended his response and looked at the grey fog sea outside the palace as he sighed silently. Being cautious, he temporarily left the Dark Emperor card above the grey fog, on the surface of the long bronze table directly opposite the Fool's seat. Similarly, there was also Aztec's copper whistle. When he returned to the real world, he held another ritual and summoned himself. He threw the sealed artifact that was a combination of being lost and unlucky, which didn't seem to have much negative effects, but it could be fatal in a serious situation. He didn't plan on using it unless necessary. The master key is only the relic of an unlucky fellow who had just advanced to sequence 9, but it actually has a negative effect that even a mid-sequence beyonder can't weaken. From the looks of it, there were additional factors that caused the apprentice to lose control back then. Hence, there's something unusual about it. With this in mind, my previous decision was right. I have to be careful about exploring 32 Dirty Street south of the bridge. I have to be prepared. Yes, I have to be clear about one thing. The effects of a sealed artifact might not be completely related to the sequence of its owner. I have to consider many factors, such as whether or not it has been corrupted by an evil god. Klein took a shower with the water that had cooled down significantly. He walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed and went downstairs to enjoy the corn pancakes he had bought on the way. This was a specialty of the Fainapotter Kingdom's highlands. It was crispy, fragrant, and sweet. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he ruminated over last night's experience to see if he had left any clues for others. Even with the master key, if I'm not a beyonder, it's impossible for me to escape from a devil. Back then, that mysterious and powerful lady must have confirmed that I wasn't an ordinary private detective. I didn't think of hiding it either. She didn't capture me, which means that she's either an official who has a certain liking for unaffiliated beyonders, or she doesn't belong to the 3 churches or the military. Yes, I'm inclined to the latter. The former has a high chance of confiscating the master key. Sigh, I was in despair back then. I thought that I would be treated as an ordinary beyonder and imprisoned in the underground of the Church of Steam and Steam. I even began considering how to escape from prison. Who knew that she would leave just like that? Which organization is she from? Or is she unaffiliated? No, for unaffiliated beyonders to reach such a powerful level, they must have their own organizations. That devil hound will definitely use its beyonder powers to erase any clues related to itself, which naturally includes mine. In the field of mysticism, there's no way to separate them, and it's very likely that it's not appropriate for that lady to be exposed. It seems like the clues I left behind during my escape were also disrupted. As for what happened in the museum, they're looking for a special spirit body, a strange existence. What does that have to do with me, Sherlock Moriarty? Klein mocked himself, feeling more and more at ease. Of course, he dared to return home because he had made a divination beforehand, just like how he wasn't afraid that there was a trap in the museum that he couldn't resolve. Phew, this matter has come to an end. What should I do today? Practice my beyonder powers and go to the Quelag Club to scrounge for food? I wonder if the Nighthawks and mandated punishers have confirmed the murderer. Should I write another letter to Eichinger Stanton and give him a hint? As his thoughts churned, Klein heard someone approaching from outside. Another letter? He opened the door in puzzlement and saw a letter lying in the letterbox. The letter was from Eichinger Stanton. Returning to the living room, Klein picked up the letter cutter, tore open the seal, and took out the letter from Eichinger Stanton. The famous detective wrote in the letter, "Your idea has helped us greatly. Please allow me to thank you here. After receiving your letter, we immediately organized people to investigate some key areas. As expected, we found the corresponding clues. Many stray animals that often appear nearby and are remembered by the residents have disappeared one after another. During this process, we also noticed something interesting. In the serial murder case 4 years ago, yes, the one where the target was a single prostitute with a child, many people who lived around the crime scene mentioned that although the most suspicious youth was unsociable and sinister, he was rather loving towards animals, especially a rather large black dog. After the youth died in a gang fight, the people around never saw the dog again. I'm very curious as to who its current owner is. Is it the murderer of an unsolved serial murder case from even longer ago? The above matters were all proven at the scene of the 12th murder case and played a key role, allowing the police to initially lock onto the suspect. If everything goes smoothly, we will be able to obtain most of the bounty after the criminal is arrested. My friend, I clearly remember your contributions, and I will never forget your share. Eichinger Stanton seems to suspect that I know the truth about the devil, so he deliberately hinted at something? Klein put down the letter and muttered silently. However, this letter also made him feel truly relieved. The official Beyonders didn't find the wrong target. If the giant devil dog didn't receive any other help, it would only be a matter of time before it was captured and killed. As for Eichinger Stanton's speculation that the dog had an owner, Klein lacked sufficient evidence to confirm it. He could only say that there was a certain probability. In short, my mission ends here. Next is the matter of the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hivemind teams. Klein took out a brand new piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and replied to Eichinger Stanton with a humble letter. He ignored his subtle hints, just like an ordinary private detective. After cutting another paper figurine and sending the letter out, Klein walked to the public carriage waiting area and thought in a relaxed manner, that's right. Now, I can just wait to collect the money. Leopard said that he would be looking at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition for 3 days in a row. I'll have to wait until Saturday to pay him the final sum. Hopefully, the patent for the bicycle will have been applied for by then. Sigh, Bakeland's patent office doesn't seem to be very efficient. Klein had already thought of today's arrangements. With the Beyonder gathering unable to be held and unable to buy the corresponding items, he was suddenly free. He didn't need to be busy for the time being. I'll go to the Quelag Club in the morning to practice my marksmanship, Beyonder powers, and have lunch there. Then, I'll find a better circus and watch a magician's performance to see if I can get any inspiration. He took out his golden pocket watch and glanced at it before boarding the public carriage in a good mood. Hillston Borough, Quelag Club. As Klein came at least twice a week, the attendants all remembered him. There was no need for him to show his proof of membership or his White Frost Constellation badge. It was Wednesday morning, and most of the members of the Quelag Club belonged to the middle class. They had fixed and rather decent jobs, and it was very difficult for them to come if it wasn't Sunday, annual leave, or afternoon tea. The spacious and bright hall appeared abnormally empty. There were only a few people sitting on the sofa at the coffee table in the corner. Sweeping his gaze over, Klein saw an acquaintance, so he went up to greet him. "Tell the weather is so great today. You should be at the racetrack." The acquaintance was the aristocratic equestrian teacher, Talem Dumont, who had introduced him to the club at the request of Mrs. Mary. He had once brought Klein a business deal, which was to protect the Daily Observer reporter, Mike Joseph, when he went to the Golden Rose for an investigation. Talem looked up, touched his short brown curly hair, and smiled. "Oh, honorable detective, what have you been busy with recently? I haven't seen you in a long time." "That's because you haven't been to the club for a few days." Klein smiled as he sat on the sofa beside Talem. "I'm helping the police investigate that serial murder case. Although I might not be able to get anything out of it, the bounty is tempting enough. Besides, establishing a good relationship with the police is very important for us private detectives." "I'm just bragging. I'm just an inconspicuous character who has been summoned," he mocked himself inwardly. The members sitting on the sofa behind them were discussing the latest Western Railroad stocks and East Balham plantation stocks under the guidance of a man who appeared to be a stockbroker. Talem didn't have any doubts about Klein's answer. He chuckled and said, "This is indeed something a detective is busy with." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he gradually entered a thoughtful state. Just as Klein was about to bid farewell and head to the underground shooting range, Talem suddenly looked at him. "Mr. Moriarty, can I ask you a question?" "Yes, you can charge a consultation fee. This is free. Also, just call me Sherlock." Klein laughed. Talem nodded slightly and hesitated. "I have a friend who fell in love with someone she shouldn't have. How should I deal with this situation? Although I've always believed that when asking similar questions, I have a friend is equivalent to myself, Talem's emotional color indicates that it's not him. He's in a dilemma, but I can't see any pain." Klein, who had activated his spirit vision, leaned back slightly and clasped his hands together. "I'm sorry, I'm not a psychiatrist, nor am I one of those experts in the newspapers and magazines who specialize in solving emotional problems. My only advice is, don't break the law. Hee, this is just a joke. First of all, we have to figure out what shouldn't is. Is there a grudge between their families?" Talem glanced at him and said helplessly, "No, this is not the story of Romeo and Juliet." Upon hearing the other party's answer, an illusory whisper seemed to ring in Klein's ears. "Author, Roselle Gustave. Author, Roselle Gustave. Author, Roselle Gustave." He shook his head and apologized to Grandpa Shaw, then smiled and said, "I'm sorry. Roselle the Great's work is just too classic. When it comes to love that shouldn't be, I'll think of it." "Then, why shouldn't they be together?" Talem was silent for a few seconds. "I have to keep it a secret." "Sorry, pretend I never asked." "Keep it a secret? That's a person of great status. Falling in love with someone of the same gender? Falling in love with someone related by blood?" Klein held back his strong curiosity and spread out his hands. "Then I can only give you one more suggestion. Read more best-selling novels like Stormwind Mountain Villa and Love and Jealousy that are full of emotions." Talem's lips quivered a few times before he sighed. "Sigh, this can only be the last resort. In my opinion, the feelings in those best-selling novels don't seem to happen between normal humans." "I think so too." Klein echoed in agreement. After exchanging glances and a smile with Talem, he got up and headed to the underground shooting range to practice his Beyonder powers. When it was almost noon, he returned to the first floor and headed straight for the buffet cafeteria. He had already noticed that today's limited supply was foie gras fried in red wine, paired with apple slices and buttered bread. After taking the food, Klein carried his tray and walked to Talem's table. At that moment, apart from Talem, there was another acquaintance, the surgeon Alan Series, who had introduced him to the club as a guarantor. Just as he put down the tray and before he could sit down, Klein suddenly noticed a cane leaning against the famous surgeon's chair. "Alan, what's wrong?" he asked with concern. The tall, thin, and cold-looking Alan, who wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, patted his right leg and said, "No, don't mention it. I was really unlucky. I fell down the stairs and suffered a rather serious bone fracture. All I can do is put on a cast to fix it. I'm really unlucky." Klein echoed with a sigh. He cut a piece of foie gras, dipped it in the gravy, and stuffed it into his mouth. The feeling of melting upon contact caused the fragrance of the fat to constantly spread outwards, stimulating every taste bud. I've been unlucky for a long time. Alan raised his hand, pushed up his glasses, and rubbed his temples. He then looked at Klein, then at Talim, and hesitantly asked, "What's going on?" He hesitantly asked, "Mr. Moriarty, have you, what?" Klein looked up and asked. Alan lowered his voice and said, "You're a famous detective. You are a famous detective. You should know a lot of people, right?" "I'm all right." Klein didn't understand what he meant and gave a perfunctory reply. Alan glanced at Talim again and took a deep breath. "Do you know anyone who's like a village witch doctor?" "No, I mean, some capable fortune tellers or mysticism enthusiasts. I think my recent bad luck is too abnormal. I know that it's very likely to be fake and a scam, but I can't find any other way to get out of my bad luck. I've tried going to the cathedral to pray, donate, and attend mass, but to no avail. Some capable fortune tellers or mysticism enthusiasts. You seem to be talking about me." Klein thought and said, "Alan, tell me in detail what happened to you." "Alan, tell me in detail what happened to you." Talim, who was beside him, nodded. "Don't worry. Although I'm a believer of the Lord, I don't reject mysticism." Alan sighed in distress. Many things. For example, I made a mistake during surgery, encountered a steam locomotive accident while traveling, found a thief when I returned home, went to the hospital, and ended up falling down the stairs. Do you think someone is cursing me? Yes, I've heard Alan mention something similar before. Klein frowned slightly. As a former Nighthawk, he easily thought of a sealed artifact from such a description. The misfortune cloth puppet, a similar item? He activated his spirit vision and asked seriously, "Alan, think back carefully. Alan, think about it carefully. Before those unlucky events happened, did you or your family, did your family also encounter unlucky events?" Klein had wanted to ask if Alan or his family had taken any unusual items, such as dirty ragdolls, before those unlucky incidents happened one after another. But when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly felt that it was too direct. It could easily expose the fact that he had a good understanding of the mysterious domain. Although this could be explained by the fact that the great detective was very knowledgeable, there was no need to take this risk. So, he changed to a more roundabout way and asked if Dr. Allen's family had also met with misfortune. Hearing his question, Alan Chris carefully thought about it and said, "No. Apart from encountering the steam train accident with me, they were the same as before. Most of the time, they were neither lucky nor unlucky. The rest of the time, they were both." "That's not right. If it's an item like the misfortune cloth puppet that needs to be sealed, it will definitely affect everyone within a certain range. Could it be that Alan dripped his blood on it and established a stable connection?" In Klein's spirit vision, Alan's aura and emotional color matched his physical and mental state. There was nothing special about him. He deliberated and asked, "Is there anyone as unlucky as you in the hospital where you work?" "No, so I think I must have been cursed by someone." Alan tugged at his bow tie, looking rather anxious and uneasy. Under Talim's curious gaze, Klein thought for a moment. "Before you were unlucky, did you encounter anything strange, such as cutting yourself?" In folklore, blood is a powerful medium for curses. After I suspected that it was a curse, I confirmed it. In the past 3 months, I haven't bled. Alan pressed his knife and fork and replied with a heavy expression. "That's a little strange. It's not like I can do a complicated divination in front of him." Klein asked again, "What about other strange things?" "Alan, think about it carefully. There must be a reason for this. Have you offended anyone recently? Or have you become an obstacle to others?" Talim echoed with concern. Alan looked down at the food on his plate and fell into deep thought. Klein didn't stay idle either. He finished the food before it became cold and unpalatable. When he began to enjoy the dessert, Alan finally raised his head and said, "I'm not a sociable person. I don't get along well with my colleagues, but it's hard to believe that they would think of a way to curse me." After your reminder, I thought of something. It might be related to mysticism." "What is it?" Klein and Talum perked up at the same time. Before my streak of bad luck, I was in charge of a patient. It was a child less than 10 years old. He was very pitiful. Due to some problems, he needed to amputate his left leg. Alan pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and recalled, I just became a father not long ago, and I'm always full of sympathy for my child's misfortune. Every time I check the ward, I'll chat with him, encourage him, and comfort him. After a pause, Alan spoke more smoothly. I remember that it was the day before his surgery. I specially went to the ward to look for him. He was indeed rather uneasy and was playing tarot cards. This was something he brought with him when he was admitted to the hospital. He didn't even allow his family to take it away. In order to make him relax, I played tarot divination with him. At that time, I flipped over a card. It was the reversed Wheel of Fortune. That child looked at me and said with a pure and innocent smile, Doctor, your luck will turn for the worse. Doctor, your luck will turn for the worse. Talum took a deep breath and said, Why do I feel that such a scene and such words make my body feel a little cold? That child later died on the operating table? Alan shook his head and said, The surgery was very successful. That surgery was very successful. Not long after, he was discharged from the hospital. He even thanked me. That's why I've never doubted this matter. But now that I think about it, I realize that this is the only time I've come into contact with an item involving mysticism in the past 2 months. No matter what, whether it's useful or not, tarot cards are ultimately used for divination. At some point in time, a brass coin had appeared in Klein's hand. It was jumping and rolling at his fingertips, as though symbolizing the analysis process of a famous detective. The coin bounced up and fell into his palm. Klein glanced at it from the corner of his eye and ended his thought. What's the child's name? Where does he live? Alan answered without hesitation, His name is Willosepton. His name is Willosepton. As for where he lives, I don't remember. Mr. Detective, what's your suggestion? Do you know any experts in mysticism? Klein drank a mouthful of black tea and smiled under Alan and Talum's expectant gazes. My suggestion is to go to the cathedral of the deity you believe in and describe your recent misfortune to the bishop. Then, ask him if he has a solution. Alan, I remember that you're, a believer of the Evernight goddess, right? He almost called out the goddess, but thankfully, he remembered in time that his current identity was that of a detective who believed in the god of steam and machinery. But my prayers to the goddess, my participation in mass, and my donations of money and items were all useless. I think we still need to find some capable fortune-tellers. Alan didn't agree with Detective Moriarty's suggestion. Talum nodded in agreement. That's right. The deities don't care if you're lucky or unlucky. Being lucky is a blessing, and being unlucky is a test. My friend, your faith isn't pious. Be careful that the Lord of Storms strikes you with lightning. Klein looked at the two of them and smiled. This suggestion is based on very simple logic. If, and I'm saying if, there's really a useful and effective mysticism in this world, then the ones who are best at it are definitely the 7 Orthodox churches. Otherwise, they would have long been replaced by other factions that have grasped mysticism. If there's no such thing as true mysticism, then finding a fortune-teller or a witch doctor won't help me in any way. I might as well see if a bishop with a higher status has any solutions. Alan carefully analyzed the situation and finally nodded. That makes sense. Perhaps I need the bishop to help me convey the message so that the goddess will protect me. No, to be precise, the Nighthawks will only notice your abnormality with the bishop's message. Klein retorted inwardly. He had no intention of helping Alan, because to solve the problem of his luck, apart from finding the root of everything, he definitely had to set up a certain ritual. Ignoring the fact that Klein didn't know the true luck enhancement ritual, even if he did, he would expose the fact that he had beyonder powers in front of unfamiliar people because of the ritual. It would increase the risk for no reason. Since I can get the Nighthawks to do it, there's no need for me to do it myself. I just don't know if the problem comes from the boy or the tarot cards in his hand. If it's the latter, then it might be a sealed artifact that's rather suitable for me. What a pity. Klein shook his head silently, suppressing the greed and other emotions that surged to the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Alan had already made up his mind. Looking at Klein, he smirked and said, "Thank you, Mr. Moriarty." "Thank you, Mr. Moriarty. Although you don't know much about mysticism, you relied on strict logic to give the best suggestion." "Yes, I don't know mysticism." Klein smiled. "Just call me Sherlock." "Alan." Ever since I'm no longer a Nighthawk, the composition of my mysticism knowledge has become stranger and stranger. On one hand, I've grasped many secrets related to high-sequence deities, and on the other hand, I only know relatively basic ritualistic magic. For the more complicated ones, I only know sacrificial and bestowment rituals. As for charms, I've been stuck at 3 types for a long period of time." Klein sighed inwardly, feeling that he urgently needed a more comprehensive and in-depth book on mysticism. As for being able to separate the knowledge of an evil god's mental corruption from a beyonder characteristic, he didn't have any clues at the moment. After a short lunch break at the club, Klein took a public carriage and arrived at the Rice Circus near the Tussock River in Sherwood Borough. It wasn't a festival, nor was it a holiday. There weren't many guests in the circus, and the clowns who were in charge of entertaining and amusing the crowd appeared listless. After passing through the divination hut and the tents that sold pies, pancakes, fruit pies, and alcoholic beverages, Klein walked along the periphery of the circus and found a small theater. The blackboard at the entrance stated that there would be 4 performances a day, each 1 an hour, during non-holidays. The first performance in the afternoon was at 2 o'clock, and it had just begun. After buying a ticket, Klein entered the theater and heard cheers. At that moment, a beast tamer was on the stage with a whip in hand, ordering a black bear to perform in a charmingly naive manner. Beside him was a tiger with yellow and black stripes, and sitting on it was a baboon with deep curly fur. "Paw!" As the beast tamer lashed out with his whip, the black bear clumsily somersaulted. "I say, this fellow wanted to slap you just now." At the front of the rows of seats, someone suddenly shouted loudly, immediately drawing laughter from the small number of audience members in the venue. They thought that this was a new way for the circus to amuse people. However, Klein didn't think so, because he realized that the beast tamer's emotional colors were leaning toward anger and annoyance. He smiled, walked to the first row, and sat down to enjoy the performance on the stage so that he wouldn't feel guilty for the tickets. At that moment, the person who had just spoken shouted again, "That tiger wants to bite your neck off. That tiger wants to bite off your neck, and that curly-haired baboon wants to grab you and use you as a cushion." Amidst the laughter of the audience, the beast tamer's actions clearly stiffened. "This? Although those words sound like they're trying to cause trouble, why do I hear a hint of warning in them?" Klein turned his head to look at the person who had spoken in the same row as him and realized that it was a round-faced man in his 30s. "This tone, this method, is a little familiar," Klein muttered silently. Inside the Rice Circus's small theater. As long as it felt familiar, it wasn't a problem for a seer not to recall it. Klein nudged the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, leaned back slightly, and muttered a few words almost silently. Following that, he pretended to close his eyes for more than 10 seconds, but in fact, with the help of cogitation, he quickly fell asleep and received a notification from the dream. It was a rather dim room. There was only one candle flickering on the coffee table. The people sitting around were all wearing black hooded robes and iron masks that only covered the upper half of their faces. After deliberately rubbing his eyebrows, Klein opened his eyes and continued watching the beast-taming performance. He had already interpreted the revelation and understood the source of the sense of familiarity. The scene in the dream was the beyonder gathering held by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. There was an apothecary who also had a chubby face. He liked to use sarcasm to remind others. He was clearly a kind-hearted fellow, but he always gave people the feeling that he deserved a beating. Could it be that apothecary? It doesn't seem like it. When did he know how to tame beasts? According to the internal records of the Nighthawks, the spirit vision of an apothecary isn't like the seer pathway, which can distinguish the color of emotions in detail. Yes, they do have their own specialties when it comes to aura colors. Klein's thoughts slowly dispersed, but it didn't affect him from enjoying the performance on stage. In his spirit vision, the black bear, tiger, and curly-haired baboon's emotional colors were indeed unstable. With a certain degree of stimulation, it was very likely that they would explode on the spot. This also indirectly confirmed that the chubby man who had just spoken wasn't causing trouble. He seemed to be able to read the thoughts of the three animals and understand their impulses. With his reminder, even though the beast tamer was enraged and his expression darkened, he still instinctively softened his movements and became much more careful. The performance ended smoothly. After that, there was a simple but comical play. Magicians only came up to perform after it was over. The magician was wearing a tuxedo, a bow tie of the same color, and a tall and big top hat. As soon as he came up, he spewed fire from his mouth, which immediately caused the audience in the venue to cheer and applaud. It's a very simple technique. Klein, who had excellent eyesight and had watched many magic teaching programs, understood the key with just a glance. Following that, the magicians performed the classic tricks of escaping from the locked box, taking off the hat and flying pigeons, taking out flowers, card tricks, and so on. Klein thought that he could easily see through every trick, but he was surprised to find that at some point, he didn't learn anything at all. His attention was drawn to the part that the magician wanted, and he neglected the key details. He clearly doesn't have any beyonder powers, but his techniques are still able to fool my eyes. Yes, the key is his grasp of attention. Magicians' second rule is to fully divert the target's attention to achieve the desired effect. Klein made a guess in his heart, but he didn't know if it was right or wrong. This would require feedback through acting. At this moment, the performance of the magicians came to an end. The audience did not hesitate to give them warm applause and cheers. The atmosphere in the venue reached its peak in the afternoon. Heh, the third rule. Magicians' performance needs to be applauded by the audience? Klein muttered to himself in a half-joking and half-guessing manner. After 3 o'clock, he tugged at the collar of his black double-breasted frock coat, got up, and left the small theater. He didn't attempt to make contact with the chubby man who was suspected to be an apothecary. All he did was secretly memorize his appearance. If he were to rashly strike up a conversation with him, it might result in an extreme reaction. Riding a tracked public carriage, Klein returned to Minsk Street. The carriage was divided into 2 levels, with passengers sitting on each level. As usual, Klein chose a seat on the bottom level by the window. The carriage stopped for a while, and with his eyes half closed, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate as he recalled the inspiration he had just received. He became clear-headed and rational, as though he had been forcefully invaded by someone in a dream or had his spirit directly channeled. At this moment, he clearly knew that he was no longer in the real world. With his rich experience, he pretended to be nonchalant. He looked around and found that the gentleman in a tuxedo and top hat on his left was still flipping through the newspaper. A woman in a light blue dress with 2 children was scolding disobedient troublemakers. Beside her, there were people chewing on bread and drinking tea. Everything was the same as before. However, in Klein's spirit vision, these passengers didn't emit the corresponding aura or emotional colors. They don't have ether bodies, they're clearly talking, eating bread, and reading newspapers, but there's no sign of them being alive. Is this an illusion, or have they suddenly died, and are only moving according to the habits they had when they were alive? Klein tried his best to remain calm as he turned his head to look out the window. He saw carriages and pedestrians coming and going on the street. It was still afternoon. However, they don't have any aura. As the carriage moved forward slowly, Klein became more and more solemn. He didn't understand what had happened. He looked down at himself and saw a clear spiritual glow that was completely different from the others around him. At this moment, he suddenly heard an angry roar, one that didn't sound like it came from a human. Klein hurriedly looked up and saw a huge black dog on the street. Its sharp white teeth were stained with traces of blood and rust. It was the giant demon dog that had committed countless murders. The black dog rapidly expanded into a tall devil. It had bat-like wings on its back, and goat horns covered in mysterious patterns grew from its head. It looked up at the sky and let out a filthy devil word. Fallen. Almost at the same time it spoke, Klein confirmed that it was real. This was because it had aura and emotional colors. It was emitting a strong spiritual glow. Along with the howl of the demonic dog, several illusionary pedestrians in the surroundings suddenly exploded, turning into black mist that filled the air and obscured everyone's vision. However, Klein could vaguely see that there were many real people with aura colors in the air and around him. They were using Beyonder powers that emitted a spiritual glow. What's going on? Ordinary people are illusory, but Beyonders are real. Did the Nighthawks and mandated Punishers find the gigantic devil dog and use a special sealed artifact to create a combat environment that won't disturb the real world? That sealed artifact only targets Beyonders and is ineffective against ordinary people? So, I just happened to be passing by, and I was unfortunately pulled in? Klein's thoughts raced as he roughly guessed what had happened to him. This is really a baffling disaster. Just as he was feeling wistful, he suddenly heard a scream. It was a shrill scream, a loud scream. The surrounding black gas that blocked his vision suddenly dispersed, and the gigantic devil dog fell heavily to the ground. Its body split into two vertically, and all the light in the air was focused on something, making it look like a pure moon that illuminated the dark environment. The gigantic devil dog tenaciously roared again, and its body suddenly exploded. Using its soul and flesh as fuel, it ignited a flame that soared into the sky that was intertwined with light blue and scarlet. However, the flames lost all their brightness in midair as they were absorbed by the bright moon-like object. It disappeared without a trace, and the gigantic devil dog died just like that. Not even a speck of it was left. How powerful. Just as Klein was feeling wistful, he suddenly thought of something. Would the official powerhouses discover that there was a wild Beyonder in the carriage he was in, one that was different from the illusory people around him? His heart tightened, and his scalp went numb as he took out a paper figurine. With a shake of his hand, he shook it into himself, a version of himself without any aura or emotions. As for himself, he used the uniqueness of the substitution spell to hide in the shadow of the paper figurine. At this moment, Klein heard a soft snort from the street on the other side of the carriage. This snort was filled with obvious anger and indignation. Who is it? It doesn't sound like the voice of an official Beyonder. Klein was puzzled, but he didn't dare remove the substitution spell and peeked his head out to take a look. Following that, a few gazes swept past him one after another without stopping for too long. When all of this faded, Klein saw cracks appear in the void around him, shattering like glass. Then, the feeling of reality hit him, and he clearly knew that he had returned to the real world. He quietly removed the substitution spell and sat back in his seat. The passengers in the carriage either read the newspapers, nibbled at the bread, or scolded the children. It was no different from before. But in Klein's eyes, they had regained their aura and emotions. In addition, compared to before, the tracked carriage had clearly moved a distance forward. From the looks of it, in that special battle environment, time and scene are synchronized with reality. If the battle had lasted longer, the carriage might have driven out of the area of influence, leaving me alone there. Alone there. That would have obviously exposed me. Fortunately, Bakeland is the capital of capitals, the land of hope. The three churches have high-sequence Beyonders here. Klein thought with some lingering fear. He originally believed that even if he locked onto the target, the Nighthawks and mandated Punishers would need to spend a few days to find the Black Devil dog. Furthermore, there was a prerequisite: the other party hadn't left Bakeland. This was certain, because leaving Bakeland was equivalent to leaving the ritual's range, and the advancement would fail. And to a devil, the negative effects of the ritual's failure would likely cause them, who were struggling on the edge of bloodlust, to lose control. Who knew that in just one night and half a day, the devil dog would be discovered, executed, and purified? It was terrifying. This is Bakeland. This is the true strength of the three churches. A Sequence 6 Beyonder who was about to advance only exposed his identity and left behind an insignificant trace, yet he was quickly found and easily killed. This is a devil that can detect danger ahead of time. It looks like some sealed artifacts happen to restrain this. In the future, I have to be more cautious and careful. Klein felt that he had learned a profound lesson. At this moment, he recalled the strange grunt he had heard. It seems to be the companion of the devil dog? Its owner? He actually wasn't discovered. Perhaps the final self-destruction of the devil dog was secretly controlled by him. Of course, it's also possible that he's a member of a secret organization that's dissatisfied with the official Beyonders. Klein suddenly looked at the window opposite the carriage and saw that the passers-by outside were all ordinary. They were either wearing woolen coats, half-top hats, or brightly colored dresses. There was nothing wrong with them. The wheels pressed against the tracks, and the horses dragged the carriage forward heavily but steadily. Soon, they left the street where nothing had happened. Klein held his cane with a normal expression until the tracked carriage passed 2 stations. Only then did he alight ahead of time. He circled around and slowly returned to the spot where the devil dog had been killed. He wasn't searching for the beyonder characteristic that the dog had seeped out. It was impossible for the church's top powerhouses to not know of this matter. They must have taken it away long ago. He wasn't investigating the source of the soft grunt either. It had been so long, and there were carriages and people on the streets. How could there be any clues left behind? Even divination wouldn't give him an answer. Klein's goal was to pry into the characteristics of the sealed artifact that could create a strange battle environment from the remaining subtle details around the street, so as to prepare for a possible encounter in the future. This is the acting of a magician. He sighed silently as he walked under the gray sky and along the street that was separated by gas lamps. The reason why he waited 2 stations before getting off and taking a detour back was that he was worried that there would be official beyonders who were secretly cleaning up the battlefield. He tried his best to avoid meeting them. Dressed decently and holding a cane, Klein, who had a golden watch hanging from his lapel, took a certain amount of time to finally return to the scene of the devil dog's death. However, there were no traces left on the streets. The passers-by clearly didn't know that an intense beyonder battle had taken place here. That sealed artifact sure is magical. It's even more powerful than large-scale hypnosis. Klein activated his spirit vision and made his footsteps even slower. He was like a gentleman who was out on an outing and not on an errand. It took him more than half an hour to circle the area, but his spirit vision didn't yield anything. There was nothing abnormal about the target street. However, Klein's spiritual perception still sensed something. It was the range and boundary. When I entered the street and left from another direction, I had a subtle illusory feeling. It was as if I had entered another world from another world. In other words, the sealed artifact's range of influence can reach at least a street. The upper limit is temporarily unknown. Yes, I can also confirm that it only works on beyonders. Klein stood outside the target street and nodded thoughtfully. Then, he returned again and found a rather high-class coffee shop. He ordered a cup of Southville coffee and sat by the window. As he drank the fragrant liquid, he observed the bustling streets outside. He wanted to see if there would be any other changes as time passed. Unfortunately, what he was looking forward to didn't happen. Of course, he didn't gain anything. At the very least, he confirmed that magicians don't perform unprepared was indeed one of the rules of acting. He felt that the subtle characteristics in his body had been slightly stirred. In the evening, Klein stopped observing and took a public carriage back to Minsk Street. At this moment, the gas lamps on both sides of the road had all been lit up. The blue flames illuminated the slightly wet cement ground and the withered trees along the road. With his cane in hand, Klein passed by Lawyer Jurgen's house and strolled towards Unit 15. As he walked, he suddenly thought of something. The ingredients at home had been used up, so there was no way for him to make dinner when he returned. Should I go to a butcher's shop or a fruit shop, or should I find a restaurant to fill my stomach first? Klein hesitated for a moment and finally decided to slack off tonight and eat ready-made food. Although many of the dishes in this world were relatively simple to make and very fast, to the point where it took an hour to cook and 5 minutes to eat, it still required a certain amount of labor. Furthermore, he had to wash the plates and knives and forks himself. Touching his wallet, Klein turned around and walked in the direction where he remembered there were more restaurants. He once again passed by Lawyer Jurgen's house. Standing behind the open oriel window, Jurgen looked at the confused Detective Moriarty and raised his voice. He raised his voice and said, "Mr. Moriarty, did you forget your keys again? Or did you drop them?" Why did he say again? Klein chuckled in response. "No, I didn't." Jurgen nodded in all seriousness. "Then why don't you come to my place? I'll go back after dinner when it's completely dark." Klein hesitated for a second and smiled. "It would be my honor." When he entered, Brody the black cat was licking its paws in the corner. Jurgen didn't exchange pleasantries and entered the kitchen. After Klein hung up his coat and hat, put away his black cane, he walked into the dining room step by step. The table was already filled with food. There were black steaks and mashed potatoes of the same color. He wasn't surprised. This was the cooking style of Lawyer Jurgen's grandmother, Mrs. Doris, when she got older. It didn't look good, but it was delicious enough. She's a chef. Klein sat opposite Jurgen and greeted him with a smile. Are you preparing to eat? Yes, I'm used to looking at the scenery outside before eating, allowing my thoughts to spread without boundaries. Jurgen laid out his napkin and picked up his knife and fork. Klein looked around in puzzlement. Where's Mrs. Doris? Jurgen sighed and replied solemnly, the weather is getting colder and colder, and her old lung problem has reappeared. She has no choice but to stay in the hospital for some time. May God bless her. Klein unskillfully drew the triangular sacred emblem of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery on his chest. Then, he cut a piece of steak and forked it, ready to stuff it into his mouth. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a problem and hurriedly said, that's right. He hurriedly said, so, you prepared this for dinner? Of course, it was done a few minutes ago, Jurgen replied succinctly. If it's not the work of the chef, Mrs. Doris, then this appearance. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he bit down on the small piece of steak on the silver fork and slowly chewed. He frowned a little and finally forced himself to swallow the food. He forced a smile on his face. Why did you prepare 2 portions in advance? One was to bring to the hospital for my grandmother. Jurgen glanced up at Klein and didn't find anything wrong with it. I'll prepare another portion later. So that's how it is. To be polite, Klein secretly took a deep breath and finished the food in front of him in a combat-like manner. By the time he finished eating, Jurgen was still left with less than half of his food. The senior solicitor temporarily put down his knife and fork, picked up the tall glass beside him, and took a sip of red wine. He asked without any expression, how do you feel? Which dish do you like best? I know there's still a big gap between my grandmother's skills and mine, but it shouldn't be too exaggerated. Mr. Lawyer, I suspect that in addition to your facial nerve disorder, you also have a problem with your sense of taste. Can't you recognize yourself correctly? Klein pursed his lips into a smile and moved his head left and right. White bread is not bad. That's from Dodge Bakery. Jurgen buried his head again and finished the rest of the food. After drinking the remaining red wine, he thought for a moment and said, Detective Moriarty, I would like to entrust you with a task. It's a very simple task. What? Klein kept drinking water. The mashed potatoes were too salty. My grandma will be in the hospital recently. Sometimes, I might not come back because of the case, so Brody will have to starve. Jurgen looked at the black cat and said, I would like you to feed Brody, clean his toilet, and play with him for a while when I'm not back. He likes it best when someone scratches his chin. Well, every night at 10 o'clock, if my house is still dark and there's no light, you can come in for 2 soli each time until my grandma comes home. Klein saw a seemingly gentle expression appear on Jurgen's face, so he curled the corners of his mouth and said, It's a very simple task with a relatively generous reward. It's a simple mission with a relatively generous reward. I have no reason to reject it. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Brody and smiled at him. Brody the black cat turned around slowly, its back facing him. Klein's smile couldn't help but stiffen on his face. After drinking his fill, Klein bade farewell and left Jurgen's house. He slowly strolled back to his rented house on the streets that were already completely dark. At this moment, people who had finished work had already returned home and were enjoying their dinner. There were very few pedestrians on the road, and there weren't many carriages. It was rather quiet. Walking under the light of the gas lamp, Klein, who had no desire to go back, slowed down. The black shadow beside his feet slowed down as well. When he passed by Sammer's house, he looked through the oriel window and saw the bright lights inside. There were figures walking back and forth, and he could vaguely hear the sounds of conversation and laughter. Next door, 15, Minsk Street, was dark and silent. Klein sighed and quickened his pace. He took out the key and opened the door. Before entering, he habitually looked at the mailbox and found another letter lying inside. Who sent it? Klein took out the letter and glanced at it under the light of the street lamp. There's no stamp. The handwriting looks like Eichinger Stanton's. He nodded slightly, closed the door, switched on the light, and opened the letter. In the letter, the great Detective Eichinger wrote, "I'm happy to inform you that the murderer has been found and killed on the spot. The police department thinks that our work is worth at least half of the reward. They should be able to send it to me this week. At that time I will invite you and other friends to come over and share the reward." Eichinger received the news so quickly? He has a deep relationship with the Bakeland Police Department. There's no stamp, which means that he got someone to deliver it directly. The postal system in the Kingdom of Rouen isn't that efficient. How can a letter that was sent in the afternoon arrive at night? Klein exhaled, put down the letter, and prepared to change his clothes and head out. With the serial murders solved, the situation in Bakeland eased. He could attempt to do something. For example, go to the Brave to find Caspers and contact Merrick to see if this Beyonder who controls zombies and Miss Sharon have any books on mysticism. If I'm not wrong, they should be defectors from Rose School. They used to be part of an official organization, so they definitely know a lot of mysticism knowledge. And now, I have enough money to buy them. Klein touched his wallet and thought with some anticipation. Bakeland Bridge area, the Brave. Klein pressed the cap on his head and carefully protected the wallet in the inside pocket of his grayish-blue worker's jacket. He bypassed the drinkers around the boxing ring and went straight to the bar counter. On the way, he looked around and did not see the black market weapons dealer, Kaspers Kalinin. They're either playing cards or billiards. Klein nodded to himself and sat in front of the bar counter. Half and half. He had seen someone drink this kind of alcoholic drink before, and he felt that it should be quite to his liking. At the very least, it's more suitable than pure malt beer. Klein thought to himself. The bartender looked up at him. Which two wines do you want to mix? Different choices have different prices. Normal is fine. The man Klein met last time was using the worst kind. The whole half and half cup only cost 2.5 pence. 4.5 pence. When the bartender saw Klein place the brass coins on the bar, he turned back to mix the drinks and said, "Looking for Caspers again? He's not here anymore. His business was robbed." Huh? Klein didn't expect to receive such an answer. Before the bartender could reply, a man with a protruding mouth beside him laughed. "Yes, Caspers was chased away by us." How can a crippled old man like him do this kind of business? "If there's anything you want, just come and find us." Find our boss. Gang conflict? Klein subconsciously thought of this and was about to reject the other party's proposal. But soon after, he thought of another possibility. Could it be that Rose School deliberately hired gangs to suppress Caspers and force out Merrick and Sharon, who are backing him, so that they would take the initiative to jump into the trap? The probability isn't low. Caspers has been a black market weapons dealer here for a long time. He's definitely not someone who can be chased away easily. Some time ago, due to the continuous serial murders, the atmosphere in Bakeland was rather tense. Rose School, or other secret factions, in short, people who are looking for Merrick and Sharon, definitely wouldn't dare to rashly kill and channel the spirits to obtain answers. This would cause many murders because they clearly only have a few suspects. For the time being, they can't confirm who has the means to contact Miss Sharon and Merrick. Klein swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He changed the topic and asked, "Can I know the price first before deciding whether to buy it?" He planned to observe the ordinary people who dominated the Brave black market. If he found any problems, he could use this as a favor to Caspers, Sharon, and Merrick. Anyway, Klein didn't want to have a conflict. He just wanted to follow the normal procedure to observe, so there was no risk. Yes, the only requirement is. The man raised his hand and made a zipping motion in front of his protruding mouth. No problem. As soon as Klein answered, he saw the half and half placed in front of him, and the copper penny was taken away by the bartender. In the spirit of not wasting, he picked up the glass and took a few sips. His eyebrows gradually furrowed. It's not the taste I imagined. The alcohol is too strong, and the grape taste is too light. Klein put down the glass and followed the man to billiard room 3, where Caspers used to stay. Just as he was about to reach the door, he suddenly thought of something. As a person who doesn't know much, I can guess that this is a trap. I wonder how Miss Sharon and Merrick, who have been pursued for a long time, wouldn't know? They definitely won't show themselves. However, Caspers knows more than one Beyonder. He has connections with several Beyonder circles. Perhaps he will find other helpers, and that will make things a little complicated. At this moment, the man with the protruding mouth stopped at the door of the billiard room. The distracted Klein nearly bumped into him. He pointed inside and said, "Don't speak nonsense later. Don't talk nonsense later. Our boss doesn't have a good temper. The entire Bakeland Bridge area plus East District knows about it." "All right." Klein nodded slightly. The man with the protruding mouth turned around in satisfaction and pushed open the billiard room's door. As the door opened, Klein saw a figure floating in midair, gently swaying. It was a burly man with a full beard. There was a rope around his neck. It was a rope that was very tight. His feet were off the ground, and the tip of his tongue was exposed. His face was purple, and his expression was abnormally warped. "Boss?" The man with the protruding mouth shouted in disbelief. Someone took action just as the tense atmosphere in Bakeland disappeared. Klein glanced sideways at the man's subordinate and drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest in all seriousness. May God rest him in peace. I hope his temper can be cured as a result. The man with the protruding mouth didn't even hear what he was saying. He suddenly shouted, "Boss! Murder! Boss is dead!" Klein took 2 steps back from the loud and shrill voice. He activated his spirit vision and observed the interior. There were no special signs, only the billiard balls on the table were scattered everywhere. Was it done by a Beyonder on Caspers's side? How would the faction that laid the trap react? If there's such a trap. Before the gangsters rushed over, Klein quietly changed his position and blended into the crowd. He glanced at the Braves' kitchen and went over in thought. He skillfully went through to the back door. Just as he pushed open the wooden door that wasn't considered heavy, he felt a cold wind that made him shiver. And in the cold wind there was a faint smell of blood. He listened attentively and didn't hear anything, so he took out a penny and flicked it up. The clanging sound was blocked by the wind. Klein looked down at the copper penny in his palm and confirmed that the king's portrait was facing up. Putting away the coin, he carefully walked in the direction his spiritual perception told him to go. He walked all the way to a dark and gloomy corner without the illumination of the street lamps before the smell of blood suddenly became stronger. With the help of the weak moonlight that penetrated the clouds, Klein took a closer look and nearly gasped. The ground was littered with bloody thighs, calves, feet in leather boots, ribs, hearts, arms, eyeballs, and other human body parts. On the wall was a piece of intestine that was red and white. The background was a large patch of bright red mixed with milky white marks. Upon seeing this scene, Klein felt like he was looking at a slaughterhouse specially prepared for humans. They're afraid that the Nighthawks and mandated punishers have too much free time. They made it so exaggerated that the police department would definitely hand over the case immediately. Klein muttered in his heart to fight against the discomfort caused by the scene. He walked around the area with the blood and approached the opposite wall. He was surprised to find that there were many deep scratches there. It was as if a thick and sharp claw had forcefully dragged it out. They were quite similar to the claws of the devil dog from before. Could there be another one? Could it be that it's not dead yet? No, I know what's going on. Klein suddenly came to a realization. The deceased should be the Beyonder who killed the gang boss in the bar. He was killed by the faction that set up the trap. According to Little Sun's description, I've always suspected that the faction is Rose School because they control the prisoner pathway, which is also the mutant pathway. And one of the mutants is a werewolf. This matches the traces at the scene. This also proves that Miss Sharon and Merrick are defectors from Rose School. Klein calmly retreating from the scene step by step. During this process, he confirmed that there were no Beyonder characteristics at the scene. Of course, it was also possible that they hadn't appeared yet. Then, he turned and walked to another street, intending to find someone to call the police. He didn't want such a scene to frighten the ordinary citizens and make them suspect that some ferocious beast had infiltrated Bakeland. With the mentality of not getting involved in trouble because of his greed, Klein didn't wait for the possible Beyonder characteristics to appear. Just as he reached the exit of the alley, he suddenly saw a brown carriage slowly drive over in the night. The carriage didn't drive straight ahead like the others. Instead, it stopped in front of Klein. Klein narrowed his eyes and prepared for battle. However, neither his spiritual intuition as a seer or his battle premonition as a clown gave him any warning of danger. At this moment, the carriage's window was opened, revealing a pale face with a hint of madness. His brown eyes seemed to hide deep malice. Merrick. Klein recognized him. It was Merrick who controlled zombies, Miss Sharon's companion, dressed in a white shirt and black vest. Merrick, who didn't seem to be afraid of the cold, pointed at the carriage and gestured for Klein to get in. Klein was momentarily hesitant. He wanted to remove the spirit pendulum on the spot and do a divination. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Merrick. She was wearing a complicated black court dress and a small bonnet of the same color. It was Miss Sharon with light blonde hair and blue eyes. If she wanted to harm me, she could easily do so. She could directly come out from the wall behind me. Klein thought for a moment, then pretended to be carefree and took 2 steps forward. He opened the carriage door and walked in. After he sat down, the carriage began to move slowly. He did not know where it was headed. "Why did you come here?" Sharon asked concisely. Klein answered frankly, "That's right. I want to contact you and ask if there are any books on mysticism. It would be best if they are more in-depth. As you know, I lack such knowledge." Merrick looked over with his eyes that had always been filled with malice. He said in a slightly hoarse and deep voice, "We do have a lot of mysticism knowledge, such as Shaman King Klarman's Book of Secrets, but what can you use to exchange for it?" "Magus King? Which pathway and sequence is he from?" As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein deliberated over his tone. "I can use gold pounds to exchange for it. Or do you need something else?" The pale but exquisite Sharon looked at him and replied calmly, "Yes, I'm not sure. Exchange it with a favor." "Exchange it with a favor. Help?" Klein silently muttered the word, momentarily stumped. Back when Sharon accepted the mission to protect him for 3 days, although it was mainly because of the gold pound, it was very rare for a Sequence 5 Beyonder to be willing to take on such a mission. It could be chanced upon, but it couldn't be forced. Furthermore, Klein was in a state of panic where he was trying his best to save himself, unwilling to let go of even a single strand of straw. To obtain the help of such a powerful Beyonder, even if it was for money, he was still somewhat grateful. However, that was all. He wouldn't rashly intervene in a dangerous matter that he didn't know the inside story or the situation without considering his own strength and situation. Klein's original idea was that the mysticism knowledge from Little Sun could basically be confirmed to be from before the cataclysm. The ancient gods who wielded authority back then didn't seem to overlap with the 7 deities and evil gods of the present. The entire mysticism system was definitely very different from the present. Therefore, even though he knew the details, he didn't dare to rashly attempt it. He had to verify it indirectly to know what could still be used and what could no longer produce any effects. This was just like the sacrificial ritual from before. Klein had clearly figured out the exact process from Sun, but he had to wait for Mr. Aztec's reply before he dared to experiment, to prevent any unexpected changes from happening. As for the Hanging Man, he was a figure at the level of a bishop or captain of a small team in the Church of the Storm. He had grasped and obtained quite a bit of mysticism knowledge. However, the problem was that it was too orthodox and involved too much of the domain of the Lord of Storms. It wasn't necessarily suitable for Klein to use. Not all rituals could be completed by praying to oneself. Furthermore, praying to oneself also had to consider the spiritual burden one could withstand. Due to these factors, Klein cast his gaze towards the former members of the secret organization, Sharon and Merrick. The mysticism knowledge they knew was often more suitable for unaffiliated Beyonders to refer to. Furthermore, there would be quite a bit of unorthodox and bizarre content that was sufficiently effective. Of course, this didn't mean that he would give up on exchanging for relevant information from Sun and the Hanging Man. An ancient remnant, an orthodox one, a secretive one, and an unorthodox one. Only when added together would he have comprehensive and rather deep mysticism knowledge. This was exactly what Klein desired. He had never forgotten that his ultimate goal was to return to Earth. Therefore, the more mysticism knowledge he had, the better. The more comprehensive and in-depth, the better. Of course, the premise of pursuing this goal is to kill Xianxia and successfully avenge Captain and myself. Klein looked at Sharon and Merrick as the corners of his mouth curled up. I need to know what kind of help you need from me before I can consider whether or not to agree. I won't, and it's impossible for me to joke around with my life. Sharon, who was wearing a small black bonnet, nodded lightly, agreeing with Klein's words. Merrick, who was sitting on the other side, leaned forward and clenched his fist against his mouth. We originally belonged to a rather ancient secret organization. That's what I guessed. Klein maintained a straight and serious expression. That organization was formed in the early 5th epoch. After the Berserk Sea separated the northern and southern continents, it was formed in the southern continent's Highlands Kingdom and Perth Kingdom. However, this is only in terms of formation. The origins of this organization can even be traced back to before the 4th epoch, to before the cataclysm, the pale Merrick continued describing. I know that too. Rose School. It should be traced back to the mutant king. Klein assumed an attentive posture. Merrick scratched his slightly messy hair and said, This organization believes in an evil god. This organization believes in an evil god and believes that magic is the science and art of changing things through one's own will. This requires the establishment of a religious ritual system, including order and law. Yes, before the invasion of the northern continent, they were an orthodox organization on the same level as the Church of Death in the Paz Valley and the Star Plateau. At the same time, they believe that their will mainly originates from all kinds of desires. When combined with beyonder powers, they can accomplish all kinds of inconceivable things. It's precisely because of these ideals that they maintain ancient and bloody sacrificial traditions, including skinning humans, using human pillars, and using children's skulls as ritual objects, allowing a large number of believers to release all kinds of desires in a frenzy. We can't accept those cruel things, but we also believe that there's a huge problem with how they handle desires. Therefore, we found an opportunity to escape the organization. There's a problem with how they handle desires? Klein knew that Rose School was famous for its bloody sacrifices, so he wasn't too curious about the former. The blonde Sharon, who was dressed in a black regal dress, replied with an ethereal voice, There's a problem with how they handle desires? Their way of doing things is to indulge and burn. Our ideals are repression and temperance. Is that so? Klein suddenly thought of the description of the prisoner sequence. The body is the cage of the heart, and the world is the cage of the body. Madness is restrained, and desires are repressed. If Rose School really controls the prisoner pathway, then Miss Sharon and the others' ideals are clearly more in line with the requirements of acting. Why can't the other members see this? That shouldn't be the case. He frowned slightly. Upon seeing his reaction, Merrick, who thought that he didn't understand, explained with a slightly hoarse voice, they were influenced by that evil deity. They believe that indulging one's desires can help improve one's will. When many people indulge together, they can influence each other, increasing their fanaticism and pushing their state to its peak. And our point of view is the exact opposite. We believe that desires must be suppressed in one's heart at all times, just like underground flames and magma. Only at the critical moment will it erupt, producing terrifying power. To put it simply, it's the difference between the lust-inducing and abstinence-inducing. The influence caused by that evil deity is a little contrary to the requirements of my own pathway. It feels a little off. Klein thoughtfully asked, So you fled to Bakeland, and now they're chasing after you? The deceased in the alley was involved in this matter? We didn't involve him. He was the one who was implicated because of something else. Merrick refuted the latter guess and tacitly agreed with the former. Then, why didn't you just escape from Bakeland? There are still quite a number of large cities along the mid-seashore coast and Desi Bay in the Kingdom of Rouen. Furthermore, you can go to Intis, Faisac, Fainapotter, Lemberg, Mason, and other countries. In other words, you have a reason for not leaving Bakeland? What could it be? Klein thought for a moment and said, All right, I roughly understand. All right, I think I understand. What do you need help with? My sequence isn't high, and I don't know any powerful beyonders. It's impossible for me to directly fight that secret organization. After obtaining the sequence 7, 6, and 5 potion formulas of the seer pathway and killing Lenivus, Klein didn't actually have to stay in Bakeland. There was still a huge gap between him and his next target of vengeance, in Zangwill and sealed artifact 0-08. There was no hope of success in a short period of time, and he didn't even dare approach. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for him to leave Bakeland. At most, he would feel the pinch that his prepaid rent would go to waste. The reason why Klein stayed in the city was that it had the most Beyonders, and the most materials and resources. It was the most convenient place for him to advance his sequence, which was in line with the revelation he had received from divination. After I become a faceless and digest it, I'll have to make a trip out to the sea in search of mermaids. This thought suddenly flashed through Klein's mind. Sharon, who was dressed in a black regal dress, calmly replied, "Be our support." Surrounding and killing a Sequence 5 Beyonder. Klein asked in surprise, "That's right. With your strength, that organization only sent a Sequence 5 Beyonder to pursue you? Could it be that the common trait of cults is that they have no brains? He has a sealed artifact that restrains me." The pale but exquisite Sharon replied calmly without any expression, "The person in charge of this matter is indeed a high Sequence Beyonder. But he was led somewhere else by the clues we deliberately left behind." Merrick added, "We don't only have this one stronghold in Bakeland. If we can kill the Sequence 5 Beyonder in charge of the nearby area and snatch the sealed artifact from him, we can immediately pretend to escape. After that, we won't be too afraid of a normal pursuit." Klein tersely acknowledged. "But why do you think I can provide help? I look so weak, and the target is a Sequence 5 with a powerful or strange sealed artifact. You're not just a Sequence 9. There's something special about you." Sharon looked at him quietly with her blue eyes, her tone very firm. "Haha." Klein could only give a dry laugh in response. Sharon's illusory voice sounded again. "Furthermore, you have that eye." "That eye? Is she referring to the all-black eye left behind by Nimborite Master Rosago?" Klein nodded slightly and said, "But I can only use a little of it. But I can only use a little of it. I can't use it too much because it contains the mental corruption of the true creator." "That's enough." Sharon's words were always concise. Merrick then added, "The Sequence 5 Beyonder we need to deal with has the same characteristics as Sharon. Your eye can help us find him." At this moment, Sharon spoke again. "Merrick is the first bait. I'm the second bait. And you're the hunter in charge of solving the problem. I can't guarantee absolute safety. But you're definitely safer than us." "That's quite kind, but I have to confirm it with divination before I can believe it." Klein pondered for a few seconds. "I need to understand the characteristics of the other party and the corresponding sealed artifact. Only then can I make a decision." Sharon, who was wearing a black regal dress, pursed her pale lips, turned her head to glance at Merrick, and nodded gently. Merrick clasped his hands and said with a hint of madness, "You should know of the prisoner pathway, right?" "Yes, I've heard of it in the Beyonder Circle," Klein answered frankly. "Of course, this Beyonder Circle refers to the Nighthawks and Tarot." He sighed inwardly as he added, "Of course, this Beyonder Circle refers to the Nighthawks and Tarot." He sighed inwardly as he added. It was unknown what Merrick recalled as he fell silent for more than 10 seconds. Outside the window, the sound of carriage wheels rolling over the cement road could be heard in a rhythmic manner. He rubbed his messy brown hair and said with a slightly warped face, "Prisoner refers to a person who is locked up in prison. Prisoners refer to people who are locked up in prison. They also represent people whose spirituality and desires are restrained by reason, body, and the world. Beyonders of this sequence have strong bodies and keen senses. They often have a silent appearance and a crazy heart. They have mastered many criminal techniques and are good at using anything they can get their hands on to kill. Its corresponding sequence 8 is lunatic. I don't think you're aware of this, because even the Orthodox Beyonder organizations of the 7 churches don't know much about this. That secret organization's control over its members far exceeds your imagination. Those nearly twisted fellows seem to be bound physically and spiritually. It's very difficult to obtain any useful information from them just by relying on mediumship and divination. Sharon and I had been patient and waiting for a long time before we finally found a way to remove the restraint and escaped successfully. As the Beyonders of this pathway are cursed and tend to go crazy, we didn't want to join the 7 churches. That would result in us losing our freedom completely, leaving us with nothing. So that's how it is. It's no wonder the Nighthawks don't have much information on them. They don't even have the corresponding Sequence 8 and Sequence 7 for prisoner. That's what I knew back then. Klein replied in enlightenment. I really don't know what happens after prisoner. Merrick didn't nod. He looked at Klein with his brown eyes and continued, compared to a prisoner, a lunatic's greatest characteristic is that they can voluntarily sacrifice their rationality and unleash their desires in exchange for strength, allowing them to improve in all aspects. Apart from their minds becoming clouded for a period of time, there aren't too many problems. They might even gain powerful resistance against beyonder powers that interfere with their thoughts and affect their psyche. To put it simply, if I kill myself first, you won't be able to kill me. Klein couldn't help but think to himself. From this sequence onwards, the curse will gradually appear. It's easy for a lunatic to lose control, Merrick said as his facial muscles twitched. Isn't that obvious? If a person's mental state was in a trough for an extended period of time, or if there were frequent abnormalities, it would be abnormal if the probability of losing control wasn't higher than other beyonders. Klein had his own understanding of this as he turned his head to glance at Miss Sharon. He found it hard to imagine what she was like during the prisoner and lunatic stages. As for Sharon, she still maintained her ghost-like ethereal state. Seeing that he didn't say a word, Merrick slowly exhaled. The Sequence 7 after that is werewolf. It's beginning to mutate? However, in the eyes of a normal person, the prisoner who goes crazy and a lunatic who easily loses his rationality are actually no different from a mutant. The werewolf is actually only Sequence 7. It's a little lower than I expected. Klein's thoughts suddenly wandered. Merrick didn't notice that he was in a daze as he continued, the werewolf is already a complete cursed one. The werewolf is already a complete cursed person. Every time the crimson moon turns round, he will lose most of his rationality and grow black fur all over his body. His desire to kill and bloodthirst will reach its peak. His voice gradually became a little erratic, as though he was recalling the bitter period of time when he had to endure and suppress himself. The werewolf has relatively strong self-recovery abilities, as well as terrifying strength, agility, and speed. His claws and teeth are in no way inferior to beyonder weapons of the same sequence, and they come with poison. He also knows some darkness-type spells. For example, he can control a target that has been immersed in the werewolf's poison for a period of time and turn the target into a subordinate, turning them into a monster similar to a werewolf. And such monsters often have very short lifespans. After listening to Merrick's explanation, Klein gave a pertinent assessment. At the Sequence 7 level, in terms of actual combat strength, the werewolf was considered above average. The werewolf who is unable to suppress his bloodlust on the night of the full moon will become colder and more warped. Gradually, he will lose the feelings that normal humans should have, Merrick added, unable to hide the pride in his tone. It matches Mr. Aztec's description of mutants. Klein subconsciously looked at Miss Sharon again, instinctively imagining her state when she transformed into a werewolf. He almost shivered when he saw the cold look in her eyes. He quickly turned his head away. Merrick subconsciously licked his lips with his tongue. It wasn't the seductive kind, but the kind that gave off a very dangerous feeling. His eyes seemed to lose focus for a moment, as if he was recalling something. After a few seconds, he spoke again. I'm the corresponding Sequence 6, zombie. Zombies. They really look like zombies. No wonder they often play cards with their own kind. So this is also considered a mutant, a real living corpse. Klein thought for a moment. I heard from Caspers that you're not afraid of bullets? Merrick nodded. My body can be as hard as steel. Even if you point a revolver at my head and fire, I will only be stunned at most. You have to hit the same spot at least 5 times to break my defense. And even if it's broken, as long as the head isn't shattered, the other injuries aren't fatal to a zombie. My strength has improved from the foundation of werewolf, and I've grasped a few death-related spells. I can easily awaken corpses, control ghosts, and command them. I can also skillfully use the beyonder powers of coldness and decay. The mutant pathway also has different characteristics for every sequence. There are very few progressive changes. Klein pondered for a moment. Then, what about the curse of the zombie? Merrick clenched his teeth slightly and said, I crave the warm blood and fresh flesh of humans. I will crave the warm blood and fresh flesh of humans. This condition will be especially severe during the full moon. The only consolation is that the zombie curse replaced the werewolf curse and the lunatic curse. They do not exist at the same time, and it will be the same in the future. Every time the crimson moon turns round, I'll be in great pain. If I don't give up self-control, I'll be in so much pain that I lose the ability to fight. And if I indulge myself, I'll similarly become less and less human. The risk of losing control is very high. Even normally, I'm constantly fighting against the desires in my heart, fighting against the intense malice. Phew, compared to the beyonders of this pathway, the others are much better. Except for Abyss and Demonis. Klein suddenly had this thought. Merrick paused and glanced at Sharon, who was wearing a small black bonnet. Sharon opened her mouth and said in an illusory voice, Sequence 5, Wraith. Resentful spirits? There's such a sequence? As expected of the mutant pathway. Klein was first surprised before he felt that it was indeed in line with the characteristic of being able to easily switch between a physical body and a spirit body. Merrick, who had received the hint, added, after you become a wraith, you can transform yourself into a real shadow and gain the corresponding abilities. For example, you can pass through obstacles, hide in mirrors, attack the enemy's soul directly, and jump to most places that can reflect images. And unlike ordinary wraiths, even with spirit vision, it's impossible to discover such shadows without being a high-sequence beyonder. Yes, a wraith also grasps many death-related spells. There are many strange techniques, such as forceful possession, controlling enemies. Her curse is that on the night when the crimson moon turns round, she will either consume a certain number of human souls or become extremely weak. Choosing the former means that she is constantly on the verge of losing control. Without waiting for Klein to speak, the similarly pale Sharon suddenly said, Our target is also a wraith. Our target is also a wraith. The beyonder powers of zombie, werewolf, lunatic, and prisoner will not be lost due to advancement, Merrick emphasized. Sounds like a type that's very effective against me. I'm afraid that pistol bullets won't be effective, and ordinary flames won't be able to cause great damage. To put it simply, I'm afraid of ghosts. Klein felt his heart pound when he heard that. He thought for a few seconds. What's the effect of that sealed item? Why would it restrain you? It actually made you willing to tell me the weakness of your curse. Klein had a rough guess. Merrick replied with a slightly gloomy expression. The cursed item that needs to be sealed is called the Scarlet Lunar Corona. It can create an effect similar to the full moon within a certain range. To those who are already cold and twisted, it's a boost in strength. However, we will become weak and lose our ability to fight. If I were to give up on myself, I'd rather choose death. Merrick growled in a hoarse voice. I didn't expect that a guy like you, who looks a little perverted and cowardly, would actually be someone with perseverance. Yes, it's indeed impressive to be able to persist all the way to a zombie. Klein didn't interrupt as he listened to the subsequent description. The wearer of the Scarlet Lunar Corona is immune to the effects of the full moon, and they will obtain terrifying speed, unimaginable recovery abilities, as well as many powerful darkness-type spells. However, it will gradually make the wearer's blood turn cold and freeze bit by bit. If it isn't stopped in time or if the blood of a living person is sucked, the wearer will eventually die from all the blood turning into frost. Merrick seemed rather afraid of the sealed item. After he finished speaking, Sharon's blue eyes calmly looked at Klein. There's also Zombie Jason and Werewolf Tyre with Steve. But as long as we can deal with Steve, they won't be a problem. Merrick added, very generous conditions. Klein almost couldn't believe his ears. Although the most valuable sealed artifact left behind by a Sequence 5 Beyonder with special and powerful effects was given to him, the rest wasn't bad either. It was impossible for a Sequence 5 Beyonder to only have sealed artifacts from the organization. And as long as even one of the Sequence 6 Zombie and Sequence 7 Werewolf could be kept, it would be a considerable gain. Klein leaned back slightly and pretended to be in deep thought to suppress the sudden greed in his heart. Your conditions are indeed satisfactory, he replied before asking, who is Shaman King Klarman? What kind of content is recorded in his Book of Secrets? Merrick rubbed his temples and said, Shaman King can refer to a certain high sequence beyonder. It can also represent an outstanding person who controls the powers of darkness, the moon, bizarreness, and other domains. It's a powerhouse who surpasses his peers. Klarman is the latter, but also the former. He was active in the southern continent in the early 5th epoch. Later, he completely disappeared. Perhaps he was hunted down by the Church of Death or our secret organization, or perhaps he died in an unknown place due to old age. His book of secrets includes secret deeds, rituals, alchemy, astrology, symbolism, natural interaction, and other knowledge. Even an ordinary person can become an expert in the field of mysticism if they obtain it. Even without consuming the potion, they can rely on their natural spirituality to complete a small number of extraordinary matters. Yes, the price is that they will gradually become mentally ill. This is a side effect that spirituality can't bear. Sounds good. It's exactly what I need. But not only is this mission difficult, there's also a certain amount of trouble afterward. That's a secret organization with more than 1,000 years of history. Klein pondered for a few seconds before choosing to follow his heart's wishes. I hope you can give me some time to consider. This is a very important and dangerous matter. I can't be rash. I'll give you an answer tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Yes, come to my house. You know the address. He looked at Sharon as he said the last sentence. After saying that, he suddenly felt a little nervous and uneasy. She had revealed so much important secret information, and it even involved their latent problems. If I don't agree on the spot, will I be silenced, or will they follow me closely until I make a decision? Then how am I going to go above the gray fog to divine? Sharon, who was wearing a long black dress, looked at Klein quietly. There was no anger, doubt, or any other emotion in her blue eyes. She suddenly took out a folded piece of paper from a hidden pocket and unfolded it into a rectangle. The paper was orange in color and had many symbols on it, including those that represented the sun. These symbols and labels surrounded an empty area, making people feel warm and secure. As soon as he saw this piece of paper, Klein remembered what it was and felt relieved. This similarly came from Nimblewright Master Rosago. It was a notarial certificate. This was the magical item that belonged to Sharon when they were dividing the spoils of war. The pale and exquisite Sharon handed the notarial certificate to Klein and said succinctly, "That's right. Press here. I promise I won't tell anyone what I just heard." Phew. Klein exhaled and nodded solemnly. All right. According to the notification, he took the notarial certificate and pressed his palm on the blank area. Then, he deliberated and said, I promise I won't tell anyone what I just learned from Miss Sharon and Mr. Merrick. As he said each word, the symbols and magic labels around the notarial certificate lit up one after another, emitting a bright and warm glow. When everything was over, the light formed a stamp-like image that pressed onto Klein's palm, passing through it and covering the empty area. A warm current flashed, and Klein immediately felt a subtle but invisible connection between him and the notarial certificate. Back then, old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's simulated powers were indeed that of a notary. He suddenly thought of something from the past. I'm done. Klein handed the notarial certificate back to her. Sharon nodded calmly and didn't say anything else. Her indifferent figure quickly turned incorporeal and disappeared from the carriage. Merrick continued suppressing the malice hidden deep in his eyes as he tapped the wooden board of the carriage with his finger. The carriage immediately came to a slow stop, and the carriage door opened. This is using a zombie to drive the carriage and a shadow as an attendant. It really is Merrick's style. With his spirit vision activated, Klein took off his cap in enlightenment, pressed it to his chest, bowed slightly, and jumped out of the carriage. The surroundings were on a secluded street, and several of the gas lamps were broken, but no one had repaired them. Klein first went to the one-bedroom apartment in East Borough before returning to 15 Minsk Street. He pretended to do 2 divinations in the living room. The first time was to see if he should accept the commission, and the second was to see if the commission was dangerous and how dangerous it was. As for the answers he obtained from the divination, he didn't take a careful look at them. This was because Wraith Beyonders of the mutant pathway could transform into spirit bodies and directly come into contact with the spirit world to obtain information. In other words, they were naturally equipped with divination and anti-divination abilities. Therefore, be it Sharon or the target, Steve, they could make Klein receive wrong or deviate from the truth. After finishing the divination, he read the newspapers and books as usual and practiced his Beyonder powers in the activity room. Then, he washed up and went to bed. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. At 4:10 in the morning, Klein suddenly woke up and got out of bed. He found some candles, created a wall of spirituality, and secretly held a ritual to summon himself. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog, but he wasn't in a hurry to respond to the prayer. Sitting on the high-back chair belonging to the fool, Klein stared at the surface of the long bronze table. He saw the all-black eye, Aztec's copper whistle, the Dark Emperor card, and the image of Roselle, who was dressed in black and holding a scepter. The corners of his mouth twitched as Klein reached out his right hand and flipped the card of blasphemy so that it was facing down. Out of sight, out of mind, after conjuring pen and paper, he took off the topaz pendant and repeated the 2 divinations from before. The result of the first divination was that the spirit pendant spun in time at a moderate speed. In other words, he should accept the request, but it wasn't necessary. The result of the second divination was that the topaz pendant spun counterclockwise at a faster speed and a greater amplitude. Klein's interpretation was that it was dangerous, rather dangerous, but as long as he dealt with it properly, it wasn't life-threatening. Phew. After pondering for a few seconds, Klein recalled a previous guess. That was, perhaps, any magician needed to perform. Otherwise, the name of the potion would be magician and not magician. The key to not performing unprepared is both to be prepared and to perform. And this might not only be shown in battle. The 2 hypotheses of diverting the enemy's attention and making the audience cheer also require performance. As long as the method is appropriate, the disguise is done well, and there aren't any problems, it will be very difficult for Rose School to find out that it's me. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Combining the revelations he had obtained from the divination, he quickly made a decision. He leaned back into the fool's high-back chair and looked up at the towering ancient palace and the endless gray fog. He smiled and said, "Then, let us have a grand performance." With that said, he took the all-black eye and Aztec's copper whistle and responded to his prayer. The next day, which was Thursday morning, Klein, who had gone to buy ingredients early, made homemade Feinapotter noodles that were closer to noodles with meat sauce, and went to the mailbox at the door to take out the day's newspaper. As he read the newspaper while eating, he obtained information about the Beyonder gathering from the Bakeland Morning Post. As expected, once the tense situation is alleviated, the gathering begins. Klein smiled and muttered to himself. At 9:00, he took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. Then, he faced the empty living room and the oriel window. "I'm willing to help. The conditions are what you mentioned. But the premise is that you give me a few more days." He paused and said with a smile, "I need to make some preparations." Apart from Klein, there was no one else in the living room. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded. "All right. After you're done with your preparations, go to the bar." In Viscount Glaine's study, Audrey sat on a chair and reached out to help Susie tidy up the hair at the back of her head. She then said to Furs, who was tasting the Ormer wine, and Zio, who was sitting quietly beside her, "Why were you in such a hurry to get me here?" Although this was the first time she was meeting Furs and Zio after the Lanitas incident, she had already paid them through Susie. After joining us Taro, Furs doesn't seem to have changed much. She's still lazy and likes to attack Zio, but there's something hidden in her that's completely different. In the past, she would occasionally appear dispirited and melancholic, as though she didn't have much hope for the future. But now, this aspect has completely disappeared. Telepathist Audrey smiled faintly on the surface as she calmly observed Miss Magician's condition. Furs drank the rest of the wine and said, "It really is Ormer. It's indeed the most famous wine. It's much better than the ones I've had in the past. The levels are very distinct, and each level has a different feeling." She put down her glass and said, "It really is Ormer. The gathering that might lead to the spectator formula and clues to psychological alchemy is about to be held in the afternoon." "Is that so? Why the rush?" Audrey asked in puzzlement. Furs smiled and explained that serial killer has delayed too much of everyone's work. Furthermore, that place is in the suburbs of the North Borough. The nighthawks are most relaxed in the afternoon. Yes. Audrey nodded slightly and didn't ask further. At the same time, she swept her gaze and sighed silently. Compared to the past and present furs, Xiao was a lot quieter. At this moment, Viscount Glaint chuckled. Audrey, I'll go with you. Why? Audrey asked despite knowing the answer. Glaint cleared his throat and said, I've already obtained the apothecary formula. I need to trade for some materials. My family's treasury doesn't have the corresponding too. Yes, Furs sold it to me for £300. She guaranteed that it's real. In the outskirts of the North Borough, in the nearly abandoned 3-story teaching block of the medical school. Even though it was only 3 in the afternoon, the fog and clouds had already caused the entire Bakelin to turn gloomy, as if a heavy storm was about to arrive. In the dilapidated corridor, the gloomy and cold light shone through the windows, making everything seem desolate and eerie. Audrey, who had come here for the second time, was no longer as nervous and tense as before. She wore a surgical cap and a large mask and turned her head left and right slightly. She habitually observed the environment and every detail of the place. Viscount Glaint walked to the side and gradually grew afraid. He couldn't help but lower his voice. He couldn't help but whisper, why does this place feel a little strange? Could there be ghosts or evil spirits? As a mysticism enthusiast who only had one foot in the circle, the only supernatural phenomenon he had seen was Furs's ability to pass through walls and open doors. He wasn't sure if wraiths and shadows really existed. But this didn't stop him from being afraid of such monsters. Furs turned her head to glance at him and held back her laughter. Most of the people attending the gathering are beyonders. If there really are evil spirits or ghosts, they would definitely be very happy. This means ingredients or servants. Seeing Viscount Glaint heave a sigh of relief, she deliberately added, of course, I'm only talking about the weaker kinds of ghosts. A real shadow might be able to kill everyone here silently. If you want to run, you can. Only run back and forth between the 3 floors. No matter how hard you try, you can't get out. It's like entering a maze. Xiao nodded in agreement. I've encountered similar wraiths before. I couldn't escape even after circling the cemetery a few times. In the process, there were people who kept turning back for no reason before suddenly dying. If it wasn't for a beyonder carrying a sun charm, you might not be able to see me today. Viscount Glaint shuddered and quickly turned his head to look out the window. At that moment, a withered tree branch happened to hit the glass in the cold wind, producing a soft sound. Glaint nearly cried out. He frantically moved closer to the 2 beyonders, Furs and Xiao. Audrey held back the smile that was about to reach her lips and watched the scene quietly. She thought to herself, I've seen Mr. Fool, who's almost a god. I know about the city of silver in the forsaken land of the gods, and I've heard of the various terrifying monsters in the depths of the darkness. Why would I be afraid of wraiths and shadows? But I really haven't met a real ghost yet, bah. Audrey, what are you thinking? It was better not to encounter this kind of thing, unless I've already become a psychiatrist and have the beyonder powers to influence other creatures, or I've obtained a mystical item that can restrain ghosts. The group of 4 could not help but quicken their pace and quickly arrived at the location of today's gathering. Before entering, Furs found an opportunity to bend her back slightly and whisper into Xiao's ear. You cooperated well just now. You can actually make up a story to scare people so quickly. Look at the parts of Viscount Glaint that aren't covered by his mask. They're so pale that you can't see any other color. Xiao turned her head and replied in a daze, that's right. I didn't make up a story. That's something I encountered before I came to Bakeland. Furs was taken aback for a moment before she blurted out a question. Is that true? What's there to lie about? Xiao's puzzled face was covered by her mask. Furs turned her head and took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, she trembled. At that moment, Glaint, who didn't want to stay in the eerie corridor any longer, reached out and pushed open the door to the gathering location. As the creaking sound echoed, he saw the cement floor, and the smell of preservatives that made him frown came into his nose. Then, he saw a rather large pool in the middle. It was filled with a transparent yellow liquid, and there were figures floating in it. The figures were all naked. Some were relatively intact, while others had half of their skin peeled off. They were brown like beef jerky. They were all corpses. Ah! A man's scream echoed in the room. Many gazes were cast on Glaint. These gazes came from the figures in white coats surrounding the pool. They were also wearing surgical caps and masks. Only their eyes and some of their skin were exposed. Glaint's body swayed. He wanted to turn around and run, but he saw Audrey, Furs, and Xiao walk past him as if nothing had happened. They walked in, pretending that they weren't companions who had come with him. Glaint took a deep breath and nearly vomited. He looked outside and saw that the corridor was dark and cold. There were shadows everywhere, and not a single living person could be seen. Shivering again, Glaint quickened his pace and caught up to Audrey and the others. He found a spot furthest away from the pool and sat down. After a few minutes, a figure in a white coat stepped forward. He used a wooden pole with a hook beside the pool and pulled a corpse to the side. He then pulled the corpse to the cement floor. He paused for 2 to 3 seconds, took out a scalpel, and cut open the corpse's abdomen. As the wound went deeper, a cold and hoarse voice suddenly sounded from inside. The gathering has begun. Glaint pressed down on the mask on his face. His throat moved a few times, and he nearly vomited. As the various transactions succeeded or failed, the gathering entered its midpoint. Audrey, who had been observing calmly, finally said, "I want the spectator potion formula. I want the spectator potion formula." Before she could finish her sentence, she immediately felt a few gazes sweep over, but they quickly looked away and didn't linger. After dozens of seconds of silence, the transaction failed. It was a little past 4 in the afternoon, and it was getting closer to night. Why isn't there a single one? Glaint didn't maintain his aristocratic demeanor. He leaned weakly against the carriage's wooden planks and sighed softly. This Beyonder gathering had left a deep impression on him. It made him feel that he had taken a huge risk. But even so, he still didn't manage to buy the horn of an adult Pegasus or the crown jellyfish's venom crystal. Furs secretly curled her lips and said, "That's normal. That's very normal." Although Backland is the easiest place to obtain ingredients, if you can't participate in every Beyonder gathering, there will also be situations where you can't find the items you want for a long period of time. This requires either luck or patience. Look, Mr. Viscount, Miss Audrey still hasn't found any clues about the spectator formula. Sometimes, one encounters it but doesn't have the money to buy it. Xiao, who was sitting beside him, thought helplessly. Audrey, on the other hand, consoled Glaint. "When I return, I'll search my family's treasure vault. Perhaps there's something you want." She had brought the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland with her today, but she hadn't encountered the Farsman rabbit's spinal fluid. Therefore, she had only exchanged it for £320 in cash. This was in preparation for Susie's advancement. Glaint lowered his head and was about to speak when he saw Xiao suddenly sit up straight and frown. She frowned and said, "Someone seems to be following us." "I trust her intuition. What do we do now?" Furs looked around and asked. "Following us? What do we have that's worth following? We've only sold a Beyonder item and received a few £100s in cash. Even if someone wants to rob us, we shouldn't be at the top of the list. Although Glaint acted like a rookie, we didn't. Furthermore, the organizer of the gathering did a lot of things to ensure the safety of the members and prevent anyone from being followed. Unless, other than that, he was the one who sent someone to follow us. Everything was normal the last time. What's the difference between the 2 times? Audrey's thoughts raced, and she suddenly had an idea. Perhaps my request to purchase the spectator formula has attracted the attention of psychological alchemy. It's impossible for them to casually sell the spectator formula. What follows will definitely be attracting people to join them. And attracting people to join them isn't a simple matter. I have to be on guard against quasi-nighthawks, quasi-merited punishers, or spies sent by other secret factions. If the target isn't observed and investigated, the organization will be quickly destroyed. After a few seconds of silence, Audrey said to Furs and the others, "Be prepared to be attacked. Be prepared to be attacked. Pretend that you didn't notice the stalker. If we can successfully return to Empress Burrow, don't worry about Maya and Glaint's identities being exposed." All of you have to leave in secret. Her green eyes swept across Glaint, and she added with a faint smile, we are mysticism enthusiasts that many people know. It's very normal for us to find an opportunity to participate in a Beyonder gathering. Even if the person following us is an official Beyonder, they won't suspect anything because we're just ordinary people. Therefore, they'll at most give us a warning or two through other channels. But I'm already Sequence 8. Phew, in order to come into contact with psychological alchemy, I have to take some risks. The official Beyonders shouldn't be targeting me, who's only here to purchase the formula. They shouldn't be able to bypass the gathering's organizer and follow us. I have to trust my own judgment. Audrey encouraged herself in her heart. All right, Viscount Glaint mumbled as he agreed. The carriage moved forward as usual and made a few detours. In the end, Audrey and the other switched carriages according to their plan. During this process, the stalker didn't launch an attack. When they arrived at the back door of Viscount Glaint's mansion in Empress Borough, the two nobles used the normal method to return, while Furs and Xiao relied on their own skills to leave. After more than 10 minutes, Audrey, along with her golden retriever, Susie, and her maids, sat in her carriage and left through the main entrance without any concealment. Hearing the sound of the wheels rolling, she couldn't confirm if there were any stalkers, so she could only let her thoughts wander. It's obvious that the daughter of Earl Hall can't be a spy for any Beyonder faction. There's nothing wrong with her past. It's common knowledge that she's fond of mysticism. Her identity and status can bring her help that's different from others. Perhaps in 2 days, members of psychological alchemy will try to come into contact with me. Audrey thought with some anticipation and nervousness. Although he said he had to make preparations, Klein spent the next 2 days at the Quelag Club as if nothing had happened. He even played a game of cards with the equestrian teacher, Talim, and the others and won a few soli. Before going to bed, he didn't forget to take a look outside Lawyer Jurgen's house to make sure that there was light and if he needed to feed the cat. The only candle flickered with a dim yellow flame, casting shadows on the walls of the living room. Klein found a spot that was most convenient for him to escape from and looked around. He saw Eye of Wisdom with deep wrinkles on his cheeks and the chubby apothecary. Yes, after another comparison, although he's wearing an iron mask that covers half his face, I can basically confirm that he's the annoying man I met in the rice circus. Klein retracted his gaze and waited for the gathering to officially begin. The woman with the artisan backing her was rather well concealed, just like most of the participants. Therefore, he couldn't confirm if she had arrived before she spoke. After a few minutes, Eye of Wisdom looked up at the mechanical clock on the wall and chuckled. Everyone's here today. Let's begin. Before he could finish his sentence, the chubby apothecary spoke first. I need a Beyonder creature for an experiment. It's best if it's a beast, and it's best if it's already subdued and not too dangerous. A beast-type Beyonder creature? Klein was slightly touched when he heard that. He recalled what the other party had said in the circus and how he seemed to be able to read the thoughts of beasts. He's only an apothecary, but he has such an ability and is even seeking to purchase a beast-type Beyonder creature. Yes, after I sold him the marrow crystal of the Spring of the Elves, he should have already gathered the ingredients and advanced. In other words, the sequence after apothecary is related to taming beasts? Klein made a guess based on the information he already knew. At this moment, someone scoffed in response to the apothecary. Who would keep a Beyonder creature by their side? It's dangerous and easy to be discovered. Wouldn't it be more convenient and covert to kill it and preserve the Beyonder ingredients? Apothecary was never one to admit defeat in a verbal battle. He immediately chuckled. And said, what a foolish idea. It's not like you can guarantee that the Beyonder ingredients on that Beyonder creature are exactly what you need and can be sold. You might as well tame it, drive it, and make it your helper to multiply your strength. As he spoke, his voice gradually softened, feeling as though he had revealed some important secrets. T. Why can't I control my mouth? The apothecary slapped himself in his heart. As expected. Klein nodded indiscernibly. Without a doubt, the apothecary's needs weren't met. Most of the participants here weren't high-sequence Beyonders, and they weren't people with prominent statuses in Bakeland. They were rather vigilant and were barely able to maintain themselves, so how could they be extravagant enough to rear a Beyonder creature? More importantly, wild transcendent creatures were often hostile to humans. Once they encountered one, it was either you or I who died. If one wanted to capture them alive, one needed a sufficiently powerful team or to crush the other party in terms of strength. Of course, one couldn't rule out the possibility that some sequence beyonders had special abilities that were suitable for such situations. After a moment of disappointment, Apothecary coughed lightly. I brought a lot of potions with me. You know the effects of these potions. If you want them, you can tell me when it's almost over. Another potion that could heal injuries, strengthen oneself, and enhance that aspect of ability? Klein criticized in his heart. He chuckled and gave the other party an idea. You can buy a Sequence 9 formula, find the corresponding Beyonder ingredients, and concoct it into a potion to feed it to a beast you fancy. This way, you will have a Sequence 9 Beyonder creature, and you can continue to advance it through subsequent potions. Of course, the premise of all of this is that you have enough wealth and can deal with defective products that lose control. The apothecary was stunned for a few seconds before he said, "How extravagant. It's already difficult enough for me to save money and find the Beyonder ingredients I need. There's a high chance that an animal will lose control after consuming a potion. It'll be very difficult to succeed if I don't do it a few more times. A person who can do this must have a mine or a bank. Artero's Miss Justice should be rearing a Beyonder creature." Klein suddenly felt his heart ache for the apothecary. If he really went all out to earn money, the apothecary was definitely the type of low-sequence Beyonders who could easily amass large amounts of wealth. But the problem was that it was also easy for him to be targeted by the official Beyonders. After a few more transactions were completed or failed, Klein heard a deliberately suppressed voice. "I only brought one Beyonder weapon this time. There are 50 bullets with different effects. 20 of them are engraved with the marks and symbols of the Sun domain, forming a complete charm. They can effectively purify ghost-type monsters and harm the more powerful race and shadows. Therefore, they are called purification bullets. There are also 20 bullets that target filthy and depraved creatures and are called demon-hunting bullets. The other 10 bullets are more effective against evil monsters and are called exorcism bullets. The effects can be maintained for 18 months or even longer. 50 bullets for 500 pounds, or the barbarian potion formula, along with a special revolver with a suitable caliber. Indeed, he made a similar bullet according to my previous suggestion, but it looks more complicated than the average Beyonder weapon. It took him so long to make a set." Klein didn't give anyone a chance. He directly said, "I have the barbarian potion formula." At this moment, a rather tall man also made a bid, 550 pounds. In this era, this was the most convenient Beyonder weapon to carry and use. The well-concealed lady's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy as she said, "Sir, I'm sorry. Sir, I'm sorry. I choose the barbarian formula first, 600 pounds. The man raised his bid once again. "No, it's not a matter of money." The lady with the artisan backing her turned to look at Klein. "Deal. But please hand the formula to old Mr. Eye of Wisdom and let him appraise it. Phew, it's a good thing I got the Dark Emperor card. Otherwise, if I were to encounter someone who raised the price so ruthlessly, I'd definitely bleed a lot today." Klein rolled up his robe, took out the barbarian formula from his inner pocket, and unfolded it to take a look. Sequence 8 Barbarian. Main ingredients: 1 stalk of frenzy grass, solid horn crystal of an earth rhinoceros. Supplementary ingredients: 1 deep patterned walnut, 1 stalk of sweet bee grass, 10 milliliters of pure dew soaked from poplar bark, 100 milliliters of liquor. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Klein folded the paper again and handed it to the attendant. Just like the previous time, old Mr. Eye of Wisdom took out the ring that was surrounded by many fine diamonds and green gems. He simulated the Beyonder powers of a notary and confirmed that the formula was real. When she heard the old man announce that the formula was effective, the lady with the artisan backing her heaved a sigh of relief and took out a square iron box the size of a palm. After the attendant passed it to her, she received the formula as she wished. She couldn't wait to flatten it on the spot and read it a few times, as if she wanted to memorize it. As for Klein, he held the iron box in his hand, opened it with a snap, and examined his harvest. The bullets in the iron box were divided into 3 piles. One of them suffused a pale golden luster, as if it had just been fished out of hot water. The other was completely silver and covered in patterns, cold yet sacred. The smallest portion emitted a golden glow amidst the brass color, and one could vaguely see that there were many labels and symbols engraved inside. Yes, it's real. In the field of mysticism, Klein still had this bit of discernment. He closed the lid with a click and placed the item into the pocket under his robe. As for the revolver, its shape wasn't anything special. The body of the gun was a deep brass color, and the grip was made of walnut wood. As the armpit holster had been lost during the police inspection, Klein could only hang the revolver by his waist and cover it with his clothes. After completing the planned transaction, he looked around the activity room and deliberately raised his voice. I need powerful purifying items like the holy water of the sun or the sacred emblem of the sun. I can buy it with gold pounds, or I can use the formula to exchange for it. For example, the sequence 7 Briber after Barbarian. Of course, if there are questions regarding mysticism and the beyonder world that require answers, I can also give it a try, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to answer them. The apothecary's eyes widened when he heard this. He felt that this was the lucky lad. However, he hadn't been a beyonder for long, so how could he have obtained so many valuable items? The more the apothecary thought about it, the more he gritted his teeth. He felt that he had made the wrong choice back then. Luck was the most important thing. As for the lady who had purchased the barbarian formula, she nearly couldn't control herself and spoke in her original voice. I don't have what you need, but I can pay you in gold pounds. 800 pounds. Klein swallowed the word deal. After some thought, he chuckled. I'll only accept bartering for the time being. I'll probably come again at the next gathering. You can gather similar items in advance. For the time being. The lady ruminated over the word and slowly nodded. All right. After that, none of the other participants spoke. Klein's needs were similarly not met. This was because in Bakeland, in the kingdom of Ruan, believers of the eternal blazing sun were treated as cultists. Therefore, there were very few such items circulating outside. Klein was slightly disappointed, but he didn't mind it too much. He still had a backup plan. He clearly remembered that Miss Zio had once sought out a beyonder believer of the eternal blazing sun for purification. Furthermore, the lady who yearned for the Briber formula would definitely be actively searching for it. Klein didn't say another word as he listened to the subsequent transactions and exchanges. Towards the end of the gathering, a participant with a medium build and no special characteristics pinched the iron mask on his face and said in a deep baritone voice, I need the silk gland of an adult giant widow spider. Silk gland of an adult giant widow spider? That sounds familiar. I think I've heard it before. Klein frowned slightly as he tried hard to recall without divination. Suddenly, he recalled the source of the familiarity. Pleasure was a sequence 6 of the Demonist pathway. He had obtained its complete formula when he mediated with Madame Sharon. Although it was usually difficult to recall the exact details, and he had to rely on dream divination to recreate it, he would still find it familiar when he really heard the main ingredients, and he would make the connection. He couldn't help but turn his head to size up the buyer. From his skin color, figure, voice, and the unconcealed outline of his face, he confirmed that he was a man. The prerequisite of demoness of pleasure is which. Regardless of their original gender, as long as they pass that stage, they will all be women. This person clearly isn't one. He hasn't become a witch yet, so why is he seeking to purchase the main ingredient of a demoness of pleasure? Could he be helping someone buy it? Is he the partner or loyal subordinate of a certain witch? However, as a rather ancient secret organization that has been passed down to this day, the demoness sect shouldn't be lacking in the corresponding ingredients. With their nature, it's normal for them to use the beyonder characteristics left behind by former members to concoct a potion. The witch behind the buyer has lost contact with the organization. Amidst his thoughts, Klein had the urge to follow the buyer. But after careful consideration, he rationally gave up on this idea. Ignoring the fact that he couldn't bypass Eye of Wisdom's defensive measures and lock onto the other party's tracks, just the fact that the other party's situation was unclear and he didn't have time to make a divination was enough to make him choose to follow his heart's wishes. What if there's more than one witch, and there are other relatively powerful beyonders? Besides, it's a good thing for a witch to advance to a demoness of pleasure. The former will spread calamity and harm many innocent people, but once she becomes a demoness, her target will be pleasure. To put it simply, she'll be less harmful to society. Klein mumbled. An adult widow spider's silk gland was already considered a relatively valuable and rare beyonder ingredient. Just like the thousand-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland and the human-skinned shadow characteristic that Klein needed to advance to sequence 6, it was almost equivalent to half a house in the capital. Therefore, the buyer didn't receive a satisfactory answer. To be precise, no one gave him an answer. The atmosphere of the gathering turned silent until the chubby apothecary began selling the medicine he had brought. After his previous attempts, he had many repeat customers. In less than 3 minutes, he sold all the items he could sell and earned more than £50 in cash. As Eye of Wisdom announced the end of the gathering, the participants left through different passageways in different order and intervals. Klein was located in the middle of the city. After taking a detour to another secluded street and removing his disguise, he immediately rushed to East Borough. He arrived at Black Palm Street in the cold and smelly night and entered the one-bedroom apartment he rented. On the way, he bought an armpit holster. Without resting, he took out his revolver, opened the iron box containing the Beyonder bullets, and took out 2 purifying bullets, 2 demon-hunting bullets, and 1 exorcism bullet. He stuffed them into the holes and fired them in the empty magazine. After getting into position and testing the feel and whether he could fire normally, Klein placed the revolver into his armpit holster and busied himself with other preparations. For example, he checked if there were any abnormalities with the all-black eye in the iron cigar case. He also placed the Aztec copper whistle into the iron box containing the bullets. With the help of the Holy Night powder, he created a sealed wall of spirituality that stuck close to the surface, completing the shielding of the ancient and exquisite copper whistle. After confirming the respective shapes and locations of the 3 charms, Klein went above the gray fog to do a divination. Then, he put on his cap and went out again. His target was 32, Verdi Street south of the bridge, the place where the thief had found the master key. There might be clues to the apprentice's subsequent formulas or related items there. Klein had long wanted to explore it, but he suspected that the person who had died tragically had turned into a wraith creature. He didn't dare to take action until he bought the purifying bullets. Magicians never perform unprepared. Before the steam subway stopped operating, Klein used the most economical method to arrive south of the bridge. He then switched to a public carriage and arrived near Verdi Street. At that moment, it was already late at night. It was drizzling with a biting chill in Bakeland. There were almost no pedestrians on the streets, and the light from the gas lamps was blurred by the liquid on the glass surface, making everything look like a dream. Klein circled around and observed the situation of Unit 32. He came to its side, climbed to the 2nd floor, and easily entered the target's interior through the balcony door that the thief had opened but obviously couldn't be closed again. He didn't bring the master key, afraid that the item would cause an abnormal chain reaction here. The layout of the house was the same as normal. A corridor connected to the balconies on both sides ran through the entire 2nd floor. On both sides of the corridor were bedrooms, washrooms, solarium, living rooms, and other rooms. With the help of the crimson moonlight that shone in from the balcony, Klein saw that all the doors here had been opened. All sorts of items were strewn all over the ground in a mess. It must have been done by the thief from before. He couldn't take all the items, so he could only search for the most valuable ones. However, since he has the master key, there's no need for him to open the door. Klein checked each room, searching for items that might be related to mysticism. After an unknown period of time, he arrived at the staircase in his black gloves without finding anything. Just as he took 2 steps down, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure was clinging to the wall at the corner of the staircase. Its back was facing Klein, and the black hair at the back of its head was so thick that it almost covered its neck. Before Klein, who had already activated his spirit vision, could observe it, the figure suddenly moved. As his neck creaked, his head turned around, but his back was still facing the 2nd floor. In the hazy, weak, and illusory crimson light, the figure's eyeballs were completely protruding out, filled with fear. "Pa! Pa!" The 2 eyeballs fell to the ground. Bang! The figure's head separated from its neck and smashed onto the wooden staircase. "It's long dead. There's no spiritual light." Klein watched calmly and judged, as though everything that had just happened was a farce. He made a guess from the person's old black clothes and the many open rooms on the second floor, believing that it was another thief, one that had visited this house after the previous thief. But unfortunately, he wasn't that lucky. Could it be that the master key is actually restraining the danger here? Once it's taken away, everything will erupt? Klein drew his revolver, adjusted the firing position and trigger, and walked down the stairs to the corpse's side. He squatted down and did a brief examination, but he couldn't find any other cause of death other than a broken neck. After a few seconds of silence, Klein stood up and carefully walked down. Even though the bottom of his feet was made of wood, he didn't make a creaking sound. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He finished walking down the stairs and stepped onto the ground. In front of him was a corridor that connected both sides. The crimson moonlight shone in, faintly outlining the outline of the balcony. On both sides of the corridor, the doors were wide open, revealing the messy scene of items scattered inside. There was no living room, dining room, or kitchen. This was the second floor. Klein went down from the second floor, and after walking down the stairs, he returned to the second floor, and during this process, he didn't discover anything abnormal. Klein didn't panic. He slowly turned around and saw that the stairs behind him led downwards, that is to say, my special ability can only resist beyonder powers like dreams and mediumship that directly invade my body of heart and mind and invade my world, or beyonder powers that sense that I'm in an environment that doesn't belong to the real world. I'll still be affected by hallucinations. Klein took out his matchbox and used his gun-wielding hand to take out a few matches. He continued to go down, throwing a match every few steps. Klein came to the corner of the stairs again and saw the corpse with its head separated from its body. At this moment, a cold wind that made his hair stand on end blew at the back of his neck. "Pa!" Klein snapped his fingers, and a scarlet flame rose from his back and rushed towards the roof. The flame burned like a monster bearing its fangs and claws, but it didn't burn anything. Just as Klein was about to turn his head to observe with his spirit vision, his body suddenly froze, as if he had fallen into a frozen lake in winter. He couldn't help but tremble. His left hand slowly reached for his neck, but he forcefully pressed it back. At this moment, Klein suddenly sighed. He reached his left hand into his pocket, dispelled the wall of spirituality, and opened the metal box that contained the bullets. Right on the heels of that, he grabbed Aztec's copper whistle, took it out, and with a forceful shake, he threw it into the air above the stairs. Almost instantly, he felt the coldness and stiffness in his body disappear. In his spiritual perception, an evil and cold object leaped out, like a dog playing with a ball, and pounced at Aztec's copper whistle. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. He raised his right hand, aimed at the copper whistle, and pulled the trigger. He then said softly, "Bye-bye." Bang! A pale gold purifying bullet flew out and accurately hit the cold and indistinct object. A blood-curdling scream rang out, and the golden flames formed the outline of a human figure in mid-air. In the warm and bright light, all the coldness and evilness quickly dissipated. Clang! Aztec's copper whistle landed on the ground, bounced a few times, and rolled into the living room on the first floor. Klein looked at his surroundings again and realized that it was somewhat different from before. For example, the corpse's head wasn't separated from its body. It had strangled itself with both hands. It's indeed very easy to be prepared. Klein chuckled softly, walked down the stairs, and successfully reached the first floor. He picked up Aztec's copper whistle and swung it twice to determine if there were any other wraiths or shadows around. After confirming that there were no more problems, he identified the direction and went straight to the basement. Other than the master key and the silver pocket watch inlaid with diamonds that had been taken away by the thief, this place is still the same as it was in my dream divination. Klein looked around and took in the black iron pot, glass jar, and the bronze lamp stand that had many extinguished candles. His spirit vision and spiritual perception told him that these were very ordinary items that didn't have any spiritual luster. But compared to before, there's still something more. Klein stretched out his black-gloved left hand and touched the surface of the long table. His fingers were immediately stained with obvious dust. Klein searched carefully and did a preliminary divination. He didn't find any secret rooms or hidden compartments, so he cast his gaze at the brown notebook. He carefully flipped it open, and the contents of the first page were reflected in his eyes. This will be the history of accursed families rise again. I want to remember every key point. Future generations, please remember every word that I say. It's a pity that you lost control and died just after consuming the Sequence 9 potion. The glory of the House of Abraham can only remain at the tip of your tongue. Klein lampooned as he continued browsing and quickly flipped through the pages. Once he confirmed its value, he would take the notebook away and not stay at the scene any longer. Our House of Abraham was one of the top aristocrats of the Fourth Epoch. We were the main supporters of the Tudor dynasty. In that era, be it the Augustus family of Rouen, the Einhorn family of Faysac, the Sauron family of Intis, or the Castilla family of Fainapotter, they could only look up to us. Indeed, they weren't weak back then, but we were stronger. Even the rumored Antigonus family and Zeridal family were slightly inferior to us. Unfortunately, the glory of the family vanished during the War of the Four Emperors. Ancestor Bethel disappeared in that war where the deities personally participated. The remaining high sequence Beyonders all perished. And from then on, our House of Abraham suffered a terrifying curse. Generation after generation of our ancestors who attempted to revive our family went mad without exception and lost control. Some of them did so before becoming high sequence Beyonders, while others remained at sequence 8 or sequence 7. And every time they lose control, it brings disaster to the family that is almost destroyed. Those cursed have forgotten the surname engraved in their bloodlines and are unscrupulously harming other members of the family. They are already monsters. For the continuation of the family, the Abrahams made a painful decision. They no longer lived together and migrated to different parts of the northern continent in the form of small families. This way, even if someone lost control and started a massacre, the bloodline would not be cut off. My father was afraid of the curse, so he chose to become a normal person. If it wasn't for the family name still shining in his blood, he wouldn't even be willing to tell me these things. I will record them, and I will look back upon them often, and remember the glory and the disaster of the House of Abraham. Every generation of Beyonders will eventually lose control, and none will be spared. The curse of the House of Abraham is even more terrifying than the City of Silvers. Wait a minute, they should all be from the apprentice pathway. Could it be that they heard Mr. Door's cry for help? This isn't a cry for help, it's clearly a life-reaping curse. However, according to Miss Magician's description, it wasn't because she had become an apprentice that she heard the illusory ravings during the full moon, but because she had used the bracelet on her wrist. After that, regardless of whether she wore the bracelet or not, she couldn't escape from it. What's the reason for the Beyonders of the House of Abraham? Perhaps the curse has nothing to do with Mr. Door. Yes, the notebook mentioned that the ancestor of the House of Abraham, Bethel Abraham, disappeared during the War of the Four Emperors. Could he be Mr. Door? He was exiled from the world of reality, lost in the depths of the darkness, and trapped in a storm. There's a certain possibility. The easiest target for him to seek help from is naturally a descendant of the same bloodline and a lower sequence of the same Beyonder pathway. Unfortunately, as all the powerhouses perished, his cry brought about a curse that lasted for more than 1,000 years to the family. It nearly caused all the Abrahams to disappear. Is this the reason why Mr. Door understands the history of the Fourth Epoch and the details of the War of the Four Emperors? If my guess is correct, I can only sigh. The Abrahams are truly an unfortunate family. I wonder if the matter mentioned by the owner of the notebook was affected by more than 1,000 years of time and the fact that the family has been scattered all over the world, resulting in deviations. In the War of the Four Emperors, the deities actually personally took part. Klein frowned slightly as he flipped the pages faster and faster. My father, who chose to become an ordinary person, ultimately failed to overcome his illness. This dealt a huge blow to my mother, and she soon left. And this also meant that I was free. But what pained me was that in order to prevent me from embarking on the cursed path, my father didn't tell me many things about Beyonders. I had to come into contact with them myself and understand them. Fortunately, he didn't dare disobey the elder's orders. He still gave me the potion formulas for apprentice, trickmaster, and astrologer before he died. I need to copy these 3 formulas again to prevent myself from forgetting them. Sequence 9, apprentice, sequence 8, trickmaster, sequence 7, astrologer. Klein pricked up his eyebrows slightly. He felt that his trip tonight was worth it. He felt that he hadn't wasted the purifying bullet. Of course, he still had to go above the gray fog to confirm its authenticity. Astrologer. The apprentice pathway actually has a divination series job. From the looks of it, my previous guess might be close to the truth. The seer pathway and apprentice pathway might be interchangeable at high sequences. Klein nodded slightly and continued flipping the pages. Although he had confirmed the value of the notebook, he didn't want to leave the scene for the time being. If the notebook recorded the contents of where to hide something, he would definitely have to make a trip back. In that case, why go through so much trouble? As the pages flipped, Klein roughly understood the beyonder journey of the descendant of the House of Abraham. After his parents passed away, he began attempting to come into contact with mysticism circles. He gathered information related to sequence potions and purchased the corresponding beyonder ingredients. After nearly 2 years of hard work, he finally succeeded in concocting the apprentice potion after recording a lot of real or fake mysticism knowledge. At the end of the notebook, he wrote, "According to the mysticism knowledge I have, the night of the full moon is when the spirit world and reality overlap the most. That is also when spirituality is the most developed. It's the best time to consume the potion and advance. I will become an apprentice on the next full moon. I want to become stronger step by step and recreate the glory of the House of Abraham. When I reach the standard of a sequence 7, according to the family's rules, I can attempt to contact the elders. The method of contact is in my mind. This is a secret that cannot be recorded. Consume the potion to advance during the full moon?" Klein was taken aback. He couldn't help but tap his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner. Drawing a crimson moon. May the goddess forgive your ignorance. He vaguely understood why the other party had lost control on the spot. According to his previous guess, the curse that had plagued the House of Abraham for more than 1,000 years was very likely related to Mr. Doerr's cry for help during the full moon. And that fellow had actually chosen to consume the apprentice potion during the full moon. That way, there was a high chance that he would have heard the illusory ravings before the effects of the potion wore off, with his spirituality in an extremely unstable state. Thus, with a bang, it exploded, thankfully, the Hornacis. Phlegria. I didn't die. Klein subconsciously sighed. Following that, he thought of the oddity of the master key and came to a vague conclusion. Apart from the gathering of the apprentice beyonder characteristic, the formation of the master key was also a result of Mr. Doerr's illusory ravings. Therefore, the occasional feeling of getting lost became rather dangerous. It would always make the wielder enter an unsuitable scene. This could be considered a curse, and connecting the dots, the possibility of Mr. Doerr being the ancestor of the House of Abraham, Bethel, wasn't low. Phew. Seeing that there was no information about the hidden treasure, Klein exhaled. Without staying any longer, he took the brown notebook and left the basement. As he tossed Aztec's copper whistle, he retraced his steps. When he arrived at the balcony, he raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. The matchsticks scattered on the stairs suddenly ignited, emitting a scarlet glow. They quickly extinguished, leaving behind only a few traces of burning. After circling around East Borough and removing his disguise, Klein returned to Minsk Street before midnight. He went above the gray fog and first used spirit dowsing to confirm that the 3 formulas were real. Right on the heels of that, he revealed the fake world in front of the mask at the long, mottled table. Just as Klein was about to control him, he suddenly raised his hand and smacked his forehead. I forgot. I brought the all-black eye back to the real world. After another round of work, he once again made the world appear in the towering palace, and he created a scene that resembled an ordinary room around him. Then, he made the world put on a pious praying pose and said with a hoarse voice, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, please tell Miss Magicians that I've already obtained the formula for the Trickmaster potion. I hope that she can exchange it with an item from the Sun domain that specializes in purification and exorcism. If the value isn't equal, I'm willing to add the corresponding gold pounds." After controlling the world, Klein transformed the image from before into a stream of light and transmitted it into the crimson star representing the magicians. Furs flipped through the calendar on the desk and ticked off the date of the upcoming full moon. She made up her mind to recite the fool's honorific name the moment she heard the illusory and terrifying ravings and go above the gray fog to experience the unbearable pain. Life is really full of expectations. She closed the novel in her hand and prepared to turn off the iron grid gas lamp on the wall. At that moment, Furz's vision blurred. She saw an endless gray fog, a tall figure inside a majestic ancient palace, and a man who was praying devoutly. When she heard the voice, she nearly jumped up. She was pleasantly surprised. "I've been searching for the Trickmaster formula for years, and I've found it just like that. I've participated in so many different Beyonder gatherings, but I've never found any clues about the Trickmaster formula. Yet, I found it just like that, and it hasn't even been a week since I made the request. This is tarot. Indeed, it's not something an ordinary Beyonder gathering can compare with." Furs felt wistful as she held back her excitement and joy. She cautiously replied, "Mr. Fool, is that formula real?" "Yes." The fool, who was sitting on a high-backed chair, said calmly as he looked down. Furs suddenly clenched her fists and quietly waved them around her waist. Without any hesitation, she said, "Don't worry." Without any hesitation, she said, "That's Mr. World, right? Please tell him that I'll find the item he needs as soon as possible." When the gray fog dissipated and everything was over, Furs was stunned for 2 seconds. She couldn't contain her excitement as she stood up and paced back and forth in the room. The Sun Domain, an item that specializes in purification and exorcism. I've only encountered it twice in the past, but it was bought by others. The other party might not be willing to sell it again. Yes, at the gathering that Mr. A convened, Xiao invited an eternal blazing sun believer to perform a purification and exorcism ritual. He's at least a sequence 7, so he should have a similar item, or should I say that he has relevant clues. I just don't know how much it will cost. Although Mr. World has promised to make up for the difference, I might not be able to fork out the amount I need to pay in advance. Furs gradually turned her thoughts to her financial situation. She now had £370 in cash, mainly from the premium that Viscount Glaint had paid for the apothecary formula. She also had £510 in her bank account, which added up to nearly £900. As for a similar item, the most expensive one might cost £2,000, while the cheapest one would cost £500 to £600. It might not be the type that Mr. World needs. If I encounter something suitable, but I don't have enough money, what should I do? I'll get a loan from the bank or find a loan with a higher interest rate. As long as everything goes smoothly, I'll be able to easily repay my debt once Mr. World pays the difference. Perhaps I can borrow from Miss Audrey for a few days. She's never been one to care about money, so she definitely won't charge any interest. Furs quickly came up with a solution. At that moment, Xiao, who had gone to a secluded spot to train her combat skills in the middle of the night, returned to her rented 2-bedroom apartment. Seeing that Furs's room was still lit, she knocked on the door and asked, "Are you going to stay up late to write the beginning of your new book?" Furs, you seem very happy. Did the publisher increase your remuneration?" No. Furs was taken aback for a moment before she forced a smile and said, "I just received a piece of news. It's suspected to be a clue to the Trickmaster potion formula." "Really? You finally found it." Xiao didn't notice Furs's hidden abnormality at all. Seeing how happy her friend was for her, Furs couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "I've already become a member of a secret organization. From now on, I have to bear the fate of constantly hiding and deceiving my friends. Is this one of the prices?" On Saturday morning, Klein once again visited the inventor, Leopard, at St. George Burroughs' 3rd Street. As the bicycle's patent had yet to be applied for, he only paid the remaining £20 and exhorted the other party not to rashly discuss future investments and cooperation before he actually obtained the patent. In this regard, Leopard agreed wholeheartedly. 2 of his previous inventions had been scammed because of the same reason. Before he obtained the patent, the potential investor he contacted had learned about the product, so he was kicked aside and watched as the other party bribed the staff to obtain the patent first. After leaving Leopard's house, Klein arrived at Eichinger Stanton's gloomy and dark house in Helstonborough at the scheduled time. Today was the day the reward for the serial murder case was announced. Passing through the living room and into the activity room from before, Klein saw Kaslana and Stewart, 2 detectives he was more familiar with, and he sat beside the latter. "Sherlock, how much do you think we'll get this time?" "It shouldn't be less than protecting Adel." "Of course, I didn't do much work, so the amount I can get is limited. Roselle the Great once said that you reap what you sow." Stewart clenched his fist and stroked his beard. Klein guessed with interest. A few £100 at most, and no less than £10 at least. And I'm the one with the most. If Xianxia Stanton is as trustworthy as he describes himself to be. Klein added in his heart. At this moment, Xianxia, who had white sideburns and a face so thin that it was chiseled, wore a white shirt and a brown vest. He held his trademark pipe and entered the activity room where the fireplace was burning. He sat in his reclining chair and smiled. Ladies and gentlemen. I just returned from the Bakeland Police Department. They recognized our contribution and believe that we provided crucial help in solving the case. Although we didn't participate in the subsequent roundup, we can still get half of the reward. In other words, we will split £1,000 in cash. This is also a rather generous reward in Bakeland. A single detective would have to sleep on the streets for 4 to 5 years without eating or drinking to save it. The atmosphere in the activity room suddenly became relaxed, and everyone was filled with anticipation for their reward. Even Klein was no exception. He was guessing how much Xianxia would give him. At least £100? He muttered silently. Xianxia took a puff from his pipe, narrowed his eyes, and said in satisfaction, "Thank you for your trust in me. Thank you for your trust in me. I will now make the distribution." The person who contributed the most this time is Detective Sherlock Moriarty. He provided us with a few ideas that allowed us to find clues and walk on the right track. He's a true deduction expert. Ma'am Kaslana can confirm this. I still have a few letters from Detective Moriarty here. Those who have doubts can take a look. Very fair. He actually didn't list me as the person who contributed the most. Klein immediately looked at the great detective, Xianxia Stanton, in a different light. It's no wonder he's so authoritative in the detective circle, seeing that no one raised any objections. Xianxia nodded gently. I hereby announce that Detective Sherlock Moriarty's bounty is £300. With a rumble, the detectives in the activity room whispered to each other. From time to time, they would look up at Klein, as though they had finally gotten to know this excellent detective who had been praised by Mr. Stanton as a deduction expert. What a generous and fair person. Klein gaped, but he ultimately didn't act humble. The person with the second highest bounty was Xianxia himself and Kaslana. They each took £160, while the other detectives split the remaining £380 based on their different contributions. Among them, the lowest received £15, which was equivalent to 3 to 4 weeks of their usual earnings. This was the benefit of having a high bounty on a major case. Stewart, who received £40, was very satisfied because he felt that he had only done 2 days of observation, and that the person he was observing wasn't the suspect he had later identified. Of course, he had to pay out a portion of the £40. He had to take care of all the informants and helpers involved in this matter. After distributing the bounty, Stewart suddenly recalled something. He took out a piece of paper from his trouser pocket and said to Klein, "Sherlock, I recently accepted a search mission that pays very handsomely. Sherlock, I recently accepted a search mission with a generous reward. Use your resources and help me look out. If I can find her, I'll give you a share." "All right, no problem," Klein replied indifferently. Stewart handed over the piece of paper in his hand and said, "It's this person. He's been missing for nearly 2 weeks. As he's involved in indecent matters or a certain level of crime, the client doesn't wish for us to seek the help of the police." Klein nodded slightly, unfolded the piece of paper, and saw a black and white photo that had been copied. It was a man with his hair combed back diagonally, and he had a suave demeanor amidst his seriousness. He was about 27 or 28 years old, and his looks were delicate and handsome. However, there was an undisguised arrogance in his eyes. He had a high nose bridge and thin lips. "By the way, his name is..." Stewart recalled and said, "Emlyn White." "Emlyn White." Klein suddenly turned his head and looked at Stewart. "Ah? Isn't that the name of the vampire imprisoned in the basement by Father Utrowski, inside the Duke of Negan's residence?" Audrey, who had been invited to participate in the afternoon tea party, listened to her mother and Duchess Della chat about matters between the nobles and boredom. Her gaze swept across the exquisite 3-tiered rack, the unique muffins, cakes, and other delicious items. Feeling that she had been indulging her appetite recently, she gently picked up her teacup and took a sip of the black tea. After a while, she got up apologetically and went to the bathroom with the maid accompanying her. Just as she came out, she met a tall, well-dressed middle-aged lady with slender eyebrows. She was none other than Duchess Della's younger sister, the wife of a viscount, Lady Norma. After bowing, Norma looked at Audrey and chuckled. "I heard that our beautiful girl is very interested in mysticism?" She mentioned mysticism. "Could it be that someone from psychological alchemy is here to test me?" Audrey instantly switched to her telepathist state and lowered her head in embarrassment. Regarding Abraham's diary, some people said that it was rather stiff and didn't seem like it was written for him. However, why did I choose this method? Why didn't I choose a softer method, such as the inherited formula hidden in the middle of the notebook? This was based on the character's personality. Although that unlucky guy died as soon as he became an extraordinary, he still had his own personality. He thought of himself as the protagonist and believed that he could restore the House of Abraham to its former glory. See Volume 2, Chapter 101. Therefore, he wrote at the beginning of the diary, "This will be the history of the rebirth of a cursed family. I want to remember every key point." From this, it can be seen that his diary was not only a diary, but also an autobiographical history. He hoped that his future descendants would be able to use this diary to admire the glorious, correct, and great ancestors' hard work to overcome the curse and restore the family's glory. Therefore, his diary should be closer to the type for others to read. Therefore, he would record every choice he made, so that his future descendants wouldn't be able to understand the glorious, correct, and great ancestors' intentions. This was the reason why I handled it that way. As for the existence of the formula, it was even more normal. For such an important matter, ordinary people would definitely be afraid of forgetting, so they wouldn't rely purely on memory. There must be a corresponding paper record, the only difference was where it was recorded and whether there was a need to look for it again. Based on the character mentioned above, it was very normal to use the diary as a notebook. After saying that, I still had to sigh. This time I didn't write it well enough. For an author, if the meaning they wanted to express could not be read directly by the reader, and they had to give additional explanations, it proved that the writing was indeed not good enough. Perhaps I should strengthen the feeling that this was an autobiographical history written for others to read at the beginning of the diary. For example, I should add a sentence, "Future descendants, please remember this history." That way, the later parts would seem more logical. Also, it wasn't a coincidence that I bought the purified bullets. Little Ku had made a request before, and getting it this time was part of the plan. See Volume 2, Chapter 89, at the end. Well, it's fine to argue with this chapter in the book review section, but please don't attack me personally. Finally, since I've already written a single chapter, of course, I'll ask for monthly votes. I'll try to get 3 chapters next week, but after that, I'll have things to run around before the 25th, so I can probably only get 2 chapters. Upon hearing Audrey's affirmative answer, Lady Norma immediately laughed. What an honest child. I happen to know some very knowledgeable mysticism experts. Are you interested in chatting with them? Sure, that's my wish. Praise the lady. Audrey pretended to be pleasantly surprised as she drew a crimson moon on her chest. Lady Norma smiled and nodded slightly. How about we have afternoon tea tomorrow? No problem. Audrey's excited eyes had a hint of innocence. After bidding farewell to Lady Norma and walking towards the living room, her smile gradually faded, and her temperament became tranquil and leisurely. Her body language, the color of her emotions, and the detailed changes reflected by her body of heart and mind indicate that she doesn't have any ill intentions, but she's rather nervous. From the looks of it, Lady Norma might really be a member of psychological alchemy. Yes, she was observing my expression and actions, but she was unable to adjust or hide her emotions. Perhaps she's like Susie, also a spectator. Unfortunately, she doesn't know that the person in front of her is a telepathist. Audrey thought, half nervous and half proud. She couldn't help but move her feet forward and gracefully step in a straight line. In Eichinger Stanton's house in Helstonborough. Klein's lips quivered a few times, but in the end, he didn't ask Stuart who his employer was or what he looked like. He decided to try his best not to get involved in Emlyn White's matters. Although he had heard from his own account that he was a law-abiding vampire, that was only limited to the content of his description. There were too many gaps in the first half of his life, and Klein couldn't be sure if he had really never harmed the innocent. This way, he lacked the motivation to find Father Yutravsky to rescue him. He was a Dawn paladin who was rather good at combat and had the aid of a mystical item. Furthermore, he hadn't been weakened. Furthermore, this would easily reveal his true identity to Father Yutravsky and Emlyn White. I hope he can get the approval of that priest who's very good at fighting as soon as possible and be released from prison after his sentence is served. Klein silently tapped 4 times in a clockwise manner for Emlyn White in his heart. After dividing up the bounty, the detectives took their leave one after another. Klein was even escorted to the door by the great detective Eichinger. Eichinger held his pipe and coughed lightly. There are still some suspicious points in the serial murder case that haven't been investigated clearly. Maybe there's an even more vicious person hiding behind the murderer. You have to be careful these days. Don't announce that you played an important role in this case. From the looks of it, the official Beyonders also suspect that the gigantic devil dog has an owner. Klein replied solemnly, I know, I also have this speculation. Mr. Stanton, you have to be careful as well. You're the organizer of the gathering, the main partner of the police. Eichinger stuffed his pipe into his mouth and took it out again. Sherlock, I'll call you Sherlock. You can rest assured. Although I'm no longer young, I'm still an outstanding fighter, an outstanding sharpshooter, and I have formed an instinctive vigilance. Furthermore, there's a high chance that you're a Beyonder of a fairly high sequence. I just don't know which pathway you belong to. Klein thought for a moment. Mr. Stanton, you don't seem to be a native of Bakeland? Your accent is closer to Civilouse County. Yes, it's just like your East Coast mid-seashore accent, Eichinger admitted frankly. The two detectives immediately looked at each other and smiled, acknowledging each other's ability to observe things without batting an eyelid. Before evening, Klein returned to 15 Minsk Street. Yes, I now have £1,224 in cash, 5 gold coins, and a small amount of change. Compared to when I first came to Bakeland, it's more than enough. However, a Sequence 6 Beyonder ingredient costs at least £1,500 each. Sometimes, due to its scarcity and rarity, it might even double the price. And Beyonders who can obtain such items aren't of a low sequence. It's impossible for them to misjudge the value and sell it at a low price, so there's no possibility of picking up a bargain. Although the lady with the artisan backing her has an extreme desire for the Black Emperor Pathways potion formula, I have to consider the speed at which she advances. When she was still a Sequence 9, it was almost impossible for her to spend a large sum of money to purchase a Sequence 6 formula in advance, unless she had a mine at home or opened a bank. Yes, I can't always be able to find a good deal. Amidst his thoughts, Klein wasn't in a hurry to prepare dinner. He returned to his bedroom, drew the curtains, and went above the grey fog. He had an idea that needed to be verified. Sitting in the fool seat, he reached out and picked up the simple, brass master key. According to the notebook of Abraham's descendant that he had obtained last night, he guessed that the other party had lost control on the spot because he had chosen to advance during the full moon. Therefore, the master key's curse-like ability to make people lose their way in bad places, apart from being a remnant of the Beyonder characteristic that contained resentment and indignation, there was also a high chance that it had been corrupted by Mr. Door's illusory ravings. Then, what changes will it have during the full moon? Klein mumbled. He conjured a pen and paper and wrote down the divination statement that he had long prepared. Its performance during the full moon. With a piece of paper in one hand and the master key in the other, Klein leaned back in his chair and gave a self-deprecating laugh. I'm courting death again, however, there shouldn't be too much danger this time. Mr. Door is far away from the real world and is lost in the depths of the darkness. Furthermore, I have the grey fog as a barrier. Under such circumstances, the danger of divination was no different from directly divining the matter itself. The experienced Klein half closed his eyes as his pupils turned deep. Its performance during the full moon. After repeating it 7 times, Klein fell into a dream. In that grey, fragmented, and illusory world, he once again saw the basement where Abraham's descendant had died. The flesh and blood here had long dried up, and the diamond-embedded silver pocket watch and the ancient-looking master key had yet to be stolen. They were still lying on the ground. Suddenly, a sharp and hollow illusory voice echoed in Klein's ears. It was like a thin needle had been inserted into his head. Bit by bit, it extended and poked, as though it was going to peel off his scalp. This extreme pain jolted Klein awake as he suddenly sat up straight. He saw the blue veins on the back of his hand protrude out before quickly calming down. It's much easier than spying on the eternal blazing sun and eavesdropping on the true creator's roars. Klein changed from pressing to knocking as he thought leisurely. Of course, if he were in the outside world, he believed that he definitely wouldn't have such a reaction. If Miss Magicians kept hearing such a cry for help, she would have long lost control. From the looks of it, the master key has caused the voice to become clearer because of the curse. That's not right. Father Yutrovsky should have spent the night of the blood moon with the master key. He clearly wasn't affected. Perhaps he had placed the master key in his bedroom while he was repenting in the hall outside. Only by coming into contact with the master key can one hear the cry for help during the full moon? Phew, before becoming a high-sequence beyonder, I didn't even dare to listen in the real world. Just now, it seemed to be the word request for help in ancient Hermes. Klein seriously recalled it a few times to confirm his listening results. With regards to this, he could only twitch the corners of his mouth, unsure whether to laugh or cry. This is a life-demanding cry for help in the truest sense of the word. What a pity. If the bunch of people from Rose School could hear Mr. Doerr's cry for help on the night of the full moon, they, who already have cold and twisted personalities, would definitely explode one by one. After carefully considering if there was a way to indirectly achieve this goal, Klein returned to the real world. According to his plan, he had dinner, changed his clothes, and left. He took 2 transfers and arrived outside the Bravehearts bar. All he did was walk around and leave without ordering any alcohol. During this process, he discovered that Caspers had returned. After walking down a street, Klein specially boarded a rental carriage and got it to drive to Cherwood Borough. Just as the horse started moving, an illusory figure appeared in front of him. It was none other than Miss Sharon, who was wearing a black regal dress. "Are you ready?" Sharon asked coldly. The small black bonnet on her head was firmly pressing down on her pale blonde hair. Coupled with her pale face and exquisite facial features, she had the beauty of a doll. Klein answered frankly, "Not yet. Not yet. I'm still waiting for an item." Sharon's blue eyes didn't waver as she said, "I prepared a mystical item." "I prepared a mystical item. Is that why you took on a bodyguard mission that costs £1,000 for 3 days? You had your eyes on the item, but you didn't have enough money?" Klein smiled in enlightenment. "Don't be anxious. The more prepared we are, the greater our chances. Besides, I can usually use mystical items from the Sun domain. It can make up for my shortcomings." Klein added inwardly. Seeing that Sharon didn't say another word, he took the initiative to say, "I came here today to get you to cooperate with me in an experiment." "What?" Sharon asked simply. Klein said with a serious and trustworthy expression, "According to Merrick's description, I believe that the effects of your curses are different. According to Merrick's description, I think your curses behave differently. During the full moon, he was in so much pain that he couldn't fight because he had to endure the crazy bloodlust and bloodlust. You, on the other hand, were in a weakened state because you couldn't absorb human souls. Am I right?" Sharon listened quietly and nodded gently. "Yes. I don't have a solution for your problem at the moment, but I think it's possible to suppress Merrick temporarily. For example, we could take the corresponding potion to put him in a state of no emotional fluctuations. That way, during that period of time, he won't be in pain and can fully participate in the battle." Klein explained his idea. Sharon shook her head. "No. This kind of medicine is no longer effective on him." "Already? In other words, it had worked before?" Klein asked thoughtfully. "That's right." "Why?" "He used to inject too much. Even if we change to another type, it would only be effective for the first 3 to 4 times. We can't find a new type anymore." Sharon suddenly fell silent as she spoke, as if she had thought of something. Hearing her words, Klein suddenly smiled. "I have a different kind of tranquilizer. It came from that apothecary." Seeing that Sharon didn't say that the sedative was ineffective, he clasped his hands and continued. "I'll give you one first. Let Merrick try it during the full moon. It's the full moon tomorrow night. If it's effective, let him drink 2 or even 3 at a time before the battle. Sharon took the tranquilizer in the glass test tube and looked at the seemingly pure liquid in her eyes. She nodded slightly and said, "All right." As expected of someone who doesn't waste his breath. Klein smiled and said, "Miss Sharon, can you tell me the battle locations you've arranged? I hope to familiarize myself with the surroundings in the next few days. That way, no matter where you ultimately choose, I will be more prepared. And since they have the right to choose the location of the final battle, they won't be worried that I might inform the official organizations or other Beyonders who want to take advantage of me. Of course, if I really can't be trusted, I can notarize it again." Klein thought silently. Sharon stared at him with her blue eyes for a few seconds before she said, "That's right. Go back and prepare a map of Bakeland. Spread it on the coffee table." "No problem. I hope this cooperation is not only smooth, but also pleasant." Klein habitually extended his hand forward, wanting to shake the other party's hand. Sharon lowered her head and took a look. Her figure gradually became illusory and disappeared into thin air. Klein raised his right hand, smoothed his black hair, and laughed dryly. He had asked about the location of the battle not only to prepare for the mission, but also to guard against Sharon and Merrick. Although the other party's philosophy was to suppress and control their desires and wouldn't burn bridges after crossing them, Klein couldn't be sure that Steve, Jason, and Tyre didn't have anything they desired. If there really was a treasure that ordinary Beyonders would have strong evil intentions toward, Klein really couldn't guarantee that the two mutants would be able to control themselves. Therefore, he had to figure out the environment in advance and prepare an escape route if the other party chose to silence him. It wasn't that Klein didn't trust Sharon, who had gone through thick and thin with her. This was the most basic form of self-protection. One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one must always guard against others. Klein turned his head to look out the window and sighed in Chinese. The street lamps kept moving backward, and the streets became more spacious and tidy. It took him more than half an hour and 3 solely to finally return to Minsk Street. It's really expensive to take a carriage at this hour. Klein looked up at the almost black sky and the crimson moon that faintly pierced through the clouds. He walked forward for a while and suddenly realized that there was no light in Lawyer Jurgen's house. It was silent and dark. Taking out his golden pocket watch and opening it, Klein chuckled. He turned to Jurgen's door and opened it with the key he had given him. At this moment, the black cat, Brody, was already quietly squatting behind the door, looking at the visitor with his green round eyes. The room was dark and lonely. Klein squatted down and attempted to touch Brody's head, but Brody nimbly moved back and flung his hand away with a look of disdain. He shook his head and laughed. He got up, opened the valve, lit the gas lamp, and went to the cupboard to find the prepared ingredients according to Lawyer Jurgen's description. He shook his head and laughed. He got up, opened the valve, and lit the gas lamp. Following Lawyer Jurgen's instructions, he went to the cupboard and found the prepared ingredients. The black cat followed him in and nimbly leaped onto the counter. It squatted by the side and watched Klein work without making a fuss. Klein glanced at it and rehearsed in his mind how he was going to tear the chicken breast. As he chatted with Brody, he said, "You must miss Mrs. Doris, right? Are you worried about her condition? Lawyer Jurgen didn't come home today. Are you lonely and uncomfortable? Do you feel like you don't have a home? Do you feel very tired?" As he spoke, Klein's voice gradually softened into silence. The black cat, Brody, remained squatting there, looking at him quietly. It didn't make a fuss or make a sound. At Lady Norma's house, Audrey was invited to participate in the afternoon tea. They are the mysticism experts I'm talking about. Lady Norma enthusiastically introduced the distinguished guests. This is Mr. Hilbert Alucard. He's a psychologist and a jewelry designer. He's very talented. This is Miss Escalante Asleka. She's a doctor in the field of the mind, or what we often call a psychiatrist. Hilbert Alucard was a man in his 40s. He seemed to have some southern continent ancestry, and his skin was brown. He had brown hair and blue eyes. His facial features weren't outstanding, and he gave off a quiet and reserved feeling. Escalante Asleka was a baby-faced lady. She was clearly a psychiatrist, but she looked like a young girl who was still in public school or grammar school. She had long black hair that reached her waist and a pair of lake-like blue eyes. She was 3 to 4 centimeters shorter than Audrey. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the other party, Audrey sat down. She keenly noticed that Alucard and Escalante were observing her. She didn't use her telepathic reader powers. Instead, she pretended not to know anything and took the initiative to start a topic in the field of mysticism. She also paid attention to whether her emotions were in the most logical state. I can't let them find out that I'm already a beyonder. I've already consumed the spectator and telepathic reader potions. Audrey knew very well what role she had to play today. Unlike the silent Alucard, Escalante was the talkative type. After chatting for a while, she asked, "Why are you here?" After chatting for a while, she asked, "Do you know about the Lunar New Year and the Lunar New Year?" "No, I've never heard of them." Audrey cautiously answered with the knowledge she had come into contact with in the circle of mysticism enthusiasts. "In fact, I've already figured out from Mr. the Hanging Man what the Great Year is and what the Great Moon is," she added inwardly with a smile. The Great Year refers to the number of years it takes for the rotation axis of the planet we're on to deviate once. It's a total of 25,920 years. In the field of mysticism, this is considered a complete cycle, from the beginning to the end. The Great Moon refers to the number of years it takes for this deviation to pass through one of the 12 constellations. Every Great Moon is 2,160 years. When the Great Moon alternates, a terrible disaster will befall. According to calculations, we don't have many years left before the end of this Great Moon. Escalante spoke with assurance, keeping the atmosphere in a harmonious state. Audrey hid the fact that she didn't know much and asked the wrong questions from time to time in a curious tone. Just like that, the beautiful afternoon passed quickly. Alucard and Escalante got up at the same time to say goodbye and leave Madame Norma's house. This disappointed Audrey. She thought that they would finally hint at psychological alchemy, but in the end they didn't say anything. Yes, as a secret organization that can't be exposed, the examination of a reserve member isn't that simple and direct. It looks like I'll have to interact with them a few more times and observe them in secret for a while before they can decide if they want to reveal information to me and pull me into the organization. That's good too. I can report to Mr. Fool first. Audrey quickly understood the reason. She then took her leave, and Lady Norma saw her to the door and said with a smile, "I'm sorry." She smiled and said, "Audrey, I see that you're also very interested in psychology? Why don't you consider trying to be a psychiatrist before getting married? Earl Hall and his wife are both believers of the goddess, so they should support you in doing something similar. Between nobles, unless there was a financial crisis or some other special situation, it would take a long time to reach a marriage agreement. They would have to go through strict consideration and comparison before they could make a decision. This was because it was not only a matter of two young people, but it also involved the alliance and mutual assistance of the family. Therefore, although noble women could officially enter social occasions under the guidance of the Queen after the age of 18, declare themselves as adults and could consider marriage, but according to statistics, they often started a family after the age of 26. Similarly, the average age of a noble male who would enter the military or politics was 8 years old. In other words, after Audrey came of age, she would have about 8 years to do what she liked. As for the Church of the Evernight Goddess, it had always encouraged female believers to go out to work and engage in certain professions. In the aristocratic circles, many young ladies and ladies had become literary critics, musicians, pianists, painters, etc. Was this a test? Audrey replied with a faint smile, "Then I still need to read more books." She had always felt that it wasn't safe for people in psychological alchemy to become psychiatrists or psychologists. This was because the upper echelons of official organizations like the Nighthawks and mandated punishers should know about the acting method and would definitely pay more attention to this group of people. Lady Norma seemed satisfied with her answer. She nodded and smiled. Escalante and Alucard are both good teachers. Well, maybe I can consider asking Miss Escalante to be my psychologist and tutor. Audrey nodded obediently. On Sunday morning, after Klein woke up, he realized that the map of Bakeland on the coffee table in the living room had been circled several places, and they weren't too far away from each other. Therefore, he spent the whole morning familiarizing himself with the surrounding environment, figuring out the specific buildings and the location of the nearest church. In the afternoon, he once again headed to the Quelag Club, preparing to practice his marksmanship and beyonder powers. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw Surgeon Alan Series slowly walking out of the cafeteria with a cane. After greeting him, he asked with concern, "Alan, how have you been? Has your luck improved?" A sincere smile appeared on Alan's face even though he was born with a cold and indifferent appearance. "At least I won't be so unlucky anymore. I went to the cathedral according to your suggestion and told the bishop about the matter. He told me to go directly to the confessional to pray to the goddess. While praying, I actually fell asleep, but I seem to feel that the goddess has bestowed me with a peaceful and calm state. From then on, my luck has been normal. Praise the goddess." He drew a crimson moon on his chest. "According to my experience, it should be a sequence 7 nightmare that made you fall into a deep sleep." Then, a nighthawk who's good at rituals quickly set up an altar and prayed to the goddess to neutralize your bad luck. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. "That's great." At this moment, Alan glanced at him and said, "End of chapter 342. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.